In Tianxing Town, Jiang Fan was born into a not-so-rich family. His parents worked hard for the family and lived a tight life. In order to pay Jiang Fan's registration fees for the three major exams, they even went into debt. This was undoubtedly a huge pressure for an ordinary family. The three tests of martial arts, spirit and soul, and beast taming are challenges that every young person must face. Each one tests a person's potential and talent, and Jiang Fan knows clearly that he has almost nothing to do with the high standards of these tests. In this competitive world, the martial arts exam tests a person's qi and blood, which represent the quality of the body. The soul test measures the strength of one's mental power. A strong mental power can provide a person with countless advantages in the future. As for the beast taming exam, it is the opportunity that all young people dream of, whether they can awaken the beast mark and become a beast tamer. Beast masters are legends in everyone's eyes. Not only can they control powerful spirit beasts, but they can also gain unparalleled status and honor. But Jiang Fan knew his situation. His physical fitness barely met the standard, his mental strength was mediocre, and as for the beast taming test related to the beast seal, that was something he didn't even dare to hope for. Although Tianxing Town is not big, it has produced several outstanding beast tamers. Young people who can pass the beast taming exam are often extremely outstanding talents. Jiang Fan felt that he was just an ordinary teenager. He might even have trouble passing the three major exams, so how could he achieve any great cause? Despite this, Jiang Fan's father still insisted that he sign up for the three exams. The family was struggling to make ends meet, but they still managed to scrape together the registration fees. Jiang Fan himself had no hope and didn't even have any expectations for the results. For him, taking the exam was just a response to his parents' hard work. As he expected, the results of both the martial arts test and the soul test were no surprise. His qi and blood values were far below the minimum standard, and his mental strength was nothing outstanding. He was almost certain that he had no chance of a breakthrough. When he walked to the examination platform for the beast taming test, he placed his hand weakly on the mysterious stone platform called the Awakening Stone, preparing to complete this final test step by step. Suddenly, a dazzling black light burst out from the Awakening Stone, shining brightly. The interface in front of him flashed by, showing a word that he could not understand at all. Beast mark infinity. The examination room suddenly became completely silent. Students, teachers, and even school leaders were all stunned. This boy, who couldn't be more ordinary, actually awakened the infinite beast seal, a legendary ability that even the top geniuses can hardly achieve. This news was like a bombshell, dropping to the ground and shocking everyone. Jiang Fan's beast seal has no upper limit. He can control an almost unlimited number of spirit beasts and even achieve an almost perfect degree of control. After returning home, Jiang Fan found that his parents had not yet finished get off work. The house was unusually quiet, and he could not share this shocking good news with them. To kill time, he opened the system panel. Ding! The new member gift package has arrived. Please check it. Jiang Fan quickly opened the gift package. Ding! The host is given the first free evolution, and the evolution route is any evolution. Ding! The host is given a spirit beast illustration, which can be used to peek into the spirit beast's evolution route. The host must use the newcomer gift package within 10 minutes, otherwise the gift package will be invalidated and recycled. 10 minutes. Jiang Fan panicked instantly. How could he find a spirit beast to evolve in such a short time? Usually, people who awaken the beast seal will buy spirit beast eggs or spirit beast cubs to complete their first beast taming. But the price of spirit beast eggs is ridiculously high. The cheapest F-grade spirit beast egg costs 50,000 yuan, and the hatching fee is not included. His family couldn't even afford basic living expenses, so they couldn't afford such money, let alone find a spirit beast within 10 minutes. Jiang Fan thought angrily. Idiot! Big idiot! Suddenly, his eyes fell on the only living thing in the house, a bald parrot. This parrot was picked up by my father on a rainy day. It seemed to have escaped from a fire scene, and the hair on its head has never grown back. It looked particularly ugly, and Jiang Fan had always disliked it. Now, apart from this parrot, he could not find any other spiritual animals at home. Jiang Fan couldn't help but wonder, can ordinary creatures be considered spiritual beasts for evolution? Seeing the countdown of the task ticking away, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. System, I've decided to use the newbie gift pack on this parrot. Determining the affiliation of this living being. Determination successful. Then, a new system panel appeared in front of Jiang Fan. Bald parrot, level 0 talent. No frills. Talent increases by 10 for every 100 increase in growth value. Race. Flying system growth value. Stamina. 10 strength. 15 speed. 40 combat power. 5 special skill. Taunt. For enemies with a mental power of less than 0.5 HP, it can 100% attract the enemy's hatred to itself. After Jiang Fan finished reading it, his expression instantly became complicated. His talent was not up to par. His combat power was only 5, and he could actually attract the enemy's hatred. Was he planning to let the enemy target this parrot? Fuck, this won't work. He almost collapsed. Just as he was complaining, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Evolving the bald parrot for the first time for free. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought, yes, there is still one free evolution opportunity. Ding! Evolution is successful. The evolution results are as follows. Bald parrot level. First talent. Low level. Talent value increases by 10 for every 100 growth value. Race. Flying growth value. Stamina. 20. Strength. 30. Speed. 80 combat power. 10 evolution method. Comprehensive evolution special skill. Taunt. For enemies with less than 1 mental power, it can 100% attract enemy hatred to itself. After seeing the state after evolution, Jiang Fan's face was still ugly. That's it. He stared at the screen speechlessly, cursing in his heart. Big idiot. Super big idiot. Super big idiot. At the same time, the parrot seemed to sense Jiang Fan's emotions and chirped more happily, as if its evolution made it even more excited. Jiang Fan's mouth trembled slightly, and he wanted to crush the bald parrot to death. What a bastard. But it happened to be his only spiritual beast, so he could only suppress his anger. His eyes unconsciously fell to the bottom of the system panel, where there was a conspicuous Add Points button. After Jiang Fan clicked, a few lines of text immediately appeared. Hosts can use wealth points to exchange for growth points. The exchange ratio is 10-1. He was a little excited, but then he calmed down and couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Beautiful, damn beautiful. 10 yuan for 1 growth value. 1,000 growth values need 10,000 yuan. How can he have so much money? He was right. His family was already stretched to the limit. He had just spent 10,000 yuan on the registration fee. How could he get another 10,000 yuan? Even if he still had 50 cents on Feishan, he would not be ashamed to ask his parents for more. Just when Jiang Fan was at a loss, he went out to throw away the garbage. On the way back, he accidentally ran into Su Ching, who had just returned home. Su Ching was stunned for a moment, and seeing Jiang Fan's strange expression, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Jiang Fan noticed that an attribute panel suddenly appeared next to Su Ching, and he was stunned. The panel clearly read, Character, Su Ching age, 15 occupation, Beast Tamer Beast Seal, 16, Top Talent Spirit Beast, 3 other features, Gorgeous Face, Perfect Figure, 38D, Golden Ratio is next. Jiang Fan couldn't help rubbing his eyes. His eyes instantly focused on the figure. 38D? Is this true? He was suddenly at a loss. Cough cough, he hurriedly shifted his gaze. Then he realized that this should be the Spirit Beast Atlas function given to him by the system, and he should pay more attention to Su Ching's Spirit Beast information. Then, Jiang Fan saw the information of Su Ching's Spirit Beast. Red Flame Firefox, Spirit Beast level. First grade talent. A common evolution path. 33. Dragon Mastiff Cub, Spirit Beast level. Second grade talent. S normal evolution path. 7 special evolution path. 1 Thunder Wolf, Spirit Beast level. First grade talent. S normal evolution path. 17. Jiang Fan's eyes widened as he realized that Su Ching was not only a genius with 16 beast seals, but she also possessed 3 spirit beasts, and one of them was actually a second-grade Dragon Mastiff Cub. This is even more amazing than his infinite beast seal. Jiang Fan suddenly felt that his existence was dimmed, and his face became hot. After finally calming down, he couldn't help but secretly look at Su Ching. Her figure was indeed perfect, but that was not important. What was important was, she was already a second-grade Beastmaster. At this moment, Su Ching suddenly frowned and whispered, "Where are you looking at?" Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment, then realized that his eyes just now were a little bit not serious, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It's okay. I was looking at your spirit beast." Su Ching did not continue to ask, but looked at him sharply. "What do you mean by special evolutionary route? Do you know how to discover special evolutionary routes?" Jiang Fan paused, then coughed lightly. This? Actually, I'm not too sure, but I can tell you 10,000 yuan. 10,000. Su Ching obviously didn't believe it. You want 10,000 just for this little information? Jiang Fan spread his hands helplessly. If you don't have 10,000 yuan, then 5,000 yuan is fine. Or 2,000 yuan. After hearing this, Su Ching was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect Jiang Fan to be able to say such an outrageous price. The special evolution plan of the Evolution Master cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is Jiang Fan crazy, or is he trying to deceive her? It's only 10,000 yuan, and you don't dare? Jiang Fan seemed to see this and asked with a smile. Su Ching looked at Jiang Fan suspiciously. Are you sure? Jiang Fan shrugged. Sure. If the evolution fails, I will refund you the money. Refund the money? Su Ching sneered. This is not about refunding the money. Failure to evolve will affect the potential of the spirit beast. Do you mean to do whatever you want? Jiang Fan smiled calmly. It's up to you, just don't look for me. Su Ching was a little stunned, her eyes full of confusion, but she didn't say anything in the end, turned around, and prepared to leave. Watching Su Ching's back disappear into the corridor, Jiang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Oh, my personality? I wish I could change it. 10,000 yuan. How can I not feel bad? By the evening, his parents had not returned home yet. Jiang Fan had long been accustomed to living alone at home. My father was a squad leader of the Tianxing Town Guard Corps, and my mother worked in the logistics department and often came home very late. Just as Jiang Fan was about to take a rest, there was a knock on the door. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Su Ching standing outside. What's wrong? Jiang Fan rubbed his eyes, yawned, and opened the door. I'm here to find you about what you promised. Su Ching said coldly. Now? Yes, now. Jiang Fan was a little surprised, but he still greeted casually. Come in. Su Ching hesitated a little, but still walked into Jiang Fan's room. Both of them seemed a little embarrassed. After all, this was Su Ching's first time to a boy's house, and she was alone. At this moment, the bald parrot suddenly shouted happily. What a beautiful day! A night of love! The wedding night is worth 1,000 golds. Su Ching's face immediately turned red, and she glared at the parrot. This guy is really hopeless. I advise you not to have any evil thoughts, and just take it out quickly. Jiang Fan pointed to the empty space in the living room. His tone was relaxed, but his eyes were full of anticipation. Su Ching nodded slightly, and the golden bee seal in her hand suddenly lit up. Then, a space crack slowly opened up, and accompanied by dazzling golden light, a huge spirit dog with golden light shining all over its body walked out with its head held high. Every hair of it is like exquisite gold, sparkling with dazzling luster and majestic. So beautiful! Jiang Fan couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. The appearance of this dragon mastiff cub was beyond all his imagination and was more shocking than any mastiff he had ever seen. It has a majestic figure and radiates golden light, like a living mythical beast. Jiang Fan knows that this kind of top-grade dragon mastiff cub is almost impossible to see in the outside world. When Su Ching heard Jiang Fan's praise, a glimmer of pride flashed in her eyes, and she smiled slightly. Of course, this is not something that can be obtained casually. Our family paid a huge price to get it. Jiang Fan stood in the living room, his eyes fixed on the dragon mastiff summoned by Su Ching. The attribute panel he saw was more detailed than before, and almost every item was clearly visible. Dragon mastiff cub, spiritual beast level, second talent, S-race, dog growth value, physical strength, power, speed, combat power, normal evolution path, 7 special evolution path, 1. Tisk. Jiang Fan was shocked. The strength of the dragon mastiff in front of him was far beyond his original imagination. Although it was only 1 level higher than his bald parrot, its comprehensive suppression power allowed it to crush almost all other spirit beasts. He clicked the mouse and opened the special evolution route of the dragon mastiff. A long list of unfamiliar material names and corresponding dosages immediately appeared on the screen. Jiang Fan recited them carefully. Dragon tooth tendons 10, emerald feather water 100 liters, storm ghost fangs 5, Buddha apple flower 1. He read out the materials one by one, and Su Ching stood aside, stunned. Logically speaking, in order to list the materials needed for evolution so accurately, even an experienced master of evolution would have to go through many days of observation and consult a large amount of information. But Jiang Fan was able to tell so much with just a brief glance, which not only surprised her, but also made her wonder if she had missed something. She picked up a pen to record, but gradually doubts began to form in her heart. The combination of these materials did seem to have a coevolutionary effect, and Jiang Fan's analysis did not seem to be groundless. She began to realize that the young man in front of her possessed extraordinary knowledge of spiritual beasts. Jiang Fan continued reading until he had listed dozens of materials. Then he finally stopped. He himself didn't feel anything special, but Su Ching stared at him deeply, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Where did he learn these things? Is that all? Su Ching looked at Jiang Fan and asked with a little confusion. Yeah, Jiang Fan nodded, his eyes a little vague, obviously not paying too much attention to the price of these materials. He only knew that the evolution plan given by the system should be correct and would not let Su Ching waste money. Okay, I will evolve according to this plan, Su Ching said, turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, Jiang Fan suddenly coughed, his eyes somewhat hesitant. Su Ching stopped and looked back at Jiang Fan. Seeing that he seemed to be hesitant to speak, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She immediately understood what he meant, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Add me on Feishan, send me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Okay. Jiang Fan agreed readily and added Su Ching's Feishan. To be honest, it was a rare reward to be able to exchange contact information with the school beauty of Tianxing No. 1 Middle School. When Su Ching finished adding Feishan and was about to leave, Jiang Fan suddenly asked, I don't think you were short of money. Why do you live in this shabby neighborhood? After hearing this, Su Ching was stunned. Her face slightly reddened. She muttered something in a low voice, then turned around and left in a hurry. Jiang Fan stared at her back blankly, feeling confused. What kind of marriage is this? He couldn't help wondering if this talented girl living in this shabby neighborhood had some kind of relationship with the idle young man upstairs. That guy just happened to be the only loser of the same age he had ever met. It's so unfair. Jiang Fan roared in his heart, as if the whole world was unfair. Just as Su Ching walked out of the corridor door, she heard a low wail. She stopped immediately, with a look of anger on her face. This guy, is he so disgusted with my childhood marriage? She couldn't help but find it a little funny. The next morning, Jiang Fan just opened his eyes and the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Received a transfer from Su Ching. Wealth value increased. He immediately jumped up from the bed, feeling excited. This meant that he could finally exchange his wealth points for growth points. Jiang Fan's spirit beast is different from Su Ching's, and it doesn't seem to have many evolutionary routes to choose from. Is it because the system has not been unlocked yet? Or has it already arranged the most suitable evolutionary path for itself? He felt a little confused, but he didn't hesitate any longer and decided to exchange his current wealth first. Without hesitation, he converted the 10,000 wealth points he had into growth points and immediately filled up the growth points of the bald parrot. Suddenly, a faint green light emanated from the bald parrot. Each feather gradually became crystal clear, and the whole room was illuminated by this green light. Its size also grew rapidly, breaking through the original limit and directly squeezing the wire birdcage into pieces, growing to about 1 foot tall. The dark green eyes were filled with wildness, and the sharp claws left deep marks on the floor tiles with one grab, with amazing destructive power. Jiang Fan checked the bald parrot's attribute panel again. Bald parrot spirit beast level, 2nd grade talent. F from nothing to something. Race, flying system growth value. Improvements in stamina, power, speed, and combat power special. Taunt. You can draw hatred from enemies with a mental strength lower than 3 to yourself. It's really a loser. Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. Compared with Su Ching's Dragon Mastiff, the bald parrot was far inferior in terms of physical strength, power, and combat effectiveness. The only good thing is that its speed is still pretty good and its taunt skill has become stronger. Although this skill is not easy to use, at least in certain specific situations, it may produce unexpected results. However, Jiang Fan was not too disappointed. After all, he had just become a 2nd grade Beastmaster, and it was not easy to make such progress in just one day. Moreover, there are very few beast tamers in Tianxing Town, and his identity as a 2nd-ranked beast tamer is undoubtedly a trump card in the town. The next question is how to accumulate more wealth and continue to improve the growth of spirit beasts. He thought about how he had been hiding in the trading center before. Although he had not encountered other Beastmasters, he might be able to find some breakthroughs from them. So, Jiang Fan decided to try his luck at the Beastmaster Evolution Materials Trading Center to see if he could find a suitable opportunity. After waiting for most of the day, Jiang Fan was about to give up when suddenly a heroic woman in a red outfit came over. She is tall and has an extraordinary temperament. Although she is not as beautiful as Su Ching, she exudes a unique heroic spirit, like a representative of the military or some powerful person. The most eye-catching thing was the huge wolf behind her. The wolf was 3 or 4 meters tall, with hair as hot as flames, steady steps, and an imposing manner. Jiang Fan's eyes fixed, and several lines of data appeared in front of him. Yi Qinghua. Age. 22. Occupation. 3rd rank Beastmaster Beast Seal. 5. Medium talent, Spirit Beast. 3 other features. 34C. 1.2 meter long legs, very elastic. Flame Wolf. Spiritual Beast level. 3rd talent race. Dog growth value, physical strength, speed, combat power, normal evolution path. 11 special status. Injured. Jiang Fan was shocked. A 3rd-grade Beastmaster would come to such a remote place. It was incredible. He gained a lot of information from the Spirit Beast illustrations. The fiery demon wolf in front of Jiang Fan was emitting an unusual aura. Its identity as a rank 3 spiritual beast should have caused quite a stir in Tianxing Town, but at this moment the fiery demon wolf was injured due to a failed evolution and was in extremely poor condition. Through the Spirit Beast Atlas, Jiang Fan learned that it was close to the 4th grade, but fell back to the 3rd grade due to the wrong evolutionary route. Its talent also dropped from a grade to B grade, causing heavy losses. Even so, the potential of this demon wolf should not be underestimated. This flaming demon wolf is not in good condition. Jiang Fan said softly. Yi Qinghua paused slightly, glanced at Jiang Fan, and frowned slightly. How do you know? Her fiery demon wolf had just experienced a failed evolution and had sustained severe internal damage, which should have been unnoticed by anyone. But the young man in front of him seemed to have seen something. Jiang Fan was shocked. This girl was extremely alert and had obviously experienced many dangers. He quickly explained, I'm not a spy. I'm an evolutionist. I can sense its abnormality. A hint of vigilance flashed in Yi Qinghua's eyes, and then he turned around, grabbed Jiang Fan's wrist, and quickly took him to a nearby trading center. Only VIP customers can use the exclusive room here, so it is obvious that she is not ordinary. After entering the room, Jiang Fan was forced to sit on the bed. Yi Qinghua stared at him coldly. Don't mess around, I'm a serious person. Jiang Fan quickly lowered his head and pinched the edge of his pants, fearing that he would be misunderstood. Don't worry, I will never do anything reckless. Yi Qinghua was stunned for a moment before she realized that her actions were somewhat inappropriate. She took a deep breath, put away her guard, and asked seriously, You said you are an evolutionist. How do you prove it? Jiang Fan said calmly, I can develop an evolution plan for your spirit beast. Yi Qinghua was slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At such a young age, he could actually see the evolutionary path of a 3rd-grade spirit beast? Only an evolution master could have this ability. Well then, manifest it, Yi Qinghua said calmly. The so-called manifestation of the spirit beast is to materialize the beast seal into a palm-sized ball of light. Although this is not the complete manifestation of the spirit beast, it is enough to judge the state and potential of the spirit beast. Yi Qinghua waved his hand lightly, and a ball of fire suddenly ignited in his palm, instantly condensing into a miniature flaming wolf. Jiang Fan observed it carefully and shook his head. What a pity. Originally, its growth potential was very strong, and it could almost evolve to the 4th level. But now, not only has it failed to evolve, but its talent has also dropped several levels. It's really heartbreaking. Seeing Jiang Fan's professional analysis, Yi Qinghua's eyes gradually dimmed, and he lowered his head. The self-blame in her heart made her almost unbearable. It's all my fault. I listened to the wrong advice and harmed the flame wolf. Anger welled up in her eyes, and her mind began to replay the people who had led her astray. She knew very well that her failure was not accidental. Perhaps someone had deliberately set a trap to make her fall into a scam, or even to put Tianxing Town into crisis. Jiang Fan ignored her emotions, but called up a special evolution plan for the flamed demon wolf from the system. Seeing the densely packed list of materials, Yi Qinghua was stunned for a moment. Hundreds of materials, with staggeringly high prices. How much does this cost? She couldn't help but ask. Jiang Fan smiled and handed over the list. The cost is 10 million. Yi Qinghua took a deep breath and felt her chest tighten. This amount of money was almost unbearable for her. After all, she had just been defrauded of 10 million yuan, and even her savings of many years had been emptied. She said awkwardly, I'm in some trouble now. Can I owe you first? Jiang Fan's face fell instantly, and he felt extremely disappointed. Beastmaster, is he really that poor? He can't even take out 100,000? You can't even come up with 100,000? Jiang Fan's tone was full of surprise, and even a hint of anger. What's wrong with you Beastmasters? People from such a small place dare to call themselves high-level Beastmasters. How can they be so poor? Yi Qinghua raised his eyebrows. His eyes became sharper. Are you insulting me? Jiang Fan quickly waved his hands. No, I mean my evolution plan is worth this price. 100,000? Yi Qinghua was incredulous. Do you really think I'm a bank? Jiang Fan frowned and said coldly, except for money, I don't accept any form of repayment. After all, I'm still a child. Yi Qinghua's expression suddenly became stiff, and the anger in his heart almost burst out. What on earth is this guy thinking about? She was silent for a moment, looking at Jiang Fan carefully, and gradually ruled out the possibility that he was a liar. Although there is no evolution center in this town, the trading center can provide her with some help, especially materials and plans for the evolution of spirit beasts. Although the people here cannot understand the potential of spiritual beasts as deeply as the evolution center, they have been exposed to a large amount of evolutionary materials and have considerable experience. Just like pharmacists in drugstores, although they cannot directly diagnose diseases, their knowledge of medicines is enough for them to make a preliminary judgment. 100,000 yuan is not a lot for me. She finally decided. Cash or bank transfer? Transfer. Jiang Fan answered almost immediately with a hint of excitement in his eyes. 100,000 yuan was not a small sum of money for him. After successfully completing this mission, he could not only continue to evolve his bald parrot, but he could even consider buying a spirit beast egg. An F-level spirit beast egg costs 50,000, while an E-level one costs 500,000. As the level of spirit beast eggs increases, the price also increases exponentially. Some spirit beast eggs with special evolutionary routes are even difficult to estimate. Jiang Fan was thinking in his mind that it was impossible to directly judge the potential of the spirit beast before the egg was hatched, but the evolutionist could guess 50% to 60% based on experience, although this was not absolute. Ding! Received a transfer from Yi Qinghua. Wealth value increased. The system prompt sounded. Jiang Fan looked at the numbers in his account and was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that he could make so much money. If his parents knew his current income, they would probably cry with excitement. It's a pleasure working with you. Jiang Fan waved goodbye happily, but Yi Qinghua's look couldn't help but become more complicated. She intuitively felt that this evolutionist was not as simple as he appeared. Jiang Fan left with satisfaction and walked towards the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall of the Trading Center. Although Tianxing Town is remote, the scale of the trading center is comparable to the commercial districts of some large cities. The Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall is even more magnificent. Each Spirit Beast Egg is carefully placed in the window, like a gem. Most of the customers who come here are here to broaden their horizons, especially some high school students. They have heard that frequent contact with spirit beast eggs can increase the chances of awakening the beast mark, so they often hang around these windows. Jiang Fan walked into the hall and glanced around casually. No one noticed him. Today he did not come to buy anything, but to feel the mysterious atmosphere. Every year, many students and parents stop here, as if they can glimpse some turning point of fate from these eggs. Hey Xiao Fan, why are you here? A crisp voice came. Jiang Fan turned around and saw a young woman in professional attire walking towards him. She had a fresh temperament and a dignified appearance. That was Lu Huan, a senior from Tianxing No. 1 Middle School. Although they no longer lived in the same community, they still maintained a good relationship. Sister Huan, I'm here for a walk. Jiang Fan responded with a smile. Although he said this, he actually had some other plans in his mind. Didn't you just finish the exam? You refused to come when I was asked to. Why do you come here now to try your luck? Lu Huan said playfully, then reached out and pinched Jiang Fan's cheek, pretending to ruffle his hair. Jiang Fan struggled a few times with a slight feeling of discomfort, but was finally held in her arms, with his hair messed up. Although he was used to this kind of behavior, he still felt an unspoken warmth and intimacy. What are you looking at? Are you so envious? Lu Huan noticed the gazes of some people nearby and raised his eyebrows, which immediately made the other party feel pressured. At this time, a young man in a suit came over, smiling with a barely perceptible coldness. I heard that 2 beast masters have awakened in your Tianxing No. 1 Middle School this year. Does this put some pressure on you? Just as Jiang Fan was about to speak, Lu Huan held him in his arms and said coldly, Chao Gang, stop talking nonsense. Chao Gang was stunned. Then he restrained some of his sarcasm and continued to smile. I was just expressing my feelings. After all, there was not even a single Beastmaster in my class who took the 3 major exams. Before Jiang Fan could speak, Lu Huan responded coldly. Why are you saying this? Chao Gang had a false smile on his face, but his eyes were full of disdain. Since Xiao Fan now has the support of the Evolution Master, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be admitted to an ordinary university. However, after graduation, he will still have a lowly job, and his whole life will be like this. Enough, Lu Huan said angrily, his voice becoming increasingly sharp. The people around him looked at him sideways, and the atmosphere was stagnant. Lu Huan lowered his voice and said in a warning tone, Chao Gang, you are not familiar with him. Don't meddle in other people's business. Jiang Fan wanted to speak up and explain, but Lu Huan held him tightly in his arms, not giving him the chance to speak. At this time, Jiang Fan finally broke free and breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Huan, I came here this time to buy a spirit beast egg. Lu Huan was a little stunned after hearing this. You want to buy spirit beast eggs? You know, those are things that are worth a lot of money. It's not that simple. Huh? Chao Gang laughed disdainfully. Do you really believe that rumor about awakening the seal of the beast? That's all nonsense. Lu Huan glared at Chao Gang and snorted. If you keep talking, don't blame me for being rude. She turned to look at Jiang Fan. Her tone softened. Xiao Fan, you know your family situation. It's actually unnecessary to buy spirit beast eggs. The money can be used in more meaningful places. Just as Jiang Fan was about to speak and announce that he was already a beast master, suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. According to my observation, this spirit beast egg has many evolutionary routes, far exceeding other options. An old man with white hair, pale face and sweat on his forehead, said weakly. Jiang Fan was a little curious. This old man looked like an evolutionist? Next to the old man, several middle-aged men and women with tangled expressions were obviously here to buy spirit beast eggs. At this time, Chao Gang saw the situation and immediately stopped mocking Jiang Fan. He walked towards the family with a smile on his face. Old Jiang is the best evolutionist in Tianxing Town. It's right to listen to his recommendation. This E-level spirit beast egg exudes a special glow and looks extraordinary. After hearing Chao Gang's praise, Jiang Lao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm not an evolutionist at all. When I was young, I could barely be considered a third-grade soul master. I had a stronger mental power and could see through the shell of a spirit beast egg. I'm just giving you some reference advice. Chao Gang smiled and patted Elder Jiang on the shoulder. Elder Jiang, you were too modest. The F-level spirit beast egg you recommended to our Chao family last time, although it was only F-level, has 17 evolutionary routes. It's incredible. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was stunned. 17 evolutionary routes. For an F-level spirit beast egg, it was already quite rare. Even if you spent a high price to buy a hatch cub, you might not be able to come across such a top-quality F-level spirit beast. Old Jiang shook his head gently. It's just a coincidence, Mr. Chao. Don't exaggerate so much. As soon as these words were spoken, the light in the family's eyes suddenly became even brighter, and their attention was all focused on the spirit beast egg recommended by old Jiang. Jiang Lao continued, but I think the one next to it is also good. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes turned to the back of the crowd. Jiang Fan was standing in the crowd, craning his neck and looking curiously at the several spirit beast eggs on the counter. Lu Huan was startled and quickly grabbed Jiang Fan's clothes, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. Mr. Jiang, didn't you rule out this spirit beast egg before, saying it was of the worst quality? Really? Jiang Fan murmured in a low voice. In Jiang Fan's eyes, the detailed information of the spirit beast eggs on the counter has emerged. The detailed data of the fire rat egg recommended by Jiang Lao is as follows. Fire rat, egg, level, evolutionary path, 3 qualification, low grade. The data of the lightning snake egg recommended by Jiang Fan showed. Lightning snake, egg, level, evolutionary path, 35 qualification, top grade. Jiang Fan easily saw this information through the Spirit Beast Atlas. The shell could not block his sight at all. Elder Jiang looked at Jiang Fan and said angrily, "Who are you? This lightning snake egg looks plain and simple, without any aura. How can it compare to the fire spirit rat egg?" Chao Gang smiled contemptuously. "Mr. Jiang, don't be angry. After all, he is just a student of Tianxing No. 1 Middle School. a loser who failed all three major exams. He is just talking. When the people around heard this, they all frowned. It turned out that this was just a student. Even the middle-aged man frowned. How dare a student say that? An E-level spirit beast egg costs 500,000 yuan each. Can you bear this responsibility? The girl next to him also glanced at Jiang Fan and sneered. I heard that 2 beast masters have awakened in your Tianxing No. 1 middle school this year. Do you think it's you? Wait until you become a beast master first. Jiang Fan smiled and shrugged. I'm just expressing my opinion. The choice of which spirit beast egg to buy is always yours. There's no need to be so sarcastic. You are qualified to express your opinion? Chao Gang sneered. Who do you think you are? The people around him all echoed Chao Gang and laughed at Jiang Fan's arrogance. He is a man of few words and does not do things well. This kind of person will only delay things. Seeing this, Lu Huan rushed out to help Jiang Fan out. I'm sorry, everyone, my brother doesn't understand the market. Please forgive me. Seeing Lu Huan so enthusiastic, Chao Gang became even more jealous and spoke harshly. Lu Huan, don't let him come to the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall in the future. If he offends a customer, can you bear the responsibility? Lu Huan was anxious, knowing that if Jiang Fan continued to be so willful, not only would she lose her job, but the threat from the trading center would also make things tricky. The trading center not only has a strong influence in Tianxing Town, but is also a federal unit directly under the jurisdiction of the Federation, with digital warriors stationed there all year round. She took a deep breath and whispered, Xiao Fan, be obedient and go back. Jiang Fan knew that Lu Huan was trying to protect him, but he didn't intend to back down easily. I'm just here to buy spirit beast eggs. He smiled and looked at Chao Gang. How about we make a bet to see which spirit beast egg is better? Chao Gang sneered in his heart and immediately agreed. Okay, let's bet. What's the bet? If I win, give me this spirit beast egg. If I lose, I will buy this spirit beast egg and it will be counted as your achievement. Jiang Fan smiled slightly. Everyone was stunned. Lu Huan's face turned pale instantly. 500,000. This is an E-level spirit beast egg. How could Jiang Fan have 500,000? A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Well, let's bet. Chao Gang laughed, believing that he would win for sure. Lu Huan was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She was calculating the balance in her card in her mind to see if she could advance the fee for Jiang Fan. Chao Gang was furious and immediately called the incubator, who brought a constant temperature incubation instrument to start incubating the 2 spirit beast eggs. An hour later, the 2 spirit beast eggs began to vibrate slightly. Cracks appeared on the shells, and they split almost at the same time. One exuded a faint breath of fire, and the other shone with a dazzling light of thunder. When the weak cubs crawled out of their shells, everyone was speechless. Zhang Lao and Chao Gang's faces suddenly changed, and they couldn't believe their eyes at all. The quality of the lightning snake egg was obviously far superior to the fire spirit rat egg, almost without any suspense. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, clasped his fists, and said, Thank you, Brother Chao, for your generosity. I will take this lightning snake away. Chao Gang turned pale immediately. He had no way of taking out 500,000 yuan. Chao Gang has just started working and his income is not much, but he has already developed a habit of spending money like water. At this time, the pressure from his family may cause him a lot of trouble. Lu Huan looked at him curiously, his eyes full of surprise. Xiao Fan, how do you have this ability? Jiang Fan smiled and answered honestly, It's just luck. I don't know why, but I just think this is good. After he finished speaking, he added lightheartedly, By the way, remind everyone to remember our domain name. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It turned out that all this was just the result of luck. This kind of luck was simply enviable. However, Chao Gang's face became even uglier. He originally thought that Jiang Fan's success in the gamble was just a fluke, but he didn't expect that this guy actually won by luck. At this moment, someone offered to pay 600,000 yuan to buy the baby lightning snake. Jiang Fan was stunned. There is actually such a thing? Then, another strong man said loudly, 600,000 is too little. Such a good quality E-level spirit beast cub should be worth at least 800,000. Little brother, sell it to me for 800,000. Deal. This man has a strong physique and exudes a strong sense of hostility, giving people a sense of oppression that cannot be ignored. Jiang Fan recognized the other person as a warrior at a glance. He was probably a hunter who haunted the wilderness all year round, specializing in catching wild spirit beasts or spirit beast eggs and then selling them to others. This kind of person is always cruel and ruthless and cannot be offended. Everyone around was silent, because even though the price of 800,000 was not low, who would dare to risk offending such a desperate man? Once he was offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Fan's heart moved. He originally planned to keep the lightning snake as his own spiritual beast, but the offer of 800,000 made him tempted. After carefully looking at the basic properties of the lightning snake, Jiang Fan discovered that its various statistics were actually not outstanding. Its only advantage was that it had more evolutionary routes. But for him, the system will automatically provide him with the best evolution path, and he is more concerned about the basic data. It is better to sell this lightning snake, exchange some funds, and develop other spiritual beasts with greater potential. Thinking of this, he accepted the other party's offer without hesitation. Okay, since this lightning snake is destined to be with me, I will transfer it to you. The man transferred the money readily and picked up the lightning snake in one hand. Before leaving, he introduced himself to Jiang Fan. My name is Wang Meng, a third-rank warrior and a hunter near Tianxing Town. If you need anything, you can always find me. Wang Meng, a third-rank warrior. Old Jiang took a breath of cold air. This man is a famous person in Tianxing Town. He is very powerful. Jiang Fan was moved when he heard this. It turned out that Wang Meng was really someone who should not be underestimated. A third-grade warrior, this level of warrior was enough to sweep across the Tianxing Town and could even challenge 100 people alone. Chao Gang's face was solemn, and he was obviously unwilling to accept this. After all, such strong men were standing on Jiang Fan's side, and he really couldn't resist. Sister Huan, let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal. Jiang Fan smiled, revealing his white teeth. In his opinion, the 900,000 yuan in his hand was enough for him to live a better life. After all, 900,000 is enough to buy a spacious two-bedroom apartment in Tianxing Town, and he wants to take this opportunity to improve his family's living conditions. Lu Huan listened, smiled, and shook his head. I still have to go to work. I'll come find you later. Jiang Fan did not rush home, but went to the flower and bird market, where there were all kinds of pets and spirit animals, some of which were even hybrids of spirit animals and ordinary animals. Based on the strategy of winning by numbers, he planned to select some cheap mortal beasts and then use the system to evolve them into spiritual beasts. Others pursue the quality of spirit beasts, while Jiang Fan's goal is diversity and quantity. After all, he has infinite bee seals, so these are not a problem for him. There are some special pets in the market, such as mutant Tibetan mastiffs, green-haired lizards, and even spiders as big as human heads. Although these pets look different from ordinary humans in appearance, they are still ordinary animals in essence, and their cost-effectiveness is not high. Jiang Fan decisively gave up these high-priced mutant pets and decided to choose some treasures that looked uglier. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a bald husky. It had no hair, and its bald head exuded a strange temperament, with sharp eyes, as if it was ready to challenge the opponent at any time. Its sign reads, Mutant Husky, special price for sale, only 200. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately saw the detailed attributes of this husky. Mutant era, level, 0 talent. Number 1 race, canine growth value, stamina 20, strength 30, speed 10. Although these attributes do not seem outstanding, the most noticeable thing is the special bloodline in it. 1% of a level flame dog. This means that this husky has a very small chance of inheriting the bloodline of the flame dog. If it can be successfully activated, its potential will be limitless. Jiang Fan's heart moved. The potential of this bloodline was simply mouth-watering. A-level spirit beasts are hard to come by even in Tianxing Town, not to mention the extremely expensive flame dog. If he could activate this bloodline through the system, he would undoubtedly make a fortune. The stall owner saw Jiang Fan staring at the bald husky with a dazed look in his eyes and hurriedly tried to sell him the dog. Little brother, do you like this dog? This is a mutant husky, and its father is not ordinary. Jiang Fan calmly countered, make it cheaper. The stall owner was stunned. Even if a mutant pet costs 200, where can I find such a cheap price? Jiang Fan replied expressionlessly, too ugly. The stall owner was speechless for a moment, and finally reluctantly agreed to lower the price. Then 100 yuan, and I'll give you a bag of dog food, and don't bargain anymore. Jiang Fan thought this was a good deal, so he made the deal. When he was checking out, he suddenly noticed that the bag of dog food given by the stall owner said 50 kilograms, which was obviously a huge trap. Dragging a huge bag of dog food and a bald husky, he attracted a lot of attention from passers-by along the way, and even a few beautiful women came up to him and took photos with him. But the object of their photo was obviously the strange-looking husky. It seems that this dog has some potential to attract people. Jiang Fan thought to himself, maybe this bald husky can help him get out of being single? Finally, when he dragged this not-so-lovely dog and dog food upstairs, he ran into Su Ching, who was wearing a light yellow dress, and her white legs made Jiang Fan stunned. Chapter 9. Two top-notch ones. Since Su Ching stopped wearing school uniform, she has been wearing a new set of clothes every time we meet. I hope readers will remember our domain name. She's indeed a rich girl. Hey, why did you get engaged to the boy from old Wang's family upstairs? Su Ching didn't care about Jiang Fan's gaze. She was used to this guy's dishonesty. After taking a look at the bag of dog food and the arrogant bald husky, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you go buy a dog?" Jiang Fan didn't have time to explain in detail. He wanted to drag the dog food to the last step. Ouch! Suddenly his feet slipped, and he and the bald husky were dragged down the stairs by the dog food. Finished! Jiang Fan wailed, being rolled down the stairs by 100 kilograms of stuff, which would have caused at least a second-level disability. Suddenly, his body soared into the air, and the next moment, two soft things seemed to be attached to his back. Based on the experience I learned from Sister Huan, this is... Are you okay? Su Ching's voice came to his ears, very close to his ears. You can even feel the slight heat. Jiang Fan was stunned. His current posture was very awkward. Su Ching hugged him from the waist. The key was that Su Ching hugged him with one hand and held the dog food bag with the other. It was very stable. What kind of force is this? Could it be that Su Ching's energy and blood power is not low? Fatty Chen's energy and blood strength was 0.5 horses, and he just passed the martial arts exam. But Fatty Chen is definitely not as strong as Su Ching. Su Ching looks thin, but is actually as strong as an ox. Easily carry hundreds of pounds with one hand. Su Ching didn't know that Jiang Fan would use the force of an ox to describe a girl. The bald era climbed up from the bottom of the stairs, looking confused, then wailing in grievance. Ouch! Ouch! Why not save it? Why did it roll down? Jiang Fan ignored the bald era's roar. After being put down by Su Ching, he pondered. Can I ask you a question? Jiang Fan looked solemn. What? You are obviously very proud. Why do you want to wrap it up? Wrap it up? Su Ching was confused. Then he lowered his head following Jiang Fan's gaze and glanced at his chest. Instantly, her pretty face turned red and she quickly covered her face to prevent Jiang Fan from looking at her. Dirty! Snap! A loud sound echoed in the corridor. Evolution successful? In the living room, Jiang Fan muttered with a swollen face. How do you know? Su Ching opened her eyes wide. Nonsense. I saw the data panel above your head at a glance. A third-level beast master. Jiang Fan smiled and said enigmatically, What do you think? Su Ching showed a trace of confusion, as if she understood, but also didn't understand. I came here just to thank you, Su Ching said. Okay, I received it. Jiang Fan nodded. Before leaving, Su Ching suddenly asked, Did your reaction that day mean you had a problem with my baby? Jiang Fan was stunned and imagined in his mind the triumphant face of the boy from the Wang family when he held Su Ching's arm. Jiang Fan said rather jealously, Certainly, times are progressing, and now everyone advocates free love and free marriage. What is a baby's marriage? A baby's marriage is a typical phenomenon of parents' arranged marriage. Parents impose their own wishes on their children. As a young person in the new era, I think we must have a spirit of resistance instead of blindly complying. Happiness must be achieved by yourself. Su Ching's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. To be honest, she really didn't expect Jiang Fan to be so resistant to kissing her baby. No wonder this guy never talks to me. Sometimes when bleeding, I deliberately walk slower, wanting to wait for him, but this guy walks past me quickly without even looking at me. This is Jiang Fan's expression of resistance to the baby's kiss. However, there are still many people who marry first and fall in love later. Su King Juliet Hadlips. In Yuehua City, family marriages and political marriages were obviously very common. Marriage first, then love? I think you've watched too many novels and TV series. How can two people with no emotional foundation be together? It's simply a fantasy. Seeing Jiang Fan being so firm and decisive, Su Ching's eyes were filled with tears as she endured her grievance. Okay, I get it. After saying that, Su Ching slammed the door and walked out. Jiang Fan suddenly realized that he had said too much. After all, this is the marriage of the boy from the Wang family upstairs. It has nothing to do with him, and the relationship between the boy from the Wang family and himself is pretty good. Isn't it a bit unethical to do this? No matter what, let's take care of the bald era first. System. I want to adopt the bald Arana as my master beast. Bald number 2's body suddenly emitted a faint red light. This light is similar to the light emitted by the spirit beast when the beast mark is put into it. However, as a mortal animal, the bald husky's light is much weaker. Ding! Bald husky becomes the host's beast, and its attributes are as follows. Bald husky. Level 0. Talent. No name race, dog. Growth value, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 10. Combat strength, 5. Special bloodline. Grade A flame dog, 1%. Evolution method. Comprehensive evolution. Evolve bald husky. The bald husky's body shines with light again. His body seemed to have become stronger, and his eyes seemed more powerful, as if he was already invincible. A few minutes passed. Ding! Bald husky has evolved successfully. Wealth value and evolution results are as follows. Bald husky. Level 1st grade. Talent. No name race, dog. Growth value, 40. Strength, 60. Speed, 20. Combat strength, 20. Special bloodline. Grade A flame dog, 1%. Special skill, intimidation, has the ability to intimidate enemies with a mental strength of less than 0.5. It's similar to the bald parrot evolving to the 1st level. The data is basically just doubled based on the 0 level. The 1st grade spiritual beast is indeed very weak. The key is what the hell is this special skill? Intimidation? Just to scare the other person? Would the other party feel scared when seeing the bald husky's arrogant look? Depend on you. This data is unbearable. His 2 spirit beasts, one attracts hatred and the other intimidates. Stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Super big stupid dog. The bald parrot flew around the room, taunting the bald husky madly. The bald husky immediately stared at the bald parrot with his icy eyes. Jiang Fan was a little excited. He wanted to see how his 2 spirit beasts would fight. Whoa! The bald husky let out a low growl that made people feel a little uneasy. The air seemed to be somewhat solidified. Even Jiang Fan was somewhat affected. His mental strength was very weak, and the 3 major tests showed that his mental strength was only 0.1 HP. Jiang Fan's heart was beating faster and faster. Was a fight about to break out? Stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Whoa. The air became increasingly condensed, and the atmosphere became increasingly solemn. Bald dog, so ugly. Whoa. Come on, stupid dog, big stupid dog, come and chase me. The bald parrot flew all over the house, constantly attracting the hatred of the bald husky. Ouch. Stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Whoa. 5 minutes passed like this. Jiang Fan's blood rushed to his heart, and he was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. 2 top-notch ones. Waste. What attracts hatred and what intimidates opponents? To put it bluntly, he's just a fool and a coward. If this guy really fights with the enemy, not only will he be beaten to death, but his corpse will also be whipped. Chapter 10. One person can defeat 1,000. System. Continue evolving the bald husky. There is no other way. I have already spent the money and can only continue to evolve the bald husky. Search. Even if you are a coward, it should be no problem to accumulate your strength and bully some weak enemies. The bald husky's body glowed with light again. A few minutes passed. Ding! Bald husky has evolved successfully. Wealth value and evolution results are as follows. Bald husky. Spirit beast level, 2nd level. For every 100 talent growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race, canine. Growth value. Physical strength, speed, 80. Special combat power bloodline. A-level flame dog, 2%. Evolution method. Comprehensive evolution. Jiang Fan sighed. Although they were both of the 2nd grade, they were simply incomparable to Su Ching's Dragon Mastiff Cub. This is the difference in qualifications. The Dragon Mastiff Cub is an S-level spiritual beast and can beat most spiritual beasts of the same level. And the more they grow, the greater the gap in strength becomes. No wonder spiritual beasts with high qualifications are very expensive. A spiritual beast with S-level qualifications is not only priced at a sky-high price, it can also be said to be a treasure. I don't know how Su Ching got it. However, the special bloodline data of the bald husky suddenly caught Jiang Fan's attention. The purity of the special bloodline has reached 2%? Wasn't it 1% at the beginning? What's going on? He knew that for every 100 increase in growth value, the talent qualification would increase by 1. Could it be that for spirit beasts with special bloodlines, the growth value can directly increase the purity of the bloodline and then evolve into a flame dog with A-level qualifications? What is the ratio? He just consumed his wealth and gained 1,000 growth points for the bald husky. In other words, for every $10,000 spent, the special bloodline increases by 1%. 1 million is enough to evolve an A-level fire dog? Jiang Fan's heart was pounding. Is it worth it? Too worth it? In a big city, an A-level spiritual beast cub is worth hundreds of millions, but he can get it for only 1% of the price. The key is that it can also enhance the strength of the spirit beast at the same time. This discovery was so astonishing. It meant that as long as he bought some mutant pets, he would eventually evolve into a highly qualified spiritual beast without spending so much money. Be patient with this idea for now. He doesn't have that much money right now. The top priority is to evolve both the bald parrot and the bald era into the 3rd level. System continue to evolve. 50 kilometers outside Tianxing Town, a war was breaking out at this moment. A guard regiment of about 1,000 people was now trying its best to kill the attacking herd. The number of beasts in the herd is also very large, with more than 200 ferocious beasts. Warriors, charge with me. Everyone else, use fire bombs to cover us. The leader was a middle-aged general wearing gray armor, a type of standard armor that only regular decorated generals were qualified to wear. He rushed to the front, holding a silver-headed spear in his hand, and directly knocked away a 3 or 4 meter tall wolf-shaped beast. Everyone was greatly encouraged. He was indeed a 3rd-rank warrior, so powerful. The human race will win. Charge! Hundreds of warriors, under the cover of dense fire bombs, attacked the beast head-on. They had to interrupt the beast charge. Otherwise, once the charge is formed, the consequences will be disastrous. Lao Jiang is also among the warriors. Although he is not a regular warrior, there are many warriors in the Guard Corps who are in a similar situation as him. The so-called regular warriors are those who have passed the 3 major exams and studied in martial arts schools. Lao Jiang relied on his own hard training and risked his lifetime and again in the Guards regiment to become a first-class warrior. Old Jiang, don't fight too hard. There's a 2nd-grade beast in front of you. From behind Lao Jiang came Lao Zhang's voice. Lao Jiang looked solemn. Of course he knew it because he felt it. Not far in front of him, there was a very strong aura of a 2nd-grade ferocious beast. But there is no other way. Someone must rush over from this direction. Otherwise, the momentum of the ferocious beast's charge cannot be broken. He cannot retreat. Once the Guard Corps is broken, what awaits Tianxing Town is a massacre by ferocious beasts. Lao Jiang tried his best and killed the 1st-grade ferocious beast in front of him with 1 sword, and came face to face with the 2nd-grade ferocious beast. At this moment, Lao Jiang felt extremely cold. After working in the guards for so many years, this is the first time I have such a strong smell of death. Lao Jiang's mouth went dry and he swallowed. Thinking that his son is still in Tianxing Town, he should work hard to prepare for the cultural exam. It's okay. It's good to be an ordinary person. It doesn't matter if life is a bit hard and tiring, as long as you are safe. The next moment, his face was determined and showed a desperate expression. Kill! Holding up the broadsword, he rushed towards the terrifying 2nd-grade ferocious beast. Lao Zia! Lao Zhang was going crazy with anxiety. He tried his best to kill the murderer in front of him, but it was not that easy for a 1st-level warrior to kill a 1st-level ferocious beast. The group leader was fighting with a 3rd-grade ferocious beast and was unable to come to the rescue. Lao Jiang, Musti. When the 2nd-grade tiger-shaped ferocious beast saw Lao Jiang charging towards him with a knife, there was a hint of disdain in his big golden eyes. Ouch! A roar that shook the earth. The huge paw smacked down at Lao Jiang. Everyone was excited. Even the head of the guard regiment had red eyes. Lao Jiang seemed to remember this moment. With a dead look on his face, Lao Jiang suppressed his fear and raised the knife. Even if he was beaten to death, he would still remove one of the tiger's claws to create a chance for his comrades to kill him. Suddenly, a burst of flames struck. Bang! Hitting the 2nd-grade ferocious beast instantly, the powerful force directly burned out a big hole in the 2nd-grade ferocious beast. A larger wolf-shaped beast stood in front of Lao Jiang. With the angry roar of the wolf-shaped ferocious beast, it immediately scared away dozens of ferocious beasts, crushing the charging momentum of the ferocious beast group. Lao Jiang was blinded. The scorching heat directly evaporated the cold sweat on his body. "Stand back. I take over this place." Yi Qinghua's voice was not loud, but it was very loud. Lao Jiang opened his eyes wide. "Master, the Beast Master, you're finally here." The regiment leader was also very happy. The reinforcements from Moonlight City finally arrived. A third-grade Beast Master. Wait, is it level 3? Why do I feel that this third-grade spiritual beast is surprisingly large, and its aura is surprisingly powerful? Has it evolved to level 4? A fourth-grade Beast Master. By the time he reaches the 4th level, he can already be said to be a high-level Beast Master. Even in a big city like Yuehua City, there are not many. The 4th-grade flame demon wolf roared again, and prairie fire spurted out from its mouth. The ground was scorched instantly. The rose-red flames wail everywhere, wherever they go. It's simply a crushing attack. A group of 200 to 300 ferocious beasts were defeated by the flaming demon wolf in one fell swoop. The human race has won. Tianxing Town defended. Everyone cried with joy. They all thought that this time there would be no more danger, but they did not expect that with the arrival of the Master Beast Master, they would win a great victory. This is the Beast Master that everyone respects. One Beast Master can be worth 1,000-man guard regiment. Chapter 11. The Master of Tianxing Town. Thank you, Master Beast Master, for saving my life. Lao Jiang was so grateful that for a moment he really thought he was dead and was going to leave mother and child behind. Yi Qinghua glanced at Lao Jiang indifferently and said nothing. "May I ask, is it Yi Qinghua?" The team leader came over and asked politely. Although they are both of the 3rd grade, a 3rd grade warrior and a 3rd grade beast master are not the same concept. It is even possible that the other party is already a 4th grade one, so even the team leader has to be quite polite. Yi Qinghua nodded. Everyone thought that this powerful beast master would first redeploy the guards, or even take away the command directly from the commander. But I never thought that Yi Qinghua's first sentence would be, "There is an evolution master in Tianxing Town. Why didn't you report it to me?" The leader was stunned. "What are you talking about? How can there be an evolution master in Tianxing Town?" He has lived in Tianxing Town for decades and has never heard that Grandmaster Evolution has ever visited this border town. "Really? It seems you really don't know." Yi Qinghua frowned. Although the other party is a master of evolution, he is very young. He looks like a student of 17 or 18 years old. He wears ordinary clothes and looks a bit handsome. "Haven't you seen this person?" Everyone was confused. What is this big shot talking about? I don't even understand. First of all, how can such a rare big man as the Grandmaster of Evolution be so young? There is an old man in Tianxing Town who is called an evolutionist, that is Old Jiang. Old Jiang is a powerful person in Tianxing Town, but he is not a student of 17 or 18 years old. The so-called evolutionist is actually one of the professions of Soul Master. Only those with extraordinary mental strength and extremely profound knowledge can become evolutionists. It can be said that every evolutionist is a walking treasure trove of spiritual beast knowledge. It's okay if you haven't seen it. Yi Qinghua did not ask any further. Yes, if there was really someone in Tianxing Town who knew about the existence of the Grandmaster of Evolution, Yuehua City would have known about it long ago. Maybe she has to go look for it. Seeing that this important figure attached so much importance to the Grandmaster of Evolution, Old Jiang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. 17 or 18 years old. Isn't this exactly the age of Xiao Fan? The same age, but different achievements. If he had a son who was an evolutionary master, he would probably be able to laugh out of his dreams. Ding! Bald Parrot and Bald Era evolved successfully. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. The body of the Bald Parrot is already half a person tall. The feathers all over the body are extremely green, and there are fine scales on the outside of the feathers. It is very strong and cannot be damaged by ordinary weapons. And the most shocking thing is its pair of claws that shine with cold light. If Jiang Fan hadn't let the Bald Parrot fly carefully, the floor would have been penetrated. Even so, the wind from the Bald Parrot's flapping wings turned his home into a mess. As for the Bald Husky, Jiang Fan had already received it into the system. It looked like the 2.4-meter-high roof was about to break. Looking at the data, Bald Husky, Spirit Beast level, 3rd grade. For every 100 talent growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race, Canine. Growth value. Physical strength, speed, combat power, special bloodline. A-level flame dog bald parrot. Spirit beast level, 3rd grade. For every 100 talent growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race flying. Growth value. Physical strength, speed, combat power. Special skills taunt. For enemies with mental strength below 10, you can 100% attract enemy hatred to yourself. The improvement is considerable, but it is still far behind Yi Qinghua's fiery demon wolf and Su Ching's dragon mastiff cub. It's still the gap in qualifications. But Jiang Fan really wanted to ask, why is he still bald even though he has evolved to the 3rd level? Is baldness really an incurable disease? The next wave of evolution will cost 1 million. He still has 780,000 left, so maybe he still needs to wait for a few clients? But there are too few beast masters in Tianxing Town, and there is only one like Yi Qinghua, and no one knows when the next one will come. In the evening, Sister Huan called and asked to have dinner. He said he was already downstairs at his house. Jiang Fan readily agreed. Someone invited him to dinner, which was a good thing. I walked downstairs quickly and saw Sister Huan's car parked at the door of the corridor. Lu Huan wore fashionable sunglasses and waved to him. Sister Huan bought a car? Jiang Fan was surprised. Well, it's not a good car, it's just for transportation. That's several 100,000, right? Lu Huan smiled proudly and stretched out 2 slender white fingers. 230,000. Wow! Sister Huan, you made a lot of money. Jiang Fan was not polite, opened the car door, and sat in. That's not as good as you. You made 800,000 yuan in one fell swoop. What will you treat Sister Huan to for a while? Sister Huan can eat whatever she wants. Jiang Fan was very angry. Since you said that, Sister Huan is welcome. Lu Huan's driving skills were impeccable, better than Jiang Fan had imagined, and the car only stalled 3 times during the start. Soon we stopped in front of a slightly shabby little shop. Sister Huan, I told you to have a good meal. Why did you come here? Jiang Fan was very familiar with this restaurant. Before Lu Huan went to college, he often brought him here to eat. It has been about 7 or 8 years, and Jiang Fan himself often comes here to eat. The taste is average, but the key is cheap. In an era when a bowl of noodles costs more than 15 yuan per person, this restaurant always sells it for 5 yuan. The amount of noodles is very large, and you can also add a tea egg. The owner of this store is an old man in his 50s or 60s. His surname is Guo, and Jiang Fan is used to calling him Lao Guo. He looked very frivolous and told many dirty jokes to tease Lu Huan. At first, Jiang Fan hated this old man, but later he found that this old man was actually a nice person. Gradually, I became very familiar with it. This is delicious to me. I haven't eaten here for a long time. I really miss the taste. Lu Huan parked the car, and the two of them went into the store. Old Guo was drowsy. Here for business, but still sleeping. Lao Guo! Jiang Fan shouted loudly. Old Guo raised his eyelids and saw that it was the brother and sister, and immediately smiled. Oh, isn't this Xiao Huan? She's getting more and more beautiful. Jiang Fan was speechless. It seemed like he was the one greeting her. This perverted old man. Lu laughed. Uncle Guo, your business is still the same as before. There are not many people. Lao Guo sighed. Young people now like to go to trendy restaurants and don't want to come to my shabby place. That's right. You haven't collapsed yet. Jiang Fan intended to retaliate against Lao Guo for ignoring him. Hey, with a big client like you who comes 2 or 3 times a week, I can't collapse. Old Guo smiled. Okay, Lao Guo, bring something good. I'm treating Sister Huan to dinner today. Okay. After sitting down, Lu Huan immediately said, Xiao Fan, have you heard? The guards won a great victory and wiped out 2 white-headed beasts outside the city. So powerful. Jiang Fan really didn't know. Uncle should be back soon. It is said that he will be supported by a high-level beast master this time. Lu Huan didn't know where he knew it from, so he said mysteriously. It is said that the high-level beast master was promoted from the 3rd grade beast master to the 4th grade after receiving guidance from an expert in Tianxing Town. Yeah, it's absolutely true. It seems that I got advice from an expert at the trading center. Most people don't know that I work in a trading center, so they can still hear it to some extent. At this time, Lao Guo came over with 2 bowls of noodles and asked curiously, Do we have such an expert in Tianxing Town? Jiang Fan had a strange expression. No way? Such a coincidence? It's the one with legs 1.5 meters long. Is it Yi Qinghua with the flaming demon wolf? Chapter 12. Stop scolding, it's already the 3rd level. Lu Huan held his chin with both hands and stared at Jiang Fan with a smile. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Jiang Fan felt a little uncomfortable and quickly found a topic. Sister Huan, the welfare benefits of the trading center should be very good, right? Not bad. I'm just an ordinary store clerk now. After tax, it's less than 30,000. Wow, this salary is really high. I can buy a spirit beast egg in 2 months. Haha, Xiao Fan, you are so cute. I'm not a beast master. What's the use of buying spirit beast eggs? Lu Huan scraped the bridge of Jiang Fan's nose affectionately. Forehead. Jiang Fan was embarrassed. Sister Huan, I remember that you had good scores in the 3 major exams before. Why did you end up going to an ordinary university? It's not my dad. Although I missed the spirit test by 0.1 horsepower, I passed the martial arts test. But my dad didn't want a girl like me to be a warrior. He said it was too dangerous and too hard, so he didn't let me go. Lu Huan still seems to have some regrets now. After all, if I had gone to a martial arts school, perhaps the situation would be different now. But it's hard to say. Even if I go to a martial arts school, it may not be better than now. This job in the trading hall is really good. Don't talk about me, Xiao Fan. I want to criticize you. Why did you offend Chao Gang? Chao Gang is from the Chao family, the famous Chao family in Tianxing Town. If you offend him, he will definitely not let it go. I'm not afraid of him, Jiang Fan muttered. You, Lu Huan sighed. You haven't entered the society yet, so you really don't know how dangerous it is. Chao Gang is far more vicious than you think. So what? I'm not afraid of Chao Gang coming. As for the Chao family, we live in a society ruled by law. Can the Chao family really cover up everything in Tianxing Town? Jiang Fan asked with a full sense of justice. Lu Huan was speechless. I can't say that one hand covers the whole sky, but I can still say that it covers half of the sky. Lu Huan continued. The Chao family is deeply involved in the trading center. It can be said that the trading center of Tianxing Town is. Half of them are controlled by the Chao family, and the old man of the Chao family and Mr. Jiang are close friends, and the two sides have a lot of financial dealings. You just made Chao Gang and Mr. Jiang lose face. Do you think they will let you go? You are just an ordinary person. How can you compete with those people? At this time, Lao Gua spoke. Huan, I'm not telling you. Why are you so timid now? The Chao family only has some influence in Tianxing Town. Outside of Tianxing Town, who would know even half of the Chao family? Lao Gua, why do you even follow Hishini? You usually don't care about worldly affairs, so you don't know at all. Lu Huan was angry. Why don't I know? If not, just let Fan Fan follow me. Old man, I know some martial arts secrets. At worst, I can pass them on to Fan Fan. Lao Gua looked arrogant. Jiang Fan knew about this. Lao Gua also asked him before if he wanted to become his teacher. But Jiang Fan refused without thinking. Lao Gua prides himself on being very strong, but he still sells small noodles. Lu Huan asked quietly, if you really want to take Xiao Fan as your disciple and protect him, that's fine, but can you handle it? Lao Gua was speechless. It seems that he is indeed a bit too busy. Seeing Jiang Fan's strange look, Lao Gua smiled and said, my shop is very busy, Fan Fan. You're right to listen to your sister Huan. Don't fight with others easily, unless one day you really have the strength to defeat them. I don't believe they dare to attack the beast tamer. Jiang Fan still refused to accept the result. Lu Huan was tired. Even if you are a beast master, the Chao family is in Tianxing Town. Wait, you said you were a beast master? Lu Huan's eyes widened instantly, and even Lao Gua's eyes widened. Yes, there are 2 people in Tianxing No. 1 middle school who passed the beast control test, and one of them is me. The 2 of them were speechless for a moment. He looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. What's wrong? Is it so unbelievable? Lu Huan pondered. There are 2 students in Tianxing No. 1 middle school who have awakened the beast mark. One is Su Ching, who has 13 beast marks, and the other is you, who has awakened 1 beast mark. Jiang Fan nodded. In fact, both of these pieces of information were wrong. First of all, Su Ching did not have 13 pieces but 16. She already had 3 beast masters before the 3 major exams, and she was now a 3rd-level beast master. As for him, what looks like a black light rising into the sky is actually the infinite beast seal. But there is no need for him to say this. Sister Huan and Lao Gua should not be interested in knowing so much. Xiao Fan, you are really unexpected. Lu Huan still couldn't help but say. After all, she basically watched Jiang Fan grow up. This little guy's character and character were impeccable, but other aspects were ordinary. To be honest, I'm just as surprised. Jiang Fan smiled naively. Then do you have a spiritual beast now? Lu Huan suddenly remembered. You shouldn't have sold that top-quality lightning snake to that hunter. It's okay. I already have a spirit beast. The light in Jiang Fan's palm lit up slightly, and the bald parrot flew out. He flew around Lao Guo's shop, then stood on the table and shouted in a sharp voice. Black shop, black shop, black shop. It's a dirty, shabby black shop that no one comes to. Close down immediately. Close down immediately. Lao Guo's face turned dark instantly, and an inexplicable anger suddenly rose in his heart. His hand unconsciously grasped the kitchen knife, but the next moment he immediately let go. I wondered why he was so irritable just now. With a strange expression, he asked Jiang Fan, "Are you sure this is your spirit beast?" "Yes." "Why do I think it looks like a mortal beast?" Lao Guo frowned. This bald parrot is indeed quite large in size, but to be honest, it doesn't look like a spiritual beast. In other words, it doesn't have the temperament of a spiritual beast. It's just an ordinary beast. We used to have a parrot at home. Nonsense. Lao Guo and Lu Huan shouted in unison. You only have one beast seal. Do you know that once the beast seal is occupied, unless the spirit beast dies in battle, forcibly peeling it off will damage the beast seal? Lao Guo's usual calm expression changed. Very strict, even to the point of being disappointed with someone. Ah, is that so? Jiang Fan really didn't know, and he hadn't even tried to find out. Because he doesn't need to understand the infinite beast mark. Lao Guo was so angry that he had nothing to say. Lu Huan also sighed. You are too reckless. You should at least ask others. I don't think it matters because I found that my bald parrot, although just an ordinary beast, has evolved very, very quickly for some reason and has already reached the 3rd level. Jiang Fan discovered that if he didn't reveal a little bit, I might be called autistic by these two people. What? The two were stunned again. Third rank. Lao Guo's expression was extremely interesting, as if he had heard a fairy tale. Chapter 13 Crisis Surges. Yes, it's the 3rd grade. Lao Guo and Lu Huan looked at each other. Is it possible that the evolution of ordinary beasts is easier? It's possible. The foundation of ordinary beasts is shallow, and the abilities improved with each step of evolution are not great. So of course it is easier to evolve than a spiritual beast. It's just that they rarely encounter this kind of thing. After all, almost no beast control masters can use precious beast seals to control ordinary beasts. How strong is it? Lao Guo asked. Jiang Fan smiled and said to the bald parrot, show me. The bald parrot understood and immediately opened his mouth. Lao Guo and Lu Huan immediately took precautions. If Jiang Fan wasn't lying, the destructive power of the 3rd grade spiritual beast was quite astonishing. Airport, airport, airport. No one is marrying. No one is marrying. No one is marrying. Lu Huan subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at himself, then stared at Jiang Fan. Is it very flat? It's not me who said Jiang Fan was ashamed. I think it's not bad. It's enough. At least the children won't be hungry in the future. Jiang Fan's objective evaluation. He could see some of Lu Huan's data. Lu Huan's pretty face turned red instantly. Bristle. It's really just enough. Lao Guo also added another blow. Black shop. Black shop. Sooner or later it will close down. Alone and helpless. Lao Sepi. Lao Guo's smile disappeared instantly, and his face turned pale. Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. Now both of them were offended. How is this possible? He asked the bald parrot to show off its strength, not its special skills. Lao Guo and Lu Huan were filled with anger and blood. They stared at the bald parrot with cold eyes. Even Jiang Fan felt an unusual aura, as if the air was a little stagnant. You too. Hearing Jiang Fan's voice, Lao Guo and Lu Huan suddenly woke up. I was even more confused. Why would they argue with a parrot? Simply baffling. Xiao Fan, you parrot has nothing else to do except curse? Lu Huan asked. Oh, hey, let's see how to peel it off when you get a chance. It's such a waste of your beast mark. Lu Huan was tired. Jiang Fan smiled and didn't explain much. After eating the noodles, Jiang Fan left by himself. Lu Huan said she would stay for a while before leaving. Jiang Fan didn't turn around until he reached the corner of the street, his face showing a hint of doubt. What's going on? The two men who were angered by the bald parrot just now seemed to reveal an extraordinary aura. How should I put it? I feel the power of qi and blood is very strong. I won't talk about Sister Huan. She passed the military exam among the 3 major examinations. Maybe she had other experiences in college later. What happened to Lao Guo? I feel that his qi and blood power is stronger than Lu Huan's. Is it an illusion? It must be an illusion. If Lao Guo really had this book, how could he be just a noodle seller? Lao Guo has been opening a shop here for a long time, since he was a child. He was there at least 10 years ago. Don't tell him that Lao Guo is an expert who came to Tianxing Town to live incognito and experience the life of ordinary people. This is usually the plot of TV series and novels. How can there be so many masters who are willing to be ordinary? An expert has to go through hardships that are countless times more severe than ordinary people. If it wasn't for fame and fortune, who could persevere? After Jiang Fan left, Lu Huan and Lao Guo also observed him through the window. I didn't expect that boy actually awakened the mark of the beast. Lao Guo Sai. But he wasted his talent. Ordinary beasts will be ordinary beasts after all. Even if they are level 3, they won't do it. Lu Huan was helpless and continued. This year, Tianxing Town has produced a total of 7 beast masters. 2 from Tianxing No. 1 Middle School, 1 from Huiwen Girls Middle School, 2 from the Trading Center, and 1 from each of the 2 major families. Lao Guo nodded. The evil sect's target may be these 7 people. Does the Trading Center have any countermeasures? They said that the Trading Center in Tianxing Town is of average strength, with only 1 third-grade warrior in charge. Later, perhaps a 4th-rank warrior will come from Yuehua City to pick up their genius. If there is enough energy, he can protect the other beast-taming geniuses. 4th rank. Old Guo pondered. The Trading Center has made a big move this time. The 4th-rank warriors are the backbone of Yuehua City. Well, it is said that the 2 beast-taming geniuses they trained have awakened 7 and 5 beast seals respectively this time. Their talents are considered excellent. I see. Lao Guo note de. A beast-taming genius with 7 beast seals is considered top-notch in Yuehua City. No wonder they sent a 4th-rank warrior to pick people up. What should we do now? The number of people who have awakened the beast mark this time is beyond imagination. I'm afraid the evil sect will succeed. Lu Huan was a little worried. Lao Guo shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. Tianxing Town is a remote town. The evil sect will not deploy too much power in Tianxing Town. Even if there are masters, they are at most 4th grade. I just don't know if they are warriors or soul masters. If they are warriors, it's not a big deal. But if they are soul masters, that's trouble, killing people without being seen. We cannot ignore the influence brought by Su Ching. Awakening 13 beast seals is amazing. Old Guo nodded. That's right. Speaking of which, I held the little girl from the Su family in my arms when she was just born. Who would have thought that she would be so talented in taming beasts, just like her mother? Her mother? A legendary beast master, gifted with extraordinary talent, who awakened 15 beast seals. He once caused a sensation in Yuehua City and even the Star Moon Federation. It's just a pity. He disappeared while exploring the Xishao wasteland, and there has been no news since then. Xishao Desert. Lu Huan was a little solemn. The Xishao wasteland was the largest wasteland in the Star Moon Federation. There are countless ferocious beasts and dangerous places, and the key is that there is a dragon's nest in the Xishao Desert. Legend has it that there are countless real dragons in the dragon's nest, and they are extremely powerful. It can be said that it is a super bomb that can overthrow the Star Moon Federation at any time. But at the same time, there are endless opportunities. Someone found a real dragon egg of immeasurable value in the Xishao wasteland. There are also warriors who have accomplished the feat of slaying dragons in the Xishao wasteland and become legendary warriors in one fell swoop. But more people died in the sky, full of yellow sand. Lu Huan was in awe. For such a heroic child, we must protect her safety. Lao Guo was very pleased. Huan, you are much more mature and stable now. You have grown a lot compared to when you first joined the Secret Guard. At that time, you were very unruly. Lu Huan rolled his eyes and said, it happened when did it happen? Is it necessary to mention it again? By the way, if Su Ching is not staying in Yuehua City, why would she come to this indifferent Tianxing Town? I don't know about this. I heard that it seems to be to resolve the bad relationship formed by the previous generation. Lao Guo shook his head. The bad relationship formed by the previous generation? Lu Huan was extremely gossipy in an instant. Revenge? Probably not. There are so many experts in the Su family. We don't have to let Su Ching go out and do things on her own. She won't be betrothed and kissed, right? Lao Guo laughed. Probably not. I know her father, and her father is not that kind of old-fashioned person. Moreover, he loved his daughter so much that it was impossible for Su Ching to get married, let alone find a son-in-law in Tianxing Town. Chapter 14, A strange man comes to the door. Jiang Fan went to the flower and bird market again, and this time he brought back a cat. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. A bald cat. He was also surprised. Why were the creatures he fell in love with all bald? This bald blue cat is a mutant pet that he finally decided on after comparing it with more than a dozen cat stalls. The data is good, but it is a little bit inferior to the bald husky. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast level, 0. Talent. For every 100 growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race cat. Growth value, 15. Strength, 20. Speed, 20. Combat strength, 5. Special skills. Cat's claws, deep claw marks, and slightly poisonous. Special bloodline. 1% B-grade Dark Knight cat bloodline. Although it only has the blood of a B-level spiritual beast, the bald blue cat has special skills. This special skill is nothing more than claws. But their skills are much stronger than those of Bald Parrot and Bald Era, and they can be used for fighting anyway. He was about to go home with the bald blue cat in his arms when he saw a strange man at the door of the corridor. The man raised his head and stared at the second-floor window. That's Su Ching's window. I have never seen this man in this building before. He is about 30 years old and looks ordinary. It's definitely hard to spot in a crowd. Who are you looking for? Jiang Fan asked. Hearing Jiang Fan's voice, the man slowly turned back to look at him. His eyes were a little dull, or rather dull, after seeing the bald blue cat. I have never seen such an ugly cat. So ugly that my scalp goes numb. The man didn't seem to be prepared to pay attention to Jiang Fan and turn around to leave. After walking a few meters, he suddenly turned around and asked with a somewhat surprised expression, I seem to have seen your photo. Are you also a student of Tianxing No. 1 Middle School? Photo? 2? This may be what the man says subconsciously, but the amount of information goes beyond that. In this building, there are only 2 people who go to Tianxing No. 1 Middle School. One is him, and the other is Su Ching. This person just stared at Su Ching's window and added the word, Is this person looking for Su Ching? Could it be Su Ching's father? No, a little too young. Could it be my brother? Probably not. They don't look alike at all. This person seems to be from a poor family and has a completely different temperament from Su Ching. Who are you? Jiang Fan asked vigilantly. The look of vigilance was evident. The man smiled contemptuously. Students are students. They are as timid as shrimps. It's not worth it to deal with such people. I didn't expect to meet another target here. This is a pleasant surprise. All I have to do is kill this coward while dealing with Su Ching. It seems that I can easily complete the task assigned by the Saint clan this time. If necessary, we can even massacre the entire building. Of course, now is not the opportunity to take action. Su Ching is the big fish, a top genius who has awakened 13 beast seals. She must either surrender to the Holy Clan or die. Otherwise, he will sooner or later become a thorn in the eyes of the Saint clan. However, the Holy Clan actually did not have any hope for Su Ching. After all, the Su family of Yuehua City was one of the typical examples of resistance against the Holy Clan. Su Ching's mother was hunted down and disappeared in the Shisha Desert because she offended the Holy Clan. It should have turned into feces by now. Both of them thought a lot in this moment, and the man had no idea that he had been targeted by Jiang Fan. At this moment, some data appeared on the man's body in Jiang Fan's field of vision. Character name, Chao Xuanlong. Age, 33. Occupation, 3rd rank warrior. Other characteristics, ordinary appearance, mean-spirited, treacherous, and a murderer. A 3rd rank warrior? A 3rd rank warrior is definitely a big shot in Tianxing Town. The head of the Guard Corps responsible for Tianxing Town's defense against foreign aggression is only a 3rd rank official, and the director of the law enforcement department responsible for Tianxing Town's internal security is probably also a 3rd rank official. In Tianxing Town, the 3rd rank is the ceiling. Suddenly, a 3rd rank warrior appeared at the door of his building, and his target was still Su Ching. This is weird. How strong is a 3rd grade warrior? According to the textbooks, warriors are divided into different levels based on the power of their chi and blood. 0.5 horsepower is the threshold for warriors. Having 0.5 horsepower is enough to qualify for admission to a martial arts school. And 1 horse is the watershed for ordinary 1st grade warriors. 1 horse is about 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. To put it simply, it is equivalent to the strength of 10 people and can defeat 10 people alone. Of course, theory is theory and practice is practice. The watershed for a 2nd grade warrior is 10 horses. 10 horses can fight against 100 people. By analogy, The chi and blood power of a third-grade warrior reaches 100 horses, can fight against thousands of people. It's quite a terrifying state. Once such a person attacks ordinary people, rivers of blood will flow. He is already a godlike existence in the eyes of ordinary people. So terrifying. If Jiang Fan didn't have two third-grade spirit beasts now, he might really be a little scared. Uncle, I'm a student at Tianxing No. 1 Middle School, and I just took the 3 major exams recently. Jiang Fan smiled harmlessly. Oh, the 3 major exams. Did you get good results? Chao Shuanglong also smiled kindly. It's okay, not very satisfied. Having said that, Jiang Fan showed a rather proud expression. Chao Shuanglong sneered in his heart. Students are students. The city is too shallow. And his expression betrays everything. Therefore, the talents of the Holy Clan want to take on this kind of task. Even if these people are geniuses, they have little social experience and can easily detect the truth. There is no need to be careful at all. It is too easy to kill. He was thinking about finding a place to kill him. The Saint Clan is not too interested in a beastmaster with a beast mark, so they probably won't take the risk to recruit him. He can kill every one of them. If someone else comes and takes his order, then his work will be in vain. But what reason was used to trick this student out of here? Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Fan suddenly said mysteriously, "Actually, I am a beast master, and I awakened a beast mark in the 3 major exams." Chao Shuanglong didn't react at all. So what can you do? You will die soon anyway. As everyone knows, his reaction made Jiang Fan directly confirm one thing. This man had investigated him. Ordinary people would be surprised to learn that he was a beast master, just like Lu Huan and Lao Guo. But the man in front of him seemed to have known about it for a long time. You don't believe it? Jiang Fan frowned. Huh? I didn't say I didn't believe it. Gao Su Ang Long Samai Gindi. Aren't you surprised? Surprise. Chao Shuanglong was suddenly stunned. Yes, he should act like he was frightened. Too calm. Not like an ordinary person. Just as Chao Shuanglong was thinking quickly about how to make things go around, Jiang Fan seemed a little unwilling to give in. It seems that you really don't believe it. I will show you my beast mark. Jiang Fan stretched out his palm, as if he was about to manifest his own beast seal. Chao Shuanglong held his breath and concentrated. Jiang Fan took his hand back again. Forget it. There are too many people here. I'll go to a place where there's no one to show you. Come with me. A place where no one is. Chao Shuanglong was stunned at first, then surprised. It's exactly what he wants. His whole body was trembling, and he tried his best to hide the ecstasy in his heart. Seeing Jiang Fan walking vigorously in front, his heart was filled with a sarcastic sneer. Boy, you're going to hell soon. When you get underground, you can show it to the little devils to your heart's content. Chapter 15. Wait until I find a deserted place. His home is in an old community, and there is an unfinished building next to it that is under construction but has been suspended for 3 years. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. It's pitch dark, and no one usually goes there. It is said that there is a ghost there, and some people have seen will-o'-the-wisps floating in the unfinished building at night. Jiang Fan was not afraid because he often went there to play when he was a child and was very familiar with everything there. Soon, we arrived at the unfinished building. Just like a dilapidated factory building, the smell of moss mixed with the smell of concrete is very pungent and unpleasant. This is it. Jiang Fan stopped in the center of the unfinished building, which was blocked from outside sight. Okay, show me quickly. Chao Shuanglong's tone was impatient. He was going to take action. Just be prepared to face death at the moment when Jiang Fan appears with the mark of the beast, when he is the proudest and proudest. Why did it materialize? Jiang Fan seemed to be asking Chao Shuanglong for advice. You can manifest the mark of the beast according to what you think in your heart. Ah, you even know this, uncle. Are you not an ordinary person? Jiang Fan asked with a curious look on his face. Chao Shuanglong was too lazy to hide it. There are already 13 beast-taming geniuses who have died at my hands. Counting you. You are the 14th. Uncle, have you ever killed anyone? Jiang Fan looked horrified. That's right. They had the same expression before I killed them. Full of fear and despair. Chao Shuanglong did not try to hide his crazy smile. The corners of his mouth formed a surprising arc, and the power of qi and blood burst out instantly. The originally skinny body suddenly bulged with explosive muscles. You are a warrior. Jiang Fan's tongue began to get tied. Trembling. I have to say, you're the most cowardly beast master I have ever killed. Gao Suang Long Moket Jiang Fan. Why do you want to kill me? Jiang Fan asked tremblingly. Any genius who cannot be used by my Saint Clan will be killed. Saint Clan? What clan is the Saint Clan? Which family and department does it belong to? Chao Shuanglong was speechless, and then became furious. The Holy Clan is also a human race, and they are the elite of the human race, and they are also the greatest hope of the human race. But why did the teacher never say anything? A short-sighted student like you has naturally never heard of it. Even your teacher may not know the name of the Saint Clan. Tianxing Town is just a small place with no shit. The sky is too low. I was actually listed as a target by the Saint Clan. I don't know when it started, but Jiang Fan stopped trembling. On the contrary, I felt secretly happy. Although I don't know what the Holy Clan is, but from the other party's description, it seems that they are very powerful. Have I become a thorn in the eyes of this kind of existence? As expected, people can't be too outstanding. As the old saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Seeing Jiang Fan suddenly become emotional, Chao Shuanglong couldn't help but tremble at the corners of his mouth. He said viciously, "There are a total of 7 beast masters awakened in Tianxing Town this year, and you are only the weakest among them. What is there to be proud of? If it weren't for Su Ching, do you think I would come to you first? Killing you will give the least reward to the Saint Clan, so my real target is Su Ching, and you are just a convenience." Smoothly, Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold instantly. Men all care about their reputation. What's more, Su Ching only has 1 third-grade spirit beast, but he has 2. I won't waste my time with you anymore. Just go die now. Chao Shuanglong suddenly rushed towards Jiang Fan and punched him on the head. Jiang Fan is also very fast. A crack suddenly appeared in front of me. The bald husky, which is already 3 or 4 meters tall, has not yet revealed its true form, but it is already slapped out with its paw. Obviously, this huge claw was beyond Chao Shuanglong's expectations. Bang! The fists and claws collided, making a loud noise. Chao Shuanglong flew backwards, but he was a third-rank warrior after all, so he had good body movements. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily. He just looked at his bloody fist and felt a little scared. The bald husky walked out from the crack. His eyes were still as arrogant as ever, and he glanced at Chao Shuanglong with disdain. Third-grade spiritual beast. Chao Shuanglong almost screamed. It's not that he was afraid of the third-grade spirit beast, but he saw Jiang Fan summon this third-grade spirit beast with his own eyes. How is this possible? Didn't Jiang Fan just awaken the beast seal 2 days ago? How come there is already a third-grade spiritual beast? Moreover, these third-level spiritual beasts gave him a feeling of palpitations. What's going on? Especially those pair of domineering eyes that made him dare not look at them. Could it be a third-level peak spiritual beast that is approaching the 4th level? It is very possible. Otherwise, ordinary third-grade spiritual beasts would not make him, a mid-third-grade warrior, feel like this. The bald era stood tall and motionless, his deep and retarded eyes glancing at Chao Shuanglong faintly. A confrontation is forming. However, Jiang Fan knew the situation of the bald era best. The bald era is activating his intimidation skills. And after the fistfight with Chao Shuanglong just now, bald era's claws were injured, which scared bald era. Now I am relying on my momentum to barely hold myself back. Jiang Fan felt heavy in his heart. This man was so strong. The bald husky may not be considered strong among the third-grade spiritual beasts, or it may be considered weak. But it is a third-grade spiritual beast after all, and it was actually at a disadvantage after a fight. This shows that this person is considered a strong one among the third-grade warriors. He underestimated the enemy. He glanced at the bald blue cat in his arms and said in his heart, "System, I want to evolve the bald blue cat." Determining the affiliation of the living being. Determination successful. Evolving. The bald blue cat suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Jiang Fan with some confusion. There was a faint light covering his body for a moment. Ding! Evolution is successful. Wealth value. Evolution results are as follows. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast level. 1st rank. Talent. For every 100 growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race cat. Growth value. 30. Strength 40. Speed 40. Combat strength 10. Special skills. Cat's claws, deep claw marks, and slightly poisonous. Special bloodline. 1% B-grade dark night cat bloodline. Chao Shuanglong's eyes widened. Although he was not a beast master, he was at least a third-rank warrior. I have some understanding of the Beastmaster. This is clearly the Beastmaster evolving his own spirit beast. But didn't Jiang Fan only awaken one beast seal? How can I control the second spirit beast? No, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, how could Jiang Fan achieve the evolution of the spirit beast in such a short period of time? What kind of method is this? Is this how this third-grade spiritual beast evolved? How is this possible? This was the second time Chao Shuanglong asked himself this question. Chapter 16 directly advanced to the third level. With Jiang Fan, his worldview was refreshed. It is true that the Beastmaster is a child of destiny, but it is also a profession that is extremely dependent on resources. Most Beastmasters have to join some powerful forces and work for them to obtain expensive evolution materials and plans. But for Jiang Fan, evolution seems to be a very easy thing. Chao Yuanlong's eyes suddenly became bright. His chance had come. If he could capture Jiang Fan alive and bring him before the Saint Clan's high-level officials, and uncover the secret of how Jiang Fan could easily evolve into a spiritual beast, he would gain countless wealth and glory. Jiang Fan, as long as you follow me obediently, I promise that you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. With the resources provided by the Saint Clan, you will become a legendary Beastmaster, or even a Master Beastmaster. Chao Shuanglong approached step by step, and the bald husky let out a deep growl. It's useless. Although it is a third-grade spirit beast, it is a weak third-grade beast and can't do anything to me. Chao Shuanglong smiled sinisterly and said, instead of breaking your arms and legs, I suggest you just come with me. Jiang Fan ignored Chao Shuanglong and said to the system, keep evolving. A slightly stronger light enveloped the bald blue cat again. Chao Shuanglong's steps stagnated and his face became stiff. No, are you going to evolve again? It has just evolved. Ding. Successful evolution, wealth value. Evolution results are as follows. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast level, 2nd grade. Every time the talent growth value reaches 100, the talent value increases by 10. Race, cat type. Growth value, physical strength, speed, combat power. Special skills, cat claws. The claw marks are deep and slightly poisonous. Special bloodline. B-level Night Demon Cat, 1%. It's still the same as before. There is not much difference from ordinary to 1st grade, but the growth from 1st grade to 2nd grade will be significantly improved. Chao Shuanglong was stunned. He watched helplessly as the bald blue cat grew in size round and round. It's only been a few minutes, but it's already half a meter long. 2nd grade. This aura, this luster of hair has definitely evolved to the 2nd level, and even the aptitude has been improved. How is this possible? This is the 3rd time. Is evolution such a simple thing? Moreover, it evolved from an ordinary beast to the 2nd level in just a few minutes. Can it continue to evolve? Jiang Fan's response to him was yes, because on the bald blue cat's body, light has begun to bloom again, and this light is extremely strong. This is the sound that can only be released by a 3rd grade evolved spiritual beast. No, we have to go. Only now did Chao Shuanglong feel that he had been trusted. Jiang Fan led him here and wanted to kill him from the beginning. If this bald blue cat can easily evolve to the 3rd level, plus the bald era, even if it is a weak 3rd level, there is a high probability that he will not be an opponent. Just as Jiang Fan was about to evolve into a bald blue cat, he turned around and left. However, he discovered that not far behind him, a bald parrot over 1 meter tall appeared. At this moment, Chao Shuanglong suddenly understood. Bad paot, bad taha, bad blue cat. Is this a dream? This is too ridiculous. But regardless of whether it's a dream or not, get out of here first. How horrible. So weird. Moreover, Jiang Fan exposed so many secrets in front of him, and his intentions could not be clearer. Jiang Fan wants to kill him. Chao Shuanglong is extremely fast and can fly 100 meters in a few seconds. Stop him. Jiang Fan issued the order. The bald parrot received the order and caught up with Chao Shuanglong at a faster speed. Chao Shuanglong was shocked. This flying spiritual beast was really fast, but he was not prepared to get entangled with it. The top priority was to get out of here quickly. Then he conveyed what he saw to the rest of the Saint Clan, and something went wrong in Tianxing Town. Jiang Fan, whom everyone regards as nothing, has grown to an incredible level. Idiot. Big idiot. Waste warrior. The Saint Clan is such rubbish. Really such rubbish. The bald parrot kept circling in the air, cursing Chao Shuanglong madly. Chao Shuanglong sneered in his heart. After all, he was a third-rank warrior. Did he really think that such a mere insult could make him lose his mind? It's out of the question. Even if a third-rank warrior has not trained his spiritual power specifically, his heart is as solid as a rock. Rock! Chao Shuanglong, you big piece of trash! Chao Shuanglong is a piece of trash. Chao Shuanglong is small? Suddenly, a surge of anger arose in Chao Shuanglong's heart. The voice of the bald parrot was like a devil's sound, spreading wildly in his mind. Even if he didn't want to pay attention to the garbage, this strange voice was still drilling into his head frantically. Mental power. This is a mental attack, and it was a crushing one. With his strong mental power, he was simply unable to get rid of the influence of the bald parrot. Chao Shuanglong's eyes turned red instantly. Court death. He gave up trying to escape and instead poured all his rage into his fists. He punched the bald parrot, but the bald parrot was much faster than him. He flapped his wings and avoided the fist. Although the third-grade warrior cannot fly, he can easily jump dozens of meters high and chase the bald parrot frantically. Help! Help! The bald parrot flew towards Bald Era. Along with it, Chao Shuanglong also pursued him. Jiang Fan sneered. The hatred value is 100%. Do you think I am joking? The current bald parrot can make people with less than 10 mental powers be bewitched by its hatred. With 10 pieces of spiritual power, you are a second-grade soul master. He was sure that Chao Yuanlong was not a second-grade soul master. A warrior was a warrior after all. Just a reckless man. Whoa! The Bald Era roared in shock at Chao Shuanglong, who was flying over. Obviously, its intimidation ability is not as powerful as the bald parrot's hatred ability, and it still can't stop Chao Shuanglong from punching him in anger. Stop growling. Charge up and bite him to death. Jiang Fan hated the iron and gave the order. The Bald Era had no choice but to open his bloody mouth and bite it. Chao Shuanglong was really fierce, and he actually hit the huge mouth of the Bald Era head-on. He punched the Bald Era until he vomited blood, but the price was also huge. One arm was instantly covered in blood. A big hole appeared on the shoulder, which was bitten through by one of the teeth of the Bald Era. Immediately afterwards, we have to catch up and kill the bald silly dog. It was the bald parrot that used its sharp claws to help the Bald Era out of trouble. So, what if there are two third-level spiritual beasts? I am a mid-level, third-level warrior. In Tianxing Town, I am also the one with the ceiling of combat power. Chao Shuanglong is like a madman, fighting 1 against 2, but he still doesn't lose. This shocked Jiang Fan. Is this the strength of a third-grade warrior? It somewhat subverted his understanding. It is said that among the 3 major exams, the future of the martial arts exam is the most limited, and everyone can take it. But when it comes to Chao Shuanglong's level, is a warrior really inferior to a beastmaster? Jiang Fan looked at the incomparably powerful Chao Yuanlong and suddenly smiled. Fortunately, he has a bald blue cat. Ding! The bald blue cat evolved successfully and gained wealth. A powerful aura instantly rose up. Chao Shuanglong vomited blood directly. It has actually evolved to the 3rd level. 3-headed 3rd-grade spiritual beast? How is this possible? Chapter 17, The First Kill. Ding! The evolution results of the bald blue cat are as follows. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast level. 3rd level. For every 100 talent growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race, canine. Growth value. Physical strength, speed, combat power special skills. Cat's claws, deep claw marks, and slightly toxic. Special bloodline. B-level night demon cat, 2%. Evolution method. Comprehensive evolution. Good. The strongest fighting power. Although the strength and stamina of the bald blue cat are not as good as the bald husky. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Not as fast as the bald blue cat. But the advantage lies in balance, so the bald blue cat has the strongest fighting power. I remember that the combat power of Yi Qinghua's 3rd-grade Flame Demon Wolf was only more than 1,900. The Flame Demon Wolf is a B-level spiritual beast. However, the Fiery Wolf must have been injured after failing to evolve, so its combat effectiveness was reduced. However, Jiang Fan was already very satisfied. After all, the bald blue cat's qualifications were only E-level. The bald blue cat is not as big as the bald husky, but it is also more than 3 meters long and more than 1.5 meters high. Hair is plump, smooth, and shiny. This refers to the area other than the head. Maybe baldness is really a chronic disease. It seems that I have to take better care of my hair in the future. The bald blue cat received Jiang Fan's instruction and pounced directly at Qiao Shuanglong. Qiao Shuang's scalp tingled, but he still said viciously, "Although you have extraordinary characteristics in the evolution of spiritual beasts, how long can your mental strength last?" Spiritual power? What does it have to do with spiritual power? Ah, don't try to deceive me. Although I'm not a beast master, but I also know that it takes a lot of mental energy for a beast master to control a spirit beast. You released 3 third-grade spirit beasts at once, and the mental energy you needed to consume was terrifying. Be careful, or you might get killed by the backlash. Jiang Fan looked puzzled, as if he had heard it for the first time. Does taming beasts require mental energy? Qiao Shuanglong was dazed. Don't need it? Of course it is necessary. After all, a spirit beast is just a spirit beast, even if it is controlled by the beast seal. However, if you want to control a spirit beast as freely as controlling your hands and feet, you also need strong mental strength. An ordinary third-grade beast master, even if he already has 3 spirit beasts, would not dare to release them all easily. If you are not careful, you will be attacked by the spiritual power of the spirit beast. At the mildest, you will look dazed. At the worst, you will turn into a fool. Moreover, once the beast master's mental power is exhausted, the spirit beast must return to the spirit beast space. Otherwise, over time, the beast mark planted on the spirit beast will be worn away by the spirit beast, causing the beast master to completely lose control of the spirit beast. But looking at Jiang Fan's relaxed state, it seems that he is not really affected. This Jiang Fan is a monster, a complete monster, such an incredible and terrifying monster. It was already very difficult for Qiao Shuanglong to deal with the bald parrot and the bald husky, and now there is a bald blue cat to deal with. Within seconds of joining the battle, the bald blue cat was immediately defeated. There were deep scratches from the bald blue cat all over his body, dripping with blood. This bald blue cat can easily scratch through the thick, reinforced concrete walls of buildings with its claws. What's more, Qiao Shuanglong is only flesh and blood after all. Although the power of qi and blood is strong, it is mostly reflected in strength, and the physical strength is far from being as strong as a building object. In just a few minutes, the war subsided. The bald blue cat licked his bloody cat paws with a look of enjoyment on his face, as if he liked the taste very much. Qiao Shuanglong's body was covered with wounds, and he was lying on the ground without any movement. The dust around his nose was slightly blown away, and the breath could only come out but not in. Dead! 3 third-grade spirit beasts besieged Qiao Shuanglong. Qiao Shuanglong naturally could not be their opponent. Otherwise, Qiao Shuanglong should not be a third-grade warrior. This was Jiang Fan's first time killing someone. Although he didn't do it himself, it was still quite shocking to see a living person die in front of him. Before this, he was really just an ordinary student. Things like killing are too far away from him. What to do with the bodies? Jiang Fan suddenly realized this problem. If he left it alone, it would be discovered by others sooner or later. Although no one usually comes to this unfinished building, it is hard to say whether there are scavengers who come here to take shelter from the wind and rain. If I report it to the law enforcement department, will I be in trouble? Jiang Fan glanced at Bald Era. Bald Era seemed to realize something and quickly shook his head like a rattle. It doesn't eat. Definitely not eating it. I won't eat it even to death. Coward. Jiang Fan cursed. He was already a spiritual beast, and he was still so timid. There is actually no essential difference between spiritual beasts and ferocious beasts. The human race calls spiritual beasts that are beneficial to the human race, or those that the human race raises, and those that the human race can drive. If placed in the wilderness, it would be called a ferocious beast. How can any ferocious beast not eat meat? He looked at the bald parrot again. The bald parrot flapped its wings and shouted sharply, "It stinks! It stinks!" Having no other choice, he finally looked at the bald blue cat. The bald blue cat's eyes suddenly became extremely bright, revealing a heart-pounding cold light. Jiang Fan suddenly thought that cats are carnivores. You performed well. His body is a reward to you. The bald blue cat rushed towards Qiao Shuanglong's body without hesitation, and with one claw, Qiao Shuanglong's clothes were torn. Just eat meat, nothing else. Jiang Fan suddenly saw a package being dug out by the bald blue cat. When I picked it up, I found it was a beast scroll. Jiang Fan's heart beat faster. He did know a little that this kind of animal skin was usually used for recording something. For example, skills in martial arts. Recording on animal skins can preserve information for a longer period of time. Animal skins are not easy to rot, so if you carve words on them, The words will be preserved for a long time. After opening the animal skin scroll, Jiang Fan was excited by the first few words. Basic boxing. Although the name of this set of boxing techniques is simple, it seems to be the boxing techniques that all martial artists must learn when they get started. Generally, it can only be completed by completing some credit tasks when enrolling in a martial arts school. But now he has got it. If I'm not mistaken, this boxing manual is also very expensive on the black market. Although it is worthless to warriors from orthodox channels and everyone knows how to do it, it is very valuable to a layman like Jiang Fan. At least in Tianxing Town, there may be very few people who own this boxing manual. Make a fortune. Jiang Fan was extremely excited. He got it for free. It smells so good. In the blink of an eye, the bald blue cat had eaten all the food and turned into a kitten, licking its mouth and purring. Can it still be like this? Whether it is a bald parrot or a bald era, after evolving to the third level, they are all very large. Usually I can only stay in the spirit beast space. However, the bald blue cat can shrink back to its original size. Simply magical. Wouldn't it be that he would carry the bald blue cat with him everywhere in the future and tell everyone it was a spiritual beast to confuse the enemy? A clever plan was born in Jiang Fan's heart. Just too ugly bald. How many saints have come here? Apart from Chao Shuanglong, are there any others? Jiang Fan had to think about this problem. Chao Shuanglong is dead, and to others he may be missing. Will there be a stronger killer coming? Chapter 18. Saint Clan Xiaoran. Chao Shuanglong is missing. Yes, he left early this morning without telling us where he was going. Now we can't contact him, and his phone has been turned off. A luxurious entertainment club. Search. Several people looked heavy-hearted. There are several luxury consumption areas in Tianxing Town, and the first one is the Evolutionary Materials Trading Building. Ranked second is the Brilliant Entertainment Club. As everyone knows, the Brilliant Entertainment Club is the property of the Chao family. But at this moment, some people with extraordinary momentum gathered. There are a lot of bodyguards outside this private room, and even the waiters can't come in. Wine and desserts are delivered personally by the manager. But when the manager came in, he had to bend his waist, arch his back, and almost touch his face to the ground. He couldn't afford to offend these people in a box. Not to mention him, even the top brass of the Chao family could only sit on the edge of the sofa. It should be fine. In Tianxing Town, the only one who can deal with our youngest son is the head of the guard regiment, who is also the one from the law enforcement department. The head of the Chao family is very confident. Next to him, Chao Gang was diligently serving wine to several big shots. Although I don't know who these people are, I generally know that they are strong men from the Saint Clan. This time I came to Tianxing Town just to kill those beast-taming geniuses. A red-haired young man from the Saint Clan laughed and said, "This Tianxing Town is really a small place. How can a mere mid-stage third-grade cultivator cover the sky with one hand?" Yes. Patriarch Chao smiled apologetically. Tianxing Town is only one of the 13 towns under Yuehua City, and it is the most remote one, so it is naturally very weak. Xiaoran, have you forgotten what I told you? A middle-aged man with a deep breath spoke in a cold voice. Well, of course I haven't forgotten the teachings of my uncle. No matter when or where it is my turn, I must not let my guard down. Xiaoran immediately became reserved and seemed to be afraid of this person. Although you have entered the third level, a third-level warrior is not invincible. Xiaoran understands. Xiaoran agreed with his mouth, but sneered in his heart. Third-grade warriors all have a place in Yuehua City. In this tiny Tianxing Town, is it possible that they can overturn? By the way, Uncle Master, the beast control genius of the Su family you mentioned before, where does she live? Xiaoran asked. The middle-aged man glanced at Xiaoran. He naturally knew the virtues of his nephew. Erotic. If it weren't for his own strength, he would have been beaten to death long ago. He had repeatedly broken into the bridal chambers of ordinary people before and committed many things. If the saints had not come forward, he would have been sentenced to death now. I'm warning you, don't be tempted by Su Ching. The Su family is not an ordinary family. Xiaoran smiled and nodded. I understand. Of course, the Su family is not easy to mess with, but after all, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. People from the Su family can't get through, right? Besides, isn't our purpose to kill her this time? Before killing her, the middle-aged man frowned, but did not stop him. The Saint Clan still hopes to win over the Su family, even if the Su family cannot, if they can win over Su Ching, who is extremely talented in beast control. It is also extremely gratifying for the Saints. Using ordinary methods, it might be impossible to make Su Ching submit. Maybe, letting Xiao Ran try it once can break Su Ching's pride. The most important thing for this kind of top talent is pride and dignity. Once lost, it is easy to break the defense. The people in the Chao family were very sensible and stopped talking. As expected of a saint, he is very courageous and dares to offend even the people of the Su family. The Su family in Yuehua City is like the Chao family in Tianxing Town. Although they are all local wealthy families, the level difference is so far apart that it can be said that there is a world of difference. Let's talk about Su Ching. Her mother is a legendary beast master. Although she is missing, her father is still there. Her father is a martial arts master, Grandmaster, Invincible Existence. Starting from the 4th grade, it can be said to be high grade. When you reach the 5th level, you become a legend. And the 6th grade above the legend is the master. Deacon, I wonder where the matter is now, the head of the Chao family asked with a smile. What thing? The middle-aged man asked. Just let the Chao family join the St. Clan Yuehua City Branch Council. Oh, it's still being done. There may be some trouble at the moment. The middle-aged man said calmly. Trouble? The review requirements for joining the Saint Tribe Council are very strict, and the difficulty is increasing year by year, and the threshold is also rising. Master Chao's expression changed slightly, but it was fleeting. Understood. We will prepare more resources to donate to the Saint Clan and provide a small amount of help for the Saint Clan's great cause. As long as you understand. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left with several members of the Saint Clan. The smile on Master Chao's face gradually disappeared and turned into an extremely cold one. Chao Gang whispered, Are the Saints vampires? Our Chao family has already given out so much. Shut up. The head of the Chao family yelled at Chao Gang, waited for a moment, and then whispered, The Saints are everywhere, so don't discuss them privately. Chao Gang didn't dare to speak anymore. Jiang Fan has been wandering around the flower and bird market these 2 days. But after the bald blue cat, he hadn't seen any interesting mutant pets. Most of them are hybrids of ordinary beasts and spiritual beasts with very poor qualifications, carrying 1% of E-level spiritual beast blood. He now has more than 600,000 left, which may seem like a lot, but in fact it is just the cost of evolving 6th, 3rd grade spirit beasts. So he would rather find someone like the bald husky and the bald blue cat, who at least have a bloodline with B-level qualifications, right? I don't see Su Ching much anymore. However, Lu Huan often came to him to have dinner, and without exception, it was always Lao Guo's small noodle shop. Jiang Fan didn't care. After all, someone was treating him to a meal, so he could eat anything. Lu Huan found some methods for him to remove the mark of the beast, and still tried to persuade him to give up the bald parrot. Control a real spirit beast as soon as possible, even if it's just a spirit beast egg. You only have one beast seal, so the qualifications of the spirit beast are very important. To some extent, the aptitude of a spirit beast is more difficult to improve than its grade. Really? Is it difficult to improve? Jiang Fan really doesn't have this feeling. It's quite easy to improve. As long as he has money, he can evolve a spiritual beast of A-level or even S-level qualifications in minutes. Of course, Lu Huan showed an expression of disappointment and couldn't help but pinch Jiang Fan's innocent face. Too cute, too cute. He continued, You know the evolutionist, right? The evolutionist can give you an evolution plan for the spiritual beast grade. But so far no one has been able to give a definite evolution plan for the spiritual beast qualifications. Jiang Fan suddenly realized, and then he understood. Why is it that the price of a spirit beast egg becomes 10 times more expensive, or even more than 10 times, for each higher level of qualification? Basically, a spirit beast's initial qualifications will accompany it throughout its life. Okay, I'll take it back and take a look. I actually think the bald parrot is pretty good. Jiang Fan smiled contentedly. Lu Huan was ashamed and said in his heart, You really have never seen the best spiritual beast. Jiang Fan actually had something in mind. You only saw the bald parrot insulting you that day. But little did they know that the bald parrot didn't really do anything at all. Attracting 100% hatred is no joke. Chao Xuanlong is a living example. Even a mid-level 3rd grade warrior will lose his mind. By the way, Xiao Fan, have you seen any strange people near home recently? Lu Huan asked. Weird person? Jiang Fan immediately thought of Chao Xuanlong. Chapter 19, Strange Atmosphere. But who is the strange person Lu Huan is talking about? As an ordinary person, Lu Huan should know about the so-called Saint Clan, right? It's nothing, I'm just asking. It doesn't seem to be safe recently. You haven't seen it, have you? Never seen it. Jiang Fan answered decisively. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. The speed was so fast that Lu Huan was a little surprised. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, was worried that his murder would be exposed, even though he was a scumbag. Jiang Fan's eyes were evasive. Lu Huan instantly noticed something strange, and Lao Guo, who brought the noodles over, saw this scene. His face was a little solemn, and he looked at Lu Huan. They could naturally tell that Jiang Fan had lied. 9 times out of 10, Jiang Fan had seen him before. Scared? Lao Guo enlightened Jiang Fan. Fan, if you have anything, just say it directly, don't hide it recently. There are some things that are not peaceful. If you talk about it, we can still think of a solution together. Jiang Fan quickly waved his hand. I've never seen it before. I've never seen anything. He definitely couldn't tell. If Sister Huan and Lao Guo knew that he had committed a murder, they would probably alienate him even if they didn't send him to the law enforcement department. After all, ordinary people are not willing to associate with murderers. The expressions of Lu Huan and Lao Guo became more solemn. The more Jiang Fan behaves like this, the more worried they become. Although there are already third-grade spiritual beasts, according to their visual inspection, that spiritual beast may not be able to defeat even the slightly stronger second-grade warriors. Maybe he has been intimidated by the saints. We have to find a way to prevent Xiao Fan from going astray. But they also knew Jiang Fan's character. As long as Jiang Fan didn't want to say more, they couldn't find anything out by pressing him. I can only give up. Jiang Fan lowered his head with a guilty conscience and finished the noodles and soup. After dinner, Lu Huan drove Jiang Fan back. Along the way, Lu Huan kept telling Jiang Fan that if anything strange happened recently, he should tell her immediately. Jiang Fan just nodded dully. When Jiang Fan got out of the car at the gate of the community, he happened to meet Su Ching, who was about to go out. Jiang Fan was stunned. Su Ching was actually back, but why was he leaving right after he came back? Are you so busy every day? But it's normal to think about it. At Su Ching's age, she loves to play. And she was so good-looking. So many men were queuing up to want to go out with her. But why don't you see him going out with the guy upstairs? Are you afraid of being discovered? That's right, a woman like Su Ching would definitely be out of place walking with that boy. It is easy to arouse criticism from others. The two may prepare to have a secret relationship before the official engagement or marriage. At this moment, Jiang Fan imagined many scenes in his mind. Su Ching also looked at Jiang Fan blankly, and then took a deep look at Lu Huan, who was sitting in the car. Lu Huan obviously didn't realize that he would meet Su Ching here. The two women looked at each other with their beautiful eyes, and for some reason, neither of them looked away. It seemed as if a complex emotion was spreading in the hearts of the two women. It's hard to explain, but it does exist. Lu Huan got out of the car and looked at Jiang Fan. Su Ching also shifted her gaze to Jiang Fan. Both women looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan felt weird, as if he had something to explain. For example, why did you get out of Lu Huan's car? For example, why do you live in the same community as Su Ching? For example, he has nothing to do with Lu Huan. Lu Huan is just a sister who grew up with him. For example, he and Su Ching have nothing to do with each other. Su Ching is just his next-door neighbor. Bullshit. Why should he explain this? What is the atmosphere now? Jiang Fan smiled and said to Su Ching, let me introduce to you. This is Sister Huan. She used to live in this community. Su Ching nodded, but still looked at Jiang Fan, as if letting Jiang Fan continue the introduction. Lu Huan, 23 years old, currently working in a trading center, 1.7 meters tall, weighing 48 kilograms, and her measurements are. Lu Huan opened his eyes wide and looked down at his figure. When was she tested? This kid doesn't learn well. Moreover, why are you saying this? Why should you expose this information about yourself? Su Ching was a little disdainful. She was indeed a pervert. She had experienced Jiang Fan's ability to look at his figure at a glance. Lu Huan glared at Jiang Fan angrily. Jiang Fan was embarrassed, then turned around and introduced to Lu Huan. Sister Huan, this is my classmate from Tianxing No. 1 Middle School, Su Ching, the school beauty. Lu Huan didn't say anything, just looked at Jiang Fan, as if waiting for the next step. Jiang Fan has a headache. What are you doing? You have to force her one by one. Golden ratio measurements. Lu Huan's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Su Ching's breasts in disbelief. Real or fake? Tant tu dis? Isn't that as big as a ball? The key is, how did Xiao Fan know? With the naked eye alone, Even she, as a woman, couldn't see through Su Ching's true size. Unless, impossible. Jiang Fan and Su Ching. Su Ching's pretty face turned red and her face was ashen. This guy actually knew her measurements perfectly. The key is, how did this guy know? If we talk about waist and hip circumference, maybe there are experienced perverts out there who can tell. What about the bust? Even her mother doesn't know the size of her breasts. Simply incredible. The two women stared at Jiang Fan with burning eyes, and Jiang Fan laughed twice. Would you like to come and sit at my house? The two women said in unison. Su Ching snorted and returned home, while Lu Huan closed the car door hard, stepped on the accelerator, and left. Jiang Fan was speechless. What's going on? Do these two people have a grudge against each other? That shouldn't be the case. Sister Huan has graduated for several years. Su Ching just transferred here 2 years ago, so it can be said that she has nothing to do with us. Jiang Fan didn't think much about this matter. Maybe there was a small conflict between the two of them before? It has nothing to do with him anyway. Lu Huan drives very aggressively. When he encounters other cars, he honks the horn frantically, forcing the other cars to retreat in shame. She didn't know why, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but she didn't know what she was angry about. Anyway, I'm very angry. Xiao Fan, I used to think he was just a little stray boy, but now it seems that I really underestimated him. Su Ching also slammed her door shut. Leaning against the door, I was in a very bad mood. I heard Jiang Fan going upstairs, but he didn't stop at all. He opened the door smoothly and then closed it. This guy doesn't even have the idea to explain. When I got out of a young woman's car, it was obvious that she was not a fuel-efficient person. Could it be that this guy likes older people? Quirk. Pets like bald ones, women like older ones. I feel sick. There's a serious illness. Jiang Fan opened the basic boxing skills on the animal skin. There was excitement on his face. The path of a warrior may now be open to him. The Beast Master is so strong that he doesn't even have to take action himself in fights. But there's also a fatal problem. I am too weak. Once someone gets past the spirit beast, it's easy to kill him instantly. Chapter 20. You can't marry an ordinary person. Su Ching's family. Search. An old woman in her 70s was standing respectfully beside Su Ching. Su Ching held a precious spiritual beast illustrated book in her hand, which was compiled by the master of beast control. This book was expensive and only circulated among the upper classes. Su Ching has been learning about evolution. If she cannot overcome the obstacle of evolution, she will not be able to become a powerful beast master. After a while, the old woman sighed. Miss, what have you thought about? Would you like to return to Yuehua City with me? Su Ching put down the illustrated book, looking somewhat hesitant. The old woman continued. I also saw that young man named Jiang Fan just now. Obviously, it won't work. I will personally report this child marriage to the old master and ask him to give up on it. Su Ching didn't say anything, and the old woman didn't know what she was thinking. Miss, don't worry. The old master has always loved you and will definitely not let you marry an ordinary person. However, Mr. Long Hao from Yuehua City is deeply in love with the young lady. He was rejected by the young lady last time and was depressed for a long time. Long Hao. A hint of disdain flashed across Su Ching's pretty face. Long Hao was a genius at the Dragon Temple. He managed to control a young dragon beast before he was 20 years old. He is the legendary Dragon Master. But Su Ching really didn't look down on Long Hao, and she was just borrowing the resources of the Dragon Temple. If Long Hao had conquered the dragon spirit beast from the wasteland, then she, Su Ching, would definitely admire him. Some people in the Su family have been holding on to this marriage, simply because the Dragon Temple promised to give them a dragon spirit beast egg as a betrothal gift. Mother Zhang, you have watched me grow up. Do you think I will accept someone as arrogant and domineering as Long Hao? Su Ching asked the old woman. Zhang Ma sighed and shook her head slightly. The thing that young lady despises the most is a person with a personality like Long Hao's, but Zhang Ma wanted to say that as a supreme beast-controlling genius, it is normal for Long Hao to be arrogant and proud of his talents. At least he is countless times stronger than that mediocre Jiang Fan. Su Ching thought about it and said with a smile, 1,000 times stronger? I don't think so. Aunt Zhang was shocked. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the difference between these two people. One is a genius of the Dragon Temple, a dragon rider who is less than 20 years old. One is the son of an ordinary family, and his father is just a warrior who started out halfway. A young man who grew up in such a family would never be able to catch up with someone like Long Hao even if he were given 10 lifetimes. Seeing that Su Ching was not shaken, Zhang Ma sighed. Miss, if you don't leave, you might be in danger. There is news that people from the evil sect have come to Tianxing Town. Evil sect? Su Ching frowned instantly, with a look of nervousness on her pretty face. She naturally knew that this evil sect called itself a holy clan, and said that its purpose was to help the world and save humanity. He often forces beast taming geniuses from all over the place to join the evil sect, and if they refuse, he will kill them. Jiang Fan is in danger. Su Ching's reaction surprised Zhang Ma greatly. I didn't expect that the lady was so worried about Jiang Fan. Why? She didn't understand. Was it because Jiang Fan was the young lady's childhood sweetheart? But as far as she knew, although the young lady moved to live opposite Jiang Fan, they actually had no contact on a regular basis. Why bother? Miss, I think the most important thing right now is your safety. No need to say more, I know what's going on. Su Ching interrupted Zhang Ma and started thinking about Jiang Fan's next situation. Chu. Jiang Fan rubbed his nose, as if someone was scolding him. He had some understanding of the basic boxing techniques. Consists of two parts. One part is a set of basic boxing manuals, mainly some practical routines and methods of exerting force. The other part is a few mantras for absorbing and inhaling. You can absorb spiritual energy into the body to achieve the purpose of refining the body and enhancing the power of qi and blood. Many college entrance examination candidates will buy some animal blood or spirit stones before the martial arts examination. Refined beast blood can enhance a person's physique, while spirit stones can extract some spiritual energy. The price of animal blood is cheaper than spirit stones, and it is sold by milliliter on the market. A first-grade spiritual beast, 1 milliliter of blood costs 100 yuan. Fatty Chen's father bought some for him. After reading the entire boxing manual, Jiang Fan discovered that body training is actually the most important thing. For warriors, there's a logic that cannot be wrong. When your strength and speed are strong enough, even an ordinary punch can unleash terrifying power. This set of basic boxing techniques advocates strengthening your own strength. Make the not-so-sophisticated boxing techniques possess extraordinary power. Therefore, this basic boxing technique is more like a set of basic body training methods. However, absorbing spiritual energy requires the assistance of animal blood or spiritual stones. It is useless to rely solely on the thin spiritual energy in nature. Jiang Fan thought of Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen had said before that his father knew a distributor who sold animal blood and could get some animal blood at a slightly cheaper price. Jiang Fan immediately went to find Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen lives in a high-end residential complex in the city center, which is much better than his home. Fatty Chen's father is also a martial artist, and it seems he was also involved in gangster activities in his early years. Later, he became a contractor and took on several projects, making a considerable fortune. This house is now worth millions. In fact, the classmates don't quite understand that Fatty Chen can be considered a rich second generation. Jiang Fan didn't say much in the way of politeness. In fact, he often came to hang out with Fatty Chen and was also very familiar with Fatty Chen's parents. Knowing that Jiang Fan was coming, Fatty Chen's parents even took the initiative to prepare a large table of delicious dishes. Better than any previous reception. Although Fatty Chen didn't think it was necessary, he and Jiang Fan were good buddies, so there was no need to pay so much attention. But Fatty Chen's parents insisted on this. Jiang Fan actually understood. He was no longer a child, so he naturally knew what his uncle and aunt meant. He smiled and said, "Uncle and aunt, don't worry. In the future, as long as I can, I will definitely help Chen Pang." Qiushi. Fatty Chen's birth name is Chen Qiushi. It's just that Jiang Fan always felt that Fatty Chen was not worthy of such an elegant name. So I always call him Fatty Chen. After a long time, sometimes I really can't remember the name Chen Qiushi. Uncle Chen smiled and nodded. By the way, Qiushi said, "Do you want to buy some animal blood?" "Right. Shouldn't you be buying spirit beast eggs now?" Fatty Chen asked. "I want to strengthen my body. Physical training can also help improve my mental strength." Spiritual power? Fatty Chen was puzzled. Isn't spiritual power the power that Soul Master should pursue? Uncle Chen is also well-informed and explained. It takes a lot of mental energy for a beast master to control a spirit beast. The stronger the mental power, the higher the degree of control over the spirit beast, and the longer the spirit beast can be maintained. A strong physique can also help to support a strong mental force. Wow, Xiao Fan, you even know this. Fatty Chen admired Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan smiled. It was thanks to Chao Shuanglong that he knew this. However, this was just his excuse. He didn't need any mental power to control the spirit beast. Refining the body is simply to develop martial arts. However, it must be developed secretly and used as a trump card at the critical moment. According to his understanding, ordinary beast masters use all their energy and time to control spirit beasts. At most, it can improve your mental strength, but you won't learn martial arts. But for Jiang Fan, taming beasts is too easy, which allows him to take time to practice martial arts. He wants to be the best beast master among all beast masters, the best beast master among all warriors. This is the way to be invincible. Chapter 21. Kid, you should go home. It is not difficult to embark on the path of martial arts. All you need is money. Talent is not a big requirement. Before, he was reluctant to let his family sell everything they had to support him. But now that he has money, he can give it a try. I do know a few hunters. It would be a bit cheaper to buy beast blood from them, but Uncle Chin thought that even if it could be cheaper, it would still be worth a lot of money. Animal blood is sold by milliliter, and the market price is 100 yuan per milliliter. Buying it from a hunter costs $80. It seems that not much money is spent, but if you want to make a significant improvement, you need a lot of beast blood. It had cost 2 million to make Xioshi's chi and blood power reach 0.5 horsepower. Beast blood cannot be swallowed directly. It can only be absorbed through medicinal bathing in a balanced way. So the consumption is very staggering. He knew Jiang Fan's family conditions and was afraid that he could not afford it. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Fan, I can give you the hunter's contact information and ask him to sell it to you at the lowest price. But we still have 1,000 milliliters left at home, so you can use it first. Jiang Fan stared. 1,000 milliliters. The market price is 100,000. Uncle Chen really spent a lot of money in order for him to take care of Fatty Chen. Although Fatty Chen was also surprised, he didn't say anything. He knew that animal blood was expensive, and he also knew that Jiang Fan's family could not afford it. 100,000 yuan is not a big deal for their family. If it can help Jiang Fan, it will be worth it. Uncle, I have a very good relationship with Fatty Chen. You don't have to do this. Jiang Fan waved his hand quickly. And when Fatty Chen enters the martial arts school, he will need more animal blood, so let's keep it for him. Without waiting for the Chen family to say anything, he got the hunter's contact information and left. Uncle Chen opened his mouth, but felt a little disappointed when he saw Jiang Fan left so quickly. Fatty Chen muttered, Dad, you don't have to be like this. Xiao Fan and I have a very close relationship. He will definitely help me in the future. Uncle Chen sighed. You are still young and don't understand anything. Even if Xiao Fan has the same idea as you now, no one knows what will happen in the future. Your martial arts exam results can only allow you to go to an ordinary martial arts school. To be honest, your martial arts talent is average, and it would be good enough if you can reach the second rank after graduation. But Xiao Fan is different. He can go to the Beast Taming Academy. Your future circles and horizons will be different. It may even become farther and farther away, until you haven't contacted each other for 10 or 8 years. The friendship between classmates and buddies is as thin as water. Do you think he will still remember you at that time? Fatty Chen is sluggish. Is that possible? To be honest, he doesn't have that concept at all now. He pursed his lips and said stubbornly, Xiao Fan is not that kind of person, and maybe your son and I will get involved in the future. If I become a legendary warrior, I will definitely have to protect him at that time. Uncle Chen didn't say anything. It was useless to say anything now. They were all still too young. Jiang Fan added the hunter's fiction. Hunter, this is a very dangerous profession, but it is very free. Compared with working for a certain force, it is equivalent to being your own boss. The more you do, the more you earn. Some warriors with stronger abilities have chosen this profession. There are a lot of hunters on the continent, and there are even hunter guilds in various places. The number of branches of the Hunters Guild actually exceeds that of the Trading Center. The Trading Center can only be established at the city level at most, but the Hunters Guild also has a branch in Tianxing Town. Just not too big. Jiang Fan contacted the hunter and asked about the price of the beast blood. The hunter directly sent a form. First grade beast blood, 85 milliliters. Second grade animal blood ml. 3 grade beast blood ml. 4th grade animal blood ml. It disappears at the 4th level. It seems that even for hunters, it is difficult to obtain beast blood above the 4th level. But the price is indeed surprisingly high. 85,000 for 1 milliliter. How much is 1 milliliter? It's about the size of the little fingernail. This is still a 15% discount. The regular price is 100,000. It's enough for him to evolve into a third-grade spiritual beast. Isn't it 80? Jiang Fan asked. That was before. Now the price has gone up, and there is a huge shortage of animal blood. The agency has raised the purchase price to 80. Why should I sell it to you at 80? I heard you're a beast master, so I'm giving you a discount. If it were someone else, I'd have to sell it for at least 90. The hunter was direct. But the price is still a bit expensive. He knew how to use animal blood for bathing. Place yourself in a bucket of water dissolved in animal blood, allowing the animal blood to fully contact the skin to maximize the absorption area. Generally speaking, 1 milliliter of animal blood dissolves in 1 liter of water. 100 liters, 100 milliliters, 8,005 times. If a person with good martial arts talent soaks 10 times, the power of qi and blood can be increased by 0.1. If it were normal, I would probably have to soak it 20 or 30 times. Hiss. This is not taking a bath. This is taking a bath. If you want to increase the power of qi and blood to 0.5 horses, you will have to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions. The Chen family really spent a lot of money on Fatty Chen. He couldn't afford this bath. If he had the money, he might as well keep the evolved spirit beast. Is there any way to get animal blood for free? Yes, go and kill it yourself. The hunter smiled and said, however, although you are a beast master, I think you may not have a spiritual beast yet. In other words, the spiritual beast can only be of the first grade at most, and the combat power of a first-grade spiritual beast is too weak. Jiang Fan did not follow these words, but asked, where to kill the spiritual beast? It's just outside the city. Didn't there be a tide of beasts attacking Tianxing Town recently? The guard regiment has issued a bounty mission. If you kill the murderer, you will be rewarded, and the beast you kill will be counted as your spoils. Jiang Fan really doesn't know. He checked and found that it really existed. This mission was issued jointly by the Guard Corps and the Law Enforcement Division. Hunters from Tianxing Town and surrounding Tianxing Town are welcome to kill ferocious beasts. Bounty structure. The bounty for a first-grade ferocious beast is 1,000. The bounty for a second-grade ferocious beast is 10,000. And the bounty for a third-grade ferocious beast is 100,000. What a high bounty! However, to participate in bounty missions, you need to register as a bounty hunter first. The purpose of registering bounty hunters is to facilitate management. Before the bounty guilds, bounty hunters were actually a mixed bag. They often did illegal things, and later the Hunters Guild, an official organization, was established. Anyone who has not registered with the Hunters Guild is an unlicensed hunter, and unlicensed hunters will be imprisoned if caught. The Hunters Guild building is also in the city center and has been established for quite a long time. It's been decades, obviously not as grand as the trading center. Likewise, there were few people. There are very few local hunters in Tianxing Town. That is to say, due to the recent animal disaster, more hunters come here. The receptionist at the door was a girl in her 20s, wearing a cheongsam and looking a little lazy. Seems to be taking a nap. Cough. Jiang Fan coughed, and the girl raised her head. Hello, what's the matter? I want to register as a bounty hunter. The girl's eyes widened instantly, and she looked Jiang Fan up and down. After a long time, he asked suspiciously, are you a registered bounty hunter? Yes. The girl was speechless. Are you kidding me? This kid looks like a high school student. Why should he be a bounty hunter? The girl stood up and said with a smile, well, kid, let me tell you, bounty hunter sounds cool, but it's very dangerous. You should go back and do your homework right away, right? Chapter 22, everyone is rushing. What's with that tone? Kid, how am I small? I know, but I need to register as a bounty hunter. Search. Jiang Fan said seriously. Yes, I know. Come back when you grow up. I will help you register then, okay? I really was underestimated. I'm a beast master. Jiang Fan said calmly. Yes, yes, yes. I know you have a dream of becoming a beast master. So why don't you come when you grow up? The girl thought Jiang Fan was very cute and couldn't help but pinch Jiang Fan's little face. Jiang Fan's face froze instantly. Why do so many people like pinching their faces? Is it because I am very handsome? However, Jiang Fan was not very disgusted. In fact, the girl had a good appearance and figure. He is on par with Lu Huan. And what's more important is that he is actually a second-grade warrior. A 24-year-old second-grade warrior should be considered extremely talented. But it was just a reception by the Hunters Guild. Is the Hunters Guild so high-end? It seems that if I don't show something, the other party will not register me as a bounty hunter. A blue light flashed in his hand, and the bald parrot flew out of the rift in space. As soon as the bald parrot came out, he shouted in a sharp voice, Little girl, stay with me for one night. Little girl, stay with me for one night. Little girl, stay with me for one night. Jiang Fan and the girl instantly turned black. The girl glanced at Jiang Fan, her eyes seeming to ask, "Is this what you think?" Jiang Fan shook his head quickly and laughed dryly. "My spiritual beast is a bit out of tune, but it just talks nonsense, huh?" However, the girl still looked at the bald parrot with some curiosity. Although this bald parrot's aura is not weak, what should be said is that it is too ugly. The wings elsewhere were shiny and full, but there was not a single hair on the head. It makes the dry bird head look disgusting. "A third-grade spiritual beast?" the girl asked. A trace of horror flashed across the girl's beautiful eyes. "Such a young third-rank beast master? This is amazing. Tianxing Town, when did such a person appear? It looks weird. Could it be evolved from an ordinary beast?" the girl asked. Jiang Fan gave a thumbs up and praised. "Good eyesight." The girl complained in her heart. "What good eyesight? Anyone who has seen a real spiritual beast can tell the difference. Okay, it's mainly about temperament. However, my third-grade spirit beast is enough to qualify me to register as a bounty hunter, right?" "Yes, of course." The girl's eyes were glowing. Although it was evolved from an ordinary beast, this ability is extremely rare. I have never heard of any beast master who can evolve ordinary beasts to this level. Maybe it is easier for ordinary beasts to evolve? It is possible. But basically no beast master would waste his precious beast seal on ordinary beasts. The evolution of ordinary beasts may be simple, but their strength is weak and their threshold is low. Perhaps this bald parrot has evolved to its limit, and there is no further evolutionary path. Wait a moment. The girl was full of thoughts as she operated the computer, asking for some information such as name, age, etc., and took a photo of Jiang Fan. After only a few minutes, the girl raised her head, smiled, and said, "Registered Jiang Fan. From now on, you are an officially certified bounty hunter of the Star Moon Federation, and your hunter license can be used within the Star Moon Federation." Jiang Fan was stunned. "Is this the end?" "Yes," the girl replied with a smile. The process was done so quickly that Jiang Fan didn't even react. In other words, it was different from what Jiang Fan imagined. "Can a receptionist at the door apply for a hunter's license for me?" Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan's doubts, the girl stood up and walked out of the front desk. The red cheongsam is dotted with some light yellow patterns. Looking at it this way, this dress seems to be worth a lot of money. Moreover, this girl is very elegant, and her beauty and appearance are very good. Although not as stunning as Su Ching, she is the type that is pleasing to the eye and becomes more attractive the more you look at her. "Jiang Fan, let me introduce myself. My name is Enya, and I'm the president of the Hunter Guild's Tianxing Town branch." "President?" Jiang Fan was shocked. "Then how can you be the receptionist yourself?" Enya smiled awkwardly, "Because the Tianxing Town Hunter Guild has less business. At present, there are only 3 staff members including me. The other 2 want to get married these days, so I took over the reception duties." "Hiss. My goodness, that's so shabby." As if she felt Jiang Fan's pitying gaze, Enya was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "There's nothing we can do. There are too few registered bounty hunters in Tianxing Town, a place like this. We can't offer many positions." Jiang Fan shrugged. He doesn't care. Anyway, as long as the hunter's license is formal, it's fine. "By the way, I want to take the bounty mission of Beast Disaster," Jiang Fan said. Enya nodded, she guessed it. "Recently, some hunters have come to Tianxing Town from other places specifically for this mission." "Okay, but I have to remind you that it is voluntary for hunters to accept missions. If a hunter dies during a mission, the Hunter Guild will not bear any consequences." "No." Seeing that Jiang Fan was very determined, Enya didn't say much and helped Jiang Fan go through the procedures for accepting the task. Jiang Fan came out of the Hunters Guild and headed straight for the city wall. Enya sighed. "What a waste. I shouldn't control a mortal beast just to save money. It's good to be able to evolve to the 3rd level, but it should be the limit." Jiang Fan accepted the mission on the Bounty Hunter app that Enya helped him download. I was automatically pulled into a group chat. "Hey, someone new has joined? Are you GG or MM?" Someone immediately greeted him. Jiang Fan looked at this old-fashioned way of greeting and judged that this person must be quite old. Young people don't talk like that these days. Jiang Fan thought for a while and asked, "What is this group for?" The man replied, Team. Didn't you accept the bounty from Tianxing to suppress the beast disaster? It's impossible to carry out the mission alone, so this group is a team. A few people who are compatible with each other can form a temporary team to increase the chances of survival. Jiang Fan understood. It seems that bounty hunters don't work alone. This is right. Jiang Fan was puzzled before. How strong must those bounty hunters be to dare to set foot in such a dangerous wasteland alone? Now it seems that most of the tasks can be completed by working in a team. What is your occupation? The man asked again. This guy with the online name Ugly but Confident is very good at chatting. He took the initiative to introduce, we already have 3 people in our team, 2 warriors, a spirit master, and we only need 1 more strong man before we can set off. Jiang Fan replied, I'm a beast master. The man was obviously stunned, and his originally very intensive speech also stopped. Only a few seconds passed. Many messages appeared on the group chat screen. They all wanted to recruit him to join the team. The ugly one was very confident and anxious. Hey guys, I contacted this brother first. Let's follow the first-come, first-served principle. His words were quickly drowned out by the ocean of chat. Chapter 23, Joining the Hunter Team. Some people have already started to show the strength of their teams. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Some teams are composed entirely of second-grade warriors, while some teams even have third-grade warriors. There are even teams organized by beastmasters. Anyone who dares to send it out is from a stronger team. 2 third-rank warriors and a second-rank soul master. As soon as this team showed its strength, others immediately lost their momentum. 2 third-grade warriors are already shocking. You know, third-grade warriors are top-level warriors in Tianxing Town. A second-grade soul master is even more amazing. Soul masters are rarer than warriors, and it is difficult for them to make progress. Need to increase mental strength to 10, very difficult. Such a team is enough to crush all the teams in this group. Even Jiang Fan was a little shocked. This team is awesome. Okay, I'll join you. Jiang Fan didn't waste any time. Only by cooperating with strong teams can we create greater profits. Private chat. The ugly one smiled confidently and proudly. He won. Being able to capture a beast master is definitely a pleasant surprise. Beast masters are definitely very popular. Jiang Fan received an address sent by Ugly and Confident. The address is shown at Xiangjiang Hotel. Xiangjiang Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Tianxing Town and is a high-end chain hotel. I heard from the headquarters that the cost of living in the Star Moon Federation is very high. He is a rich man, actually staying at the Xiangjiang Hotel. Jiang Fan smiled and disguised himself. It was said that he was in disguise, but in fact he was just wearing a cloak to cover his face. After all, he didn't know these people. The identities of the hunters were only known by the Hunter Guild at the place of registration and the Hunter Guild headquarters. However, this information is kept confidential and cannot be disclosed to others. This concerns the reputation of the Hunter Guild. As long as one case is exposed, the huge Hunter Guild will be overthrown in an instant, and countless hunters will leave the guild. When we arrived at the Xiangjiang Hotel, the room we stayed in was the presidential suite on the top floor. Before going upstairs, Jiang Fan glanced at the price of the presidential suite. 1 night. Hiss. It's so expensive. Are all hunters so rich? The hunter before did the same thing. He directly paid 800,000 and bought the lightning snake cub from him. On the other hand, the beast tamer seems to be very poor. As a third-rank beastmaster, Yi Qinghua had a hard time getting even 100,000 yuan. He really needs to think about it carefully and maybe just change his career. Why be a beast tamer? I feel like anything else can make more money than being a beast tamer. The battlefield outside Tianxing Town. Yi Qinghua suddenly felt his nose itchy. Is it because the smell of gunpowder is too strong and irritating? The flaming wolf next to him had just killed 2 third-grade ferocious beasts. Now, Yi Qinghua is a god of war on this battlefield. The head of the guard group admired Yi Qinghua more and more, and was also shocked by the power of the Beastmaster. The spirit beasts fight in the front, and the Beastmasters don't even need to show up in the back. Moreover, the fighting ideas of spiritual beasts controlled by Beastmasters are much clearer than those of ferocious beasts that rely on instinct. Lao Jiang watched Yi Qinghua from a distance with great admiration. Seeing that Yi Qinghua and his son were almost the same age, they could already be regarded as saviors. I couldn't help but feel infinite emotion. Next to him, Lao Zhang poked Lao Zhang's arm and said with a smile, "What are you looking at? Are you envious of others?" "Shit, I'm so old. What's the use of envy? I just think, forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. The salary of a beast master should be very high, right?" Lao Zhang asked. Lao Zhang thought for a while. "I don't know, but their salary must be higher than ours. I heard that asking a beast master to take action would cost at least 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan, Lao Jiang admired it. One move equals his annual income, so everyone is extremely envious of the Beastmaster. Come to think of it, I still don't know the results of my son's 3 major exams. His mother and I are at the front line, and I don't know what's going on with him these days. Old Jiang began to miss his son. At this time, the head of the guards came over and laughed loudly. Once we have put an end to this beast disaster, we will go back together. Old Jiang nodded heavily. Let's go back together. We all have elderly parents and young children to take care of. Only by defending our country and keeping Tianxing Town safe can we keep our families safe. Otherwise, who would be willing to take the risk and go to the front line? Jiang Fan, led by the waiter, came to the door of the room. Before he could knock, the person inside opened the door. The person who opened the door was a particularly young man, very handsome, even a bit like a woman. The man didn't feel surprised when he saw Jiang Fan wearing a black robe. These days, many people act very cautiously. Introduce yourself. I am ugly and confident. I am the one chatting with you. After the man finished speaking, Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment. Ugly? Where is it ugly? With your online name, you want to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Come in, let's get acquainted, and a sign worked by the way. Ugly confidently smiled and pulled Jiang Fan in. The moment he touched Jiang Fan, an unnoticeable surprise flashed through his ugly and confident eyes. The condition of this bone is very young. Such a young beast master? TSK. It doesn't seem very reliable. He is too young. Even if he has a spirit beast, it is probably not of high grade. Maybe he is a first-grade beast master at most. A first-rank beast master is not weak, but for their team, he is not good enough. But since I'm here, I might as well learn about it first. As soon as Jiang Fan came in, he found that the other 2 team members were young people. And she's a girl. They all have excellent looks, and there are very few girls like them in Tianxing Town. You can tell at first glance that he came from a big city. This is Jiang Fan's judgment based on experience. The ugly one is very confident and has an extraordinary temperament. Please reintroduce yourself. Ugly stretched out his hand confidently and friendly. My name is Guo Chao, and I am a second-year student from Yuehua City Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Fan was surprised. A second-year student was a third-grade warrior? Are all the students of the Martial Arts Academy so awesome? Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan's doubts, Guo Chao smiled and said, "Don't look at me like this. I could be considered a genius at the Martial Arts Academy. In the second grade, I could basically be ranked among the top 10. Top 10? Not necessarily." The other girl looked at Guo Chao with disdain. She has been eating snacks crazily, but she is not fat but very slim. But that slender body seemed to contain terrifying energy. Guo Chao was speechless and introduced to Jiang Fan. Her name is Lu Yu. She is also a student of the Martial Arts Academy and is currently ranked 10th in the second grade. This surprised Jiang Fan even more. Girls are actually more powerful than boys? Chapter 24, A Sense of Crisis Strikes. But then, Guo Chao said again, "Last time I challenged the top 10 list, I was not prepared, so I lost to the guy in 7th place. If I had challenged Lu Yu at that time..." Guo Chao did not continue. Search. Lu Yu's slender eyebrows immediately raised. Challenge me, and then, how about it? You know the result. Guo Chao snorted coldly. Lu Yu smiled, put down the snacks, and stood up. The powerful energy of blood was immediately released, as if it were a pressure vortex. It makes people feel a little uncomfortable breathing. Guo Chao frowned. Lu Yu, we have a mission ahead of us. I don't want to fight you right now. Let's go back to school and talk about it. No, I want you to know now that you can't do it. Lu Yu approached Guo Chao step by step. Guo Chao did not back down either, and seemed to be determined to compete with Lu Yu. It seemed that the two were about to fight. Jiang Fan had a strange expression. What was he doing? What does it mean? Suddenly, a cool voice was heard. You two, please be patient. The sound is very magical, and the coolness is not real coolness, but a kind of coolness that comes from the spirit. It seems to calm people's restless mood. Jiang Fan looked over in the direction of the voice and saw a quiet girl sitting by the window speaking. This girl has blue-black hair, pure appearance, and a somewhat thin figure. Looks a little bit malnourished. Holding a book in his hand, Jiang Fan glanced at it from a distance. It seemed to be an atlas of spiritual beasts. The Spiritual Beast Atlas is the general name for a type of book. It was not typed and printed, but written by a soul master. Every picture and every word in the book is written with spiritual power. Therefore, every book is expensive, and reading such books requires a lot of mental energy. Ordinary people will feel dizzy just by reading a word. Soul Master. This young girl is a soul master. Although soul masters are not as rare as beast control masters, they're still much rarer than warriors. Only one soul master can be born among hundreds of people. The method the girl used just now is similar to the bald parrot's special skill. It's just that the bald parrot's special skill is to anger others, while this girl's special skill is to calm others' emotions. Guo Chao said that there are 2 third-level warriors and a second-level soul master in his team. In other words, this girl has more than 10 mental powers. Only then did Guo Chao and Lu Yu become quiet. They snorted coldly and turned their heads in the opposite direction. Despite their bickering, they are actually childhood sweethearts and have a pretty good relationship. The girl explained to Jiang Fan with a smile. Jiang Fan nodded. He actually saw it. They seem to be incompatible, but in fact they are a pair of bickering enemies. Jiang Fan suddenly felt a little sad. Childhood sweethearts, a relationship that all men dream of. Sure enough, handsome and talented boys have privileges. My name is Lin Mei, and I'm a second-grade soul master. The 3 of them have been introduced. When it was Jiang Fan's turn to introduce, they only knew that Jiang Fan was a beast master. But I really don't know what its specific strength is. When Guo Chao saw a beast master joining the group chat, he didn't have time to ask in detail, so he quickly recruited him. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Fan, and I'm a 3rd-grade beast master. The name is made up temporarily. I borrowed Fatty Chin's last name, but you can't let Fatty Chin know about this. Otherwise, Fatty Chin would really mock him madly. The 3 of them showed surprised expressions at the same time. 3rd-rank beast master? Guo Chao was surprised, because he just felt Jiang Fan's bones for a moment and determined that he was actually not that old. Probably younger than them. And Jiang Fan's voice is also very young. How could he be a 3rd-rank beast master? Are you also from Yohua City? Or other big cities? Or even the Star Moon Federation? Guo Chao asked. Jiang Fan frowned. He really didn't want to reveal too much. Who knows if what they just said was true? Besides, Tianxing Town is so small that once they knew his real name, it would be easy for them to investigate him. Seeing that Jiang Fan was unwilling to say more, the 3 of them did not delve into the matter. It was normal for everyone to have secrets. However, having a 3rd-rank beastmaster join their team was definitely a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect such a person would come to Tianxing Town. How about this over there? We work together as a regular 4-man team. Guo Chao proposed. The 2 women nodded in agreement. Only Jiang Fan didn't say anything, and others couldn't see his expression under his cloak. In fact, he looked confused. What is a regular 4-man formation? Do you understand? Guo Chao glanced at Jiang Fan and said one more thing. Brother Chen, I will rush to the front and keep a distance of 100 meters from you, responsible for facing the enemy head-on. But I may not be able to take care of your and Lin Mei's safety, so Lu Yu will protect you within a range of about 10 meters. Lin Mei is a 2nd-grade soul master who can use her mental power to influence enemies within a few dozen meters. Brother Chen needs to let the 3rd-grade spirit beast fight with me in the front to maintain combat effectiveness. Jiang Fan understood. Guo Chao is the spearhead, and Lu Yu can support Guo Chao when advancing, or protect him and Lin Mei when retreating. It is indeed a more reasonable formation. Lu Yu laughed at Guo Chao. You're still explaining to him. He's a 3rd-rank beastmaster. Do you think you know more than him? Jiang Fan couldn't respond. It seems that his identity as a 3rd-rank beastmaster means that as soon as he appears, others will regard him as a great master. But there is no doubt that the 3 young men in front of him are top talents. Despite his young age, he was comparable to the Chao Shuanglong he had met. The purpose of coming to Tianxing Town is probably to gain experience. But the question that should be asked is, how will the spoils be divided? Guo Chao laughed and said, haha, we're not interested in the bonuses for killing the beasts. We mainly kill ferocious beasts to earn some hunter points, and then return to the academy to exchange them for success points. If possible, all hunter points will belong to us, and all spoils, including quest results, will be yours. No problem. Jiang Fan agreed without hesitation. He didn't know what the hunter value was for, but the most important thing to him right now was the bonus and the corpse of the ferocious beast. Do you know how to extract animal blood? The 3 of them were a little confused, as usually only warriors would extract beast blood. The main purpose of a beastmaster is actually to control spiritual beasts. But since Jiang Fan asked this, they knew that Lin Mei said, you need to go to a specialized institution and use a special refining method. The blood essence obtained by refining the corpse of a vicious beast is actually the blood of the beast. It's just that people in the market prefer to call it animal blood. Jiang Fan nodded. So that's it. The 4 of them got into Guo Chao's luxury car and sped along the way. Soon they arrived outside Tianxing Town. Tianxing Town borders the foot of a mountain and is surrounded by a 4A-level tourist attraction. But there is no one here now, except for the roars of ferocious beasts and the sounds of artillery fire coming from afar. Jiang Fan then realized how serious this beast disaster was. Nothing will happen to my parents. Jiang Fan's heart suddenly started beating wildly. It was the first time he was so nervous. As if sensing Jiang Fan's inner uneasiness, Lin Mei asked doubtfully, "Chen Fan, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but directly summoned the bald parrot. The bald parrot is a third-grade flying spirit beast, so it can easily drag Jiang Fan up. Fly towards the battlefield. The three were shocked. Wow, it really is a third-grade spiritual beast. A genuine third-grade beast master. Chapter 25 Tianxing Town Secret. Gui Chao was shocked and speechless. Such a young third-level beast master? The two women wanted to catch up, but found that Gui Chao was still in a daze. Lu Yu frowned. "Why are you stunned? Hurry up and catch up." After a while, Gui Chao murmured, "The youngest third-level beast master in Yuehua City. How old is he?" "How old are you asking?" Lu Yu thought for a while. It should be the guy from the Beast Control Academy. He is 20 years old. What's wrong? 20 years old. Gui Chao pondered. Judging from his bone age just now, Chen Fan feels like he is only 17 or 18 years old. Very weak bones, much weaker than those of ordinary beast masters. However, a beast master is not known for his physical strength. Chen Fan's talent in beast mastering is undoubtedly top-notch. It can even be said that he surpassed the one in the Beast Taming Academy. I actually found a wild beast taming genius in Tianxing Town. My God, who on earth is this person? Tianxing Town battlefield. The beast disaster has launched its 13th charge, and this time there are more than 400 ferocious beasts. The pressure on the guards was unprecedentedly huge, but fortunately, with the support of the hunter squad, they were able to hold on. Lao Jiang and other first-class warriors also rushed to the front. There was nothing they could do. Although there are hunters to support them, there is still a big gap in strength between the two sides, and we can't let non-warrior members rush forward. One of Lao Jiang's arms was covered in blood, and the blade of the steel knife in his hand had long been bent. The action of hacking and killing became an instinct. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could no longer see clearly. "Lao Jiang, you step back." Lao Jiang and others joined forces to kill a first-grade ferocious beast nearby. Shouted worriedly. It seemed that Lao Jiang was beginning to lose consciousness. "This is the most dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die." If old Jiang died, how would he explain to Mrs. Jiang and Xiao Fan? Lao Jiang seemed not to hear it, and all he had eyes for was the ferocious beast opposite him. Although that ferocious beast is also of the first grade, it is one of the more powerful ones among the first grade. Lao Jiang tried dozens of times, but failed to gain any advantage over the ferocious beast. Even he was going to die. But Lao Jiang did not give up, as if the beast disaster would be eliminated as long as he killed the ferocious beast in front of him. But that first-grade ferocious beast was just an insignificant existence in the vast sea of beasts. The ones that truly possess the power of destruction are those dozens of second-grade ferocious beasts and several third-grade ferocious beasts. This time, a fourth-grade ferocious beast even came and fought with Yi Qinghua's flaming wolf to the point of causing chaos and destruction. And at the junction of heaven and earth in the distance, a black wave was rising. This is inland, there are no tides. So, it was a beast tide. Another batch is coming. Old Zhang showed despair. It was over. They were finished. Tianxing Town was finished. Kill. Lao Jiang rushed towards the ferocious beast in front of him with domineering power, even at the cost of life. The ferocious beasts were so hateful that they experienced countless life and death situations in just a few short days. To be honest, I have become numb to life and death. Although I cannot give my son a superior future, at least I can let him grow up and live safely. When I think of him in the future, at least I can proudly say that his father was a hero. Every father wants to be his child's hero. As an ordinary person, it is both difficult and easy to be a hero. Old Jiang was also covered in blood, but he couldn't take care of himself at the moment. Rushing towards this old comrade in arms who has a similar temperament to him and has been friends with him for decades. He couldn't just watch Lao Jiang rush to death. That first-class ferocious beast also rushed towards Lao Jiang like crazy. The sharp claws struck Lao Jiang on the head. Seeing that no one present could support Lao Jiang, Lao Jiang also wanted to die together. You evil beast, step back. Suddenly, a sharp sound descended from the sky. In the astonished eyes of everyone, a third-grade spiritual beast taunted the first-grade ferocious beast. Very good. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The mental power of the first-grade ferocious beast was very weak, and almost instantly, the hatred value was transferred to the bald parrot. Although its strength is far inferior to that of the bald parrot, it still rushes towards the bald parrot angrily. Stab! Almost instantly, the vicious beast was torn in half by the bald parrot's sharp claws. Jiang Fan, standing in front of Lao Jiang, supported Lao Jiang, who was about to fall. Jiang Fan was trembling all over. Looking at his father's current state, his eyes couldn't help but get wet. First, this was the first time he saw his father's work with his own eyes. Desperate work. Even so, his father did not hesitate to use the 10,000 yuan he had bought with his life to let him register for the 3 major exams. Lao Jiang could not clearly see the appearance of the man in front of him. However, this person was also a beast master, and he quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, Master Beast Master, for saving your life." Master Beast Controller. Jiang Fan wanted to say, "I am your son. It is only natural for me to save you." However, a deafening roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from behind. Jiang Fan looked over in the direction of the sound and saw another army of ferocious beasts charging towards them. Their skill is just as good as the one the human race is currently fighting. Everyone was shocked. How could this happen? The intelligence clearly stated that this army of ferocious beasts rushed to the next town. Why did they change direction midway? The head of the guards was furious. Could it really be the work of the evil sect? Evil sect. Before, he had received a rumor that the recent riot of ferocious beasts in Tianxing Town might be the work of the evil sect. Now it seems that these ferocious beasts have a strategy and have launched a surprise attack. Doesn't it mean that someone is causing trouble? Yi Qinghua frowned. Now the context is getting clearer. Before she came to Tianxing Town, a liar who claimed to be an evolutionist had cheated her. The flame demon wolf was even seriously injured and almost fell to the 2nd level. Up to now, the ferocious beasts have been strategically attacking Tianxing Town in the past few days. If there is no one behind the scenes, it will not be justified. She also wanted to know what the evil sect's purpose was. Is it just to divide Tianxing Town's guard strength so that they can attack these new beast masters this year? Is it worth it? Did the evil sect make such a big fuss before? Captain Wang, what exactly is hidden in Tianxing Town? Yi Qinghua suddenly asked. I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as it seems. Captain Wang was stunned for a moment and said nothing. But from his flickering eyes, it was obvious that there really are unusual things in Tianxing Town. The evil sect is spending so much effort, even at the cost of inciting a tide of beasts to attack. There must be a reason that attracts them to do so. This time it's really troublesome. There is a 4th-grade ferocious beast in the herd, and only she can deal with it. However, the number of 3rd-grade ferocious beasts also exceeded double digits. There are over 100 2nd-grade ferocious beasts, which is far beyond what the human race can currently handle. Captain Wang looked conflicted. He didn't know what to do. Yi Qing was furious. If you don't tell me, then there is no need for me to guard Tianxing Town anymore. Captain Wang's pupils shrank. Yi Qinghua must not leave. Once Yi Qinghua leaves, the 4th-grade ferocious beast will be able to move freely in the territory and defeat the guarding forces of Tianxing Town with ease. Once attacked by a ferocious beast, if we enter the town, it will be bad. Don't do that. Captain Wang was anxious and whispered. To be honest, there is a dragon spirit egg in Tianxing Town. Chapter 26. Fire Poison Wolf Spider. What? Yi Qinghua was shocked. Search. Dragon spirit beast eggs can hatch dragon spirit beasts. As a beast master, he certainly knows the value of dragon beasts. The dragon clan is the top existence among spiritual beasts. At one time, it was a transcendent existence that dominated the heavens and the earth. Some people say that the dragon clan is the supreme ruler of those wasteland spiritual beasts. Those who can control the dragon clan are called dragon masters, and they are all advanced beings among beast masters. I never expected that Tianxing Town would actually hide a dragon spirit beast egg. Yi Qinghua showed a hint of ridicule. She was fighting life and death here, and the result was just to help others protect the eggs of the dragon spirit beasts. Captain Wang quickly said, "We don't want to keep this dragon spirit beast egg for ourselves. It's just that I haven't had time to hand it over to Yuehua City. But the top management of Yuehua City already knows." Yi Qinghua nodded. Haha, don't worry, although I feel very unhappy. But they will certainly not sit idly by and watch the evil sect succeed. The dragon beast egg is of vital importance. It is a good thing that a dragon rider can be created. Yi Qinghua glanced at Jiang Fan and shouted, "Where are you from, brother?" Jiang Fan glanced at Yi Qinghua and the flaming wolf that was more than 10 meters tall next to Yi Qinghua. The blazing flames all over his body made neither humans nor ferocious beasts dare to approach him. The data of the flame wolf appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes. Flame wolf. Spirit beast level. 4th rank. Talent A. Race, canine. Growth value, physical strength, speed, combat power, general evolution route. 7. Special skill, flame burning. It's already the 4th level, and the improvement of each attribute is terrifying. Compared to the 3rd level, it has increased by nearly 4 times. Sure enough, the higher the level of evolution, the greater the improvement it brings. The threshold for chi and blood power for a 4th grade warrior is 1,000 horses. At present, the strength of the flame demon wolves has far exceeded 1,000. As expected, spiritual beasts have innate advantages over humans. Yi Qinghua glanced at Jiang Fan's bald parrot with a strange expression. This parrot is so ugly. Generally, when a beast master is evolving a spirit beast, he will intentionally or unintentionally make the spirit beast's appearance more beautiful. For example, her flaming wolf is very domineering, with flaming hair all over its body, and can be seen from thousands of meters away. It is a look that she has evolved on purpose. Jiang Fan felt offended and said, "You quickly take care of the fire-poison wolf spider." Yi Qinghua's eyes widened. This tone, although she was not the kind of person whose dignity could not be offended, the other party was only a 3rd-rank beastmaster. Just give her orders directly? But the fire-poison wolf spider is not that easy to deal with. Yi Qinghua himself was also very upset. The fire-poison wolf spider is the 4th-grade evil beast that commands the beast disaster. It is a giant spider, several meters tall, with thick black hair all over his body. It makes one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Although it is not as good as the flame demon wolf in terms of size, the fire-poisonous wolf spider sprays flames. It is highly poisonous. Not to mention ordinary people, just warriors are slightly affected. In mild cases, the whole body is burned and disfigured. In severe cases, it turns into a pool of corpses. That is to say, the fur of the flame demon wolf is always burning with flames, so it is not too afraid of the fire-poison wolf spider. But others are afraid, and the fire-poison wolf spider has always wanted to draw the fight into the crowd. This makes the flame demon wolf unable to do its best. Can you attract the fire-poison wolf spider away from the crowd? Yi Qinghua asked. Jiang Fan thought for a while. I'll try. He looked at the bald parrot, who immediately understood. He circled fiercely in the air several times, tearing apart several 1st and 2nd grade murderers, and then shouted to the fire-poison wolf spider at the top of his lungs. Sit down, Zha. Hurry up and get over here and seek death. I want to torture the food. Everyone suddenly fell silent, staring at the bald parrots circling madly in the sky. The fire-poison wolf spider glanced at the bald parrot faintly. There seemed to be no reaction at all. The bald parrot's hatred attraction is 100% for anyone with a mental power of less than 10 HP. Those with more than 10 horses are slightly weaker. Could it be that the mental power of the fire-poison wolf spider exceeds 10 horses? Beyond shit, Jiang Fan was almost furious. Looking at the bald parrot, his eyes almost burst into flames. Who the hell are you speaking to? Can the fire-venomous tarantula understand? He also reproduced what he usually said when playing games and turning on the voice. Quite fancy. What's the use? The bald parrot seemed to realize the problem. After thinking about it, why did the birds sing? Ai. Ba 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 ba. Everyone was still silent. What is this? Did you translate the sentence just now in a bird language? It feels like they understand it too. Yi Qinghua's face was ashen. Is this a joke? Do you think such provocative words are really useful against a 4th-grade ferocious beast? Captain Wang and others also felt puzzled. Who is this beast master? Lao Jiang had a strange look in his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt that these 3rd-grade spiritual beasts had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Mainly the head shape, and the color of the feathers is almost the same. Could it be that Lao Jiang suddenly looked shocked? He might have accidentally picked up the cub of a spiritual beast. This bald parrot is a species of parrot spirit beast. Yes, that's it. Lao Jiang took another look at the mysterious beast master wearing a black robe. although the opponent is very powerful and can easily kill a first-level or even second-level murderer. But that figure, that voice, they're so similar. Exactly the same. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one knows his son better than him. His son is just an ordinary high school student who has no chance of passing the 3 major exams. When everyone thought that this beast master was fooling around, suddenly, the fire poison wolf spider began to move. It spread its 8 strong legs and rushed towards the bald parrot madly. The bald parrot also reacted very quickly, flapping its wings and quickly getting away from the crowd. The fire poison wolf spider also chased after it. Yi Qinghua was shocked. Why did this happen? The mind of a 4th-grade vicious beast would not be so fragile. Suddenly, she thought of it. It was a mental skill. This bald parrot just used mental skills on the fire poison wolf spider. Horrible. It can actually affect the fire poison wolf spider, causing it to lose its strategy and reason. Many high-quality spiritual beasts do not possess this ability. If it can affect the fire poison wolf spider, it can also affect her flame demon wolf. Jiang Fan chuckled. Although the fire poison wolf spider was a 4th-grade ferocious beast, but his mental strength is obviously not yet 10. The bald parrot's hatred attraction certainly works. The fire poison wolf spider is extremely fast, but the bald parrot is even faster. Both sides quickly left the main battlefield. He faced off against Guichao and his 2 companions who had just arrived. Guichao and the other 2 were all stunned. What was going on? Why did the 4th-level ferocious beast rush towards them? Or was he attracted here by that bald parrot? No time for shock. Defend the enemy. Guichao quickly issued the order. He was the captain of this team, so the 2 women didn't hesitate. Clang! Guichaoquan's sword was unsheathed. With the powerful force of qi and blood, he slashed at the fire poison wolf spider. But the fire poison wolf spider's legs were as strong as steel and directly deflected Guichao's broad knife. Guichao was shocked and glanced at his sword. This was specially made by a blacksmith who was specially invited to use hundreds of refined steel. He actually chopped off a few leg hairs of the fire, venomous wolf spider. Chapter 27. The Power of the Beast Master. The fire wolf spider became even more angry. Although it didn't hurt that its leg hair had fallen off, these humans actually dared to provoke it. They were looking for death. One leg stabbed at Guichao like a sharp sword. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Guichao's whole body was cold, enveloped by the murderous aura of the fire poison wolf spider. A 4th-grade ferocious beast is really not something he can afford to provoke. Get out of the way. Behind him, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Lu Yu took a few steps forward with a spear in his hand. A spear stabbed forward. Clang! The spear forced the fire wolf spider's legs back for a moment, and Guichao hurriedly left his original position. As soon as it escaped, the spider's leg made a deep hole in the ground. That was a close call. Guichao and Lu Yu were both still frightened. The 4th-grade beast is indeed extremely powerful. They are no match. Careful. Lin Mei issued a warning. At this moment, Lin Mei's pupils had turned a deep blue. It seemed as if there was a deep ocean in her eyes. Lin Mei looked at the fire poison wolf spider, and the fire poison wolf spider seemed to stop for a moment. The anger towards Guichao and Lu Yu has subsided a lot. He turned around and chased after the bald parrot who was watching the show not far away. The frightened bald parrot screamed and ran away. The more the bald parrot screamed, the more urgently the fire wolf spider chased it. Lin Mei felt it for a while and was very surprised. I didn't expect that the bald parrot could actually use mental skills. Guichao escaped death and sighed with lingering fear. Brother Chen, you are indeed a genius. The spirit beast looks weird, but it has very rare abilities. Lu Yu is a little disdainful. When did you start to admire others so much? Don't you claim to be a first-class genius? Snort! Guichao snorted coldly and said nothing. You don't understand. Chun Fan is very young. Younger than you and me. Such a young 3rd-rank beast master. Isn't it worth lamenting? Oh! A violent roar frightened the 3 people so much that they dared not move again. The fiery demon wolf flew over their heads. Yi Qinghua, who was riding on the fiery demon wolf, looked down at the 3 of them. Guichao and the other 2 were stunned for a moment. Ye Vink, she's here too? And was it Yi Qinghua, a 3rd-grade one? How come he's already a 4th-grade one now? Zofust? Yi Qinghua obviously also knew these 3 people and said, you go to the main battlefield. Then he chased after the fire poison wolf spider. Guichao looked back at the bald parrot that had been chased far away by the fire wolf spider. When Chun Fan's spirit beast left, he lost his fighting power. unable to contribute to their hunter team. Just as he looked at Jiang Fan, his eyes widened again. Two more third-grade spirit beasts appeared beside Jiang Fan. Bald Husky and Bald Blue Cat. Even the Bald Blue Cat seemed to be protecting a warrior from the guards. 3 third-grade spiritual beasts? Oh my god! How is this possible? Wu Chao was a little confused. He suspected that he had made a wrong judgment when he touched the bones to determine the age. The 3 of them saw the horror in each other's eyes. It seems like they have brought in an incredible beastmaster. With 3 third-grade spiritual beasts, Jiang Fan's combat power alone is comparable to that of the 3 of them, or even stronger. At this moment, because Yi Qinghua went to hunt down the fire-poison wolf spider, Jiang Fan became the strongest beastmaster, controlling the Bald Husky to attack the group of ferocious beasts. On the other side, Lao Jiang had a weird expression, and everyone looked at Lao Jiang in a weird way. Next to Lao Jiang, the Bald Blue Cat has been following closely. Wherever Lao Jiang goes, the Bald Blue Cat will go. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this powerful third-grade spiritual beast was specially left by the Master Beastmaster to protect Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang poked Lao Jiang and asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" Lao Jiang quickly shook his head. "How could I possibly know him? To us, a Beastmaster is an unattainable figure, let alone such a powerful Beastmaster." "But why do people want to protect you?" "Maybe to protect everyone?" Lao Jiang didn't know. "Why protect everyone? Don't move. Once you move, everyone has to move with you." Lao Jiang was a little uncomfortable just now and wanted to stay away from some Bald Blue Cats. As a result, the Bald Blue Cat followed Lao Jiang, and everyone had no choice but to move with Lao Jiang. Because it is protected by a third-grade spirit beast, it is quite safe. The Bald Blue Cat is ugly, but its fighting ability is quite good. It can kill a ferocious beast with one claw. Clean and neat. Everyone stared at Lao Jiang with envy. Lao Jiang was considered well-off and actually received the exclusive protection of the Beastmaster. In fact, Lao Jiang was a little uncomfortable. He was a soldier, and fighting was his responsibility. It's good this time, he can't touch the beast at all. Any murderer who comes close will die under the claws of the Bald Blue Cat. Lao Jiang took a deep look at the black-robed Beastmaster. It shouldn't be possible, right? The Bald Husky killed everyone in the surroundings under the leadership of Jiang Fan. While everyone was impressed by the great strength of this Beastmaster, Captain Wang looked shocked. He had seen the world and knew some Beastmasters. But this black-robed Beastmaster was different from any he had seen before. First of all, the creatures are a little weird, and secondly, the mental strength of this Beastmaster is incredibly strong. Control 3 third-grade spiritual beasts at the same time. What kind of mental power is this? Even Yi Qinghua could only control the fiery wolf to fight. Otherwise, the consumption of mental energy would be too great and the spirit beast would soon be out of the battle. But the black-robed Beastmaster didn't seem to care at all. Moreover, each spirit beast reacts very quickly, giving a feeling that orders are obeyed. He had never seen many people who could control spirit beasts to this extent. Who exactly is this person? A hint of gloom flashed in the depths of Captain Wang's eyes. While killing the bald parrots, Jiang Fan asked Wu Chao to help him collect the spoils. Wu Chao was made to cry without tears. It's never too late to collect the spoils later. But Jiang Fan seemed to attach great importance to the spoils, so Wu Chao could only be his follower. Lu Yu taunted, "Aren't you the captain? Why are you doing odd jobs?" Wu Chao looked displeased and said in a loud voice, "Ensuring our highest combat power, so we can focus on the battle, is also a useful contribution." The highest combat power. Lu Yu could only nod. It was indeed true. The reason why Beastmasters are envied by others is not just because they can tame beasts. It's also because spiritual beasts are stronger than humans. A third-grade warrior is no match for a third-grade spirit beast. Therefore, a third-grade Beastmaster can crush almost all third-grade warriors. Not to mention that there are 3 third-grade spirit beasts. With such strength, even a late-stage third-grade spirit beast would have to kneel down. Under the battle of Jiang Fan, Captain Wang, and others, the human race has the upper hand again. On the other side, the flame demon wolf has caught up with the fire poison wolf spider. The flame wolf can't exactly crush the fire wolf spider, but it's clearly stronger. After all, the flame demon wolf is an A-level spiritual beast and is much stronger than the fire poison wolf spider. Scum! Scum! Yi Qinghua couldn't help but look at the bald parrot a few more times. It has to be said that although this bald parrot did not participate in the battle, it was always taunting the fire poison wolf spider. The bald parrot actually played an important role in suppressing the fire poison wolf spider so easily. Chapter 28. A Great Victory. Yi Qinghua was a little envious. It would be great if she had such a spiritual beast. Although its combat power is not that strong, it is very useful as an auxiliary spirit beast. I don't know how the black-robed Beastmaster evolved. Yi Qinghua suddenly thought of the young evolutionist. I don't know where that person went or whether he has left Tianxing Town. She guessed that the evolutionist might be a secret evolutionary genius cultivated by some transcendent force, traveling around a continent and hiding. Maybe I am not short of money. Otherwise, the evolution plan of a third-grade spiritual beast would not be worth only 100,000. She spent tens of millions to buy those evolutionary materials. Someone has calculated the amount of money needed to evolve a third-grade spirit beast to a fourth-grade one. The average is over 30 million. Therefore, evolutionist is a hot profession. The clients are all beast tamers, and beast tamers are all wealthy people. So you can imagine the income of an evolutionist. While she was thinking, the flame demon wolf had already bitten the fire poison wolf spider to death. Yi Qinghua put the body of the fire poison wolf spider into a storage container. This is her trophy. The corpse of a fourth-grade ferocious beast is very valuable. If anyone saw her storage equipment, they would be shocked. Little rich woman. The price of storage equipment on the market is very expensive. 1 cubic meter costs 1 million. The larger the storage space, the more outrageous the price. Something like this, which can hold the corpse of a fourth-grade ferocious beast, would definitely be priced at a sky-high price. When she and the fiery wolf returned to the main battlefield, they found that the main battlefield had been torn into pieces. The black-robed Beastmaster led the human soldiers to kill the group of ferocious beasts in an orderly manner. On the other hand, the group of ferocious beasts, without their leader, the fire poison wolf spider, were leaderless and were constantly being killed. Me? This is mine too. It's all mine. Guo Chao moved faster, except for the vigorous sound of killing. Then there's Jiang Fan's voice. Jiang Fan's eyes were red, and he was repeatedly worried that Guo Chao would leak the spoils. Guo Chao is also going crazy. The first time he picked up loot, he was out of breath. The bald era shocked and crushed him all the way, rushing to kill the ferocious beast at extremely fast speeds. Lu Yu and Lin Mei could only help Guo Chao collect the loot. Yi Qinghua's eyes widened. These three geniuses, who were also well known in Yuehua City, have become handymen here. When she saw the other two bald spirit beasts, she was stunned for a moment. Control 3 third-grade spiritual beasts at the same time? Such a strong mental power? She, Yi Qinghua, needed to concentrate fully on controlling the flaming wolf. Although the fourth-grade spiritual beast and the third-grade spiritual beast are incomparable. However, controlling 3 third-grade spirit beasts may not be easier than controlling 1 fourth-grade spirit beast. Captain Wang took great efforts to kill a third-grade ferocious beast together with others. As for the bald husky, he perfectly avoided the third-grade ferocious beasts and only attacked the first and second grades. Very smart. No, it should be said that the black-robed Beastmaster has good control. The Guard Regiment, together with several hunter teams, defeated the charge of hundreds of ferocious beasts. This is a huge victory in Tianxing Town. Someone who can lead military exploits. Win! Captain Wang let out a breath. So far, no vicious beasts have attacked again. Tianxing's undefended. The human race is invincible. The human race is invincible. The human race is invincible. Everyone present roared excitedly, especially the soldiers of the Guards Regiment. They survived. Jiang Fan looked at his father, who was moved to tears, and couldn't help but smile. I feel a little proud in my heart. What could be more important than protecting my family? However, he wanted his father to resign from the Guards Corps. It's too dangerous, even though my dad always said that a good man should have ambitions and should lead the way in defending his country. But as a son, he still selfishly wants his father to be safe. However, now is not the time to tell Dad the details. We still don't know the details of the gang that calls themselves the Saint Clan. What if they target my parents? It is equivalent to Jiang Fan harming his parents. At the very least, he had to get rid of the Holy Clan in Tianxing Town. The Saint Clan is not a good group of people. They stay in Tianxing Town, even though they may not attack ordinary people. But it is also a time bomb hanging over your head. After Jiang Fan made up his mind, he went to look at Guo Chao and the others. How much loot is there? Gui Chao was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. 100 heads for the first grade, 30 heads for the second grade, and none for the third grade. What a great harvest! Gui Chao was so excited. This was the first time in his life that he had witnessed such a large-scale battle. It was the first time I saw so many corpses of ferocious beasts. Oh, how much animal blood can be refined? Jiang Fan asked. Almost one end can produce 1 to 2 drops, which is about milliliters. So few. Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide and looked at Gui Chao in disbelief. Yeah, even though the beast is so big and has so much blood, but there are actually very few that can be refined into blood essence. Jiang Fan quickly calculated in his mind. 100 milliliters of animal blood can be extracted from the corpses of 100 first-grade ferocious beasts. 1 milliliter, the market price is 100 yuan. Only earned 10,000? There are 30 second-grade beasts. The price of their blood is a bit higher, 1,000 yuan per milliliter. Can you earn 30,000 to 60,000? The total does not exceed 300,000? Chapter 29. Someone is coming home. As if seeing the suspicion in Chun Fan's heart, Gui Chao explained. Actually, beast blood is not valuable. What is valuable is high-quality blood. There are too many first and second-rate ones like this on the market, and the prices are very low. The price is very low. Is it low? In fact, it is not low. For an ordinary family, this is the amount of money that a person can earn with just one house. But for those wealthy families, this amount of money is nothing. Gui Chao must have come from an extraordinary family, which is why he looks down on others. Jiang Fan was disappointed because it did not meet his expectations. In his opinion, a beast this huge must have at least hundreds of kilograms of blood. I didn't expect that the amount of essence blood extracted from hundreds of kilograms of blood would be so small. Gui Chao added, but we killed so many beasts the bounty and hunter value are quite a lot. Lu Yu looked at Gui Chao with disdain. Did you kill him? Gui Chao didn't care. He decided to team up with brother Chen Fan anyway. As we agreed before, they don't want bounties or spoils. They just want hunter value. It seems that you can gain a lot of hunter value. Jiang Fan nodded. Then please help me deal with it. I can give you 10%. Gui Chao immediately said, that's not necessary. We got a bargain anyway. Jiang Fan said nothing more. Gui Chao also agreed to help him find a place to refine the corpses of these ferocious beasts into essence and blood. Everyone left, leaving only a few guards on guard duty, and the others retreated back to Tianxing Town. Jiang Fan glanced at his father, who was walking with Uncle Zhang from a distance. He clenched his fists under the black robe. He must resolve the crisis in Tianxing Town as soon as possible. After removing the black robe disguise in a deserted place, he returned home. Jiang Fan saw that his parents had returned. He immediately showed a happy expression. You guys are finally back. I almost starved to death these past few days. Fortunately, your son has strong vitality. Mother glared at Jiang Fan. How old are you to starve yourself to death? If one day we are gone, will you survive? Yes, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Besides, I will protect you. The mother was stunned and smiled happily. Nod. She didn't ask Jiang Fan about his scores in the 3 major exams, but she probably knew the results. Parents must know best how much their son weighs. Not to rub salt in the wound. Especially after this period of time, she really felt that it was good to be an ordinary person. Although she was a little poorer, at least she was safe. It's not like his father, who goes through life and death and doesn't know when he will. Jiang Fan glanced at his father, who was staring at the empty bird cage on the balcony. Jiang Fan felt a little guilty. Ahem, Dad. The bald parrot seemed to have run away on its own. It disappeared when I woke up. He was a little nervous because Dad actually liked the bald parrot very much. I guess he's pretty sad now. Old Jiang glanced at his son and said nothing. My mother brought out 2 plates of hot dishes and said, oh, if it runs away, it runs away. I don't want to keep it any longer. It's ugly, and I don't know what it says every day. It's not a proper parrot. These words made Jiang Fan smile secretly. However, it is also thanks to the bald parrot's virtue that the bald parrot has developed special skills. Annie, how much soy sauce should I pour? Suddenly, a young girl's voice was heard from the kitchen. Mom quickly handed the hot plate to Jiang Fan and quickly returned to the kitchen while saying, you don't need to put too much soy sauce. It's just for coloring. Just put less soy sauce. Jiang Fan was stunned. Whose voice is this? It seems like he's been hearing it a lot lately. Lao Jiang glanced at Jiang Fan and asked with a strange look, aren't you hot? Suddenly, Jiang Fan screamed and quickly put the plate on the table. He blew his fingers like crazy, and his fingers were all hot. You are such a grown-up, yet so reckless. In the kitchen, my mother was mumbling. Lao Jiang also sighed and looked at his familiar son, completely dispelling the doubts in his heart. That's right. Their son has been so ordinary for the past 17 or 8 years. He is not the same person as that beastmaster. He is also old and would have such unrealistic ideas. The longer you live, the more you understand that everyone's success is traceable. The achievements of sons actually depend on their parents. They have not paved a sunny road for their son. So how can they expect their son to become such a person? Jiang Fan stared at the kitchen closely. Really? Su Ching came out of the kitchen with a plate of dishes in one hand. He also wore an apron. This apron had been washed and faded by my mother, but when worn on Su Ching, it actually gave off a sense of fashion. I feel like a beautiful cook. The key is that Su Ching's figure is highlighted by this apron. It's not wrapped up anymore. Su Ching glanced at Jiang Fan indifferently, showing no expression. On the contrary, towards her mother, Su Ching's expression was warm and polite. It wasn't over yet. Then, an old lady came out of the kitchen. Mom quickly took the dish from the old lady's hand. Hey, I told you not to be busy, and I even made a special dish. It doesn't matter, I'm old and my health is fine. The old lady smiled. Then, the old lady looked specifically at Jiang Fan and asked with a smile, Are you Jiang Fan? Huh, you know me? Jiang Fan was a little surprised. Who is this person? I often hear Ching talk about. Ahem. Su Ching suddenly coughed twice, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. Chapter 30, The School Beauty's Resentment. Aunt Zhang knew she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. You are classmates, and I heard her talk about you. Jiang Fan nodded and chuckled. She definitely didn't say anything good about me, did she? Aunt Zhang was a little embarrassed. No good words said? On the contrary, all he said were good things. Everyone thinks you can be comparable to that dragon rider. Isn't that a good thing? The reason why she wanted to come and visit was to visit the Jiang family in the identity of Su Ching's aunt. I just want to see if Jiang Fan has given the young lady some kind of magic potion. Mom looked at Su Ching. Her eyes gradually filled with love. He just had to rush up and call his daughter-in-law. Jiang Fan quickly changed the subject. Today's food was good. Did Dad give out bonuses again? Lao Jiang chuckled and said, We just repelled a few waves of ferocious beasts and got a lot of rewards. Zhang Ma said, Yes, it is because of warriors like you, who are fearless in life and death, that ordinary people can live in peace. Lao Zhang's face froze, and then he smiled and said it should be. Jiang Fan was a little unhappy. What kind of tone was this? From just now, the old lady felt condescending. Just now it seemed like a senior leader was commending his subordinates. Zhang Ma didn't feel anything, and even Su Ching probably didn't feel Jiang Fan's emotions. In fact, they have already gotten used to this. The Su family is a transcendent family in Yuehua City, and there are many important figures in the military and political fields in the family. Therefore, wherever the Su family goes, they will be treated with courtesy. Used to looking down on others. Jiang Fan's parents were used to looking up to others, so they didn't notice anything strange. Only Jiang Fan has a very bad impression of Su Ching and her aunt. Su Ching was a little confused. Her mental strength was not weak, so she caught Jiang Fan's emotional fluctuations. How had I offended Jiang Fan? Do you hate yourself just because you had an affair with me? Thinking of the girl who drove Jiang Fan back. How come Su Ching can't compare to her? As for being so disliked, the food was served, but no one moved their chopsticks. As the host, my mother carefully urged a few people to start eating. The old lady took a bite, and her eyes lit up. It's been a long time since I had such an authentic home-cooked meal. Although the ingredients are a bit inferior, the taste is outstanding. These words made Dad and Mom a little embarrassed. These are all fresh vegetables bought from the vegetable market. I thought I was going to celebrate today, so the ones I bought were good. Why is it of inferior quality? Su Ching secretly kicked Zhang Ma, and Zhang Ma was confused. But when he saw Su Ching's somewhat cold eyes, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He quickly smiled and said, That's not what I meant. We really don't eat these usually. The food is all high-quality cuisine. These words made Jiang Fan's parents even more embarrassed. Su Ching frowned. Zhang Ma did it on purpose. Zhang's mother wanted the Jiang family to realize the gap between the two sides so that they could retreat even though it was difficult. If you don't want to eat it, don't force it. I'll save you from eating these inferior things and then poison you to death. Zhang Ma glanced at Jiang Fan lightly and said, What I'm telling you is the truth. Then please leave. Jiang Fan placed the bowl heavily on the table. Jiang mas norted coldly. How brave you are to lose your temper with her at such a young age. Just as he was about to have an attack, Su Ching suddenly stood up, looked at Zhang Ma coldly, and said, "Go back. Miss, let's go together." Zhang Ma thought that Su Ching had figured it out and was going to take Su Ching with her. "No, you go alone. I like eating very much." Su Ching shook off Zhang Ma's hand and took a big mouthful of food. "Miss Master He, go back to Yuehua City and don't come back again." Su Ching has already issued an eviction order. Such determination left Zhang Ma at a loss. In the Su family, her relationship with the young lady is much closer than most people. She has watched the young lady grow up. Now, the young lady is willing to break up with her for the sake of an outsider. As expected, Jiang Fan poured the ecstasy soup into the young lady's mouth. At this time, my mother stood up to lighten the atmosphere and said, "So you guys came from Yuehua City, so it's normal for you not to be used to it." Su Ching said nothing, and Zhang Ma sat down awkwardly. After all, she also wanted to find out why the young lady was so attracted to this outsider, and she also wanted to guide them to how far they had progressed. Sit down and eat quietly without saying anything else. Jiang Fan didn't bother to care. "Ching, I only knew that you also attended Tianxing No. 1 middle school, but I didn't dare to ask you. Did you and Xiao Fan know each other in school?" "I don't know you." "No," they both said at the same time. Jiang Fan looked at Su Ching with strange eyes, not knowing who he was talking about. "Do you know him?" Jiang Fan asked. "We go to and from school together every day. Don't you know each other?" Su Ching asked Jiang Fan. There seems to be a hint of resentment in his eyes. The parents looked at their son curiously, and the mother's eyes were full of gossip. Could there be some unknown secrets? "Well, I do know you. After all, you're the school beauty, but you probably don't know me. We don't seem to have spoken." Said, "Su Ching corrective." "Did you say that?" "Well, one morning when I went to school, you hurried downstairs and told me, 'Hurry up, you're going to be late.'" Jiang Fan had a dark look on his face. Does this count as talking? Chapter 31, Jiang Fan's Ecstasy Soup. Su Ching looked like it was natural. Doesn't it count? The gossip in my mother's eyes was so bright that the tide of gossip in her heart was almost unbearable. Does this girl like Xiao Fan? Also, his Xiao Fan looks very talented and has such a good personality, so it's normal for girls to like him. Maybe this girl had confessed her love to Xiao Fan, but was rejected by Xiao Fan? Mom quickly added a campus emotional drama in her mind. So, my mother smiled and asked, "Ching, how were your results in the 3 major exams? And what are your plans for the future?" My mother already subconsciously felt that it was impossible for Su Ching to succeed in the 3 major exams. Because girls who have passed the 3 major exams will definitely think of themselves as superior, and it is impossible for them to be so interested in Xiao Fan. "You are so beautiful. You must be good at studying, just like my Xiao Fan." "Mom!" Jiang Fan said hurriedly. Zhang Ma, who had just calmed down for a while, said proudly, "My Ching is a beastmaster with top talent. She is the beastmaster who broke the record for the highest talent in the history of Tianxing Town." Jiang Fan's parents were stunned for a moment. For them, this amount of information is simply too much. Beastmaster? Or a beastmaster who broke the historical record? According to their understanding, there is no such concept in their minds at all. A beastmaster is already a high and mighty existence, let alone a beastmaster who breaks historical records. The parents looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief, and Jiang Fan nodded, saying that it was indeed the case. Su Ching is indeed very charming, but she is still far inferior to your son. When you know that your son will own 3 third-grade spirit beasts in just a few days, you will no longer envy Su Ching. However, Jiang Fan only said these words in his heart. As long as he doesn't get rid of that holy clan, he won't be able to drag his parents in a crisis. My mother opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. His expression changed a lot. This kind of genius is a big shot in Tianxing Town. It's a neglect to just use these ordinary meals. Well, we should prepare something better. It's so inconsiderate to eat this. Mom stood up and started to clean up. Dad was also a little embarrassed, which was completely different from his attitude just now. As an adult and a parent, what I am thinking about now is whether my son can be taken care of by the other party. Maybe if the other party could give a little help, Xiao Fan's life would be completely different. "No, Annie, please don't be polite. Jiang Fan and I are classmates, so there is no need for anything else. Moreover, Jiang Fan has also passed the beast taming exam and is the only beast tamer in Tianxing No. 1 middle school." The parents were stunned for a long time. "What?" This reaction was even more intense than when he found out that Su Ching was a top genius. Jiang Fan smiled, hiding his achievements and fame. Come and admire your good son. Your son is also a beastmaster, and he is a genius no less than Su Ching. Old Jiang suddenly stood up. His face looked extremely solemn, and his eyes were very heavy. Xiao Fan, tell me the truth. Did you cheat? What? Jiang Fan was stunned. Even my mom said, I heard that some students passed the beast taming exam by cheating, but they were discovered by the Beast Taming Academy. And not only were they locked up, but they were also permanently deprived of the chance to take the 3 major exams. Jiang Fan's face turned pale. What does it mean? You would rather believe that Su Ching is a record-breaking top genius than believe your son? At this time, Su Ching couldn't help laughing. I have to say, Su Ching is really beautiful when she smiles. She is beautiful even when she doesn't smile, but when Su Ching doesn't smile, people feel like they should keep their distance. It is difficult for anyone to get in touch with Su Ching unless they are strong-hearted or someone like Jiang Fan who has no illusions. Aunt Jiang was stunned. It seemed like this was the first time that the young lady laughed so heartily since her mother disappeared. Su Ching smiled and said, Annie, Jiang Fan is a genuine person who has passed the beast taming exam. The previous loophole has long been eliminated. After hearing what Su Ching said, both parents' faces were instantly filled with surprise. Xiao Fan, you really lived up to expectations and succeeded. Smoke is coming out of my Jiang family's ancestral tomb. A beast master has emerged. The parents were overjoyed and wanted to praise Jiang Fan to the sky. Do you think that you can make up for the harm you just caused me by doing this? You would rather trust an outsider than your son? Did I pick it up? Jiang Fan had a resentful expression. His mouth was pouted, and he was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. He felt that he had fallen out of favor with his parents. Just because Su Ching is here. Phew. Su Ching laughed out loud again. What's so funny? Jiang Fan was a little dissatisfied. It's just funny, huh? Su Ching deliberately angered Jiang Fan. This made Jiang Fan even more introverted. The pressure hanging over Jiang Fan's head was very low, forming a sharp contrast with the jubilant parents beside him. Su Ching kept laughing like a silver bell, covering her mouth. Zhang Ma was a little dazed and then took a deep look at Jiang Fan. Could this be the ecstasy soup that Jiang Fan gave to the young lady? If that's the case, Zhang Ma's eyes were a little wet, and she hoped Jiang Fan could come more. Since the girl's mother disappeared, the girl's heart has been completely closed off from the outside world. Even her favorite grandfather has disappeared behind closed doors. Although I don't know what happened, but Jiang Fan opened the young lady's heart. Chapter 32, Someone is Angry. Jiang Fan felt a little worried. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Su Ching smiled brightly, which made Zhang Ma very happy. And Su Ching's smile seemed to have some magic power. Jiang Fan, who was originally a little angry, couldn't help but laugh. It was as if Su Ching's smile made the whole family happy. But such a tune was noticed by a person in a tall building in the distance. This person with short red hair is Xiao Ran. It took him a lot of effort to find Su Ching. What he saw was a scene that made him extremely angry. The inhumane and cold Su Ching actually laughed so happily with a man. Who is Su Ching? In Yuehua City, he rejected countless top young talents. How many geniuses don't even get a chance to eat? Even Long Hao of the Dragon Temple was rejected and did not hesitate to use a dragon spirit beast egg as a betrothal gift for the marriage. But even so, Su Ching was too lazy to respond to Long Hao's pursuit. I originally thought that Su Ching's vision was so high that neither Long Hao nor those young talents could catch her eye. Now it seems not necessarily. Maybe it's because of her unique taste. He ignores so many geniuses, but likes this kind of mediocre young man from a small town. It's really the most ridiculous thing in the world. If the geniuses in Yuehua City knew that they lost to a small-town loser. There are over 10,000 ways this person can die. This person should be named Jiang Fan, a useless beast master who awakened a beast mark in Tianxing No. 1 middle school. It's just a beast seal. There are beast masters like this everywhere in Yuehua City. Do you really think you are a stranger? Su Ching is not a woman you can covet. Xiao Ran whispered viciously. If looks could kill, Jiang Fan would have died countless times. He decided that before humiliating Su Ching, he would first torture and kill Jiang Fan. Ching, we don't quite understand. After passing the beast taming exam, does Xiao Fan need to apply for the beast taming academy? Mom asked Su Ching. Su Ching nodded. then looked at Jiang Fan and shook her head again. There are generally two ways for Beastmasters to apply for admission to a school. One is to go to the school principal. There are two types of enrollment. One is enrollment assigned by the institution. The difference between these two approaches is that the university actively recruits students. Actively recruit high-quality students for admission and selection. The conditions for students who take the bus are usually more favorable. The school's enrollment allocation is for general students, who are randomly assigned to. In the universities with enrollment quotas. Su Ching said it unhappily, but Jiang Fan's parents were still confused. But Jiang Fan roughly understood it. That is, good students will be scrambled for by various institutions of higher learning. As for the students with weaker grades, no one will compete for the spots, and they will just be assigned to whatever place they are assigned to. Where will Xiao Fan be assigned? Asked Mom. Tianxing Town is under the jurisdiction of Yuehua City, so it should be the 3 beast taming schools in Yuehua City that are here to recruit students. If you have a beast seal, you might be assigned to Yingqing Academy, which is an academy with a long history. The parents were instantly excited, although they didn't know about this Yingqing Academy. But as long as Xiao Fan can attend the Beast Taming Academy, that's enough. Aunt Zhang added, although Yingqing Academy has a long history, it was founded by a dragon rider. Countless legendary beast masters and beast masters were born. But that is history. Today, apart from some difficult-to-develop backgrounds, it's just a third-class beast taming school. A foundation that is difficult to develop? Jiang Fan was puzzled. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, I told you that the founder of Yingqing Academy was a dragon rider. You may not have heard of the Dragon Tamer, a beast master who controls the dragon clan. It is one of the most powerful schools, so there are many dead dragon beast eggs in Yingqing Academy. The reason why they are called dead is that not everyone can awaken those who have been silent for countless years. Dragon egg. Whoever can awaken it can instantly become a dragon rider. Jiang Fan's parents were already stunned by what they heard. They are too far away from being a beast master, and even further away from being a dragon rider. But Jiang Fan's eyes were extremely sharp. Maybe he had a way to deal with a silent dragon egg. Aunt Zhang chuckled. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Do you think you are the one? Do you think you can achieve something that no one else can? Zhang Ma said with a smile. My little Qingcheng has been controlled by Yuehua for a long time. The School of Animal Control enrolls students in advance, and it is the #1 animal control school in Yuehua City. The mansion is also quite famous in the Star Moon Federation. My parents were immediately envious, but they also knew it. People can't be compared with each other. Xiao Fan has the talent to control beasts and is already in high demand. No need to compare with anyone. So far, my mother has given up on the fantasy of Jiang Fan and Su Ching. No matter how ignorant they should understand that Su Ching is far from ordinary and cannot be grasped by Xiao Fan. At this time, Su Ching said meaningfully, it's nothing. Even the Yuehua Beast Control Academy doesn't have many evolution masters. Everyone looked at Su Ching in confusion, while Zhang Ma was even more confused. When it comes to the Beast Control Academy, how come we talk about the Grandmaster of Evolution? Although the Evolutionary Grandmaster has a lofty status, there is even only one Evolutionary Grandmaster in charge of the entire Yuehua City. But why are you talking about this? Jiang Fan was even more speechless. What do you mean? Want to trick yourself? The Grandmaster of Evolution is nothing. If he relies on giving evolution plans to others, he will starve to death sooner or later. Chapter 33, 0.5 HP. The next day, news came from Guichao. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Their bounty results have been reviewed. 30 second-grade ferocious beasts were killed this time, and the reward for one second-grade ferocious beast was 10,000, which was 300,000. 100 first-grade ferocious beasts, each with a bounty of 1,000. That is 100,000. The total amount was 400,000. According to the previous agreement, the bounty would belong to him, and the hunter's value would be given to Guichao and the others. The key is animal blood. This time, a total of 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood and 350 milliliters of second-grade beast blood were extracted. Jiang Fan asked them to leave it at the Hunters Guild, and then Jiang Fan went to get it back himself. On the way back, Jiang Fan was thinking about how to take a bath. There was no bathtub at home, and taking a blood bath would make too much noise, which would definitely attract the attention of the parents. After thinking it over, I decided to find a hotel with a bathtub to take a bath. In Tianxing Town, most star-rated hotels are equipped with bathtubs. More than 1,000 milliliters of animal blood may sound like a lot, but it is actually only the volume of a large bottle of Coke. So when I went in, no one paid much attention to me. The ratio of animal blood bath is generally 10-1, and more water should be added. Milliliters of first-grade animal blood can be diluted 3 times, and Jiang Fan can soak 3 times. To try the effect first, Jiang Fan diluted the beast blood bath and jumped in impatiently. The moment he entered, he felt as if countless needles were piercing every pore of his body. This is beast blood. In just a few seconds, the skin all over the body instantly turned red as blood. Even blood was crawling onto his face. His whole body felt extremely hot, as if there was a powerful and brutal force that wanted to explode his body. That set of formulas. Jiang Fan quickly recalled the incantations for practicing martial arts written on the animal skin scroll. According to the set of formulas, the stagnant beast blood power will be dissolved throughout the body. This set of mantras seems to be able to slowly flow spiritual energy through the 9 acupoints. I heard that a martial artist technique is centered around the number of acupoints it covers. The higher the level of a martial arts technique, the more acupoints there are. The number 9 is the base, which means this set of exercises is the most basic for martial artists. When practicing the technique, the 9 acupoints throughout the body simultaneously began to absorb the spiritual energy from the beast blood. This feeling is amazing. It was the first time that Jiang Fan experienced this, and he should be luckier than most college entrance examination candidates. Ordinary students don't have this set of formulas. Even if this set of formulas is very basic, it is something that ordinary people cannot get no matter how hard they try. Fatty Chin used a lot of beast blood and a lot of time to increase his chi and blood power to 0.5 horsepower. He has the basic formula, so his efficiency should be much higher. The 9 acupoints absorbed spiritual energy at the same time, and it took less than an hour to absorb all the spiritual energy in the beast's blood. After sensing it, I found that my body's strength had increased visibly, but it should not have reached 0.2 horsepower yet. So Jiang Fan immediately diluted the pool of water again. This time the absorption speed was obviously much faster, because he was very familiar with the locations of the 9 acupoints and the direction of the flow of spiritual energy. After the pool absorbed the energy, it became stronger but still not up to 0.2 HP. Jiang Fan finished soaking in the 3rd pool of beast blood in one breath and used up all 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood. That's equivalent to spending 130,000 resources. The power of chi and blood has just broken through to 0.2 horsepower. This mere improvement of 0.1 horsepower is more difficult than Jiang Fan imagined. After all, he has the basic formula. No wonder Fatty Chin said that his father spent nearly 2 million on him. This consumption conversion ratio is indeed amazing. What about the 2nd-grade beast blood? The higher the grade of the beast blood, the more powerful the spiritual power it possesses. But it also depends on whether he can bear it. There are cases where people's bodies were blown up by beast blood, which is very stupid. According to the options available on the market for college entrance examination candidates, 2nd-grade beast blood is definitely a luxury. But it must be used reasonably, with a ratio of at least 20-1. Jiang Fan strictly diluted the bath water in a pool at a ratio of 20-1. Take a deep breath and dive right in. Hiss. The tingling sensation is even stronger. Before, they were countless thin needles, but now they are countless thumbtacks, to the extent that it can cause bleeding. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and frantically practiced the basic formula. Boom, boom. You can faintly hear the sound of suction in the acupoints. The spiritual energy of the 2nd-grade beast blood is obviously thicker. The pool was very red, and it was unclear whether it was animal blood or Jiang Fan's own blood. It took Jiang Fan more than 2 hours to finish absorbing the water from this pool. But after it was over, Jiang Fan took a bath again. When Jiang Fan came out of the bath, he was covered in blood, and blood was gushing out of his pores. This is a side effect of increasing the power of chi and blood too quickly. 0.5 horsepower. Just one day. The most important thing is actually the 2nd-grade beast blood, which is much more efficient than the 1st-grade beast blood. Jiang Fan calmed down for a while, and when the blood stopped gushing out of his pores, he smiled. Good. Great progress. Almost 200,000 worth of resources were consumed. Spending 200,000 yuan a day, I guess not many college entrance examination candidates can afford this. His energy and blood power have caught up with Fatty Chin. This is the benefit of having a martial art. I guess Fatty Chin would be heartbroken if he knew this. At the same time, Xiao Ran had appeared downstairs at Jiang Fan's house. There was some contempt in his eyes. He was indeed a loser from an ordinary background. Is such a person worthy of Su Ching? Oh, but it doesn't matter. He will die soon anyway. Chapter 34 showed off. When Jiang Fan got home, he saw Su Ching and the old lady going out with a red-haired young man. Jiang Fan took another look at the red-haired young man and felt that the young man's eyes were a little scary. It's as if he has a grudge against him. Su Ching noticed Jiang Fan's gaze and explained. He is just a friend of mine from Yuehua City. Jiang Fan didn't say anything. What does it have to do with him? Seeing that Jiang Fan was indifferent, he seemed to be still waiting for the next step. Su Ching added, he is Xiao Ran from the Xiao family. He is in his 20s or 30s. Although he is somewhat famous in Yuehua City, he is not among the best. Jiang Fan's eyes became even weirder. This seems to have nothing to do with him. Even Xiao Ran was a little surprised. Why are you saying this? But the next second he understood. Su Ching was afraid that Jiang Fan would misunderstand their relationship. So she explained a lot. I just turned 20 this year. Xiao Ran said, I'm 20 years old now, which is not young anymore. Jiang Fan made an objective comment. After all, for students who have just finished their college entrance exams, 20 years old is already old. Xiao Ran wanted to vomit blood. How come 20 years old is considered old these days? He is considered one of the brand new members of the Holy Clan. The key point is that Su Ching also nodded, as if she agreed with what Jiang Fan said. Xiao Ran could only look at Wang Ma, who said with a smile, in front of me, you are all children. After saying this, Xiao Ran finally regained some face. But there was still an unknown anger burning in my heart. Su Ching actually treated me as just an ordinary object. And when he met Jiang Fan, he explained it so seriously. We're just going to have a meal. Su Ching continued. Jiang Fan nodded somewhat puzzledly. Yes, I understand. Although he didn't know why Su Ching said it so clearly, he still responded politely. Don't you have anything to ask? Su Ching frowned slightly, and her tone seemed a little angry. Well, then you guys eat and drink well? Su Ching frowned. You don't have to do this, even if you don't like that arrangement. Jiang Fan had a puzzled look on his face. What was the arrangement? Before Jiang Fan could ask clearly, Su Ching had already left. Aunt Zhang's expression was also very cold. She didn't even look at Jiang Fan and followed behind Su Ching. It seems that you have some self-awareness, you bastard. Xiao Ran said sarcastically in a voice that only Jiang Fan could hear. However, your final fate will not change. You're already on the list. Even if I don't kill you, there will be others who will. There were more question marks on Jiang Fan's face. Xiao Ran also left. He was left with a confused look on his face. No, what was going on now? That guy named Xiao Ran wants to kill him? Why? Just because he and Su Ching are neighbors? In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xiao Ran likes Su Ching, but Su Ching is not interested in Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran is such a petty person that he doesn't even let Su Ching's neighbors go. But you found the wrong person. You should have found the kid from the Wang family upstairs. Baffling. Jiang Fan was so upset by these three people. The joy just now was also diluted a lot. But right now, he has more important things to do. Evolved spiritual beast. Guo Chao has already transferred the bounty, and combined with his previous wealth, it is exactly 1 million. 1 million is enough to evolve a 4th-grade spiritual beast. He had already experienced the power of a 4th-grade spiritual beast through Yi Qinghua's fiery demon wolf. A 4th-grade spiritual beast can really kill everyone, and it is the capital that enables him to gain a foothold. With a 4th-grade spiritual beast, you won't be in a panic when you encounter a strong enemy like Chao Shuanglong. Moreover, among those who call themselves the same clan, there may be those who are more powerful than Chao Shuanglong. Therefore, evolving to the 4th level is urgent. When I got home, my parents were not there, probably out on another mission. However, I haven't heard of any ferocious beasts harassing us these days, so there's no need to worry too much. To evolve a 4th-grade spirit beast, he has 3 choices: bald parrot, bald husky, and bald blue cat. In terms of combat potential, the bald blue cat is undoubtedly superior. The attributes are more balanced, and the performance in actual combat is more eye-catching. After thinking for a while, Jiang Fan made a decision. Just the bald blue cat system, I want to evolve the bald blue cat. A dazzling light appeared on the bald blue cat's body. Evolving the bald blue cat, this evolution is expected to take 1 hour. Long time, but it's normal. The 3rd to 4th grade is an evolution from low to mid-grade, which is a huge growth for spiritual beasts. There are a lot more changes. Jiang Fan was not in a hurry. He practiced the punches on the animal skin while waiting. The basic punch on the hide is a routine punch, a bit like boxing, combining jabs with heavy punches, and then extending them into combos of 2 punches, combinations of 3 or more punches, punching after dodging, or dodging after punching. Pay more attention to speed and strength. Evolved with the power of 0.5 horses energy and blood, it can actually produce punching style. Bang! Bang! You can faintly hear the sound of the air being penetrated. Although I have never fought in actual combat, I guess my punch must have weighed 100 kilograms, right? My father is a martial artist who changed his career lately, and he often boasts that he can punch with a force of 300 kilograms. It's not too much to weigh, 100 kilograms, right? Hey, I don't know how my dad will feel when he knows that I'm about to catch up with him. Chapter 35, 4th grade. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Fan was sweating profusely, and he had roughly mastered this set of basic boxing techniques. Can perform a 3 to 4 punch combo. After 3 jabs, add a hard punch. Generally, the opponent can solve it. If he can't, then he is no match for the opponent. Suddenly, good news from the system came to my mind. Ding! The bald blue cat evolved successfully. Wealth value -1 million. The evolution results are as follows. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast level. 4th rank. Talent 10,000. Talent value increases by 10 for every 100 growth value. Race cat. Growth value. Physical strength, speed, combat power, special skills. Cat claws, deep claw marks, and slightly poisonous. Special bloodline. B-level dark knight, demon cat. Evolution method. Comprehensive evolution. It's the 4th grade. Its combat capability is much inferior to that of the flame wolf in all aspects. But it is much more powerful than the bald blue cat when it was at the 3rd level. However, it is worth mentioning that he spent 1 million on evolution to fully activate the bald blue cat's special bloodline. The spiritual beast qualifications have also been upgraded to level B. The bald blue cat was growing bigger and bigger, so Jiang Fan quickly asked the bald blue cat to return to the spirit beast space. Jiang Fan licked his dry lips. He really wanted to find an opportunity to test the current strength of the bald blue cat. A 4th grade spirit beast should be able to defeat an ordinary 4th grade warrior. I don't know when the people from the Holy Clan will come. Speaking of the Saint Clan, I should be on some list of the Saint Clan. So much so that the other party would take the initiative to find me. Who else is on that list? Could it be the 7 candidates who awakened the beast seal this year? List? Speaking of lists, that red-haired guy just mentioned a list. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. Is Red Hair a member of the Saint Clan? What about Su Ching? Also a member of the Saint Clan? It's possible. In fact, he has always been suspicious of Su Ching. So beautiful and so talented. In addition, the old lady had actually been exposed, and Su Ching said she was her aunt. In fact, for a moment, the old lady accidentally called her Miss. It is obvious that Su Ching's family background is quite prominent. But why would you come all the way from Yuehua City, one of the largest cities in the Star Moon Federation, to this remote little place? Why do you live in this old and rundown house? There are many better communities in Tianxing Town than this one, and Su Ching doesn't seem like someone who is short of money. Are you engaged to the kid from the Wang family upstairs? Not necessarily. No matter who looks at it, these are 2 parallel lines that never intersect. Therefore, there is only one reason. Su Ching is also a member of the Saint Clan. Jiang Fan grinned with an evil smile. So witty. He is so smart. I actually found the truth from the clues in these messy fragments. It's even possible that Su Ching is an important figure like a saint from the Saint Clan. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Fan felt a cold feeling and his scalp was numb. There is a dangerous person living across from our door. What a risk, but fortunately, he was smart enough to discover it. In a high-end restaurant, Su Ching suddenly frowned slightly and felt her nose itchy. Xiao Ran noticed something strange about Su Ching and asked with a smile, "Miss Su, what will you do next?" "You should probably go to Yuehua Beast Control Academy. After all, the person from Yuehua Academy has been interested in you for a long time." Su Ching said nothing. She's going to Yuehua Academy, but it has nothing to do with that person. Xiao Ran didn't care and continued. Speaking of which, Tianxing Town did quite well this year, with 7 out of. There are 6 beast masters, not including Miss Su and Su Xiao. My neighbor seems to be a beast master too. Ha, what a coincidence. How do you know? Su Ching suddenly asked. Xiao Ran was stunned for a moment. Well, this isn't a secret, right? I'll do it. I did a little research before. Although the Xiao family is not as good as the Su family, it is necessary to reserve talents. Talents from small places are the easiest to recruit. The Su family should also understand, right, Zhang Ma? Zhang Ma smiled and nodded. Indeed, although there are many geniuses in Yuehua City, most of them are attached to transcendent forces. It is difficult to recruit, so the geniuses who are promoted from various small towns every year have become the targets of various families and forces. I hope I can go to Yuehua City safely in these days this year. I heard that the 3 beast masters who left the town last year were all killed by the evil sect's beasts. Zhang Ma was a little angry. The evil sect is not a human son, and often does things that are harmful to nature and justice. It's hard to say. Tianxing Town's results this year are good. Maybe the evil sect will really target Tianxing Town. Xiao Ran sighed helplessly. He looked at Su Ching. Especially since Miss Su is in Tianxing Town, the Saint clan should really want to recruit Miss Su. Even if they can't recruit her, they might. Xiao Ran did not continue. Zhang Ma snorted coldly. Let them come. As long as the old man is alive for one day, the young lady will not encounter any danger. Xiao Ran said quickly, that's natural. With a 4th-grade warrior like you personally protecting Miss Su, it's natural that everything will be foolproof. After speaking, Xiao Ran took a sip of water. But in the cup, there is a meaningful smile hidden in the face. The Saints should start taking action, and chaos will begin in Tianxing Town. Chapter 36: The Saints Take Action. In the hotel, Jiang Fan finished taking a bath for the 2nd day. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Dilute all the 2nd-grade animal blood into bath water at a ratio of 20:1. The power of qi in blood has also increased to 0.8 horses. A healthy ordinary person who has undergone exercise has a strength of 0.1 horses of qi in blood. In other words, Jiang Fan now has the strength to fight 1 against 8. It's almost time to catch up with Dad. Dad should be able to beat a dozen ordinary people. Covered in blood, he lay in the clear bathtub to wash away the blood. During the break, Jiang Fan browsed the news boredly. Suddenly, he sat up and stared at the screen. It's big news, a criminal case. A man was nailed to a lightning rod on the tallest building in the city, and his death was extremely cruel. Moreover, this person has a special status. He is a beast-controlling genius who has just taken the 3 major exams this year and awakened the beast mark. Jiang Fan had seen this person before. It was the female student he met in the Spirit Beast Trading Hall before. Next to the body of the female student, there was also a baby fire rat tied up. The limbs of the flame rat cub were chopped off. Even the law enforcement department was alerted, and the whole city was looking for the murderer. The first reaction in Jiang Fan's mind was that it was written by the Holy Clan. Before Chao Shuanglong died, he said that these young beast masters in Tianxing Town would all encounter poisonous hands. It seems that the first case has appeared. Jiang Fan clenched his fist tightly and couldn't wait any longer. Vaguely, he seemed to see an invisible sickle in the sky above Tianxing Town, ready to fall at any time. Outside the tower, a group of people in white uniforms blocked several streets. These people are from the Law Enforcement Division and are different from ordinary police officers. The Enforcement Division only appears when a major crisis is resolved. It is the patron saint who protects one party. Similarly, everyone knows that when the Law Enforcement Division appears, it means that it is already quite dangerous. The Guards Regiment and the Law Enforcement Division are responsible for foreign affairs and internal security respectively. Among a group of people from the Law Enforcement Department in white clothes, Lu Huan was also among them. Lu Huan was talking to a middle-aged man in front of him, but he clearly felt that the middle-aged man was a little impatient. This time, the Umbu intends to join forces with the Law Enforcement Department to eradicate the crisis that threatens Tianxing Town. The middle-aged man sneered. Humph, when did the Umbu dare to act in the open? Lu Huan frowned. To be honest, she didn't expect that the head of the Law Enforcement Department would be so difficult to communicate with. This powerful man, who is known as the guardian god of Tianxing Town, has defeated countless powerful enemies and solved countless major cases. No wonder before she came, Lao told her not to have too high expectations. As expected, normal communication was impossible. Director Jiang, this time the evil sect is attacking with ill intentions. The opportunity may be greater than we thought. If Director Jiang is, we are the people of Tianxing Town. Please feel free to contact us. We will fully cooperate with the Law Enforcement Department. Director Jiang didn't say anything and seemed not to want to pay attention to Lu Huan. Lu Huan didn't stay any longer either. When leaving the crowd, He happened to meet Jiang Fan, who came over to check the situation. Xiao Fan? Why are you here? Lu Huan was a little surprised. But Jiang Fan was even more surprised. I heard that a case happened, so. Come and see it, Sister Huan. Why are you here? I came here to take a look too. Lu Huan laughed dryly. She couldn't tell Xiao Fan that someone was targeting them. Xiao Fan is just a student. If he knew someone wanted to kill him, he would definitely be scared to death. Jiang Fan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, Sister Huan, things may not be peaceful recently, so you should stop running around. Jiang Fan didn't know what to say. It was better not to tell Sister Huan that the Holy Clan attacked Tianxing Town. Lu Huan hesitated. Xiao Fan, why don't you come live at my house? Why? Jiang Fan was a little confused. What does this mean? Well, what I mean is that we haven't seen each other for a long time. We used to sleep together. You're going to Yuehua City to study soon, so we won't have the chance to sleep together anymore. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment. What kind of vicious words are these? Lu Huan's ferocious words even attracted other people's attention. They were almost dying of envy. Wouldn't it be bliss to be able to sleep with such a beautiful woman? Lu Huan also quickly realized that he might have said something that could be easily misunderstood. I quickly explained, what I mean is let's play landlord all night again. Didn't we play this often in the past? Fight the landlord. The people next to them had their hearts beating faster. This was a code word. 3 people were playing together. Jiang Fan understood, as they used to play landlord together often. So he smiled and said, that was when I was a kid. I can't fight anymore now. Besides, I'm very busy now, so I'll wait until I have time later. After saying that, Jiang Fan left without waiting for Lu Huan to continue persuading him. He had to think of a solution, as the people of the Saint Clan might already know where he lived. Chao Shuang was certainly the first, but perhaps not the last. His family is in danger. We must take the initiative. Now the only clues to the Holy Clan are Su Ching and the man named Xiao Ran. How strong is Su Ching now? And that old lady doesn't seem to be an ordinary person either. Her strength is unfathomable. Maybe Xiao Ran is the breakthrough. Okay, let's deal with Xiao Ran first. Chapter 37. Mutual Calculation. Jiang Fan suddenly received a strange phone call. I hope readers will remember our domain name. The other party revealed his identity and said that he was from the law enforcement department and wanted him to stay there temporarily. Although he didn't say why directly, Jiang Fan guessed it. Maybe the law enforcement department already knows that the Holy Clan is attacking the city, so they want to focus on protecting these people? Then can I let my parents go too? Jiang Fan asked. The other party was obviously stunned, obviously not expecting Jiang Fan to not even ask the reason. I probably know some of the situation. After a few seconds of silence, the other party sighed and said, sorry, no. You have to come in person. What about my parents? Won't they hurt my parents? The law enforcement department is doing its best to hunt down the evil sect's followers. That excuse is useless. Haven't you still found the person from the evil sect? The law enforcement department has limited manpower and can only protect a few beastmasters. We cannot devote more energy to protecting others. Okay, I understand. I won't go. Thank you. Jiang Fan hung up the phone. He actually had such an estimate in his mind. Evil sect, maybe what others call the Holy Clan. The people from the evil sect should not be too afraid of the Tianxing Town Law Enforcement Department. Otherwise, Chao Shuanglong would not have attacked so openly. So, he still has to rely on himself. Law Enforcement Department. In a basement, dozens of armed law enforcement officers are stationed there. There were also 2 middle-aged men who looked quite impressive. He is a very strong man with a strong energy and blood, and is a powerful warrior. The other one was a little thin, one could even describe him as pale and skinny. The most striking thing about his body is his eyes. It is so blue that it is impossible to look directly into it. It is like 2 deep whirlpools. Once you fall into them, you will be unable to extricate yourself. Soul Master. And he is a Soul Master with outstanding strength. This configuration is only to protect a few young people. These young people are all geniuses who performed well in the 3 major exams this year. Not only Beastmasters, but also martial arts geniuses with chi and blood power above 0.8 horsepower, and spiritual geniuses with mental power above 0.7 horsepower. There are 15 people in total. Zhang Hua was also among them. He looked around and asked in confusion, why aren't Su Ching and Jiang Fan here? Everyone also found it strange that there were a total of 7 Beastmasters awakened in Tianxing Town, 2 of whom were from Tianxing No. 1 Middle School. As it turned out, both of them were not there. Zhang Hua sneered. Is he dead? The law enforcement division warrior said calmly. They both refused to accept the protection of the law enforcement division. Rejected? Zhang Hua was surprised. Are you stupid? The evil sect will definitely start with the beast taming genius. Zhu Miao is already a precedent. How can they still refuse? Zhu Miao is the female beast master who was hung on the tower today. Don't worry about others, the warrior said coldly. Although I don't think this secret room made of fine iron can be conquered by the evil sect, but just in case, if the evil sect breaks through, you must not lose your composure. Follow my instructions and fight the enemy while protecting yourselves. Zhang Hua smiled and said, Captain Wang, don't worry. After all, my chi and blood power has reached 1.5 horses, so I still have some fighting power. If the evil sect really comes, I will make them regret it. Captain Wang glanced at Zhang Hua and said nothing. 1.5 horses, just talking about the power of chi and blood, it has indeed reached the standard of a first-grade warrior. But it is only the power of chi and blood. The power of chi and blood is only one aspect of a warrior's strength. It also depends on the skills and combat techniques. Zhang Hua probably hasn't mastered the basic boxing skills yet, and his current confidence is just rootless. Captain Wang stopped talking and began to ponder. Can he break through? It's hard to say. According to sources, the evil sect has sent at least 2 4th-rank warriors this time. I don't know if he's a warrior or some other profession. If he's a warrior, it might be okay, but if he's some other profession, Tianxing Town is facing a disaster this time. Jiang Fan was wandering downstairs, but Su Ching never came back. But Xiao Ran came by himself. Su Ching hasn't come back yet, Jiang Fan said directly. Xiao Ran nodded and smiled strangely. I know. I came to see you. Looking for me? Jiang Fan was actually not surprised at all, but he acted very surprised, even a little startled. After the performance, I felt annoyed and wondered if I had overacted. Could it be that Xiao Ran could see something was wrong? Xiao Ran smiled contemptuously. As expected, people from small places were just so impatient. He chuckled and said, Brother, are you interested in Miss Su, or should I tell you some information? Okay. Jiang Fan smiled with his big white teeth. Xiao Ran was even more disdainful. He thought, You're just a toad in the mud. How dare you hope for a swan in the clouds? Let's talk somewhere else. This is confidential information. Okay. Jiang Fan smiled. He led Xiao Ran to the unfinished building with ease. Xiao Ran could hardly help the smile on his lips. What a great place. Remote and deserted. Suitable for killing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan, who was walking in front, showed the same expression as Xiao Ran. You idiot. You really took the bait. Brother, just stay here. I don't think there is anyone here. Xiao Ran couldn't wait. In fact, the power of chi and blood boiled instantly, and a head of red hair floated with the power of chi and blood, like a flame. The smile is extremely cruel. He has 100 ways to kill Jiang Fan. Meow. Suddenly, a faint cat's cry made Xiao Ran feel creepy. Chapter 38 Xiao Ran, Death. A huge black shadow enveloped Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran turned around slowly, his face full of fear and despair. Fourth grade vicious beast. His first thought was that Tianxing Town had been breached and a 4th-grade ferocious beast had broken in. It is absolutely impossible to imagine that such an extremely ferocious creature would be Jiang Fan's spirit beast. This is impossible. Uncle Master never said that he would allow a 4th-grade beast to enter Tianxing Town so quickly. Jiang Fan laughed. It turns out that the tide of ferocious beasts was caused by you guys. His guess was correct. The death of these bastards from the evil sect deserved no pity. It was then that Xiao Ran noticed that Jiang Fan seemed very calm when he saw this 4th-grade ferocious beast. His face was suddenly filled with fear. Could this be your spirit beast? Jiang Fan smiled but said nothing. Impossible. This is impossible. Xiao Ran was so frightened that he lost all his breath, and his legs and feet could not help shaking. There can't be a 4th-grade beast master in Tianxing Town. No, more importantly, you can't be a 4th-grade beast master. You are just a new beast master who has just awakened the beast mark. Oh! Jiang Fan was too lazy to say more. Tell me how many people are there in your evil sect? What is the purpose? If it is just to kill a few geniuses, there is no need to launch a tide of beasts to attack the city, right? Moreover, it will easily expose your presence and make the law enforcement department and the city guard alert in advance, which will not be good for you. Xiao Ran's eyes were solemn, even a little evasive. I didn't expect that this inconspicuous Jiang Fan was so meticulous. I'm afraid that even many people in the law enforcement department didn't realize that they had actually fallen into a trap set by the Holy Clan. The Saints launched a huge campaign, seemingly to attack those geniuses. In fact, the real purpose is the dragon beast egg. The value is much greater than those few geniuses. Xiao Ran hesitated. If I tell you, will you let me go? Jiang Fan smiled contemptuously. Where did Xiao Ran's arrogance go? If you don't tell me, I have other ways to know. If you tell me, I might be able to make your death easier. Jiang Fan's smile suddenly made Xiao Ran feel a little creepy. The huge bald head of the fourth grade spiritual beast approached again, and from time to time it made a shocking low roar. He had no doubt that this spiritual beast could kill him in 10,000 ways. Thinking of this, my body shuddered involuntarily. The true purpose of the Saints is the dragon spirit beast egg, a spirit beast egg that is so valuable that it costs a city. I see. Jiang Fan was also a little surprised. There is actually a dragon spirit beast egg hidden in the quiet Tianxing Town? Of course he knew what the dragon eggs meant. Dragon controller. They are all extremely high-end beings among beast masters. It can even be said to be a legend. The Dragon Clan was the overlord of the continent until the end of the previous era. Later, the situation changed and the human race took over, while the dragon race hid in the depths of the wasteland. Some people say that until now, the Dragon Clan is still the leader of the wasteland. Therefore, being able to become a Dragon Master is the highest honor for a Beast Master. Similarly, Dragon Masters also possess powerful powers that are different from ordinary Beast Masters. Throughout the Star Moon Federation, there are many mysteries about the Dragon Controller. That's it? Jiang Fan asked. That's it? That's all? Jiang Fan's reaction made Xiao Ran feel incredible. Is the Dragon Clan really the strongest? Jiang Fan asked with a smile. This question stunned Xiao Ran, but he seemed to be relieved suddenly. He was so young, but he was already a fourth-rank Beastmaster. Was he really not as good as those dragon riders? Jiang Fan signaled with his eyes, and the bald blue cat understood. Take a bite. Xiao Ran suddenly laughed strangely and roared madly. Even if you are a fourth-grade Beastmaster, you still can't escape the fate of being slaughtered. Not only you, but everyone in Tianxing Town will die. Your father is a warrior of the city guard and will die first. Finally, his voice was replaced by the chewing sound of the bald blue cat. A talented third-rank warrior had become food for a spiritual beast. Jiang Fan's face was solemn. What did Xiao Ran mean by those words before he died? Will the Holy Clan destroy the entire Tianxing Town for the dragon egg? Such a big deal? Not to mention that the law enforcement department has been dispatched. Even if the Saints want to do this, the city guards are not vegetarians. How many experts need to be sent here? Why bother? It was specifically mentioned that the city guards were the first to die. Could it be that the beasts would attack the city again? Jiang Fan had an ominous premonition and wanted to find his parents first. The city guard office is a place used for training and rest during non-combat periods. A compound located in the East District of Tianxing Town. I have just been exposed to a battle now, and I am sorting out supplies or preparing for the next battle. This is not Jiang Fan's first time here. So many people know Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, you are here. I heard that you are a beast master. Someone familiar asked with a smile. Jiang Fan nodded. Oh, Lao Jiang has become rich. He doesn't need to work in the guards anymore, right? Jiang Fan was in no mood to tease, so he quickly asked, where are my parents? They should be cleaning up the underground warehouse. Can you go look there? Jiang Fan went over quickly. The guards' corps office has a large underground warehouse. Normally, some artillery and heavy weapons are placed there, and it is the most heavily guarded place by the guards. Only corps members can enter. Jiang Fan was also stopped outside. Chapter 39, The Uses of Insects. This is the important territory of the guards' corps. Jiang Fan cannot force his way in. But I feel more at ease knowing that my parents are here. After coming out for a while, Jiang Fan wanted his parents to leave the guards' corps. It's not that he is selfish, it's just that his ability is limited. A fourth-grade Beastmaster is not invincible. The evil sect is coming with great force this time, and his parents are in greater danger than others. This is also the reason why he did not accept the protection of the law enforcement department. If the evil sect can't find him, they will inevitably threaten his parents' lives. After waiting for a long time, people kept coming in and out of the underground warehouse, but his parents were nowhere to be seen. Until many people left, the door of the guard corps office was about to be closed. Someone came and asked Jiang Fan to leave the office, but Jiang Fan said he would wait for his parents to come out of the underground warehouse. The man looked a little surprised and said that everyone in the underground warehouse should have come out, and there was no one inside. Jiang Fan's heart tightened instantly. The one who finally locked the door of the underground warehouse was Captain Wang. Jiang Fan had met Captain Wang several times. My father often talks about the heroic deeds of Captain Wang at home and regards him as an idol. Because Captain Wang is said to be a martial artist who changed his career lately, but through his own efforts, he became a third-grade warrior. Now he is one of the most important figures in Tianxing Town. It is indeed worthy of admiration. It is difficult for a martial artist to become a martial artist halfway through his career, and it is even more of a miracle to be able to cultivate to the third level. Since his father always mentioned Captain Wang, Jiang Fan had a very good impression of him. Xiao Fan, I heard that you have awakened the beast mark. Not bad. Old Jiang has high hopes for you. Huh. Captain Wang laughed loudly, and there was no sign of injury at all. The physique of a third-grade warrior is indeed strong. Jiang Fan smiled naively, and then asked, Captain Wang, where are my parents? Captain Wang was obviously taken aback, and after a few seconds he said, They are not in the office. Do you have anything to do with them? Not there? But after they came, they didn't go home for several days. Really? Then I don't know. Maybe they have other things. Captain Wang smiled, glanced at the locked warehouse door, and prepared to leave. At this time, someone came over and said that there seemed to be someone who hadn't come out yet. Captain Wang suddenly felt a little angry, but he quickly suppressed it and said with a smile, There is no one in there anymore. I gave some people leave in advance. Although the man was confused, he didn't say anything. After all, Captain Wang said so it must be the case. Jiang Fan took a look at the lock of the warehouse door. It was made of meteorite iron and was indestructible. Except for the key in Captain Wang's hand, no one should be able to open this underground warehouse. Thinking about the dragon eggs Xiao Ran mentioned, if there really are dragon eggs in Tianxing Town, then there are only two most likely places. One is the law enforcement department, and the other is the guards corps. The law enforcement department has sheltered some geniuses and has become a thorn in the side of the evil sect. Therefore, it is unlikely that another dragon egg is being protected, which means that the dragon egg may be in this warehouse. Is this the reason why Captain Wang behaved abnormally? Jiang Fan had noticed something strange about Captain Wang. When that person said there was someone else in the warehouse, Captain Wang seemed to suddenly become furious. When he asked about his parents just now, Captain Wang also subconsciously glanced at the warehouse. Subconscious reactions are sometimes the most real. His parents are in this warehouse. Jiang Fan's face was solemn. He glanced in the direction where Captain Wang left and followed him without making a sound. He now felt that there were many suspicious points about this famous general from Tianxing Town. But if you follow him rashly, you will definitely be discovered by the other party. If you underestimate a third-grade warrior, you will suffer. At this time, Jiang Fan saw an ant nest and some common insects on the side of the road. His eyes lit up. I walked for about a few intersections. Captain Wang suddenly stopped and looked back. There is no one behind me. He sneered. What a vigilant kid, but too bad he doesn't have enough patience. He only followed me for 4 blocks and then gave up. A car pulled up beside him, its darkened windows open. He stretched out a slender white finger and hooked it. Then Captain Wang got into the car from the back. However, this whole scene was seen by a dragonfly on a branch not far away. At the same time, Jiang Fan saw this scene on the other side. He also didn't expect that the insects he controlled so easily had this function. Dragonflies have excellent eyesight, with tens of thousands of compound eyes in their eyeballs, providing a 360-degree viewing angle. The most important thing is that the dragonfly's perspective can also be shared with Jiang Fan. This is such a pleasant surprise. Maybe no one has ever controlled an ordinary insect before, so they didn't discover this wonderful feature. In other words, there are actually spiritual beasts that have such abilities. This is definitely a magic weapon for tracking and monitoring. The car was driving very fast, and it was difficult for Dragonfly to follow. Fortunately, the car had to follow the road. Dragonfly can take a shortcut. I could barely keep up, and finally the car stopped at the entrance of the brilliant nightclub. The dragonfly stopped outside, and a dozen ants crawled out from under the dragonfly's wings. Climb along the wall into the nightclub. A few minutes later, Jiang Fan took a taxi and came over. Although ants cannot provide him with vision, ants are very sensitive to roads. So Jiang Fan can sense where the ants have gone. At this moment, the ants should have gotten into a box, which is where Commander Wang is. Chapter 40, Inside the Warehouse. According to what Dad described, Commander Wang was an honest and quarrelsome person who devoted himself to the guard's corps and had never been to any messy entertainment venues. Search. So, who does Captain Wang want to see here? Jiang Fan had appeared in the corridor at this moment, but he did not rush in. Instead, he pretended to be a guest in another private room at the door. A bunny girl wearing cool clothes glanced at Jiang Fan teasingly, and then sent the drinks into the box. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Fan heard a short sentence. That kid Xiao Ran is so careless. Xiao Ran. Immediately afterwards, the private room door closed and he heard nothing else. However, this sentence is enough. There are people from the evil sect in this private room, and Captain Wang actually got together with the evil sect. Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Captain Wang, one of the patron saints of Tianxing Town, actually hangs out with people from the evil sect. You can't stay here for long. The crisis in Tianxing Town may be greater than you think. He had just taken a few steps when the door to the private room suddenly opened. From inside came, Director Chow, I am waiting for your good news. The transformation of Tianxing Town will start from you. Jiang Fan's heart felt even colder. He did not stop and left calmly step by step. Director Chow, there is only one Chief Chow in Tianxing Town, and he is the head of the law enforcement department. The guardian god of Tianxing Town, on par with Captain Wang. It is said that his strength is even higher than that of Captain Wang, and he is a 4th-grade strongman. Jiang Fan had never felt this way before, feeling an unprecedented despair. The two great war gods guarding Tianxing Town are actually related to the evil sect, and it seems that they have reached some agreement with the evil sect. Xiao Ran said that Tianxing Town would suffer a devastating disaster. Is it implying that the evil sect has colluded with the Guard Corps and the law enforcement department? Director Chow walked in an orderly manner, while he stood in front pretending to be calm. To be honest, he may not be afraid of Director Chow now, but Director Chow's image as the guardian of Tianxing Town has always been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Jiang Fan was not prepared to have a head-on confrontation with Director Chow. At least not now. The spider web covering the clear sky of Tianxing Town was growing thicker and thicker, and he couldn't expose himself too early. He entered the elevator first and immediately pressed the door closing button. The elevator door slowly closed. Jiang Fan just breathed a sigh of relief when a hand stopped the elevator door. Jiang Fan's heart instantly rose. The person who blocked the door was Director Chow. The moment the door opened, their eyes met. It was the first time that Jiang Fan saw this important figure at such a close distance. He was even more meticulous than he had imagined. Very cold, with eyes as cold as ice. The aura is so strong that it makes people feel like they are in an ice cellar. Jiang Fan froze. He was not sure whether Director Chow knew him. Director Chow frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Fan deeply, but said nothing. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Director Chow didn't recognize him. After getting out of the elevator, Jiang Fan chose to go in the opposite direction of Director Chow. He didn't go to see Director Chow, but after walking for a while, Director Chow turned around and glanced at Jiang Fan's back. He appeared here. A rare hint of amusement appeared on Director Chow's lips. Quite interesting. Jiang Fan went directly to the Guard Corps office. His parents might be in that warehouse. While Captain Wang is away, this is the best opportunity to break into the warehouse door. The gate of the office was locked, but the wall could not stop Jiang Fan, who had a chi and blood strength of 0.8. Using his hands and feet, he flipped over the wall like a monkey. There is also a meteorite lock on the warehouse door. He cannot open the lock, but this door is not made of meteorite. It should be made of fine iron that has been tempered many times and is extremely hard. This warehouse is difficult to blast open even with heavy artillery. But 4th-grade spiritual beasts may not be impossible. The bald blue cat instantly walked out of the spirit beast space. Although today's bald blue cat is not as huge as Yi Qinghua's flaming demon wolf, it is still 5 or 6 meters tall. It's like a mobile second floor. With Jiang Fan's instruction, he slapped the fine iron door with his paw. 3 wide cracks immediately appeared on the fine iron door. It was enough to accommodate Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan got into the warehouse. The warehouse was bigger than he imagined. It was pitch dark, and with the light of a flashlight, I could vaguely glimpse a corner of the warehouse. There are many rooms, and each room should have a lot of storage space. But there seemed to be no one. He estimated that there were at least thousands of rooms in the warehouse. He had to look for them by himself, and he didn't know whether he would find them in the year of the monkey or the horse in the year of the monkey. Squat down and open a spirit beast space. From that spirit beast space, a large group of densely packed ants crawled out. When he came, he carried the entire ant nest. There are thousands of them, so these rooms are enough. In a dark room, there is a spirit beast egg emitting a faint red light. The lines on the spirit beast egg are very mysterious, and the light lights up and goes off, as if breathing. The light seemed to flash faster and faster, and its brightness became stronger and stronger. Through the red light, you can vaguely see dozens of bloodlines connected to this spirit beast egg. At the end of every bloody line is a person tied to the ground. This bloodline is actually blood flowing out from the cut mark on the wrist. These people seem to be using the power of life to revive this spirit beast egg. Su Ching. Lao Jiang made a weak voice and called for his wife. But no one responded to him. Lao Jiang was already dying, but he still shed tears of despair. Unexpectedly, Captain Wang turned out to be a traitor and attempted to kill them. They are afraid that they are really going to die, and now they just hope that their son will be safe. I hope my son can leave Tianxing Town. Tianxing Town is finished. Chapter 41, Parents on the Brink of Death. I'm afraid that Jiang Fan is the only one who can control thousands of creatures at once. The noise made by ants is very slight, and even if they crawl into the rooms at a very fast speed, there is almost no sound. In less than a few minutes, Jiang Fan checked more than 300 warehouses. The space is large, but there is not much stuff. In addition to a large number of light and heavy artillery, there are also some corpses of ferocious beasts. These are all good stuff? A rough estimate is that there are at least thousands of them. The beast blood refined into it would be enough for him to practice for a long time. It's a pity that Jiang Fan can't move it away, so he still has to find a magic storage device. Suddenly, Jiang Fan had an idea and asked, "System, do you have storage space?" The system's cold voice sounded in my mind. This system has cubic meters of free storage space, and the host can pay to rent more storage space. Really? The system has storage space. Just like playing games, players basically have their own storage space. Jiang Fan was ecstatic. It's time to make a fortune. Bald cat. Jiang Fan gave an order. The bald blue cat smashed the door of the room with one claw, and there was a pile of corpses of ferocious beasts inside. Jiang Fan waved his hand and looted all the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Next one. Only the warehouses where items were stored were destroyed, so the looting speed was quite fast. Maybe there would never be such an opportunity in normal times. This warehouse must be heavily guarded. But now Captain Wang has dismissed everyone and created an opportunity for Jiang Fan. These are supposed to belong to the public, but Captain Wang has betrayed the right path and failed the people. These resources may even flow into the hands of evil sects. So he actually protected these resources. Jiang Fan ransacked dozens of warehouses in succession and watched as the storage space became increasingly full. His heart was also filled with a sense of justice. In addition to the corpses of ferocious beasts, there are also some spiritual stones in the warehouse. The quantity is very small, and the spiritual energy of spiritual stones is the purest and the best to absorb. Therefore, even the Tianxing Town guards didn't store much of this stuff. Just a few parties. According to the market price of 100,000 per square meter, it is about 6 or 700,000. The cleanup was almost done, and to be honest, Jiang Fan was a little disappointed. The Tianxing Town guards were poorer than he had imagined. However, in this remote place, it is good to have these. Suddenly, Jiang Fan was completely stunned, because his army of ants had already explored the deepest warehouse. Although he didn't know what was inside, he felt a terrifying aura. What is in the deepest warehouse? Jiang Fan hurried over. The door of this warehouse is different from the doors of other warehouses. It is made of the same material as the outermost warehouse door. Explain that the most precious things may be stored here. Dragon spirit beast eggs? Jiang Fan's heart pounded. A dragon spirit beast egg is worth as much as a town. The evil sect did not hesitate to destroy Tianxing Town for this reason. If he gets it, he might become the legendary dragon controller. But soon, he shook his head and put this matter aside for now. The whereabouts of his parents were still unknown. Maybe it's in this warehouse. The bald blue cat slapped the door 5 times before it cracked. Jiang Fan looked through the crack and saw his red light spirit beast egg at a glance. It was much bigger than the spirit beast eggs he had seen at the trading center. As big as a house. There is also a very strong smell of qi and blood in this warehouse. Could it be released from this dragon egg? Soon, Jiang Fan saw the people lying around. There are a lot of them. Dozens of them, almost all of them are warriors. It looks messy, but in fact it forms a formation under the arrangement of certain rules. Blood sacrifice. Although Jiang Fan had never seen this kind of ceremony, he had heard of it. Only those who have gone astray will resort to such cruel means. The person who set up this formation wanted to use the blood of these warriors to revive the dragon eggs. Dad! Mom! Jiang Fan was going crazy. His parents are most likely among them. He was used as a sacrifice by Captain Wang. I kept checking everyone, and finally found my parents in a corner. All blood. Jiang Fan's heart twitched suddenly. Seeing that his wrist was still bleeding, Jiang Fan asked the bald blue cat to smash the formation with one palm. Without the supply of energy and blood, the dragon egg dimmed again. I carefully woke up my parents, but they didn't move. It seems that a lot of energy and blood have been lost, and he still has a little bit of animal blood. At this time, I can't control so much and pour it into my parents' mouths. Life hangs on a thread. His hands holding his parents were shaking, his eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were about to burst. Fortunately, he felt that his parents' energy and blood were recovering little by little. The first thing my father said when he opened his eyes was, "Save our comrades." Jiang Fan used the same method to rescue others only after he was sure that his mother was out of danger. Several people have completely lost their breath. Qi and blood are the foundation of life. When qi and blood are exhausted, life is exhausted. In the end, out of 43 people, only 20 recovered. My mother is not a warrior, but fortunately she didn't lose much energy and blood. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to hold on. Chapter 42. Winning over helpers. These people are drowsy. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Most people don't know what's going on. Originally, they followed Captain Wang's orders to set up the formation on the ground. When the formation was set up, Captain Wang suddenly attacked them from behind. When I woke up again, I felt weaker than ever before. Dad, you were deceived by Captain Wang? Jiang Fan told the warriors of the guards what he had seen, namely, that Captain Wang was colluding with the evil sect. Based on their own experiences, these warriors did not doubt Jiang Fan at all. These people are not stupid. Captain Wang wants to sacrifice their blood. So cruel. And blood sacrifice is the method used by the evil sect. Dad was still a little bit unbelievable and couldn't imagine that Captain Wang was a member of the evil sect. Lao Zhang and the others started cursing angrily. Wang Dawei is simply a beast. We fought with him through thick and thin, but he put us to death. Let's report him. These people did not care about their own physical weakness. What they wanted to do was to reveal Wang Dawei's true face to the world first. Jiang Fan was also shaking with anger. Wang Dawei deserves to die. He must kill Wang Dawei with his own hands. But he was relatively calm, thought about it, and asked, "Where can I report it?" "Go to the law enforcement department." The law enforcement department is on the same level as the guards. Director Chow is stronger than Wang Dawei. He will definitely be able to handle it. What if the law enforcement department is also corrupted? Jiang Fan asked. These people fell silent instantly. If the law enforcement department also becomes a lackey of the evil sect, they couldn't even imagine it. Is there still hope for Tianxing Town? No, not at all. Jiang Fan sighed. If everyone believes in me, I might be able to. Everyone looked at Jiang Fan, and even his father couldn't help but tug at Jiang Fan's clothes. Xiao Fan, you must be responsible for what you say. Jiang Fan nodded firmly. He may not have had this confidence before, but if there are so many warriors with him, he will have the confidence. These warriors are almost all the warriors in the guard corps. Represents the core strength of the guards. Everyone looked at the huge bald blue cat, which had an extremely powerful aura. The old man suddenly thought of something. Son, are you the black-robed beastmaster? Jiang Fan nodded. Yeah. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Lao Zhang and the others looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. What? Did you hear that right? Xiao Fan is actually the beastmaster with 3 third-level spiritual beasts? Dad and Mom looked at each other blankly. Sluggishness is just sluggishness. Their minds went blank. Their own sons, they should know best. But when did my son become such a strong man? When did this happen? Didn't my son just finish his exams at the 3 major universities? Lao Jiang, you hit it deep enough. Your son is already a strong man, and you didn't even tell us. Lao Zhang is envious. At the same time, he was also very sure that Lao Jiang and his wife definitely kept it secret on purpose. What a top talent. A third-level beast master who is only 18 years old? Lao Jiang smiled bitterly. He didn't even know. He took a deep look at his son, who grinned with his teeth bared. He guessed that his son might have encountered something, but this was his son's secret. Even if he is a father, he cannot interfere with this. This is taboo. Every strong man has his own secrets, and these secrets may be a matter of life or death. If he knew the secret of his son becoming stronger but was unable to keep the secret, it would harm his son. Mom is already dizzy. She is not even a warrior, and she only works as a logistics officer in the guard regiment. Therefore, from a purely ordinary perspective, it is even more difficult to understand his son. I wanted to ask, but was held back by Lao Jiang. The father and son smiled knowingly. Okay, I will be the first to support you. Dad expressed his stance. Immediately afterwards, Lao Zhang also agreed. There was almost no hesitation among everyone, and everyone was ready to take Jiang Fan as the core. Nothing else. A third-grade beast master who knows everything he has and is worthy of trust. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and felt a heavy thing on his shoulders. He glanced at the temporarily extinguished dragon egg. This dragon egg must be of extraordinary origin and looks to be quite old. There is a lot of rock ash deposited on the surface of the eggshell, which is solidified into the eggshell, just like a fossil dug out from deep underground. The vitality of the embryo inside needs to be awakened by sacrificing a large amount of qi and blood. However, in this case, there is no 100% guarantee that the person can be awakened. He waved his hand and put the dragon egg into the storage space. Retreat first and hide. I will provide you with some beast blood to restore your energy and blood. Jiang Fan asked these people to scatter and hide. Then he immediately contacted Guichao, who was still in Tianxing Town. Jiang Fan asked him to help refine another batch of beast blood, and Guichao did not refuse. Guichao was still happy to help a beast master. After all, being on good terms with a beast master brings a lot of benefits. Jiang Fan put on a black robe and met Guichao at the agreed place. Brother Chen Fan, are you going on a bounty mission again? Guichao asked. Jiang Fan said nothing. Jiang Fan, wearing a black robe, actually looked very mysterious. Guichao didn't ask much. The third-grade beast control master was indeed very skilled and brave. He must have gone to explore the wasteland outside Tianxing Town. When they arrived at the place, Jiang Fan was stunned. The place where animal blood is refined is actually a food processing factory. Chapter 43 Food Processing Plant. Guichao smiled. He was used to it and said, in principle, you can only go to official institutions to refine animal blood. However, official institutions charge a large commission and are expensive. So many private institutions have spawned. These institutions don't dare to refine animal blood openly, so they have to disguise themselves. How did you know? Jiang Fan was a little surprised. He, a native of Tianxing Town, knew nothing about it. Guichao, an outsider, actually knew it. It's nothing. In fact, the government turns a blind eye to these private institutions. The authorities also have to encourage everyone to kill more ferocious beasts, so we have a list in our hands. You can find these institutions everywhere you go. I see. Jiang Fan learned it. He hesitated to speak, but actually wanted a list like this. With this list in hand, it will be convenient to get things done no matter where you go. Guichao seemed to see what Jiang Fan was thinking and said with a smile, I'll prepare a copy for Brother Chen Fan later. Recently, someone wants to set up a query platform and is trying to smooth things over. If that platform is online, I won't need a list. I'll just check it out and I'll ask you to register. Good. Jiang Fan smiled. It's nice to have a friend who's well-informed. It can make up for some of his lack of social experience. In a sense, the talented and powerful person who came from Yuehua City is indeed very knowledgeable. Maybe the sky in Tianxing Town is just too low. The director of this food factory is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is also a warrior, and his strength seems to be quite strong. But the energy and blood are weak, and it feels like they are built up with resources. Great genius, Gua. Have you gained something again so soon? Guichao shook his head. It's not me this time. It's this brother. He wants to refine a batch of animal blood. Just do it according to the price you gave me. Easy to say. Factory Director Jiang, who waved his hand angrily, indicating no problem. Then he looked at Jiang Fan. He couldn't see his true face under the black robe, so he smiled and asked, how many heads have been refined? 500? 1,000. How much can you refine? I need to hurry up. Jiang Fan thought about it and decided to refine it more. After all, he doesn't use it alone. The animal blood last time was not enough for him alone. This time there were 20 warriors besides him, many of whom were strong first-grade warriors and even some second-grade warriors. The demand is certainly much greater than his. These two figures have frightened the factory director. Guichao was stunned. How many ferocious beasts did Chen Fan kill? Well, my production capacity here is not big. If it is 1,000 ferocious beasts, it may take half a month to refine. Too slow. Jiang Fan shook his head. Half a month? I don't even know if Tianxing Town will still be here half a month later. Well, if you are in a hurry, I have some animal blood in stock here, and I can pay you first according to the average output of each ferocious beast. Average output. Jiang Fan thought. A ferocious beast produces an average of 13 milliliters of animal blood. This is the average. Of course, those factories with better equipment may have higher output rates. This is the number for our equipment. That's true. Guo nodded. Anyway, you have to pay the beast blood in advance, and the average price will be the same wherever you go. Jiang Fan nodded. Okay, where should we put the beast? Did you bring it? The factory director looked behind Jiang Fan and said, are the animal-carrying vehicles parked behind? There must be dozens of them, right? Jiang Fan waved his hand. A ferocious beast appeared from nowhere and fell to the ground. The factory manager was stunned for a moment. Storage space. This was within Guo Chao's expectations. Third-rank beastmasters are all wealthy. How could they not have storage space? He himself has a 10 cubic meter storage space. 10 cubic meters is already priceless. I don't know how big Chun Fan's storage space is. The factory manager took a look at the beast's corpse and frowned slightly. It's not fresh. Brother, the value I just gave you refers to fresh beasts. If they are not fresh, the factory manager pondered for a while and said, it should be reduced by half at least. Half? Yes, the animal blood we extract is actually essence blood, and the essence of an old corpse will actually be lost a lot. Jiang Fan glanced at Guo Chao, and Guo Chao nodded, saying that was right. Jiang Fan even suspected that these two people had colluded with each other. But he was an outsider after all, and maybe he was. Then count them. Some are fresh and some are stale. Jiang Fan kept waving. Corpses of ferocious beasts kept appearing, including shriveled corpses and fresh corpses dripping blood. Soon it piled up into a hill. Guo Chao and the factory director's eyes widened. Etc. How many cubic meters of storage space is this? Stop. The factory director quickly stopped. You are going to flood my factory. Jiang Fan stopped waving and looked at the factory director. The director's expression was quite strange. Who is this black robe? Such a huge storage space is something he has rarely seen, let alone heard of. Change place. The factory manager quickly led the way. Under the factory building, there is a large space. It's actually not smaller than the guards' regiment's warehouse, and it feels like it's about to hollow out the hill. Jiang Fan continued to scatter the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Guo Chao's eyes widened. Before, he noticed that Chun Fan was young and was a third-grade beastmaster with great talent. It is likely to come from a certain force. Now it seems that it is a done deal. Only a transcendent force could possess storage space of this magnitude. Chun Fan obtained this magical weapon at such a young age, so that transcendent force must be very optimistic about him. They are the key training targets. From Na, the capital of the Star Moon Federation, or somewhere higher level. Chapter 44. Closing the city. The factory manager was sweating profusely while taking inventory. 1,300 first-grade beast corpses, 285 second-grade beast corpses, and 8 third-grade beast corpses. The factory director looked at Jiang Fan with an even weirder look. He actually recognized several of these third-grade ferocious beasts. Isn't he the leader of the wave of ferocious beasts that attacked Tianxing Town recently? Could this person be from the guards? When did the guards have such a strong man? Could it be Yi Qinghua? I heard that Yi Qinghua has been promoted to a 4th-grade beastmaster and was specially sent by Yuehua City to support Tianxing Town. Although the voice sounded like that of a young man, it was very easy for a strong man to disguise his voice. Yi Qinghua was just a person sent here for support. How could he have the authority to deal with the spoils of the guards' regiment? Suddenly, the factory director shuddered. Did Yi Qinghua rob the guards? What's wrong? Jiang Fan looked at the factory director for a long time without any movement. Some doubts. Nothing, I just calculated it, according to the average value. I need to give you milliliters of first-grade beast blood, 3,705 milliliters of second-grade beast blood, and 104 milliliters of third-grade beast blood. Jiang Fan did a quick calculation and found no problem. The factory manager took out almost all of his stock before he completed the transaction with Jiang Fan. Guo Chaomu. This is a huge sum of money. Even as the son of a noble family, he couldn't imagine it. It's already great to have 1% of it. Jiang Fan left immediately after getting the beast blood. Gui Chao was very sensible and took the initiative to say goodbye to Jiang Fan. After both of them left, the factory director's expression changed somewhat. Staring in the direction Jiang Fan left, his eyes were a little solemn. Dial a number, and the other party picks up quickly. The factory director said, Yi Qinghua seems to have robbed the warehouse of the guard's core. The dragon egg may have fallen into her hands. Jiang Fan contacted his father and gave him most of the animal blood. Dad and the others needed more animal blood, and he only kept a small part of it himself. Mainly for those of second grade and above, basically all the first grade animal blood is given. Dad nodded solemnly. We will definitely restore our combat effectiveness as soon as possible. You must be careful and call your dad immediately if anything happens. Jiang Fan smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Soon, news spread that the guard's core warehouse had been looted. Someone saw Captain Wang extremely angry. He smashed the guard core office to pieces to vent his anger. There was a lot of discussion in the street, and everyone was discussing who was so brave and dared to steal the head of the guard regiment. Even people from the law enforcement department were dispatched, and Director Chow personally inspected the damaged door of the warehouse. This kind of destructive power is an extremely powerful spiritual beast. Director Chow looked at the 100-forged fine iron door, which was torn open like paper. Touching the crack, Director Chow was thinking about who in Tianxing Town had such ability. Next to him, Wang Dawei looked very ugly. Not a word was spoken. To others, it looked like the guard's core was in trouble, and asking the law enforcement department to come to the rescue made Commander Wang feel ashamed. In fact, Captain Wang has already seen it, and the dragon egg has been stolen. Even those warriors who were sacrificed by blood were much less. In other words, those people are still alive and already know what he did. He is in danger. Once someone exposes that he has defected to the Holy Clan, his situation will be very difficult. Hateful. Wang Dawei slammed his fist on the fine iron door. The iron gate made a heavy roar, and the huge force backfired on Wang Dawei's fist, causing severe pain. It's hard to imagine that such an iron gate was destroyed. At least level 4. Wang Dawei murmured. Director Chow said calmly, Calm down. I can't calm down. I lost the dragon egg here. If people from the evil sect pursue it. Wang Dawei suddenly turned pale, and his body was extremely cold. Director Chow followed Wang Dawei's gaze and saw a middle-aged man who looked somewhat majestic behind the crowd of onlookers. Deacon of the Holy Clan, the commander responsible for the comprehensive capture of Tianxing Town this time. Director Chow frowned slightly, being exposed to broad daylight. It's okay, just find it again. Are you sure? Wang Dawei asked. Now his fortune and life are in the hands of Director Chow. No matter who he is, he can't leave Tianxing Town. Besides, there is only one 4th-grade beast master at present. Wang Dawei was stunned for a moment, then showed a sinister smile. Well, I thought she had left Tianxing Town, but I didn't expect that she actually sought her own death. Wang Dawei said with a gloomy face. Speed up the implementation of the plan, and many people have escaped from the warehouse. I will soon be exposed, and our layout may be in vain. Director Chow nodded. Tianxing Town is under lockdown. No one is allowed to enter or leave Tianxing Town. The resolution was issued jointly by the Law Enforcement Department and the Guards Corps. At this moment, in the underground secret room of the Law Enforcement Department. In addition to those geniuses, there are some more people. They are all big shots in Tianxing Town. There are bank presidents who are in charge of finances, wealthy businessmen who have abundant resources, and some officials. You have no right to imprison us. Let Director Chow come out. These people did not come here voluntarily. Instead, the law enforcement department suddenly rushed into these people's homes and forcibly brought them here. Chapter 45. Besieged on all sides. A beautiful woman in a short skirt and a suit who looked like a female mystic came in and said softly, Everyone, please be patient. Gathering you here is not for imprisonment, but for your protection. It has now been confirmed that they have infiltrated Tianxing Town and are plotting a large-scale unrest, so you will all be the first targets of the evil sect. Everyone rest assured, once the law enforcement department has dealt with the evil sect, we will release everyone as soon as possible. A gentle middle-aged man stepped forward and said, But at times like this, we need to step in to maintain order, otherwise the people will be in chaos. This is the supreme ruler of Tianxing Town. On weekdays, Director Chow and Captain Wang have to obey his orders. But today, his words were no use. The female secretary chuckled. Sir, please rest assured, the law enforcement department will take charge of order on your behalf. If anyone is disobedient, they will be dealt with. Every change comes with a lot of sacrifice. The adult's expression finally changed slightly. Everyone also opened their eyes wide. Those who can reach their position are all shrewd people. Of course, he knew what she meant. In fact, it confirmed their previous conjecture. The law enforcement department and the guards regiment have rebelled. What changes? Zhang Hua and other young geniuses felt dizzy after hearing this. None of them knew what was going on. Just now, these big shots in Tianxing Town were pushed in. It's like being a prisoner in custody. The female secretary was obviously not interested in explaining anything to Zhang Hua. She left directly, and as she left, the door of the secret room was closed again. Several big shots took a breath of cold air and said, "Something is going wrong. We have to let Yuehua City know about this." The middle-aged man sighed. "I'm afraid it won't be easy. This operation, it should be that the law enforcement department and the guards corps have been planning for a long time. If I guess correctly, Tianxing Town has been sealed off, and the people in the city have become hostages to be slaughtered. Even if Yuehua City hears the news, as long as the people of Tianxing Town are still there, Yuehua City cannot attack Tianxing Town. Damn it, this is a typical evil sect method. The evil sect has used this method to capture many small towns on the outskirts of the city. There are millions of people in Tianxing Town." Zhang Hua and others were stunned. No matter how ignorant they were, they still learned some information from the few words of these big shots. The enforcement department and the guards have rebelled. These big shots are being held hostage. Tianxing Town is over. Jiang Fan knew that Tianxing Town was under lockdown, but he didn't care, thinking it was the guards who were trying to retrieve the stolen dragon eggs. Anyway, the dragon egg is with him, so if they are brave enough, they can come. He stayed in a remote hotel, and hundreds of dragonflies and endless armies of ants flew out of his room window. Along the way, he caught dragonflies when he encountered them and hammered them when he encountered antholes. There are estimated to be hundreds of thousands of ants, arranged in every corner of Tianxing Town. If an abnormality is found, Dragonfly is sent to investigate and then transmit the image back. Jiang Fan lay in the bathtub while looking at the vision returned by the dragonfly. Tianxing Town has been closed down, and people in the city are not allowed to leave their homes. A large group of law enforcement officers in white were conducting door-to-door inspections. There are people investigating the area where his hotel is located, and it will probably take a few days to find him. He even saw someone going out and being caught by law enforcement for questioning. After the questioning, he was directly shot to death. Only then did Jiang Fan realize that the law enforcement department had revealed their identity. They began to attack innocent civilians unscrupulously. Humph, what a big move, closing the city gates and killing people at will. After observing hundreds of dragonflies from a god's perspective, he discovered that there were more people in the law enforcement department than he had imagined. There are even many new faces, but they're all strong and basically all are warriors. According to rough estimates, the law enforcement department has hundreds of warriors. Such strength has surpassed the guards regiment in its heyday. Perhaps from the very beginning, the warriors of the guards were only used to sacrifice blood for dragon eggs. The law enforcement department is the evil sect's real backup. Hiss! Jiang Fan felt his scalp tingling. If he were just an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't understand what fate he would face until now. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment but finally picked up the phone. A somewhat queenly voice came from the other side. "Is this Jiang Fan?" "Yes. This is the law enforcement department. One of our people went to your house to pick you up, but found that you were not there. Are you still in Tianxing Town?" Jiang Fan's face froze slightly. The other party waited for a few seconds and then said, "Don't be nervous, Jiang Fan. I'm just telling you that Tianxing Town has been invaded by the evil sect. It is very dangerous, so Jiang Fan should come to the law enforcement department as soon as possible to receive asylum, so as to ensure your safety." "Oh, no thanks, I'm not in Tianxing Town." "Really? Where did you go?" The other party continued to ask. "Moonlight City." The other party was obviously silent for a few seconds before saying, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." Jiang Fan had just hung up the phone when it rang again. "See the caller ID. It's Su Ching. Could it be that Su Ching has already discovered that Xiaoran is dead?" Chapter 46, We Are Not on the Same Path. Jiang Fan picked up the phone and sneered without waiting for Su Ching to speak. "Ah, do you think you can succeed?" "What?" It was obvious that Su Ching's tone was stagnant. "Search. You know what I'm talking about." For some reason, when he learned that Su Ching and evil sect Xiaoran were in the same group, I was very disappointed for no reason, He couldn't tell why. Maybe it's because he and Su Ching have been neighbors for 2 years? On the other side of the phone, Su Ching's beautiful eyes were a little frozen. Is it true that you hate me so much? Of course, you and I are two different people. Su Ching's red lips parted slightly, and the hand holding the phone trembled a little. She didn't expect Jiang Fan to be so decisive. It was as if she, Su Ching, had really committed such a heinous act. Obviously, this baby's marriage was decided by the grandfathers of the two families. Okay, whatever you want. Su Ching hung up the phone with a grim face. Then there was silence. Aunt Zhang behind her side. She had heard from the young lady that Jiang Fan was unruly. Now I have seen it with my own eyes. This is really rare. No man would treat a lady like this. Because of the young lady's childhood marriage, the whole Su family is troubled. Most of the tribe members felt that the marriage should be annulled. But this marriage was arranged by the old man of the Su family himself. When the old man of the Su family was young, he explored the wilderness and suffered extremely serious injuries. By chance, he stayed in the Jiang family for a few years to recuperate from his injuries. He has a very good relationship with the old man of the Jiang family, who is also Jiang Fan's grandfather. It just so happened that the two old people's sons were about to give birth to their next generation, so this marriage was arranged. Someone in the clan suggested canceling the marriage, but was severely scolded by Old Man Su. Mr. Su said that no one can stop the marriage unless the Jiang family is unwilling. Now it seems that there is no need for the clan members to operate secretly, as Jiang Fan himself is disgusted with it. Aunt Zhang glanced at Su Ching's depressed face, and then scolded. This brat doesn't understand the lady's heart at all. The lady just wants to protect him, but he doesn't appreciate it at all. Su Ching sighed. The situation in Tianxing Town is unpredictable now. I hope he can protect himself. Aunt Zhang nodded and said, Miss, Tianxing Town is quite unusual. It seems that they are looking for the thief who stole the guards, but in fact they may have evil intentions. Su Ching frowned slightly. Colluding with the evil sect? I'm afraid so. How strong is it? I'm not sure. Director Chow is a 4th-rank warrior, but the evil sect should have masters hiding in the dark. After Zhang Ma finished speaking, she glanced at Su Ching, who was lost in thought, and said hesitantly, Miss, I know you want to solve it, but it's too dangerous. After all, this is not Yuehua City. All communication signals have been cut off, and the outside world is unaware of the changes in Tianxing Town. There seems to be a 4th-grade beastmaster in Tianxing Town? Su Ching asked again. Yi Qinghua was sent down from Yuehua City a few days ago, but his current situation is probably not very good. The spirit beast that can break through the door of the guard corps warehouse must be at least a 4th-grade beastmaster. It should be easy to guess her identity. Try to get in touch, Su Ching said. Aunt Zhang nodded. It seemed that the young lady still wanted to do something. The Yi family is also a famous family in Yuehua City. Although their prestige is not as great as that of the Su family, the two families are on good terms. Yi Qinghua should not refuse the lady's invitation. But even if they get in touch, what can the two of them do? We are outnumbered. In the next few days, Jiang Fan soaked in more than a dozen bathtubs of animal blood. He is quite extravagant. It is equivalent to starting directly from the 2nd-grade beast blood. The cost is quite high. It's simply burning money. But the effect is also very good. The power of qi and blood has increased to 1 horsepower. It is normal that it becomes more difficult to grow the higher you go. On average, for every 0.1 horse he gained, he would burn nearly $1 million worth of animal blood. In normal times, he could sell this animal blood. But now, it is difficult to take action, so it is better to use it to increase his own strength. After all, the stronger you are, the higher your survival rate will be. The conversion effect of beast blood is too low. You can try spirit stones. There were some spirit stones in the guard corps warehouse, and he took them all. Spiritual stones are something that is out of reach for students taking the 3 major exams. This thing can only be mined from mines. Ancient spiritual energy has to be buried underground for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years before spiritual stones can be born. It is a non-renewable resource, so its price is getting more and more expensive. There are 6 or 7 parties in the guard regiment, which is already very impressive. 9 times out of 10, Wang Daowei kept it privately and prepared it for himself to enjoy. Intelligence provided by Ant Legion and Dragonfly Squad. The white-clothed law enforcers from the law enforcement department might be able to track him down in a day or 2. At that time, he may have nowhere else to go and must fight to the death with the law enforcement department. But before that, Jiang Fan smiled. Dad, And the others are not idle these days either. They were frantically consuming the animal blood given to them by Jiang Fan, and it was said that they had almost recovered. Those warriors were not all together, but were separated into 3 or 4 places with 5 or 6 warriors in each place. Jiang Fan deliberately placed some dragonflies and ants near where they were lurking. They had a group, and Jiang Fan shared a map. Here, there are 3 white-robed law enforcers approaching. You can consider killing them, he shouted in the group. Chapter 47, White Enforcer. Clear. Receive. Several people in the group responded instantly. They didn't care how Jiang Fan knew it. Anyway, yesterday several comrades followed Jiang Fan's instructions and successfully killed 3 white-clad law enforcers. They were in the dark and had the advantage in numbers. Based on the intelligence obtained in advance, kill the opponent directly without any preparation. After making the arrangements, Jiang Fan took out the spirit stone. The spiritual stone is extremely cold and full of spiritual energy. Visible spiritual energy emanates from the spirit stone. It is much stronger than beast blood. Moreover, there are no side effects when practicing with spirit stones. There is no need to worry about the danger of going astray due to excessive practice of beast blood. By practicing the basic formula, I immediately felt as if all the pores in my body were opened up and continuously absorbed the cool spiritual energy. I didn't have this feeling when I was taking a blood bath. It is non-irritating and very gentle. No wonder they say that spirit stones are the best resource for cultivation. They are truly wonderful. It absorbed the spiritual energy of about 2 spirit stones. Jiang Fan could vaguely hear the crackling sound of bones. It feels like my muscles and bones are vibrating. The teacher once said this during class. A first-grade warrior can make his muscles and bones resonate at the same time. And when he swings his fists and feet, you can hear a bang-bang sound. Punch and kick, shake your body and shoulders, and rush out with a bang. It has a strong aura and is regarded as magical by ordinary people. This is the process of completely opening up the joints, which is similar to opening up the run and do meridians in novels. It has greater resilience and can perform more difficult movements. Let the body break through the limits of human beings and make the limbs like a slingshot in an instant. Fast speed and strong power. You can burst out with stronger power at any time. It is a milestone for ordinary people to become warriors, and it is also a symbol of reaching the strength of a first-grade warrior. He tasted it. It's not about the chi and blood power reaching one horse, but about truly reaching the first-grade warrior level. Jiang Fan suddenly started to move. His body was like a cheetah, and he could easily fly over the walls of the house. When punching, the body vibrates and the power is released more completely. One punch blasted open a wall. Jiang Fan was a little horrified. This is the true strength of a first-grade warrior. I am afraid that even my father has not reached this level. The reason is that he does not have basic formulas and exercises. Although the Guard Regiment will organize warriors to learn some introductory tactics, they are far inferior to the orthodox introductory techniques. He surpassed his father. Jiang Fan was a little excited. Every child may be looking forward to the day when he can surpass his father. Dragonfly Scouts sent back an image. 2 law enforcers in white came over here, apparently to speed up the search of the area. So several law enforcers in white separated. The 2 law enforcers in white walking towards this side were checking a homestay on the corner of the street. At this rate, it probably won't take long to find this one. He immediately ordered the Dragonfly Scouts to cover an area of 5 kilometers. Make sure there are no other white scouts nearby. Jiang Fan smiled. Let's test the waters with these 2. He didn't take action before because the spirit beast movements were too loud and would attract more enemies. But now he can do it secretly. When it comes to close combat, warriors are the strongest. The next thing to do is to rest and concentrate, then strike with thunder. About 2 hours later, Jiang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The Dragonfly Scout landed right in front of the hotel and sent back the image. A law enforcer in white walked into the hotel. Here we come. Jiang Fan's face was a little stiff. This was the first time he ambushed and killed the enemy without the help of a spirit beast. He had only a dagger less than a foot long that he had picked up from the Guards Regiment's warehouse. Take a few deep breaths to calm your breathing. A warrior is very sensitive to the power of chi and blood. If his emotions fluctuate too much, he will expose himself in advance. Jiang Fan's ears kept moving slightly. Dong dong. Faintly, I heard a knock on the door downstairs. His hearing is now excellent. After reaching the first level, It is not only the power of blood and combat effectiveness that is improved. Perception capabilities have also been improved accordingly. He didn't know the strength of the visitor. He needed to see it with his own eyes to know. There are not many people staying in this hotel. Most of them are outsiders who are trapped in Tianxing Town. You can hear the law enforcer in white checking every room. A somewhat urgent voice came. Is there anyone here? Hurry up. The evil sect has invaded Tianxing Town. I will take you to evacuate this place. The sound of footsteps accompanied by eagerness. Many people took the initiative to open the door. When I saw it was someone from the law enforcement department, they were all asking what happened. The law enforcers in white identified them one by one. Go upstairs. Jiang Fan squinted his eyes. After going upstairs, the man used the same method to get everyone to open the door. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and opened the door. He wants to lure the other party in. Jiang Fan opened the door and revealed a harmless face. Lord Law Enforcement Department, what happened? The white-clothed law enforcement department quickly glanced at Jiang Fan and ignored Jiang Fan's inquiry. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he quickly turned his eyes to Jiang Fan. He lowered his head and looked at his phone, then at Jiang Fan, and compared them repeatedly. A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the white-clothed law enforcer. Classmate Jiang Fan, didn't you go to Wawa City? Why are you still in Tianxing Town? Come with me quickly. The evil sect invaded Tianxing Town this time just to target geniuses like you. Chapter 48. Eliminating 2 people. Is the evil sect's invasion real? Jiang Fan looked frightened. Search? Of course it's true. Otherwise, do you think our law enforcement department has nothing to do? We are sealing off the city and checking every household. When the others saw the genius that the law enforcement department wanted to protect, they sighed in disappointment, closed the door, and returned to their rooms. Jiang Fan said quickly, Then I have to clean up. Please come in with me and wait together. This is of course good. The white-clad law enforcer gave a playful smile. Perfect, we could do it in the room. If he kills Jiang Fan, he can also get a lot of rewards from the Holy Clan. I couldn't help but look at the joy in my eyes. Students are indeed students. They are so young. Even though the school taught them some survival rules, they were still defenseless prey facing veterans. I have never experienced setbacks, never been to the battlefield, and never hovered on the brink of life and death. Students will take a few verbal deceptions seriously. It would be too easy for him to kill Jiang Fan. Even if the other party had awakened the beast mark, so what? As far as he knew, Jiang Fan did not purchase spirit beast eggs from the trading center. Can a beast master without a spirit beast be called a beast master? Then hurry up, you will be free in a moment. The law enforcer in white was very anxious. He did not stop while talking and quickly entered Jiang Fan's room. He also closed the door on his own initiative. And Jiang Fan was also looking at the law enforcer in white at this moment. Next to the law enforcer in white, several lines of data appeared. Iron Pillar. Age. 32. Occupation. First grade late warrior. Other characteristics. Agile, good at hook and claw skills, can tear 5mm steel plate with his right hand. No wonder it is so unscrupulous. The kung fu on the fingers is very good. It can tear through 5mm of steel plate. This destructive force can easily crush a person's head. But this illustration is really easy to use, and you can even see what you were good at. As long as he was careful about Tieju's hooking skills, it wouldn't be a big problem. Even if the opponent is a late-stage first-grade warrior. What do you think I'm doing? Clean it up. Taiju changed his expression and was no longer as polite as before. Instead, there is a leisurely feeling of a hunter playing with his prey. I glanced at the shabby furnishings of the hotel. He curled his lips in disdain. Tiske, can people live in a place like this? Hey, save some money? I'll go in and clean up first. Jiang Fan smiled innocently. Taiju was speechless. He found that he had no interest in torturing and killing Jiang Fan. So silly. Even if I kill someone, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Forget it. Let's get it resolved quickly. He raised his right hand and slowly approached Jiang Fan. As long as you pinch Jiang Fan's head, you can squeeze out his brains. Jiang Fan's honest look suddenly changed. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. The loopholes are everywhere right now. The dagger in the sleeve quietly slipped into his hand, and he raised his hand suddenly at an extremely fast speed. The vertebrae in my waist made a crackling sound. With his muscles fully stretched, his waist muscles acted like a powerful spring, driving his arms to stab at Tieju's right hand. Taiju finally reacted. Did he discover it? It's nothing to discover. Just an ordinary student. You want to hurt him without any energy or blood. Dream? No blood strength? No energy and blood? No, not at all. The power of qi and blood is not weak. Even the tendons and bones are vibrating. First-class warrior. Taiju wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Phew. Jiang Fan swung the dagger with all his strength, and it pierced through Taiju's palm. Jiang Fan did not hesitate and used a series of basic boxing moves to fiercely attack Taiju. Hit the iron pillar until it floats into the air. Each hit was like a hammer hitting someone, making a tingling sound. Must kill. Jiang Fan's attention was always focused on one thing, and he didn't dare to relax at all. He pulled the dagger out of Tieju's palm and then pierced directly through Tieju's head. Quiet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! The body fell to the ground. Huff! A wheezing sound like a bellows. Jiang Fan's mouth was dry. The set of fatal moves he had just made were all completed while holding his breath. There was also a lot of blood splattered on his face. Kill him. This was the first time he killed someone with his own hands. He is also a warrior in the late first stage. Jiang Fan tried hard to keep himself calm. This was the enemy, the beast from the evil sect. I went to the bathroom to wash the blood off my face, but the blood on my body couldn't be washed off, so I changed into a new set of clothes. Just as I raised my head, my ears suddenly moved slightly. There are footsteps coming. Jiang Fan glanced at Taiju's corpse, which he had no time to clean up. Gritting his teeth, he took the initiative to open the door and greet another law enforcer in white. At the top of the stairs, I happened to meet the law enforcer in white. Obviously, the other party was also a little stunned and was about to say, "You can't move around at will?" Then he stared closely at Jiang Fan's face and instantly changed his expression to a gentle one. "Student, these are extraordinary times. I suggest you not to move around at will. The evil sect has invaded. It's very dangerous outside. Why don't you go to the law enforcement department with me?" The law enforcer in white was saying the same thing. Jiang Fan moved directly. The dagger instantly appeared from his sleeve. He rounded his arms and stabbed the white-clothed law enforcer in the chest. "You!" The law enforcer in white was shocked. Obviously, he did not expect Jiang Fan to suddenly attack him so fiercely. Phew! The dagger pierced the chest of the white-clad law enforcer. Kill with one blow. Chapter 49. Lu Huan is very strong. After the training, just now, Jiang Fan has become more proficient. He knows how to use his identity to create contrast. Others thought that he was just a beast master who had just awakened his beast seal, and they would never have thought that his warrior strength had already reached the first level. A large amount of blood flowed from the corner of the white-clad law enforcer's mouth. After twitching a few times, his eyes lost their luster. Before he died, he still had an expression of disbelief. This is the benefit of practicing with spirit stones, allowing him to quickly become a first-class warrior. Think about it, he has spent millions practicing martial arts these days, and it has only been a few days. Fatty Chen only spent 2 million during his 3 years of high school. Moreover, at most first-grade beast blood can be used. It is impossible to use second-grade beast blood or even high-end resources such as spirit stones. So it can be said that Jiang Fan was built up purely by piling up resources. Sure enough, where the money is spent, there is comfort. Jiang Fan felt very comfortable. But we need to move to another place. This place might be exposed soon. Even if he disposed of the bodies of the 2 white-clad law enforcers, the smell of blood was so strong that ordinary people might find it difficult to detect. But for warriors, it is actually very obvious. Furthermore, since these 2 people disappeared here, the law enforcement department will definitely send more people to investigate. By that time, it would be too late for him to leave. Before leaving, he groped for a while with the 2 white-clad law enforcement officers. A small amount of animal blood and 2 diamond-shaped hard objects were found. Without looking carefully, I picked it up first. He follows clues from the Dragonfly Scouts and the Ant Legion. Avoiding the white-clad law enforcement officers who went door to door, they left the neighborhood. And all this was done without anyone noticing. The Dragonfly Scouts and the Ant Army are like his radar, helping him monitor everything happening within a few kilometers around. He couldn't go back home, and he didn't know how many people were waiting for him. Going back means throwing yourself into a trap, hiding in an uninhabited courtyard. Scouts through Dragonfly did see some sneaky ones. Although they were not wearing white clothes, Jiang Fan was certain that these people were mutated and disguised. It seemed that he was still suspected. This is a bit troublesome. Rustling. Suddenly Jiang Fan's body tensed up. Not far away from him, there was a strange movement in a bush. There is someone hiding in the dark like him. The secret whistle of the law enforcer in white? Did you spot him? Jiang Fan was highly focused. Be ready for the spirit beast to attack at any time. When a team of white-clothed law enforcers passed by, the man emerged from the bushes. Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide. This person was actually Lu Huan. Yes, he never expected that. Sister Huan is incredibly flexible at the moment. The movement is extremely fast. It only took a few breaths for the figure to disappear at the corner of the street. Warrior, how is this possible? Sister Huan probably failed the martial arts exam back then. Jiang Fan stared at the direction Lu Huan left, which should be the direction of Lao Guo's noodle house. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable strange feeling. First, Su Ching colluded with the evil sect, and now Sister Huan doesn't know what kind of task she is undertaking. Why do I feel like this is a big show? There seems to be more than one protagonist in the show. Lao Guo Noodle House is still open, but there are not many customers. But there were usually no customers, so Lao Guo sat by the pot and dozed off as usual. The law enforcer in white came several times and saw that he was a bad old man with an unattractive appearance, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Suddenly, Lao Guo opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes that was completely different from before. The next moment, Lu Huan rushed into the store. Is anyone following you? Lao Guo asked. Lu Huan stared outside for a long time before shaking his head suspiciously. It must be my imagination. I'm very careful. No one should notice me. And even if they do, they won't come up. Lao Guo nodded with a smile. As his most proud disciple, he should have such confidence. How's the situation? Lu Huan shook his head, his pretty face solemn, took a deep breath, and said, Not optimistic. Lao Guo nodded as expected. Have you found Xiao Fan? No. There are many plainclothes law enforcement officers near Xiao Fan's house. I guess Xiao Fan was not caught. But it is true that Xiao Fan's whereabouts are unknown now. If this continues, Xiao Fan may be found by the other party first. Lao Guo nodded solemnly. This kid is smart. He may have noticed the trouble first and hid. However, the law enforcement department conducted a large-scale citywide investigation, and it was only a matter of time before we were caught. As he said that, Lao Guo suddenly looked at the door with wide eyes. The alert Lu Huan thought that the law enforcer in white was following him. As he turned around, the soft sword at his waist stabbed out like a poisonous snake that had awakened. Jiang Fan couldn't react. Lu Huan is too fast, much faster and stronger than the two white-clad law enforcers he killed. Sister Huan? Only then did Lu Huan see clearly who was coming. Xiao Fan, Lu Huan, and Lao Guo were somewhat dumbfounded. Speak of Chow Chow, and he will appear. Lu Huan hugged him excitedly. Although Sister Huan's breasts are not as big as Su Ching's, they are also soft. You are really lucky. Were you the one following me just now? Lu Huan asked. What are you talking about? Chapter 50. Jiang Fan is now a first-class player? No, I just happened to see Sister Huan, so I came here together, but Sister Huan walked too fast. Sister Huan, you are a warrior, right? Lu Huan nodded hesitantly. At least 2 grades, right? Lu Huan was a little proud and held up 3 fingers. 3rd rank. So powerful. Isn't he the same as the commander of the guard regiment? Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide. This surprise was not acted. Sister Huan took the 3 major exams just 3 years ago and failed. How come it's the 3rd rank? Lu Huan didn't go into details, just said that he had some opportunities. Xiao Fan, where have you been these days? Asked Lao Guo. Lao Guo's eyes seemed to be shining, staring at Jiang Fan's body endlessly. Suddenly said, Are you in the 1st grade? Jiang Fan looked at Lao Guo in surprise. He had always thought that Lao Guo was just a lonely old man selling small noodles to barely support himself. But Lao Guo could see his changes at a glance. Even Sister Huan probably didn't notice it. Xiao Fan, are you in the 1st grade? Lu Huan's voice became sharp. The 3 of them were a little stunned. Jiang Fan looked at Lu Huan and Lao Guo. Lu Huan and Lao Guo looked at Jiang Fan in a daze. To be honest, Lao Guo was really surprised. According to his understanding, Jiang Fan's qi and blood power should be very weak. How come he became a top-grade master in just a few days? Is there any expert who can help me? There are secrets everywhere. Each other's identities were beyond each other's expectations. Puff! I don't know who started it, but everyone started laughing. Then let's talk about the closure of Tianxing Town. It all started with the guards being robbed by thieves, but now it's getting worse. So we conclude that the guards and the law enforcement department have both defected to the evil sect. Lu Huan told Jiang Fan their guess. Your guess is correct. Lu Huan and Lao Guo were stunned. Why are you so sure? Don't you find it incredible? No, because I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Fan told the two what he saw and heard in the brilliant club. Really? Old Guo snorted coldly. No wonder the Umbu were not allowed to participate in this matter from the beginning, and there was even an intention to expel the Umbu. Umbu? Jiang Fan didn't quite understand. Lao Guo did not hide it. The Order of the Star Moon Federation is actually maintained by multiple parties. The Law Enforcement Department is one party, and the Umbu is also one of them. It's just that the Law Enforcement Department is in the light, and the Security Department is in the dark. You can also understand that the Umbu has the power to monitor the Law Enforcement Department. These past few days, I've felt that the Law Enforcement Department is investigating the Umbu members hiding in Tianxing Town. The Umbu is so powerful. It was a bit beyond Jiang Fan's expectations. As far as he knew, the Law Enforcement Department had always been the largest official law enforcement agency in the Star Moon Federation. But from what Lao Guo said, there are other transcendent agencies that can stand on equal footing with the Law Enforcement Department. The Umbu are so powerful. Why do they let the Enforcement Department do whatever they want? This instantly left Lao Guo speechless. Lu Huan rolled his eyes at Lao Guo and said, "You are just bragging. Go and explain it yourself." Well, it's like this. Although the Umbu are very strong, their main strength is concentrated in the city. The Umbu will not send strong people to such a small place like this. Jiang Fan looked at Lao Guo deeply. "Won't you send an expert over? And you?" "Well, I came to Tianxing Town on a mission, so this is an exception." Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but his eyes told it all. "Yeah? Do you think I believe it or not?" "Okay, stop talking about useless things. There are only two of us in the Umbu in Tianxing Town. We are no match for the Law Enforcement Department." Lu Huan's words tore off the last bit of fig leaf on Lao Guo's face. "Xiao Fan, since you are also a first-rank warrior and own a third-rank spirit beast, if we act together, maybe we can do something, at least to stop the evil sect from being so reckless. But you will hold me back." Jiang Fan is very direct. Drat. This sentence left both of them speechless. Lu Huan was a little surprised and laughed. "What are you thinking? I am a third-rank warrior, but Lao Guo is." Old Guo suddenly waved his hand and looked at Jiang Fan meaningfully. "Do you have plans?" "I guess so." Jiang Fan nodded. "How many people?" 20. 20. All warriors?" Jiang Fan nodded again. This made Lao Guo and Lu Huan take a deep breath at the same time. 20 warriors, not weak. Maybe even stronger than the Law Enforcement Department. As if he could see what Lao Guo was thinking, Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. "It is far inferior to the Law Enforcement Department. From what we can see so far, there are probably at least 100 white-clad law enforcers in the Law Enforcement Department, all of whom are warriors." "Hiss! Hundreds of people?" Lao Guo and Lu Huan gasped again. They did not underestimate the actions of the Law Enforcement Department and the evil sect. "But I didn't expect the strength gap to be so huge." "How do you know that?" Lu Huan was a little bit unbelievable. She used her extraordinary physical skills to check it out. On several occasions, they were discovered by white-clad law enforcers, who then evacuated at extremely high speeds. Even so, the number of white-clad law enforcers could not be determined. "Maybe I was lucky they didn't find me." Jiang Fan smiled. "Then you are really lucky." Lu Huan gave a thumbs up. Jiang Fan nodded. But he thought to himself that he had hundreds of Dragonfly scouts, which was more than enough for one-on-one surveillance. If this could be discovered by the other party, then he would be too stupid. Chapter 51, The Prey Turns into the Hunter. "However, if you are willing, you can cooperate with me." Jiang Fan extended an invitation. "Sister Huan is a third-rank warrior, which is very powerful. Although I don't know Lao Guo's strength, he should be at least third rank. If these two are willing to join them, their chances of winning will increase a lot." Lu Huan hesitated to speak. Lao Guo fell in a deep thought. "What are the strengths of your 20 helpers?" "Most of them are first-grade warriors." Jiang Fan didn't hide anything. First-grade warrior. Lao Guo was actually a little disappointed. Maybe even most of them are half-baked warriors. Such strength is far inferior to that of the law enforcers in white. Well, there is also a fourth-level beast master. After thinking about it, Jiang Fan decided to add a weight. Although he has a good relationship with Sister Huan and Lao Guo, it doesn't mean that he has to put his life and fortune in your hands. Fourth-level beast master? The two were surprised again. I don't know how many times I was surprised. Yi Qinghua? Lu Huan asked. Yi Qinghua? Jiang Fan didn't know why Lu Huan mentioned this name. Shaking his head, "No, it's a beast master in a black robe." It's him. Lu Huan was excited. She had heard of this mysterious black-robed beastmaster. He should be a bounty hunter who came to Tianxing Town to carry out a bounty mission. Still in Tianxing Town? Exists. Lu Huan instantly revealed a crazy face. He is so amazing. I heard that he has 3 third-grade spirit beasts, but I didn't expect he also has a 4th-grade spirit beast. With him, we have a great chance of winning. Lu Huan's joy was met with contempt from the 2 men. Wipe your saliva. Lu Huan didn't care at all and continued to ask Jiang Fan, the black-robed beastmaster, how old he was, whether he was handsome, and so on. Jiang Fan could only say that he had never seen it either, but the other party would help him, and he knew nothing else. Okay, we'll join your team too, and you have to introduce him to me. Lu Huan was so excited that he pressed his body against Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan leaned back hard. Watch your saliva. It's almost dripping. He has no clean clothes left. This is all he has. After reaching a consensus, Jiang Fan also added Lu Huan to his group. He had changed the group name a long time ago. Hunting group? Who are you hunting? Lu Huan asked. The white-clad law enforcer. Jiang Fan left after he finished speaking and asked Lu Huan to pay attention to the messages in the group chat. There is a surprise. Lu Huan and Lao Guo were stunned again. No matter how you look at it, they're the ones being hunted, right? What is Xiao Fan thinking about? After a few seconds, a map location was sent out in the group. It was sent by Jiang Fan. In 2 minutes, 2 white-clad law enforcers will pass by here. Be careful and kill them. Receive, receive, receive. Someone responded immediately, very efficient. Question marks popped up in Lu Huan and Lao was heads again. What's going on? Then after a few minutes, those who had responded to Jiang Fan before uploaded some photos. These are the bodies of those law enforcers who were killed. Really done it. A diamond-shaped crystal was found on each of the 2 men. Others didn't recognize him, but Lao Guo and Lu Huan recognized him at a glance. The symbol of the evil sect. So this is the symbol of the evil sect. I thought it was some kind of treasure. Jiang Fan also sent up a photo. The photo shows 2 pitch-black diamond-shaped objects. Lu Huan opened his mouth wide. Jiang Fan had killed 2 enemies? The key point is, there are so many law enforcers in white outside. How do they do it without anyone noticing? This is not just about strength. It's also about intelligence. Could it be that Xiao Fan and his team have control over a very large intelligence network? An intelligence network larger than the hundreds of white-clad law enforcers? This is almost impossible. The next second, Jiang Fan sent out another map location. It's on the street next to Lao Guo Noodle House. Jiang Fan said, in 1 minute, 4 white-clad law enforcers will come this way. There is no enemy reinforcement within a 5-kilometer radius. You can kill them, but be quick and make little noise. Lu Huan and Lao Guo looked at each other. Is it their turn so soon? Lu Huan looked at Lao Guo with a questioning look. Lao Guo nodded, and Lu Huan replied with a received message. So people were more worried. The 4 white-robed law enforcers are very strong. Otherwise, forget it. Even if it's a sneak attack, there are too many people on the other side. 1 minute later, Lu Huan sent a photo to the group. 4 law enforcers in white were lying neatly on the ground. There was an immediate sensation in the group. The 4 white-clad law enforcers died so quickly. Who has this ability? That's amazing. Xiao Fan is so awesome. He brought in such strong teammates. Lu Huan felt a little proud. Actually, that was nothing. It was extremely easy for her and Lao Guo to kill 4 first-grade warriors. There was no need to shed blood. The scene was easily dealt with. This feels so good. And the ambush just now was really simple. The 4 first-rank warriors were caught off guard and were killed by them when they suddenly rushed out. Lao Guo was also shocked. I thought that according to the current trend, they would be the ones to be ambushed. I didn't expect it to be the other way around. Xiao Fan is really incredible. Not long after, Jiang Fan sent another map location. 22 people in the group were all paying attention to the screen, very excited and expectant. Hope to be positioned around yourself? Inside the law enforcement department, Director Chow once again received news of missing persons. The serious face frowned slightly. Happen again? What is going on? Why do I feel an ominous feeling? I looked at a dragonfly outside the window. Is it dead on the treetop? Chapter 52, Precision Kill. Jiang Fan reported several points, and the number of white-clad law enforcers killed exceeded double digits. This is a big victory. Jiang Fan was using a flying dragonfly scout to track 2 white-clad law enforcers to see where they were going back. The 2 men had just passed the corner, and he asked the dragonfly scout to follow them. As a result, 2 white lights suddenly came towards him, and his vision disappeared instantly. Jiang Fan didn't react at all. Why would these two people suddenly attack an ordinary dragonfly? All right. In fact, it is not an ordinary dragonfly, but others should not know the background of the dragonfly scout, right? He checked the number of other dragonfly scouts and found that there were a lot fewer, basically half as many. And when the vision switched to other dragonfly scouts, they happened to see the scene of being killed by the white-clad law enforcers. It was intentional. Jiang Fan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Exposed? How could that be? This is almost impossible. Who would have thought that a beastmaster would control ordinary insects? The dragonfly scout he had placed in front of the window of the law enforcement department's office building was also killed. Could it be that he was discovered? Beastmaster. Jiang Fan suddenly thought, maybe there is a beastmaster in the law enforcement department? Or is there a beastmaster assisting them in secret? Thinking of the dragon egg, Wang Dowei did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of all the warriors of the Guard Corps in a blood sacrifice to revive the dragon egg. But what happens after recovery? There must be a beastmaster controlling it. The beastmaster who would be arranged by the evil sect to be a dragon rider must be extremely talented. It seems normal to discover the secrets of the dragonfly scout. He immediately said in the group, there is a suspected beastmaster in the law enforcement department. His rank is unknown, but his strength should be strong. Lu Huan said, it's as expected. We have been able to weaken the local forces by nearly 1/5, which is already pretty good. Next, we should be prepared for a full-scale war. Jiang Fan thought about it and replied, no rush. There is indeed no rush. Tianxing Town is in the rainy season, and dragonflies are flying everywhere in the sky. Let alone killing them, I can still control them. Even if he kills a dragonfly when he sees it, except for the beast master, will others be able to tell that it is only his own? Besides, without the dragonfly scouts, he still has an army of hundreds of thousands of ants. Although the ants cannot provide him with a field of vision, the ants' tentacles are very sensitive and can sense nearby psychic energy fluctuations. Hundreds of thousands of ants formed a huge radar map for him. The dense red on the radar chart are all his ants. The sporadic blue is the fluctuation of psychic energy. He knows where his people are, so anyone who is not in these locations is the enemy. Regardless of whether they are enemies or not, they must be treated as such. He observed a place and quickly posted a map in the group. There are 3 people approaching our base. Move away. People in the east should retreat from Furong Road to Donghua Road. Be quick and leave Donghua Road within 2 minutes. People in the southwest corner. 2 people are approaching you soon. There are no other enemies nearby, but don't act rashly. The spiritual energy fluctuations are not small, and they are suspected to be powerful. Jiang Fan provided clues to the members of the group. While taking action, Sister Huang was right. The other party had become alert. The weaker, white-clad law enforcers traveled in groups of 4 or even 5. Those who dare to act alone or in pairs are most likely very powerful, and this may be a trap to deliberately lure them. So stop thinking about speculation and kill more people with thunderous force before the opponent fully reacts. Jiang Fan kills people very easily. Wherever there are blue dots, go and kill them. The feet of a first-level warrior are extremely fast and can reach 100 meters in 3 seconds. Like a gust of wind, passing through the alley when turning the corner. He didn't hesitate and stabbed out with the dagger. Too fast. So much so that the white-clothed law enforcer on the other side of the street didn't even react, and the dagger was inserted into his chest. The white-clothed law enforcer looked horrified, as if he didn't expect Jiang Fan to ambush him here. After getting rid of this person, Jiang Fan quickly left here without stopping. Only 10 seconds later, a law enforcement officer in white appeared here, looking at his colleague lying in a pool of blood in surprise. He was fine just now. Why was he suddenly killed? Creepy. Prepare to report to headquarters immediately. Suddenly, a shadow fell above his head. The bald Era opened his big mouth and took a bite. He didn't even give the other person time to panic and just swallowed him up. After doing this, bald Era returned to the spirit beast space. He wants to kill more before the enemy can react. If these white-clothed law enforcers are completely united, it will be very difficult to kill them. He quickly moved towards another blue dot and used the same method to attack and kill 3 law enforcers in white. Among them was a second-rank warrior. The fighting power of the bald husky may not be considered very strong among the third-grade spiritual beasts, but it is relatively easy to kill a few first- or second-rank warriors. In just 1 or 2 hours, Jiang Fan already had a handful of black diamond-shaped crystals in his hand. Although I don't know what this thing is used for, It is at least a trophy. What if it is a rare material? As a symbol of an evil sect member, it can't be too inferior, right? Chapter 53, Reduction in Staff. The symbol of the first-class white-robed law enforcer is black, and the second-class white-robed law enforcer is red. I hope readers will remember our domain name. It seems that this thing also symbolizes social status. I noticed that there were several people with strong spiritual energy fluctuations coming towards this side quickly. Jiang Fan left quickly. The people who came frowned slightly. In addition to some scratches on the ground, there were also a few drops of blood. Nothing else remains. It looks like the body was dealt with by someone else. Beast Master. Generally, after killing a person, a Beast Master will let the spirit beast eat the corpse. They immediately sent this information to headquarters. At the Law Enforcement Department headquarters, a young man appeared next to Director Chow. If you look closely, there seems to be something wrong with this young man's eyes. There seems to be a heart-pounding mental fluctuation. Soul Master, what do you think? Director Chow asked the young people for their opinions. The young man went to investigate several places where people had disappeared without explanation. Director Chow frowned. Among Beast Masters, there are also subdivided professions, the most famous of which is the Dragon Master. The young man said slowly, there are others, such as the Insect Controller. Insect Control? Well, this type of Beast Master usually controls a large number of insects. Using the extremely precious Beast Seal to control insects? It really refreshed Director Chow's worldview. Isn't this like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken and using a cannon to kill a cockroach? Most Beast Masters only awaken 1 or 2 Beast Seals to control insects. Seemingly seeing the doubts in Director Chow's mind, he smiled and said, there is actually no essential difference between insects and spiritual beasts. For example, ants, if you practice for long enough, if you obtain enough resources, you can also become a spiritual beast. Director Chow's eyes lit up. Use insect-type spiritual beasts to control ordinary insects? The young man smiled and nodded. So I guess that in the opponent's camp, there is an insect master who controls a large number of insects and provides them with vision. Director Chow was shocked. What a powerful method. This extraordinary reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capability. It can almost make the insect master invincible. It's also thanks to the fact that they have a beast-taming genius on their side. Otherwise, who would pay attention to a seemingly ordinary dragonfly on the branch? According to this person, the dragonfly that had been resting on the treetop for a long time was actually monitoring him. He didn't quite understand what the principle was. But following this young man's method, the dragonflies were eliminated on a large scale. The other party seemed to have fallen silent. Although the insect controller has his advantages, his disadvantages are also obvious. The combat power is too weak. In the wasteland, the insect type is the weakest. So this insect controller has little combat power. As long as we kill these insects, the insect controller won't be a problem. The young man looked quite confident. You can leave the task of exterminating the ants to us, the insect tamer. The young man said, leave it to me. If you take my dragon egg, I will make him pay the price myself. With a cold snort, a layer of mysterious fluctuations quickly spread out. Director Chow was slightly surprised. What a strong mental power. Comparable to the second-grade soul master of the law enforcement department. The key point is that this person's real profession is a beast master, and he is a beast master genius who is highly regarded by the top leaders of the Holy Clan. This time, the Saints went to great lengths to seize a town. On the one hand, he wanted to make Tianxing Town a stronghold of the Holy Clan, and on the other hand, it was for this genius. A dragon egg was found in Tianxing Town, and it needed to be handed over to Yuehua City. If you are unwilling to obey, Tianxing Town must be removed from the control of Yuehua City. At that moment, Yuehua City would definitely send strong men to suppress the rebellion in Tianxing Town. Therefore, the Saint Clan wants to use all the people of Tianxing Town as hostages to prevent Yuehua City from going to war. This was a very thorough plan, and he was shocked when he first heard about it. The Saint spent several years instigating a rebellion against the Chow family, the largest family in Tianxing Town, and then instigated a rebellion against the Guards Corps and the Law Enforcement Department. Just waiting for this day to come. The Saints secretly planted many powerful men, disguised as white-clad law enforcers from the Law Enforcement Department. In this sudden blitzkrieg, the Saints responded with determination to win. Jiang Fan should not be disturbed by these unexpected factors. He hid in an abandoned factory with his brows furrowed. His ant army is disappearing quickly. Some members in the group said that a large number of law enforcement officers in white were carrying pesticide boxes and spraying powerful pesticides along the street. It seems that the ant army has also been discovered by them. This made Jiang Fan even more sure that someone must be guiding them behind the scenes. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke urgently. Someone has discovered us and is coming this way. He is very strong. We can't run away. You must succeed. Then there was a moment of harsh sound. It sounded like a cell phone being smashed. There was no sound anymore, and Lao Jiang quickly asked what was going on. The man said nothing more. Then Lao Jiang asked Jiang Fan why he didn't report the points. Jiang Fan's heart tightened, and he didn't bother to explain. Guerrilla warfare was useless. Without intelligence, they are as good as blind, and the enemy may have figured out their location through previous actions. If this continues, they will only be defeated one by one. Must gather. Chapter 54 Formal Rendezvous. Go to the high tower in the center of the city to meet up and be fast. Even if someone is chasing you, don't pay attention. We will meet up first. Jiang Fan shouted in the group. Put on a black robe and ride a bald era, swaggering through the spacious streets. He wants to attract more attention. He arrived first within a minute or two. Someone came over. Some people were followed by white-clothed law enforcers, and Jiang Fan directly asked Bald Era to get rid of them. I counted 16 people present. If Mom is not here, Dad should put her in a relatively safe place. Jiang Fan glanced at his father, who nodded. Everyone looked at him with some joy. After all, Jiang Fan had used this outfit to help them fight off a wave of beasts before. I didn't know it before, but now I actually understand it. This black-robed beast master is Xiao Fan, but everyone knows it tacitly. Lao Jiang looked at Jiang Fan happily across the crowd. My son has really grown up. He is already able to stand alone and has a better future than him as a father. Hello, everyone. Let me report your strength. I'm in the middle of the first grade. Dad reported first. First grade, early stage. Later stage of first grade. After reporting the same number, Jiang Fan had an expectation in his mind. There is one warrior at the beginning of the second rank, and the rest are at the first rank. Including him, there are 16 people of the first rank and one of the second rank. After a while, Lu Huan and Lao Guo also came. Others who didn't come may not be able to come. Everyone knew it, but no one said it out loud. Including the person who just mentioned half of it in the group, no one mentioned him. Most of them have been sacrificed. Mentioning it again at this moment will actually affect everyone's fighting spirit. All they can do is live and die together. If we win, let's pay tribute to the hero together. If you lose, we will fight together again in the next life. Let me tell you the information I have so far. Jiang Fan said, we killed a total of 33 law enforcers in white. 33? Lao Jiang was shocked. When did you kill so many people? Jiang Fan took out a handful of rhombus crystals from his pocket and said with a smile, I just killed a batch. Everyone gasped, so powerful. Lu Huan and Lao Guo were also a little surprised. How is this done? Killing them is not necessarily difficult. The key is to find them, and after killing them, find the others quickly and accurately, which is the most difficult thing. Jiang Fan did not explain how he was killed, but continued. Currently, it seems that there are at least 100 enemies in Tianxing Town, including Soul Masters and Beast Control Masters. Speaking of Beast Masters, doesn't the Guard Regiment have a second-grade Beast Master? What about others? Lao Jiang snorted coldly. He and that Wang Dawei are the same, and he must be with Wang Dawei now. Wang Dawei. Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel angry at the mention of this name. This man almost killed his parents. He doesn't know where it is hidden now, but he must kill Wang Dawei with his own hands. Then don't worry about him. If we encounter him, I will kill him, but Jiang Fan thought of two more people, Su Ching and the old lady. These two people are still in Tianxing Town, but they are very powerful. Su Ching's dragon mastiff cub is an S-level spiritual beast. It was his evolution plan that allowed the dragon mastiff cub to evolve to the third level. Its strength should be quite strong, much stronger than the bald husky and bald parrot, which are also of the third grade. I wonder if the bald blue cat can be suppressed? Hard to say. The bald blue cat activated the bloodline of the BI level flame demon cat. But there is a huge difference between B class and S class. Maybe we can't win. Just what? Lu Huan asked. She already sent someone coming this way. Why is this black robe still a mystery? The black-robed Beast Master's voice had been disguised, so she couldn't hear it. But, judging from his figure, he doesn't seem to be an old man. Nothing. Maybe there will be a third-grade beastmaster and a strong man of unknown strength in the enemy camp. Why do you say that? Lu Huan was a little confused. Jiang Fan hesitated again and again, but thinking that he was the one who pushed Su Ching to the third rank, he still said it out loud. Perhaps Su Ching and the old man beside her are also members of the evil sect. Su Ching, Lu Huan, and Lao Guo were both stunned. Did you misunderstand something? Lu Huan asked. Probably not. Su Ching is actually from Yuehua City. She is extremely talented, and her family is very rich. Lu Huan nodded. She knew. Don't you think it's strange? Why would someone like her come to Tianxing Town, and why would she live there? I heard that she came to Tianxing Town specifically because of an engagement. This is even more impossible. How can that loser from the Wang family above us be engaged to Su Ching? Jiang Fan shook his head very firmly. He knew very well the virtues of that boy from the Wang family, who was even worse than him. After graduating from college, I didn't have a good job. I stayed at home and played games all day long. Will Su Ching like him? Seeing Jiang Fan's indignant expression, Lu Huan was a little puzzled. She also knew the good-for-nothing fat man and was a little confused. Why do you think Su Ching is engaged to him? Because there were only 2 young people like us in that building. If it wasn't that boy, how could it be me? Jiang Fan said angrily. Chapter 55 Baby Kiss? Everyone is silent. Search. Why are you talking about the engagement? Besides, who is Su Ching? Can he be stronger than Xiao Fan? In the eyes of some people, Jiang Fan has reached the ceiling of his combat power. Even if Wang Daowei comes, he will not be Xiao Fan's opponent. Wait, you? Are you Jiang Fan? Lu Huan was stunned for a moment, and only now did he react. Staring at Jiang Fan with a shocked expression. Lao Guo is much calmer. He had actually figured it out just now, but was just standing there in silent shock. Jiang Fan is actually the black-robed beastmaster who has 3 third-grade spirit beasts. It's incredible. This growth rate is unimaginable. Not to mention the desolate Tianxing Town. Even in Yuehua City, is there such a genius? Or has Xiao Fan been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Yet didn't I tell you? Jiang Fan asked dryly. You did. Lu Huan opened his eyes wide and pulled open the black robe. Jiang Fan's somewhat childish face was revealed. Jiang Fan's harmless face under the black robe gives people a strong visual impact. It seems that it doesn't match up with the image just now of being calm in times of crisis, taking decisive action, killing people like crazy, and having outstanding achievements. If you only looked at Jiang Fan's face, who would have thought that Jiang Fan was a dangerous person? It's really you. As if he was afraid that someone might be pretending to be someone else. Lu Huan deliberately pulled it several times with his slender hands. Only then did he reluctantly accept the reality. I told you it was me. Jiang Fan touched his swollen face, feeling so aggrieved that he wanted to cry. Aren't I afraid that someone will impersonate you? We all can rest assured about the first procedure, right? Lu Huan smiled guiltily. He stuck out his tongue playfully. Maybe she didn't realize that her reaction to Jiang Fan was somewhat different. She is no longer the big sister she used to be. Suddenly, she feels like the girl next door or the little fangirl. A third-rank beastmaster, 3 third-rank spirit beasts. With this configuration, if Jiang Fan joins the dark department, he might get more appreciation and obtain a higher position. It is not impossible to reach the level of Lao Guo. Old Guo has sharp eyes. Genius. The best. No, the best genius. I didn't expect to find such a transcendent genius in the desolate Tianxing Town. Do you have a special talent in evolving ordinary beasts? It sounds far-fetched, but the mainland is so big that there are all kinds of things. Just like there's a guy in the Umbu who's also a beast tamer. I can't do it anywhere else. I'm just a weakling. But once he encounters water, he becomes the invincible king of naval warfare, because he can only control the spiritual beasts in the sea. Umbu experts came for consultation and said that this was a disease and could not be cured. Maybe Jiang Fan also has a disease? Can only control ordinary beasts? And the evolution speed is very fast? Alas, what a pity. If this kind of talent could be applied to spiritual beasts, they would be truly invincible. Jiang Fan had a strange expression. Why does Lao Guo look as if he is a patient? You are sick. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. Lao Guo must be cursing himself in his heart. Speaking of engagement, old Jiang suddenly groaned. Your grandfather did arrange a marriage for you. Jiang Fan was suddenly stunned. Others also looked at Lao Jiang in surprise. I feel a little embarrassed about what Lao Jiang did. What, when did it happen? Jiang Fan was stunned. It was probably 3 years before you were born, or 5 years ago. It was such a long time ago that I can't remember clearly. Why didn't you tell me? Old Jiang thought for a moment and said to Jiang Fan, well, because we didn't take it seriously, that child marriage. Your grandfather was drinking and playing finger-guessing with that old man, and he won. When he wanted to say something, he casually mentioned this. Lao Jiang continued, I don't know the details, but that person lived in our house for a while. Later, he passed away after recovering from his injuries. Many years have passed since then, and I guess no one took it seriously. Besides, even if it was, it couldn't be Miss Su. Lao Jiang seems very confident. Why? Jiang Fan asked. It's obvious that Miss Su is not an ordinary girl. You are not worthy of her. Jiang Fan was speechless. Are you so unconfident about your son? Lu Huan spoke up. That's not necessarily true. A third-rank beastmaster is not a weakling anywhere, even in Yuehua City. That's right. What Sister Huan said makes sense. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Don't call me Sister Huan. If you keep calling me Sister Huan, people will think I'm much older than you. We are actually the same age. Everyone looked at Lu Huan with strange eyes and asked, why are you saying this? Suddenly, Lao was said in a deep voice. Okay, someone's here. After a few seconds, several sounds of breaking through the air came from all directions. Several figures jumped nimbly between the buildings, as agile as monkeys. They are all above the second grade. There was also a familiar figure holding a spear. There was a hint of hostility in Jiang Fan's eyes. Wang Daowei. He is here too. And, at a higher place, there was a person coming directly from the air. Missed the opportunity. This is the mark of a middle-grade warrior. Psychic energy can be released outwards, and you can even walk on the air. It's not like others who use their jumping power to shuttle between buildings. And the person who stepped into the air was none other than Director Chow, the most powerful man in Tianxing Town. Chapter 56, Being Flanked. Not only that, many law enforcement officers in white came from all directions like a tide. Surrounded. Leave Chao Jingguang to me. Lao Gua took the initiative to stand up. Someone said, old man, why don't we do it? You have old arms and legs. Lu Huan burst out laughing. Old Gua's face turned dark. He really looked miserable, skinny, and gaunt. His skin was dark, and his face looked dreary. Otherwise, why does Jiang Fan always say that he's a lonely old man? Lao Gua was about to explain. Jiang Fan suddenly said, Director Chow, leave it to me. Everyone looked at Jiang Fan again. At this moment, Jiang Fan put on the black robe again. Lao Gua frowned. Xiao Fan, I know your trump card. 3 third-grade spirit beasts are indeed not weak. But Chao Jingguang is not an ordinary 4th-rank warrior. He was a 4th-rank warrior many years ago, and now he may be at least the 4th-grade middle or even late stage. I want to try it. Without waiting for Lao Gua to continue, Jiang Fan had already rushed forward to meet Chao Jingguang. It's not that he is trying to be brave, but team combat requires strategy. The law enforcement department is most likely aware of his existence. Because he took action when resisting the beast tide, he was on the bright side. But Lao Gua is in the dark. Lao Gua seemed very confident to fight Director Chow just now, which means that Lao Gua may be extremely powerful. At least 4th grade, and not an ordinary 4th grade. So Lao Gua is their trump card. Only when it breaks out at the critical moment can it have miraculous effects. Lao Gua, can Jiang Fan do it? Lu Huan asked quickly. Lao Gua's face was solemn. No, it probably won't work. Even if Jiang Fan has 3 third-grade spirit beasts, if they are not 3 third-grade mid to late stage ones, even if they were added together, they might not be a match for Chao Jingguang. But Jiang Fan had already set out, so he could only be prepared to support Jiang Fan at any time. If Xiao Fan can really hold Chao Jingguang back for a while, I can suddenly strike and kill Chao Jingguang. Old Gua's eyes moved. May I? I hope so. Woof! The bald husky roared angrily. Earth-shaking. The sound of a 3rd-grade spiritual beast can be heard several kilometers away. Chao Jingguang snorted coldly. Shut up. A long knife in his hand chopped down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It tore the void apart, making a splitting sound out of thin air. The sword light shakes the sky. 1,000 meters away, Jiang Fan felt as if his skin was about to be chopped into pieces. So strong. This is the strongest man in Tianxing Town. Awesome. But Jiang Fan's eyes flashed, and he instantly looked at Wang Daowei, who was walking between the buildings. His real target is Wang Daowei. Let's deal with this beast first. The bald era suddenly changed his direction and avoided the sword light. He rushed directly towards Wang Daowei. Wang Daowei was horrified. He had already seen this black-robed beast master's ultimate control over spiritual beasts during the Battle of the Beast Tide. Forbidden, the black-robed beast master's instructions to the bald era were like military orders. Without hesitation, he opened his big mouth and bit Wang Daowei in one bite. Wang Daowei quickly took out his spear. Cool this. Wang Daowei was furious. After all, he is also a late-stage third-grade warrior. He can fight against a third-grade spiritual beast. How dare you underestimate him? Do you really think that he, the head of the guard regiment of Tianxing Town, is a vegetarian? Fire wave gun. Lao Jiang and others exclaimed. This is Wang Daowei's signature skill. A single shot with full force can penetrate a third-grade ferocious beast. The fiery red gun light instantly fell on the bald era. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. Bite it up. The bald husky took a bite of the gun blade. The spear's edge seemed to be a physical entity and was actually bitten by the bald husky. Hiss! The scorching heat instantly caused white smoke to rise from the bald husky's mouth. The bald husky refused to let go. It fully demonstrates Era's stubborn character. Cool this. Wang Daowei's wrist trembled, vibrating the gun tip. The bald husky's mouth was covered in blood. Ouch! The bald husky also got fierce, which was rare for him. Snap! The sound of breaking was heard. The spear tip of Liambo was bitten to pieces by the bald husky. Hiss! Wang Daowei took a breath. His face turned pale instantly. The fierce spear light exploded, and the spiritual energy backfired. But the bald husky wasn't feeling well either, with blood all over his mouth. One of the teeth was broken. Screaming in pain. Can't win. Everyone felt depressed. Wang Daowei is really amazing. Old Jiang began to worry about his son. Even a third-grade spiritual beast cannot defeat Wang Daowei. Is there any other way to deal with Wang Daowei? Lu Huan's eyes also sank slightly. This Wang Daowei, although he was a latecomer, but the fierce wave spear is a good martial art, and his spiritual energy is strong, so his strength is much stronger than hers. Jiang Fan doesn't know if he can deal with Wang Daowei, but this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that Director Chow actually killed Jiang Fan from behind. The two of them must work together to kill Jiang Fan. When Lao Jiang saw this scene, he was furious. Rush forward regardless of everything. But his speed could never compare to Director Chow's. In Director Chow's eyes, Lao Jiang seems to be in slow motion. I couldn't even catch the shadow of Director Chow. Old Guo moved immediately, even though he looked a little old. But when you really take steps, you walk like a dragon or a tiger. He actually approached behind Director Chow in an instant. Chapter 57 Kill Wang Daowei first. Director Chow was slightly surprised, as if he had not expected the old man to be so fast. Glancing at Lu Huan out of the corner of his eye, he began to understand a little. This person should be the master sent by the Umbu. The law enforcement department is the law enforcement agency in the open, and the dark department is the law enforcement agency in secret. The Umbu is extremely mysterious. When the mission was carried out, even the local law enforcement department was unaware. It is said that there are many masters in the Umbu, but not many people can really name a few of them, because the Umbu usually appear in person with masks. Therefore, even though Director Chow has worked in the law enforcement department of Tianxing Town for more than 10 years, I don't know who Lao Guo is. However, Director Chow was not prepared to pay attention to Lao Guo, and the blade was still pointed at Jiang Fan. The blade was less than a few dozen meters away from Jiang Fan. For such a strong person, it only takes an instant. Arrogant, Lao Guo was furious. Facing his pursuit, he actually exposed his back to himself. Chao Zhiwang must die today. A rolling pin appeared in Lao Guo's hand. This rolling pin was what he usually used to make small noodles. There is still dry dough stuck to the rolling pin. But at this moment, the spiritual energy fluctuations on the rolling pin were extremely violent. His face was instantly cleared away by spiritual energy. The blue-black rolling pin body was revealed, shining with brilliance. A ray of light shot out, and it was no less powerful than the sword in Director Chow's hand. The pressure is equally overwhelming. Your opponent is me. Just then, a house below exploded. A silver light and shadow suddenly rose into the sky. It's a sword. A middle-aged man holding a 3-foot-long sword blocked Lao Guo's rolling pin with his sword. Lao Guo was shocked. He didn't expect that there was a person hiding under his feet. Very strong, no less powerful than him. Upon closer inspection, This person looks a bit ordinary, with a short head. This sword in my hand. Li Gong. Lao Guo recognized this person, the evil sect's chief deacon, Li Gong. The evil sect has a strict hierarchy. From the bottom up, there are teachers and deacons. Above the deacons is the grand deacon. Each of the great deacons was a powerful being. I didn't expect that the evil sect would actually send a great deacon here. Lao Guo felt a chill in his heart. He is not afraid of Li Gong. But what about Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan's bald husky has been injured by Wang Dawei, and Xiao Jingwang has already rushed over. He must die. No matter who he is, if he dares to go against my Saint clan, he must die. Li Gong snada. The hand holding the sword twitched slightly. Just now he took Lao Guo's rolling pin forcefully. The tremendous force made his arm numb, and his knuckles were torn apart. This guy is very strong. Even Xiao Jingwang may not be his match. Xiao Fan. Lao Jiang is going crazy. Too fast. In an instant, the sun fell into a certain death situation. Jiang Fan. Lu Huan also rushed over with Lao Guo just now. But she is not as fast as Lao Guo, and she only arrived now. Prepared to bypass Li Gong and support Jiang Fan. But it's too late. Li Gong's speed was much higher than hers. Now no one can save Jiang Fan. Hey, Sudenli, Ahuriaskat mode. Make everyone's scalp numb. A huge figure sprang out from the void. A paw slapped Director Chow. Director Chow didn't even react. Clang! His sword was instantly shattered by the cat's claws. Director Chow took a few steps back and looked at the huge, spiritual beast in front of him in disbelief. The black-robed Beastmaster's spiritual beast. Very easy to identify, because they are all bald. The bald blue cat looked at Xiao Xiang faintly. One nail of the claw was broken, and blood dripped down. 4th level spiritual beast. This black-robed beast master actually has a 4th grade spirit beast. He is actually a 4th grade beast master? Not to mention the people on Director Chow's side were surprised. Even Lu Huan and Lao Guo were also shocked. Jiang Fan is actually a 4th level beast master? It's him. He's the one who stole the dragon egg. Wang Dawei shouted quickly. I thought it was Yi Qinghua who did it, but now it seems that Yi Qinghua was not in Tianxing Town at all. The 4th grade spiritual beast that destroyed the warehouse should be this bald blue cat. Jiang Fan smiled. Now that you are about to die, why are you still concerned about the dragon egg? Wang Dawei was suddenly stunned. He took a look at the current situation. Xiao Jingwang was intercepted by the bald blue cat, while Deacon Li Gong was also confronting an old man. Now he is the only one who has to face this black-robed beastmaster. Years of battlefield experience allowed him to quickly determine that he had to run, turn around, and want to run. But as soon as he turned around, a sharp claw grabbed him. It came too fast and directly pierced his chest. But, Paot, he has seen. Immediately afterwards, the bald arrow rushed up and bit Wang Dawei's hand. Shaking his head violently, he tore off Wang Dawei's hand. Large chunks of flesh and blood fell to the ground, and Wang Dawei howled crazily. Pain! Heartbreaking pain. The bald parrot was about to take out Wang Dawei's heart, but Jiang Fan stopped him. Slowly walked to Wang Dawei. The smile on his face was a little weird. You want to sacrifice the dragon egg with my parents' lives? Wang Dawei's face was pale, even though he was a late 3rd grade warrior. But facing the suppression of 2 3rd grade spirit beasts, plus one of his arms was torn off, his chest was pierced, and his heart could be dug out at any time. No match at all. He was careless. After seeing the black-robed Beastmaster's 4th grade spirit beast, one subconsciously thought that the black-robed Beastmaster had exhausted all his means. Wait, your parents. Who are you? Who are you? Jiang Fan squatted down and lifted his black robe a little, revealing half of his face. Wang Dawei was completely shocked. River. Chapter 58 Revenge is achieved. Bang! Jiang Fan punched Wang Dawei in the mouth and broke it. I won't let you die so easily. Jiang Fan's smile made Wang Dawei shudder. At this moment, he wanted to tell others that this black-robed beastmaster was Jiang Fan. But he couldn't speak. Which is more painful, being bitten to death or being tortured to death? Jiang Fan took out a dagger and asked a question that made Wang Dawei feel cold in his heart. Wang Dawei tried to resist with all his strength, but it was useless. The price of shaking his head wildly was that Jiang Fan used a dagger to fix his head to the ground, like a salted fish nailed to a chopping board, at the mercy of others. The 3rd grade warriors have strong vitality. As long as the vital parts are not injured, it won't be that easy to die. Phew! Jiang Fan pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into Wang Dawei's shoulder again. Injecting the power of qi and blood, the dagger vibrates. He directly picked out the muscles on Wang Dawei's shoulders. Ah! Wang Dawei twitched all over and let out heart-rending sobs. Jiang Fan's expression was indifferent. As if he was chopping vegetables, he chopped Wang Dawei to death. Great revenge must be avenged. The screams were endless, making people's scalp numb. Lu Huan and Lao Guo looked at the strange Jiang Fan curiously. They were pleased that Jiang Fan was not merciless in killing his enemies. But this is a bit too cruel. Okay, well done. That beast won't die a happy death. Different from the reaction of Lu Huan and Lao Guo, the warriors of the guard regiment were all impassioned. It seemed as if Jiang Fan had done something very pleasing to the people. After some questioning, Lu Huan found out that Wang Dawei actually sacrificed the blood of his comrades from the guards regiment who had fought through life and death together to form a dragon egg. This kind of person really can't be allowed to die too easily. However, Jiang Fan's methods were more cruel than they imagined. Wang Dawei begged for mercy countless times, but Jiang Fan remained unmoved. Wang Dawei died tragically. But no one sympathized with Wang Dawei because he had offended Jiang Fan and almost killed Jiang Fan's parents. This hatred is irreconcilable. Li Gong smiled. This person is suitable to join our Saint clan. He will definitely become a killer god. Li Gong, you are about to die, but you are still thinking about your evil sect. You are really a loyal dog. Lao Guo Tante? Li Gong was not angry and looked at Lao Guo's weapon. Li Gong had no impression of Lao Guo. The Umbu is too mysterious, and even the saints don't have much information about it. But if this weapon? Li Gong thought for a while and suddenly asked, "Are you the one who killed the Grand Deacon Yuehua in Yuehua City before?" Lao Guo said calmly, "Yuehua? It seems there is such a person, but I don't have much impression of him." Haha, indeed, killing Yuehua is really nothing. Yuehua is too weak. Although he is also a Grand Deacon, a newly promoted Grand Deacon like him is really not up to par. In one sentence, Lao Guo's record was denied. Previously, Lao Guo killed a great deacon of an evil sect in Yuehua City, which caused quite a stir. But Li Gong obviously thinks he is much stronger than Yuehua. It doesn't matter. All the evil sect's trash is the same in my eyes. Everyone was shocked. Lao Guo is even more cruel. What he meant was, no matter whether it was Yuehua or Li Gong, they were all garbage in his eyes. Li Gong's smile gradually disappeared, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. The murderous intent suddenly emerged. "You're looking for death." The silver sword was struck instantly. The sword light shot up into the sky. The sound of the sword was extremely harsh. The sky and earth changed color. Clang! Everyone was surprised. This is the true strength of a fourth-grade warrior. Even Jiang Fan was a little dazed, as it was said that anyone could become a warrior. It is the worst choice among the 3 major exams. But how many warriors can reach such a state? Ordinary beast masters would be eclipsed in front of such a powerful person. Ah, it's so fancy. Lao Guo Zhao Angili. The rolling pin was shimmering with gold, even though it was only about 2 feet long. But it stirred up an astonishing sky-shaking pressure, and the shadow was hundreds of meters long. No less than a silver giant's sword, the two collided. Boom! There was a loud noise, as if a big hole had been blown out of the sky. The clouds in the sky were dispersed, forming a cloud-free area at least several kilometers in diameter. Fighting between gods. It's really a fight between gods. One stick, one sword, one black, one white. The storm is turbulent, and the storm is raging. Jiang Fan was stunned. There is really a fundamental difference between a 4th-grade warrior and a 3rd-grade warrior. Walk in the air. Psychic energy spreads hundreds of meters away. Every move shows extraordinary power. No wonder those at level 3 and below are called lower level 3. When you reach the 4th level, you will enter the middle 3rd level. Are you Jiang Fan? Chao Jingguang was blocked by the bald blue cat and asked in a voice that no one else could hear. It's like a normal conversation between 2 people. Jiang Fan was a little surprised. He was wearing a black robe. Other than himself, others would not be able to recognize who he was. Were you the one who was at the Brilliant Club that day? Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but his expression was solemn. That day, Director Chao really saw him. Chao Jingguang didn't care and said to himself, "I didn't expect that Tianxing Town could produce a monster like you, but you were just unlucky." Jiang Fan then smiled. "I feel like you're just unlucky." You ran into me when you were implementing your plan. Chao Zhengguang seemed stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Maybe. Do you know why the Holy Clan wants to seize Tianxing Town? Chao Zhengguang asked. Because they want to use the millions of people in Tianxing Town as hostages. Chao Zhengguang nodded. Not bad, smart, but do you know why it is Tianxing Town? Chapter 59. There is a dragon's nest underground. Jiang Fan was suddenly stunned. Yes, why Tianxing Town? Dragon egg? Only one aspect. Is there any other reason? Jiang Fan became interested, and he didn't know why Chao Zhengguang wanted to tell him this. But it's always good to know more. Dragon's nest. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment. What? There is an ancient dragon cave below Tianxing Town. The dragon egg you took away? It was taken out of the dragon's lair, but there were still dragon eggs inside, and there were quite a lot of them. Chao Zhengguang's information really shocked Jiang Fan. This is simply a shocking secret. The value of a dragon's nest is unimaginable. Nordis Star Moon Federation has 28 huge cities and hundreds of satellite towns like Tianxing Town. But there is no dragon's nest. If there really is a dragon's nest in Tianxing Town, then Tianxing Town will instantly become a place of great attention in the entire Star Moon Federation. No wonder the evil sect would make such a big fuss. The real purpose of capturing Tianxing Town is to hide the news that there is a dragon's nest under Tianxing Town. What a big deal! Jiang Fan frowned. Why did you tell me? Who knows? Maybe I think you're going to die, so it's okay to tell you. He felt that Director Chao was a little strange. Since I saw him that day, I should know that he might have known their secret. Why didn't you hunt him down then? Now you told him this shocking secret? Is it a trap? Chao Zhengguang, kill that beast master quickly, and then come over and help me. Li Gong sent an order for help. Looking up, he found that the arrogant Li Gong was being beaten by Lao Gua. The shadow of the rolling pin in the sky has suppressed the shadow of the silver sword. Jiang Fan was surprised. Only now can we see Lao Gua's strength clearly. Very strong. Much better than Li Gong, who claims to be a good player among the fourth ranks. It is very likely that he is a peak fourth-level existence. BNBU is really well hidden. When did they place such a master under my nose? Chao Zhengguang smiled, seeming a little helpless. Go away, you shouldn't die here. Chao Zhengguang's sudden helplessness and kindness made Jiang Fan suddenly unable to react. Could it be that there is some other hidden story behind Chao Zhengguang's betrayal? Or maybe it's not what he wants. But Jiang Fan looked at his besieged father and the warriors of the Guard Corps. Due to the huge difference in numbers, almost everyone faces 2 to 3 enemies at the same time. The only second-rank warrior was also chopped to pieces and covered in blood. There were also a large number of white-robed law enforcers and some evil religious members gathering here on the periphery. Dad and the others are in danger. Especially my dad, he is too brave. He rushed forward without hesitation towards powerful enemies that others dared not face. So he was being besieged by 2 second-grade warriors. The situation is extremely critical. You asked the white-clad law enforcers to retreat. Chao Zhengguang shook his head. These people are all trusted members of the same clan. They don't listen to my orders. Chao Zhengguang became more and more helpless. There's nothing we can do about it. Jiang Fan ignored Chao Zhengguang and ran towards his father. He has to go to support. Chao Zhengguang was just about to move. Call! The bald blue cat suddenly made a threatening sound. Don't let Chao Zhengguang go to provide support. But Chao Zhengguang glanced at the back that Jiang Fan left behind him. The helpless look on his face instantly faded, revealing a contemptuous sneer. Students are students. It took a little acting to make me believe it. Chao Zhengguang suddenly moved, but in the opposite direction of Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan. When Lao Gua saw this scene, he was suddenly shocked. Jiang Fan actually gave up staring at Chao Zhengguang and let Chao Zhengguang go free. Even if the bald blue cat stares at him, a spiritual beast is still a spiritual beast after all. Li Gong smiled. Well done. Well, I don't know what Chao Zhengguang did, but it actually made the black-robed beast master relax his vigilance. A free 4th-level warrior is definitely a king on the battlefield. The bald blue cat was ordered to keep an eye on Chao Zhengguang, so the bald blue cat chased after him without hesitation. But the next moment, Chao Zhengguang suddenly changed direction. He got rid of the lazy cat easily and rushed behind Jiang Fan almost instantly. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts almost stopped. Without the bald blue cat, Jiang Fan would definitely not be Chao Zhengguang's opponent. Jiang Fan turned around and met Chao Zhengguang's venomous eyes. Young people, sometimes having talent is useless. People without brains are destined not to live long. A dead genius is of no use. The sword in Chao Jingguang's hand flashed. Jiang Fan was surprised at first, but the next moment, he showed a playful expression. Chao Jingguang ignored it as he and Jiang Fan were very close. How can the reversal be achieved if the bald blue cat is not around? Everyone knows that the Beastmaster has weaknesses. Don't be so mysterious. I bet you don't have a fourth-grade beast. If you had, you would have taken it out long ago. Jiang Fan sneered, there is no fourth grade. But, suddenly, Chao Jingguang, who was chasing fiercely, suddenly stopped. A feeling of extreme pain and itching suddenly spread throughout the body. It was as if there were countless ants crawling and biting him. This is impossible. At his point, how could he be afraid of being bitten by ants? Swish! An ant more than a foot long tore his clothes and bit his body madly several times. This is no ordinary ant. Ant tribe spirit beast. Second grade. How is this possible? Chapter 60, Iron-Eating Ants. How could a second-grade spirit beast get into his clothes? He was instantly horrified, even though he was a fourth-grade warrior with a body of steel. Having written this far, I hope readers will remember our domain name. But he couldn't resist the second-grade spirit beast, which stuck to his body and bit him. How did Jiang Fan do it? Crunch, crunch. The ant beast bit him, making a sound that made his scalp tingle. There was no time to think. He had to get rid of the beast that was biting him madly. He dodged his palm wind directly. Since the ant beasts were running around on him crazily, Chao Jingguang didn't dare to use his full strength. Instead, it gave the ant tribe's spirit beasts a chance to dodge the palm wind. With one slap, the ant beast's speed was extremely fast. Swish! A piece of flesh on the shoulder was torn off by the ant beast. Hiss! The pain is so severe. Even though he was a warrior, he had almost no way to deal with this kind of extremely fast and close-range spiritual beast. He can't just cut himself with a knife. Lu Huan and others were surprised. Why did a second-grade spiritual beast suddenly jump out from Chao Jingguang's body? The key is, how did Chao Jingguang not notice it? Monster. Jiang Fan is really a monster. This kind of fighting ability is probably superior to most people present. He was obviously just a student who had just finished the 3 major exams. It's simply astonishing. Lu Huan's soft sword, like a thin snake, pierced the head of the third-level warrior in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shook, and the third-grade warrior's head exploded. He stopped and looked at Jiang Fan with a strange look in his eyes. I thought of the topic I was forced to interrupt just now. Su Ching came to Tianxing Town because of her baby. And the person I want to kiss is very likely to be Jiang Fan. Until just now, she actually still didn't believe it. There must be a huge gap between the two. But now it seems, could it be that the Su family was impressed by Jiang Fan's talent? Do you think Jiang Fan is better than that dragon rider? There is a dragon rider from the Dragon God Temple in Yuehua City pursuing Su Ching. Many people know this. Jiang Fan. Humph. Even if it's the Su family, what's so great about it? The soft sword was like lightning, instantly taking the lives of several white-clad law enforcers. Rescued 2 people from the guards' regiment. But these 2 people didn't thank him right away, because Lu Huan's expression was so terribly cold. At this time, the bald blue cat had caught up with Chao Jingguang. Meow! The sound was extremely sharp, accompanied by the annoyed voice of the bald blue cat. A lightning-like claw struck at Chao Jingguang. Even though Chao Jingguang avoided it, there were 3 shocking blood marks on his back. Cat claws, slightly toxic. The poison is not fatal, but it will cause unbearable pain to the enemy. It is a spiritual poison. Chao Jingguang was so painful at this moment that he doubted his life. Alien spiritual beasts are also poisonous, and so are bald blue cats. The key is that the toxicity of both is extremely painful. Jiang Fan glanced at Chao Jingguang and could ignore him for the time being. He immediately rushed to his father's side and punched 2 of the second-grade warriors. The 2 second-rank warriors dodged subconsciously. Who dares to underestimate this black-robed Beastmaster? In terms of current strength, the black-robed Beastmaster is one of the strongest people. A 4th-rank Beastmaster. They all have a very high status in Yuehua City. No matter how strong the Beastmaster is, when the black-card Beastmaster rushes over, a second-grade warrior would subconsciously retreat out of fear. Useless. He's a Beastmaster, and you can't kill him without a Beastmaster? Li Gong was furious. That was clearly the best opportunity. After being scolded by Li Gong, the second-rank law enforcer didn't even react. Yes, A black-robed beastmaster without a spirit beast is essentially useless. At this moment, the bald husky, bald parrot, bald blue cat, and the ant tribe beasts join forces to besiege Chao Jingguang. This is the time when the black-robed beastmaster's combat power is at its weakest. The two second-rank law enforcers looked at each other. There was a fierce look in each other's eyes. Kill him. The two rushed towards Jiang Fan at the same time. The old man was shocked. Son, hurry up and leave. I will stop these two beasts. But Jiang Fan did not respond. He threw his hands into the air. This action confused everyone. What was he doing? Li Gong laughed and said, "You are desperate, so you're going to do some magic tricks? Shut up. You're looking for death." Old Gua hit Li Gong with a stick, making him dizzy. But I am also a little confused. What is Jiang Fan doing? As a beastmaster, he is already at the first level. But without a spirit beast, is there any way to deal with a second-grade warrior? Still too. Jiang Fan ignored Li Gong's ridicule. He is feeling. Then I suddenly opened my eyes and felt it. Two ants landed on one of them. He immediately said in his mind, "System, evolve these two ants into second-grade spiritual beasts." Evolving. Ding. Evolution is successful. Wealth value minus 100,000. Evolution results are as follows. Iron-eating ants. Spirit beast level. Second level. Every time the talent growth value reaches 100, the talent value increases by 10. Race, flying type. Growth value, physical strength, speed, combat power. Special skills. Bite, which is accompanied by slight poison and can cause severe pain. Evolution method. Comprehensive evolution. Success. Just the same thing. Reproduce the method used against Chao Jingguang just now. Chapter 61, Instant Kill, Second Grade. These warriors rely on their strength. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. It is not sensitive to ordinary weak insects, ordinary beasts, and the like. So Jiang Fan just threw an ant at Chao Jingguang when he wasn't paying attention. Then, when Chao Jingguang relaxed his vigilance, it instantly evolved into a second-grade spiritual beast. In fact, he was arguing with Chao Jingguang just now not because he believed Chao Jingguang's revelations, but because he was looking for an opportunity. An opportunity for a fourth-grade beastmaster to completely let down his guard. That was the moment when the other party thought that Jiang Fan had been fooled. Just now, he used the same method to make the second-grade iron-eating ant appear on the enemy's body. The man was instantly terrified. He has witnessed the horror of these iron-eating ants. The mandibles of the iron-eating ant are particularly prominent, like two large sharp pincers, inserted into his carotid artery quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Bright red blood gushed out. Although both were bitten by iron-eating ants, this second-grade warrior was obviously not as powerful as Chao Jingguang. At such a close distance, the bite directly pierced the artery. He immediately shouted to another law enforcer in white, "Save me!" The law enforcer had no choice but to give up attacking Jiang Fan and turn around to help. I want to knock the iron-eating ant off with one punch. Even if you can't kill him, at least rescue your colleague first. Second-rank strongmen are a scarce force to begin with, and too many sacrifices have had a huge impact on them. Jiang Fan saw it, but did not stop it. On the contrary, it just happened to be what Jiang Fan wanted. Just when another second-rank master approached. Ding! Evolution is successful. Wealth value minus 100,000. Evolution results are as follows. The second evolution was successful. In an instant, he emerged from the clothes of the white-clad law enforcer. It has a body more than a foot long, with a pair of transparent wings on its back, which are shaking at a rapid speed. He fell on the man. The iron-like jaws bit directly into the man's neck. This was obviously beyond the man's imagination. He could not have expected that there would be a third iron-eating ant. How many spirit beasts does the black-robed beastmaster have? 6 heads? 6 seals of the beast? Who exactly is this person? Anyone who awakens 6 bee seals should be very famous in Yuehua City. But Yuehua City seems to have no beastmaster who owns these spiritual beasts. Could it be coming from another big city? But why would you travel thousands of miles to get involved in this matter? Amidst endless confusion, both of them were killed by the iron-eating ants. These two second-grade masters have just entered the second-grade realm. In terms of strength and speed, they are no match for the iron-eating ants, which are spiritual beasts. Plus, the iron-eating ants killed me by surprise. The deaths of the two people instantly made everyone on the battlefield feel a little numb. Everyone shook their bodies at the same time to check if there were any of these strange iron-eating ants on their bodies. There are many species of iron-eating ants, and their appearances are different. It is also a relatively common ferocious beast in the wilderness. The key point is, how do these iron-eating ants appear on humans without anyone noticing? And how many are there? A second-grade spiritual beast. One more can affect the entire battle situation. There was a huge difference in the responses of both sides. Needless to say, everyone on the law enforcement department had a solemn look on their faces. Although they seem to be the majority in number, most of them are the first rank, and even most of them are first rank who changed their careers halfway through. Therefore, their combat effectiveness is similar to those of the miscellaneous warriors in the Guards Regiment. There are very few second-grade people, even less than 20. The loss would be huge if 2 died. The key point is that the performance of the black-robed Beastmaster was too surprising and frightened them. Even a third-grade Beastman might not have the confidence to kill faster than the Black Beastmaster. But Lu Huan, Lao Guo, and others were stunned. Jiang Fan, how many spirit beasts does he have? Moreover, the grades of all of them are not low. Taking out any one of them would be enough to make many Beastmasters proud. His strength is too strong, and his methods are unfathomable. Chao Jingguang frowned. He had just escaped from the bite of the iron-eating ants. As a result, 2 second-rank people died. Jiang Fan, what is going on? Terribly powerful. It's hard to imagine that at such a young age, he already has such incredible fighting power. Monster, could it be the legendary Innate Beastmaster? Innate Beastmaster, just as the name suggests. He is the most talented Beastmaster. It is said that the Beast Mark was awakened since birth, so he can start controlling spirit beasts earlier than others. Therefore, this kind of Beastmaster has amazing strength at a very young age. In Yuehua City, innate Beastmasters will be competed by all major forces, including the young Beastmaster sent by the Saint Clan. He is the innate Beastmaster. Speaking of which, he hasn't come forward yet. What are you waiting for? Li Gong was about to vomit blood. He found that he really couldn't beat this old man. This rolling pin is amazing. Every blow is so powerful that it can shatter his sword light. If the guess is correct, the opponent should be at least a late 4th grade, or even a peak warrior. The legend should not be far away. Li Gong used all his strength to force Lao Guo back with a single blow, dragging his leg that was broken by Lao Guo. While running away, he roared, "Old thief against the ghost, you haven't taken action now. Are you waiting for us to fail?" Lao Guo was shocked. Rebellious ghost? Is it the reverse ghost? Nigue is the chief deacon of the evil sect who is stationed in Yuehua City, and his strength is astonishing. He is a 4th grade soul master. A low-level soul master is not that scary. Even at the same level, he is not as good as a warrior. But once a soul master reaches the middle level, it will be completely different. Only then can the strength of the soul master be truly unleashed. Crush warriors of the same level. GGG. A burst of cold laughter made everyone's hair stand on end. Li Gong, you are becoming more and more useless. Why don't you just retire and return home? Chapter 62, Beastmasters of the same age and level. This sound is like a magic sound. Search, like a dark sword, piercing everyone's heart. Then a bottomless vortex appeared, like an endless abyss. Let the line formed by the spirit swing wildly in the whirlpool. My mind went blank. It was like being struck by lightning. This is the power of the Soul Master. Where Lao Guo and Li Gong were fighting, a huge black gust of wind appeared. It seems to be made of ink. Lao Guo snorted coldly, playing tricks. A stick hit it and smashed the ink tornado into pieces. Success! Lu shouted with joy. So what if he is a Soul Master? Lao Guo is not an ordinary warrior. Especially Lao Guo's rolling pin. It is not an ordinary weapon. It is a treasure excavated from an ancient ruins. It can block attacks from mental power and also shatter mental power. But Lao Guo still looks solemn. It's not that simple. This rebellious ghost is the highest-ranking deacon of the evil sect in Yuehua City. Even many people in Yuehua City knew his identity, but they just couldn't do anything about him. In trouble, he guessed that there might be more than one great deacon from the evil sect coming, but he didn't expect it would be the old thief Nigue. Go quickly, I'll stop him. Immediately, Lao Guo, who has always been very confident, seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. Let everyone leave. Looking at his appearance, he seemed ready to fight to the death. Lu Huan and others haven't reacted yet. An inky vortex appeared in the sky again, and this time, the inky color intertwined the entire sky. Darkness falls instantly. Jiang Fan was horrified. What kind of trick is this? Why can the sky and the earth change color? Don't soul masters use mental power to attack? Can mental power change the color of the world? The methods used by Ni Gui were beyond Jiang Fan's understanding of soul masters. I remember the teacher said in class before, the strength of a soul master is not in fighting, but in research. Many cultural classics that were destroyed in human history were studied by soul masters. What came out included the evolutionary routes of fierce beasts and spiritual beasts, as well as records about the wasteland. Therefore, the soul master is more like a civilian job. No need to be in danger for a long time like dancers. Hiss! Suddenly, a tearing high-frequency sound exploded in Jiang Fan's ears. This is mental attack? Not only Jiang Fan, everyone shrouded in darkness has this feeling. This sound makes people feel irresistible pain. It was as if he had been poisoned by a nerve poison. Lao Guo was closest to Nigue and seemed to be the most severely attacked. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot eyes, and he held his head and roared softly. Ah, warriors, these are just a bunch of reckless men. Nigue mocked Lao Guo. A jet-black dagger appeared in his hand, walking leisurely through the air, approaching Lao Guo step by step. At this time, Lao Guo seemed to have no ability to resist. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. Lao Guo is in danger. Nigue actually made Lao Guo lose his fighting ability. Lao Guo! Lu Huan felt like his head was going to explode, but he still jumped up, holding a thin, soft sword. He stabbed Nigue in an attempt to save Lao Guo. Ni Gui glanced at Lu Huan, and a sly smile appeared on his face covered with spell lines. Immediately afterwards, a black robe was revealed. An invisible wave passed through Lu Huan. In just a moment, Lu Huan's determined pupils lost their focus. The body begins to free fall. Falling from a height of hundreds of meters, Lu Huan would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Sister Huan? Jiang Fan can't jump as high as Sister Huan. I can only let the bald parrot pick it up. The bald parrot is very fast, being the fastest of all his creatures. Jiang Fan has always been relieved, but now I feel a little nervous because the location where the bald parrot went to pick it up is very close to the Nige. Ni Gui smiled and looked at the bald parrot, as if he had no intention of attacking. Catching Lu Huan with his claws, he immediately turned his head and frantically moved away from Ni Gui. Jiang Fan stared at Ni Gui closely. Jiang Fan didn't feel relieved until he was thousands of meters away from Nigue. Usually the attack distance of mental power is shorter than that of qi and blood. A fourth-level warrior can project the power of his blood for thousands of meters, while a fourth-level soul master can project his spiritual power for a shorter period of time. Kilometers should be enough. Babble. Suddenly, the bald parrot screamed. When I turned around, I saw a huge falcon with silver hair scratching one of the wings of the bald parrot. On the back of the falcon stood a tall, handsome young man with a slight smile on his face. The falcon looked several times larger than the bald parrot. A pair of wings are solid and powerful. Even if they are not flapping, there is still strong wind floating under the wings, allowing it to remain suspended in the air. The wings were spread out and were 20 or 30 meters long. They were parked in the sky and felt quite oppressive. On the ground, the bald blue cat made a threatening sound. The bald blue cat feels threatened. Fourth-level spiritual beast. Jiang Fan frowned. The evil sect also sent a fourth-level beast master. And this person looked quite young, about the same age as him, around 18 or 19 years old. Gao Yu, I'll leave that beast master to you. The dragon egg may be on his body. Nigue smiled. The young man named Gao Yu looked at Jiang Fan gently. He chuckled and said, Brother, if you hand over the dragon egg, I can consider sparing your life. Chapter 63. The situation is more critical. Jiang Fan was stunned. I hope readers will remember our domain name. The others were also stunned. What a big town! Jiang Fan is also a fourth-rank beastmaster and has an astonishing number of spirit beasts. Is the other party so confident that he thinks he can defeat Jiang Fan? To outsiders, this man named Gao Yu seems to have some mysterious self-confidence. But Jiang Fan didn't think so. Gao Yu's panel appeared next to him. Character name, Gao Yu. Age, 18. Occupation, 4th grade beast tamer / 2nd grade spirit master. Mark of the beast, 4. Talent, top. Spirit beast, 3. Other features, spiritual power level 2. More than 10, good at time control of spirit beasts. Extremely high control of spirit beast silver-winged demon hunting eagle. Spirit beast level, 4th level. Talent S. Race, flying. the evolution path of physical strength, power, speed, and combat power. So strong. This is the second S-level spiritual beast that I have seen, besides Su Ching's Dragon Mastiff. All the data are very strong. Compare it with the bald blue cat. Basically, it is 3 or 4 times stronger than the bald blue cat in every aspect. The combat power is 4 times as strong, exceeding the terrifying 10,000. The bald blue cat is only 3,800. It's too far away. They do have the capital to be arrogant. He and Su Ching are about the same age, but the fighting power of their spirit beasts is very different. The key is that Gao Yu himself is a second-grade soul master. A second-grade soul master may not necessarily bring him much improvement in combat power, but it can control the spirit beast more skillfully to indirectly improve the combat effectiveness. Everyone looked at Jiang Fan. At present, it seems that only Jiang Fan is capable of fighting. Lao Guo regained some consciousness, but he was facing Li Gong and Ni Gui at the same time and was unable to support Jiang Fan at all. Among the others, the one who is slightly stronger is Lu Huan. But Lu Huan was obviously no match for Gao Yu. This is trouble, even if Jiang Fan wanted to use the same method and throw 1 or 2 ants at Gao Yu. But Gao Yu is a beast master and is very sensitive. Therefore, he will react instantly, and then the secret of his ability to instantly evolve into a spiritual beast will be exposed. The gain does not outweigh the loss. It is not easy. Seeing his father's worried look, Jiang Fan smiled at Gao Yu. You and I are just at the same level. Where does your confidence come from? These words gave the people on this side a reassurance. That's right, they are all beast masters of the same level, so who can be much stronger than who? Xiao Fan will definitely not lose to this person. Dad's frown also relaxed. It seems that there is still one more battle, and they still have hope. Gao Yu glanced at Jiang Fan's bald blue cat with contempt. How can you say such a lie? It can only give these laymen some fearless self-confidence. It can't change the situation at all. They're just a bunch of clowns. Go, Falcon, kill them. The silver-winged demon-hunting eagle received the order and swooped down immediately. This kind of ability to control as soon as an order is given has been seen in Jiang Fan and Gao Yu. The demon-hunting eagle's target is the warriors of the guards. It seems that Gao Yu's purpose is very simple, which is to kill people. Kill those who are an eyesore first, and then slowly take care of Jiang Fan. Blue cat. Jiang Fan also issued instructions. Needless to say, the bald blue cat has a similar mind to him. Immediately he understood what Jiang Fan meant. The bald blue cat pounces on the witcher eagle. It stands to reason that the cat catches the bird. This is the law of nature. However, this bird is no ordinary bird, but an eagle. An eagle that hunts animals for food. Babble. The sharp cry of the demon eagle is accompanied by the hurricane of flapping wings, easily overturning the big tree rooted in the ground. Many warriors were affected and their bodies were rolled up more than 10 meters high. Meow. The bald blue cat slapped the hurricane with one claw. Snap. The sound of nails snapping. A nail pierced like an arrow towards a law enforcer in white in the distance. The white-clad law enforcer was nailed to the ground. This law enforcer in white is a powerful second-grade warrior. The residual power of the two beasts fighting each other could easily take away the life of a second-grade beast. Everyone was horrified. This was too awesome. But even more powerful is the demon-hunting eagle. The bald blue cat shattered the hurricane at the cost of breaking its nails. But the demon-hunting eagle was unharmed and hadn't even formally launched an attack. It just flapped its wings as if it was just foreplay. The gap in strength between the two sides is huge. Even if you don't want to face it, even if Jiang Fan looks very confident, this is the fact. Xiao Fan. Old Jiang began to worry. Seeing his son's expression didn't look very surprising. He understood. My son's relaxed attitude just now was just for show in front of them. I didn't want to make them worry, so I acted tough. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. Now the only one he could mobilize was the bald blue cat. The bald husky, the bald parrot, and the 3 iron-eating ants were all entangled by Chao Jingguang. It can be said that they were at a complete disadvantage throughout the entire battlefield. The other side has the advantage in both high-end and mid-range combat power. Although Lao Guo is strong enough, the rolling pin can indeed crush mental attacks. You won't lose if you meet either Li Gong or Ni Gui. But ever since he was attacked by the mental power of the rebel ghost, he seemed a little dazed. The reaction became slow and began to lose ground. Chapter 64. The Swaying Chao Jingguang. Lao Guo was hit by Li Gong's 3 swords, and 3 bloody holes appeared on Lao Guo's body. Coupled with the constant mental attacks from the reverse ghost, Lao Guo frequently stagnated. Defeat is only a matter of time. What else can we do now? Bang! There was a loud bang. Jiang Fan raised his head, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Lao Guo was knocked to the ground. With the support of the Ni Gui, Li Gong gained the upper hand and was about to kill Lao Guo with one sword. Broken. Once Lao Guo is defeated, they won't even have a chance to turn things around. What to do? Jiang Fan was really panicked. Fists clenched. There is no other way. We have to give it a try. 7 or 8 black shadows quickly crawled towards the place where Lao Guo fell. Very fast. Someone with good eyesight exclaimed, "Iron-eating ants. So many iron-eating ants." 7. How is this possible? There are clearly 3 of them harassing Chao Jingguang. Jiang Fan just spent 100,000, and he evolved more than just 3. A total of 10 evolved. However, the 7 had been hiding on the ground as his backup for ambush. But now, in order to save Lao Guo, he has to be exposed in advance. These 7 iron-eating ants divided their labors and cooperated, and 3 of them flew directly towards Li Gong's sword energy. Li Gong frowned. Using a mantis as a chariot, he quickly glanced at Jiang Fan. What a plan! This person saw that he was accumulating sword energy and was preparing to kill Lao Guo with one sword. So he sent 3 iron-eating ants as death squads to force himself to release his sword energy. What a generous act! After all, they were 3 second-grade spiritual beasts, just abandoned like that? It's simply not like the methods a beast master should have. It is not easy for a beast master to cultivate a spiritual beast, and it is also the foundation of a beast master's career. The most important thing is that if the beast control master does not take the initiative to release the control of the spiritual beast, once the spirit beast dies, the occupied beast seal will disappear. He is absolutely crazy. Li Gong was almost mad. Although he didn't understand Jiang Fan's method, he had to deal with it. Seeing 3 iron-eating ants flying over, Li Gong released his sword energy in advance. Clang! The sound of swords resounded through the sky. The powerful sword energy instantly shattered the 3 intelligent iron-eating ants. Like countless sharp blades, they split the earth from top to bottom, leaving a crack 100 meters long. A building on both sides collapsed due to ground collapse. This is a residential building, with hundreds of ordinary people shivering in it. But at this moment, they were all buried in the ruins. The miserable wailing soon died down. Ordinary people have no ability to protect themselves in such a war. Jiang Fan was stunned. He could never imagine that Li Gong could hurt ordinary, unarmed people so easily. But he had no choice. His ability was limited, and he could only protect Lao Guo. In the moment when the 3 iron-eating ants blocked him, the other 4 iron-eating ants dragged Lao Guo away. Otherwise, Lao Guo will also die. Is this what you decent people call justice? Li Gong missed the target with his attack and sneered in anger. Didn't you abandon those mortals for your friends? Mortals are what the evil sect calls ordinary people. In their eyes, the lives of mortals are like those of ants. It can be eliminated at any time for your own purposes. Chao Jingguang took a look at the collapsed residential buildings and the bodies of ordinary people buried under the rubble. He frowned slightly. Don't affect ordinary people. Li Gong sneered. Chao Jingguang, since you have already joined the evil sect, you should understand that these mortals are obstacles that prevent the human race from achieving extraordinary evolution. It doesn't matter how many of them die. Chao Jingguang didn't continue speaking. The human race has evolved beyond measure. On the other side, Jiang Fan confirmed that Lao Guo was not in immediate danger of death. Ridiculing Li Gong, you are just a group of aliens who are not accepted by the human race. What are you talking about? Li Gong was furious. What do you know? How can you understand the righteousness of the Saint clan? Jiang Fan stopped talking to Li Gong and said to Chao Jingguang, Director Chao, you have always been the guardian angel in the hearts of the people of Tianxing Town. Now, seeing that the people are in trouble, are you still going to remain indifferent? Chao Jingguang glanced at Jiang Fan, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Jiang Fan didn't know what Chao Jingguang was thinking. Chao Jingguang seemed to have some inner conflicts. Perhaps it was the Chao family that defected from the Holy Clan, and he, Chao Jingguang, was only cooperating with the Chao family's actions. Chao Jingguang has a very good status and reputation in Tianxing Town. This shows that Chao Jingguang is very diligent and responsible in his daily work. Right now, the people of Tianxing Town that you are protecting are about to be taken hostage by the evil sect. Can you really tolerate such a despicable act? Chao Jingguang frowned even more tightly. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. There's hope. At the very least, the last trace of justice in Chao Jingguang's heart still remained. As long as Chao Jingguang is willing to betray him, they will still have a fight. GGG. Nigue smiled. It's very eloquent. But will Chao Jingguang abandon his small family for the so-called righteousness? Jiang Fan was stunned and suddenly realized something. I looked around several times and couldn't see it. There is no Chao family. Ha! And Gue said with a smile. As long as he dares to betray the Holy Clan, from now on, there will be no more Chao family in the world. It turns out that the evil sect is threatening the lives of the Chao family, forcing Chao Jingguang to contribute to the evil sect. The Chao family may have been placed under house arrest somewhere. As long as the hostages can be rescued, maybe Chao Jingguang can really change his identity. Please remember our domain name. If you like this site, please share it on Facebook. Chapter 65, Rescue of Hostages. Meanwhile, search. Law Enforcement Department building. It was empty at this moment. Almost all the white-clad law enforcement officers from the entire law enforcement department were dispatched. The others who did not go out hid after receiving the gossip. Two people suddenly stepped into the law enforcement department building. These two people were Su Ching and Zhang Ma. Those imprisoned by the evil sect should be here. Su Ching said. Aunt Zhang said, we just searched the entire law enforcement department, but there's no one there. As Tianxing Town is an important place, there should be a secret room. Su Ching nodded, summoning her dragon mastiff cub. The golden hair seemed to have its own luminous body. Zhang Ma was shocked. Xiao miss, the dragon mastiff is the third grade? Su Ching nodded. When did this happen? Aren't you still looking for an evolution master to provide an evolution plan for the dragon mastiff? It was beyond Zhang Ma's expectations. The lady's dragon mastiff is an S-level spiritual beast, extremely talented and with a very good pedigree. Dragon mastiff, that is not a mastiff simply carrying dragon blood. It is a legendary spiritual beast. It is a different species from the dragon clan, but it is no less than the dragon clan. Evolution is extremely difficult. Previously, the Su family was planning to find a master of evolution who was on good terms with the family to come up with an evolution plan for the dragon mastiff. Later, the Grand Master of Evolution disappeared while exploring the wilderness, so the evolutionary plan was shelved. Later, the young lady's mother also disappeared while exploring the wilderness. The master knew that the young lady wanted to improve her strength as quickly as possible and go to the wilderness to find her mother as soon as possible. So I deliberately didn't let the dragon mastiff evolve and didn't let other evolution masters help the young lady. But miss, you actually did it yourself? That's unlikely. Could it be that an evolutionary master secretly helped the young lady? Who is it? The Grand Masters of Evolution all have names, but I have never heard of any Grand Master of Evolution ever coming to Tianxing Town. I'm afraid no one in the Su family knows that the young lady is already a third-level beast master. The dragon mastiff has a strong sense of smell and is very intelligent. He quickly led the two of them and ran towards the depths of the law enforcement department. Deep in the law enforcement department, there are several long and narrow corridors intertwined. This is located underground, and the corridor area is not hindered by the above-ground building space. Therefore, every corridor is very deep, and it is basically impossible to see the end. Found it! The dragon mastiff stopped in the middle of one of the doors. The door is locked. Zhang Ma was straightforward and smashed it to pieces with one palm. But at the same time as they were smashed, red warning lights lit up in the entire corridor. It's too bad to set off the alarm here. Zhang Ma is careless. It's okay. Act quickly. Su Ching glanced at Long Mastiff, and Long Mastiff understood. That huge body instantly broke through the door frame. Crowded in a small room, I sniffed a few times to determine a place. A paw slapped the ground. The floor tiles were instantly turned into powder. But the layer of brown metal under the floor tiles only vibrated slightly. Siderai. Zhang Ma saw the brown metal. It requires at least a 4th-level destructive power. Miss, please give way. Zhang Ma got in and slapped the ground. The brown metal instantly sunk into a big pit. But it has not been completely destroyed. At that time, the bald blue cat used several claws to scratch open the door of the warehouse in the deepest part of the guard's core warehouse. Aunt Zhang clapped her hands 10 times before a crack appeared. Aunt Zhang was a little out of breath and couldn't help but think of it. It was really not easy for the man who stole from the guard's regiment's warehouse to smash the iron door. It is at least a 4th-grade spiritual beast. At first they suspected that Yi Qinghua was responsible, But after they contacted him, they found that Yi Qinghua was not in Tianxing Town at all. I don't know who he is. It was not until the 16th time that the iron door was completely shattered. The moment the door was broken, a fist rushed out. Aunt Zhang was prepared, so she blocked the punch. Third-rank warrior. Aunt Zhang snorted coldly. How dare you do that? He hit back with the same punch. A scream suddenly came from below the iron gate passage. Miss, wait a moment. Aunt Zhang rushed into the passage alone. The dragon mastiff was too big to enter this dark room, made entirely of fine iron. So Su Ching did not try to be brave, but blocked the entrance of the secret room with dragon mastiff. As long as someone escapes, there is a high probability that he will not be a match for the dragon mastiff. There were several roars and fierce fighting coming from below. After a few minutes, some people climbed up from below. The first person to come up was a steady middle-aged man who looked a little embarrassed at the moment. He met Su Ching's eyes and said quickly, I am the commander of Tianxing Town. Thank you for your rescue. You are the benefactors of Tianxing Town. The benefactor of Tianxing Town. Several young people came up shortly afterwards, all with expressions of being prepared to survive. Especially Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, just because he said a few words down there just now. When everyone came up, Zhang Ma also dragged a few people up, saying that there was no one down there. Su Ching frowned for a moment and asked Zhang Hua, Where is Jiang Fan? Zhang Hua was stunned. I don't know, no matter what. Ching, do you know that Tianxing Town is in danger now, Chow? Before Zhang Hua could finish speaking, Su Ching immediately mentioned one of the people dragged up by Zhang Ma. He asked sharply, Where is Jiang Fan? Chapter 66 Healing Lao Guo's Injuries. The man was obviously frightened. He trembled and said quickly, Jiang Fan didn't come. He seemed to be hiding. Law enforcement officers searched the whole city. It seems that he has left Tianxing Town. He himself said so. Leave Tianxing Town? Su Ching was even more confused. Jiang Fan definitely did not leave Tianxing Town. She understood Jiang Fan. As long as Jiang Fan's parents were still in Tianxing Town, it was impossible for Jiang Fan to leave alone. Ching, don't worry about that kid. He's either hiding somewhere or dead. Now Zhang Hua's words were interrupted again. This time it was Su Ching's cold eyes that cut to the bone. Zhang Hua doesn't understand why he always cares so much about Jiang Fan. There is a crisis in Tianxing Town right now, with the law enforcement department and the guards regiment rebelling. They joined forces with the evil sect and shrouded the entire Tianxing Town in darkness. Their fate will be very horrible, and they might even be used as bargaining chips in negotiations between the evil sect and Yuehua City. My fate is controlled by others. What's the point of looking for Jiang Fan at this time? Su Ching no longer paid attention to Zhang Hua, but looked coldly at some people from the Chao family. Chao family. Is there any rebellion? The Chao family members who were questioned were all slightly startled. The head of the Chao family hesitated for a long time and still did not dare to tell the truth. A young man walked out from behind the head of the Chao family. If Jiang Fan and Lu Huan were there, they would definitely recognize him as Chao Gang from the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall in the trading center. It's just that now Chao Gang is dissatisfied with the scenery of the day, and instead feels a little embarrassed. We were deceived by the Holy Clan, the evil sect. Chao Gang ignored the obstruction of his family master and told the truth. The evil sect originally promised us. Once we help them capture Tianxing Town, they will let the Chao family become Tianxing. The owner of the town helps them act on behalf of all matters in Tianxing Town. At this point, Chao Gang was filled with indignation, hugged a weak young man, and said with a cry. As a result, they never regarded the Chao family as a partner and kept delaying the Chao family from becoming the evil sect. The director of the Yuehua City branch was frantically drawing blood from the Chao family. Even just now, that guy named Gao, you stripped off my brother's beast mark. Take off the mark of the beast. Su Ching froneth. This is a very inhumane method. Through the technology of live stripping, he can obtain other people's marks of the beast and increase the number of his own marks of the beast. This method is expressly prohibited by the Star Moon Federation, but evil sects often use it. They hunt down some beast-taming geniuses in remote areas for the same purpose. The evil sect deserves to die, the commander of Tianxing Town said with gritted teeth. Aunt Zhang glanced at the commander with some confusion in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Leave here and hide somewhere safe. After Su Ching finished speaking, she prepared to leave. Suddenly, the commander called out to me. Are you going to the city center for support? I'm going too. Su Ching frowned. How do you know there's a battle going on in the center of the city? This place is located underground in the law enforcement department, and sounds from the outside world can be transmitted in very easily. Therefore, these people should be like Zhang Hua, unaware of the battle that has already taken place outside. The commander was obviously stunned, then smiled and said, I believe that the people in this city are all kind-hearted and will not easily succumb to the evil sect. This reason is plausible. But you are not a warrior, so it is useless to go. But I must go, because I am the commander of Tianxing Town. In such a critical moment, I should be with the soldiers. Whatever. Su Ching said lightly. Maybe Jiang Fan is really on the battlefield in the center of the city. If that happens, Jiang Fan will be in danger. Miss, I think this. Aunt Zhang was just about to whisper her guess. Su Ching waved her hand, quickened her pace, left the law enforcement department, and headed for the city center. Aunt Zhang glanced at the commander, who was a little out of breath behind her, and hurried to catch up with Su Ching. The battle in the city center has reached a fever pitch. The number of warriors in the Guards Corps is decreasing rapidly. There are only 10 people left now, including Lu Huan. Jiang Fan gave Lao Guo some beast blood, all of which were third-grade beast blood. Although the number is not large, it can barely allow Lao Guo to recover some combat effectiveness. Using animal blood to restore combat power is simply a way of overdrawing vitality. But Lao Guo couldn't care less. Even if he didn't do this, he would die anyway, so he might as well give it a try. He didn't know where this kid got so much animal blood. Anyway, it wasn't his, so he could use it as much as he wanted. Jiang Fan was almost dying of pain. He took out all the items from the Guard Corps' warehouse and exchanged them for this little bit of third-grade beast blood. As a result, Lao Guo ate them all like eating candy beans, crunching. A few are in the millions. Hiss, you're still not good enough? Jiang Fan couldn't help it. The third-grade beast blood is finished. Lao Guo shook his head weakly. Anything else? I'm seriously injured. Cough, cough. Jiang Fan is so confused. Is a fourth-rank warrior so willful? Is the effect of third-grade beast blood so poor? Do you want the spirit stones? Jiang Fan asked weakly. Spirit stone? Lao Guo's eyes suddenly became bright. You? Jiang Fan was full of questions. Are you sure you need this? Ahem, I'm seriously injured. But I think I can be saved with spirit stones. Chapter 67, Poor Ghost. Jiang Fan's eyes were sharp. I hope readers will remember our domain name. He felt that Lao Guo was trying to trick him, but he had no evidence. Old Guo looked sickly and seemed like he was about to die at any time. He was really afraid that Lao Guo would really die. So he had to reluctantly give up his love and gave his remaining 5-direction spirit stone to Lao Guo. Lao Guo is still waiting. Seeing Jiang Fan stop moving, he was a little disappointed. That's it. Seeing that Jiang Fan was about to put it away silently, Lao Guo quickly stopped him. No, it's a little less, but it's better than nothing. I'll take you to see the ANBU's reserve someday. Lao Guo added. Hiss. No matter how I hear this, I feel uncomfortable. Looking at the two people who were performing crosstalk, Li Gong couldn't help but frown. You two are stalling for time? Can you act more fake? Just now, Jiang Fan and Lao Guo were openly sharing resources, healing, and talking trash in front of everyone. Do you really think they don't exist? Now, Jiang Fan gathered all his spirit beasts to protect the two of them. The members of the Guards Corps and Lu Huan were relatively safe, because Jiang Fan agreed to an unequal treaty. Jiang Fan needs to duel with Gao Yu. If Jiang Fan loses, he has to tell where the dragon eggs are hidden. But if Jiang Fan won, they would let everyone go. It seems that they are very generous, but in fact they don't think Jiang Fan can win at all. I sincerely believe that Jiang Fan is not as good as Gao Yu. They do have the confidence to do so, as they have a 4th-grade spiritual beast with S-level qualifications. This makes Gao Yu almost undefeated among beast masters of the same level. In that case, why not take the opportunity to get clues about the dragon eggs? That dragon egg was unusual and was one of the eggs with relatively full vitality in the dragon's nest. It is also relatively easy to revive, so it would be best if we could get information about the dragon egg from Jiang Fan. It's worth more than killing him. Of course, Jiang Fan also knew that even if he handed over the dragon egg, he would still die in the end. Old Guo, do you have money? Jiang Fan suddenly asked in a low voice. What? Lao Guo was confused. What did it mean? The beast blood and spirit stones I provided you should be worth at least 2 or 3 million, right? I'm about the same. It's actually quite low. According to the market price, It's at least 4 or 5 million. So many. Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide. Well, as expected, the person who stole took the guard's core warehouse must be rich. Lao was swallowed it all up and gave a thumbs up. Jiang Fan didn't want to waste time and stretched out his hand. Lao Guo was confused again. Give me the money. Do you want to eat for free? Lao Guo was completely speechless. You're almost dead. Why? Do you want money? You're the one who's going to die. No, the point is that you want money. You still want money for our relationship? Lao Guo felt so aggrieved that he almost cried. Jiang Fan had a blank expression on his face. What kind of relationship do we have? Isn't it just that I always eat noodles at your place? If it weren't for your cheapness, would I have eaten nasty noodles for so many years? Jiang Fan sighed. If it were normal times, I wouldn't want it, but it's useful to me now. He wants to evolve into a spiritual beast. In fact, he had no chance of winning against Gao Yu. Although the silver-feathered demon hunting eagle is a 4th grade S-level qualification, its combat effectiveness is unmatched. But he has a large number of spirit beasts. As long as he has 1 or 2 more 4th grade spirit beasts, he may not have no chance of winning if he is caught by surprise. Jiang Fan's thoughtful expression seemed worried in Lao Guo's eyes. Suddenly I realized that when Xiao Fan asked for money, he was not necessarily asking for it for himself. Maybe he wants to give his parents an inheritance so that his parents can live a good life in the future. Xiao Fan, I didn't expect you to be filial. Lao Guo was moved and looked at Jiang Fan with tears streaming down his face. Jiang Fan was extremely baffling. What the hell does this have to do with filial piety? Then, Jiang Fan and Lao Guo performed a series of cool moves. Lao Guo's cell phone was shattered by the sword energy, and he couldn't transfer money, so he borrowed Lu Huan's cell phone. Lu Huan was also confused. What payment software did Lao Guo want to log into? What time is it now? When Lao Guo logged into the payment software interface, Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment. Then I asked Lao Guo, how many accounts do you have? Lao Guo rolled his eyes and said, a person can only register 1 account. Don't you know that? The Umbu is no exception, but just 800,000? He originally thought that this was a huge sum of money. Lao Guo was so powerful and had lived for so long, so he should be quite rich. That's 800,000. Lao Guo smiled and said, at my level, I am not interested in money anymore. I am more interested in resources that cannot be bought with money. After all this talk, I'm still poor. Lao Guo is sad and heartbroken. Lao Guo transferred all of his remaining 800,000 yuan to Jiang Fan. Ding! Received a transfer from Lao Guo. Wealth value increased by 830,000. It's arrived. Adding his original wealth value, the total wealth value is more than 1.3 million. A smile slid across Jiang Fan's lips. That's enough. If used skillfully, Gao Yu is not impossible to kill. Is that enough? I'll give you a discount this time. This amount of money is far from enough. Lao Guo was stunned, and everyone was stunned. What is this guy talking about? Gao Yu's head was covered with black lines, and his chic and kind smile no longer existed. He asked a question just now. He was really worn out by Jiang Fan and had no patience at all. Chapter 68 Come to a Duel. Lao Guo was a little embarrassed and really wanted to delay it any longer. Search. Jiang Fan looked like he had just reacted and smiled and said to Gao Yu, okay, but I want us to change the duel somewhere so we can both relax. Gao Yu had a problem when he heard it and was about to refuse. Then I heard Jiang Fan say, we are all people with secrets. I think you will agree. This one sentence made Gao Yu unable to refuse. Otherwise, wouldn't Gao Yu be admitting that he has no secrets? He really has no secrets. What he shows is all of himself. Where do so many top young talents come from? It is only by exhausting all resources and trying one's best in 1 or 2 aspects that one gets the opportunity to stand out among the geniuses. The price is that the achievement is impressive. But seeing is everything. However, he would not admit that he was so embarrassed. A true genius is calm and relaxed, and has an endless number of tricks up his sleeve. Good. Gao Yu agreed domineeringly. Jiang Fan thought to himself, system, evolve the bald parrot to the 4th level. Evolving. Jiang Fan suggested that the duel take place on a private golf course far away from the city center. At first Gao Yu disagreed, because this place was close to the city wall, which would give this guy a chance to escape. But Jiang Fan persuaded Gao Yu. The view is high and all the other mountains are small. The showdown between masters should take place in such an extraordinary place. I remember that this golf hill was originally a barren hill, and many developers wanted to buy it. Later, the Chow family bought it and developed it into an entertainment venue for wealthy people. Gao Yu, you can't do that. That's... Li Gong stopped talking for a moment. It seems to be confidential. Gao Yu smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Those things are buried very deep and can't be blown out. Li Gong's face was gloomy. Geniuses are very difficult to restrain. Jiang Fan glanced at Chao Zhenggang in the crowd, and Chao Zhenggang suddenly nodded imperceptibly. Jiang Fan's guess was confirmed that the dragon's nest was right below Golf Hill. It seems that the Chao family deliberately bought this piece of land. But the land was granted to the person in charge of the Chao family. There was no time to think about it. The two just arrived at Golf Hill. Gao Yu then drove the demon-hunting eagle to attack. The demon-hunting eagle tore through the earth with one claw. Fortunately, the bald parrot took him away in time. Otherwise, the battle would have been over. He glanced at the bald blue cat, and the bald blue cat meowed. He advanced for several hundred meters, then leaped up and rushed towards the demon-hunting eagle. The huge cat claws slapped the demon-hunting eagle. Get out of the way! Gao Yu immediately ordered the demon-hunting eagle to dodge. The demon-hunting eagle has impressive combat capability, and is even among the strongest spirit beasts of the same level. But there are also weaknesses. He is relatively weak, so he attacks suddenly, aiming to kill with one strike. It can be said that close combat is the demon-hunting eagle's only weakness. Lao Guo and the others were pleasantly surprised. They had excellent combat thinking and accurately found the weakness of the demon-hunting eagle. Li Gong and others frowned slightly. The black-robed beastmaster had rich combat experience, even not inferior to Gao Yu. Just when everyone thought that the bald blue cat had caught the demon eagle, Gao Yu sneered, "Naive. Get up." After receiving the order, the demon-hunting eagle instantly flapped its wings and took off into the air. In the blink of an eye, it skyrockets to tens of thousands of meters. The power of fourth-grade spiritual beasts is simply beyond imagination. The bald blue cat jumped away, unwilling to fight. The demon falcon swooped down next, like a silver lightning bolt falling from the sky. With a strong sound of breaking through the sky, the bombing came down. Jiang Fan was shocked. This seemed to be the hunting posture of a demon-hunting eagle. Wherever the demon-hunting eagle passed, the void was somewhat shattered. The cry of the falcon was deafening. The bald blue cat runs quickly through the mountains and forests. Use the trees as cover and keep an eye on the direction of the swooping hawk as you run. Swish, swish, swish. Both sides are very fast. Oops, it's slow. Jiang Fan frowned, seeing that the demon-hunting eagle can adjust its direction even at high altitude. No matter where the bald blue cat fled to, the direction of the demon-hunting eagle was facing it. Boom! The demon-hunting eagle rushed into the mountain forest, and large tracts of forest were swept away by the powerful shockwave. Blue cat! Jiang Fan roared. He quickly asked the iron-eating ants to support the bald blue cat. In addition, he let the bald silly dog take the opportunity to attack Gao Yu. Gao Yu sneered, "Trash is trash, and a bunch of them is trash." Whoosh! From the bursting dust, the demon-hunting eagle suddenly rushed over. Even on the ground, the demon-hunting eagle is still very fast. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of the bald husky. The feathers on the wings were like steel, and the silly dog felt dizzy after being slapped. The body was blown hundreds of meters away. It fell heavily on the mountain, creating a series of large pits. The hearts of the people in the distance sank. Is Gao Yu's spirit beast so powerful? The gap is too big. Xiao Fan, does he have a chance of winning? Lu Huan asked Lao Guo. She originally thought that since both of them were fourth-rank beast masters, even if there was a gap, it shouldn't be that big. But now it seems that Jiang Fan's two creatures combined are powerless to resist. What? Lao Guo just sighed helplessly. It can be said that the hope of winning is less than 1 in 10. Gao Yu was able to be sent by the evil sect to become a dragon rider, so his talent must be beyond doubt. Coupled with the resource supply from the evil sect, Gao Yu is even more powerful. Such a young fourth-rank beastmaster is a bug in himself. It was already very difficult for Jiang Fan to be able to defend himself, let alone win. Chapter 69, A Difficult Battle. Lao Guo's eyes were solemn. Jiang Fan was using his life to delay time. I hope readers will remember our domain name. He needs to recover quickly. Rescue Jiang Fan at the moment he is defeated. If Tianxing can't hold on, at least let these young geniuses escape. Haha, you are overestimating yourself. Li Gong, Nigue, and others were much more relaxed at this moment. Gao Yu is still very strong. He is indeed a top genius who has obtained a lot of resources from the evil sect. All they had to do was wait for Gao Yu to kill the black-robed Beastmaster. Otherwise, if they really force a mid-level Beastmaster to fight to the death, they will have to pay a corresponding price. Many of the teachers sent by the evil sect have sacrificed their lives this time. If we continue to sacrifice, we won't even have the strength to defend the city. The bald blue cat was not dead, but was seriously injured. The hair on his body had fallen off in many places, and his body was covered in blood. One of its claws was broken, having been severed by the demon-hunting eagle's dive just now. Although the bald husky was only slapped by the demon-hunting eagle, the injury was more serious than that of the bald blue cat. Is this the only strength you have? Gao Yu mocked. Isn't your weakness quite obvious? The demon-hunting eagle can only be used for it. Gao Yu's expression froze. Indeed, the only spiritual beast he could use was the demon-hunting eagle. Although there are 3 creatures, all the resources are given to the demon-hunting eagle, so that the other 2 are first grade. Once the demon falcon attacks, he will die if he doesn't come back in time to support him. The demon-hunting eagle is enough to deal with you. Gao Yu is quite domineering. He has absolute confidence in the demon falcon. The demon eagle's strength and speed are impeccable. Flapping its wings once, it can reach 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. There can be no accidents. Babble. The demon-hunting eagle attacks again, and the bald blue cat and bald arrow will have a hard time hiding this time. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. With the bald blue cat and the bald arrow, they ran away like crazy, no longer caring about face. It can be said that it was a struggle. Jia. This is what you rely on. Nigui's voice sneered sinisterly. But Lao Guo, on the other hand, looked worried. Lao Zhang almost fainted. If Lao Zhang hadn't been there to support him, he would have fallen. He often told his son that a good man should be ambitious in all directions, punish the strong, and support the weak. But now he regrets it. He just wants his son to be safe. Just when everyone was thinking about it, Lao Guo suddenly moved. The rolling pin in his hand flashed with lightning. He strode towards Golf Mountain, but the next moment, an ink-colored vortex appeared in front of him. Rebellious ghost. There's a fair duel going on over there, so let's not get involved. Fair enough, you old ghost. Without saying a word, Lao Guo struck him with a stick, instantly destroyed the ink-colored vortex of the counter-ghost. But the next moment, another vortex appeared behind Lao Guo, and Igui walked out unscathed. The unpredictability of the methods is chilling to the bottom of one's heart. I'm here to help. Suddenly, an old woman walked through the air in the distance and walked quickly. Lao Guo looked over and found that he didn't seem to know this person. But this old woman was no simple person. She dispersed the dark vortex of the rebellious ghost with just one punch. Lao Guo hurriedly said, "Go save that side." But the old woman came straight over anyway. It was not until Lao Guo was almost dying of anxiety that the old woman slowly said, "Someone is over there." In the crowd, Lao Jiang looked several times before he dared to draw a conclusion and whispered, "Su Ching's aunt? Su Ching." Lu Huan was stunned for a moment. Didn't Su Ching leave? Shouldn't she have been picked up by the Su family? The news that the Umbu received was that the Su family sent people to Tianxing Town to take Su Ching away. Roar! A roar, delivered from Golf Hill. Everyone quickly looked sideways. A huge mastiff with golden hair all over its body. There are 2 things on the head that look like dragon horns. With an angry roar, it stared at the demon-hunting eagle hovering in the sky, waiting for hunting. Awe-inspiring, like an overlord in the Tibetan wasteland. There is a sense of disdain. Is Su Ching here? Jiang Fan's reaction was different from others. He instantly felt chilled in his heart. Although everyone said that Su Ching came to Tianxing Town because of the so-called baby kiss. But he saw with his own eyes that Xie Zong Xiao Ran and Su Ching looked very familiar with each other. Su Ching is definitely a member of the evil sect. But I didn't expect that the so-called aunt was also a 4th-rank warrior. This is trouble. Before one wave subsides, another wave rises. This battle can't be dragged on any longer. Go stop the mastiff. Jiang Fan gave orders to several iron-eating ants. These iron-eating ants were originally intended to be used as cannon fodder to entangle the demon-hunting ants. But now it seems that we must stop the dragon mastiff first. Although the dragon mastiff is only of the 3rd grade, it is also of S-level qualification, and its combat power should not be underestimated. Su Ching had just arrived and hadn't figured out the situation yet. Then I saw 3 iron-eating ants flying over. This kind of flying insect spirit beast is very troublesome. If you encounter it in the wilderness, it will be a disaster, but only in groups. In addition to being an insect master, when did Gao Yu become an insect master? He shouted, "Hold on for a while, I'll deal with these little bugs, and then I'll help you." Gao Yu frowned. Was Su Ching still there? Xiao Ran was very confident before that he wanted to deal with Su Ching. As a result, Xiao Ran is missing now, but Su Ching is still alive. Xiao Ran failed. Chapter 70 Misunderstood Su Ching. After taking a look at Su Ching's dragon mastiff, I knew in my heart, that's it. Su Ching actually successfully evolved the dragon mastiff. Of course, Xiao Ran is no match for Su Ching. Haha. I've heard that the Su family has a fugitive princess who is extremely talented. A congenital beast master, whose beast mark is awakened at birth. The compatibility with the spirit beast is extremely high, and the degree of control can reach an astonishing 90%. But the head of the Su family doesn't want your spirit beast to evolve too quickly. I just don't want you to go to the Shisha Desert to look for your missing mother. Su Ching didn't say anything. He knew this Gao Yu, who often appeared at the Xiao family. He seems to have a good relationship with Xiao Ran. I didn't expect you to be from the evil sect. So, Xiao Ran and the entire Xiao family are all lackeys of the evil sect? Su Ching asked calmly. Gao Yu smiled and said, "Why bother asking? Miss Su should have known it a long time ago. The moment you killed Xiao Ran." Kill Xiao Ran. Su Ching frowned. Was Xiao Ran dead? She really didn't know. Huh? You didn't kill him? Gao Yu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, the demon-hunting eagle screamed in pain. A giant iron-eating ant that is more than 10 meters long, completely black with a shiny black surface. He was using his 2 jaws to madly attack the demon-hunting eagle. The demon-hunting eagle wanted to repeat its old trick and flapped its wings to soar thousands of meters. However, iron-eating ants are also flying, so they can also soar to a height of 10,000 meters. Gao Yu was shocked. Why did a 4th-grade iron-eating ant appear? And it appeared suddenly? He couldn't help but look at Jiang Fan, who was this black-robed beastmaster. He actually had 2 4th-grade spiritual beasts. I killed Xiao Ran. Jiang Fan roared domineeringly. Also, stop pretending. You were in the same group. Do you think I don't know? Jiang Fan glanced at Su Ching disappointedly. Su Ching was slightly confused. For some reason, even though her face was covered by the black robe, she seemed to be able to sense the disappointment of the black-robed beastmaster in her. Suddenly I understood. The iron-eating ant is the spiritual beast of the black-robed beastmaster. The black-robed beastmaster mistakenly thought that she was also a member of the evil sect, so he took the lead in launching the attack. The dragon mastiff was biting an iron-eating ant, crunching. It was about to bite the iron-eating ant's steel-like body into pieces. She quickly asked the dragon mastiff to release the iron-eating ants. Then he explained, "I am not from the evil sect. I am here to support you." "You are not from the evil sect?" Jiang Fan frowned. "But I saw that you and Xiao Ran seem to have a close relationship. Xiao Ran is from the evil sect. How could you not know that?" "I really don't know, or I can't be sure." Su Ching told the truth. The Xiao family is quite powerful in Yuehua City, so even if you suspect that there is something wrong with the Xiao family, you can't easily raise doubts. "Are you really not from the evil sect?" "No." "Then bite my iron-eating ant." The iron-eating ant that was bitten by the dragon mastiff. Even if he's not dead, he's useless. With the bite force of the dragon mastiff, it can bite through it in one bite. You were the one who attacked first. Su Ching felt tired. This person was so reckless. And very straight. This reminded him of a person, and that guy was also a straight man. Then why are you still standing there? Go kill Gao Yu, and I'll deal with his demon-hunting eagle. Gao Yu panicked instantly. He didn't expect that the black-robed beastmaster actually had 2 4th-grade spiritual beasts. Even if the 2 were added together, they would still be far inferior to the demon-hunting eagle. But the 4th-grade iron-eating ants can rely on their ability to fly to entangle the demon-hunting eagle in the sky. The bald blue cat is watching eagerly on the ground. As long as the height of the demon-hunting eagle drops within the shooting range, the bald blue cat will jump up and scratch its paws even if it puts its life in danger. Trouble. Su Ching was very decisive and directly let the dragon mastiff pounce on Gao Yu. Gao Yu was more decisive. He summoned his other 2 spirit beasts. Even though these 2 spirit beasts are both 1st grade, they can just hold out for a while. Nigo A. Save me? Gao Yu ordered 2 first-grade spirit beasts to form a death squad, then turned around and ran away. The Nigue was very fast and passed Zhang Ma. With a speed comparable to that of a ghost, he quickly went to greet Gao Yu. Gao Yu cannot die. He is a genius that the big shot of the evil sect has high hopes for. The one who is to be trained to be a dragon rider. You can't die here. Old Gua spat a mouthful of blood. Where's the fair duel you promised? You have the nerve to fight in a competition between juniors. He raised his rolling pin and rushed over. Li Gong was about to stop Lao Gua, but Zhang Ma stared at him eagerly. Then he shouted to Chao Jingguang, "Go and stop that old man." Chao Jingguang frowned. "I am not his opponent. As long as you stop him, I will let you Chao family go." Chao Jingguang's eyes instantly solidified, and he rushed out without hesitation. 3 fourth-grade experts staged a chase in the air, and each one of them was unstoppable. The momentum is quite strong. The sound of breaking wind was clearly heard by everyone on the ground. Many law enforcement officers in white also braved the situation and went to chase and intercept Lao Gua. Gao Yu looked back. The 2 first-grade spiritual beasts he threw out didn't even last for a minute. The dragon mastiff is extremely powerful, with combat power comparable to that of a weaker 4th-grade spiritual beast. Even a 1st-grade spiritual beast cannot withstand one of its bites. The speed was also quite fast, and he caught up with Gao Yu in almost a blink of an eye. Gao Yu's scalp was tingling. The beast master himself is very weak, so without his spirit beast, he has little combat power. Chapter 71, Spiritual Shield. Roar! The dragon mastiff opened its bloody mouth. Having written this far, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Gao Yu gritted his teeth and used his arms to block. Snap! His sleeves were instantly shattered by the dragon mastiff's terrifying bite force. The sleeve armor, made of special metal, was revealed. This sleeve armor looks quite extraordinary, as if it was forged from the bones of some high-quality ferocious beast. The dragon mastiff couldn't bite through it. This kind of armor is very expensive, extremely expensive. Even in the entire Yuehua city, there are not many sets. It is obvious that Gao Yuzhen obtained extremely valuable resources from the evil sect. However, once bitten by the dragon mastiff, it will shake wildly. Bang! 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 The sound of banging at a fairly high rate. Gao Yu was like a sandbag, hitting the ground hard. If it weren't for the protection of the armor, he would have turned into a puddle of mud long ago. But even so, his body was in great pain, and his limbs and torso were numb. Just then, the Nigue arrived. Nigue's eyes were empty, and he slapped Long Gao on the forehead. The seemingly light palm strike made the dragon mastiff's entire movement sluggish for a moment. Gao Yu took the opportunity to escape from the mastiff's mouth. Although mental attacks cannot cause substantial damage visible to the naked eye like those caused by warriors, but sometimes the effect is very good. By the time Long Hao reacted, Gao Yu had already been taken away by Nigue in an inky vortex. Come and go without a trace. This is the method of a soul master. Xiao Fan, be careful. Lu Huan's voice suddenly came. Jiang Fan felt a chill on his back, and the vortex appeared behind him without anyone noticing. How is this possible? Nigue is behind, and Gao Yu is in front. Gao Yu had a ferocious smile on his face and held a silver dagger in his hand. Go to hell? The Beastmaster's true form is weak. He knows better than anyone else. Even though the Beastmaster's spiritual beasts are more powerful than the last, they are even stronger than warriors of the same level. But without the spirit beast, a Beastmaster is only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Beastmasters spend too long controlling and evolving spirit beasts. There is no time to practice other things. Even if there is time, I will choose to practice the Soul Dao, because the strength of mental power is related to the control time of the spiritual beast, as well as the accuracy of the control. For an ordinary Beastmaster, it is already good enough if he can achieve 60% control over spirit beasts. Excellent students can reach 70% or 80%. For outstanding geniuses, this can reach 85% or even 90%. This is closely related to mental strength. The higher the degree of control of the spirit beast, the more comfortable it is to use. Just like hands and feet, it is flexible to control. Therefore, almost no beast master practices martial arts, as it is a waste of time and energy. The key is that practicing martial arts also costs money. So if you have money, you might as well buy more materials for the evolution of spirit beasts. Therefore, in his opinion, this unexpected blow from him would definitely take the life of the black-robed Beastmaster. Even Nigue thought so. So he let Gao Yu do it, and reminded him, just seriously injure him, and we need him to tell us where the dragon egg is. Gao Yu certainly understood that being seriously injured would be enough. Even if I stab you 10 or 20 times, it doesn't matter as long as you don't die. The silver dagger stabbed out. Everyone's heart tightened instantly. Xiao Fan is approached. Finished. The other spirit beasts simply had no time to provide support. Lao Guo opened his eyes wide. Others might not understand, but he knew it. Although it is unbelievable, Xiao Fan is a first-class warrior. Is Gao Yu a first-class warrior? Definitely not. Can he stab Jiang Fan? What Lao Guo was thinking at this moment was that if Jiang Fan was bolder, maybe Jiang Fan would be surprised for a moment. Then at a speed that Gao Yu could not imagine, he turned around, grabbed the knife, and drew the knife. The whole process went smoothly, mainly because it was too easy to get the sword from Gao Yu. Gao Yu's eyes widened, and he had the silver dagger stuck in his neck. His neck was the only part of his body that was not covered by armor. The whole process takes no more than 1 second. Even Ni Gui didn't react. Ni Gui didn't expect that Jiang Fan's energy and blood power was not weak. He is a serious first-grade warrior, even stronger than some law enforcers in white who have become monks on the way. Save me! Gao Yu trembled all over. Jiang Fan's carotid artery was pierced, and bright red blood gushed out. In the distance, the demon-hunting eagle, which was entangled by the 4th-grade iron-eating ants and the bald blue cat, rushed over desperately. However, the iron-eating ant took the opportunity to clamp off one of its wings. When landing, the bald blue cat scratched his abdomen again. Large pieces of blood fell from the sky, sprinkled on the grass of Golf Hill. The demon-hunting eagle was defeated. In a battle between spiritual beasts, the defeated one is basically doomed to die. Gao Yu's convulsions gradually disappeared. The light in his eyes slowly faded away. Ni Gui was furious. The genius sent by the top leaders of the evil sect was killed in his hands. He can't bear this responsibility. You're looking for death. The Ni Gui suddenly slapped Jiang Fan with his palm. It was the same palm that was directed at the mastiff just now. Even the mastiff paused for a few seconds, let alone Jiang Fan. With this palm strike, Jiang Fan's head might not explode, but his spirit would probably be blown to pieces. Get out of the way. Su Ching's voice came from behind. Jiang Fan lowered his head subconsciously. A jade pendant suddenly flew over. Just happened to meet the Nigue. Nigue snorted coldly. What can a mere jade pendant do to him? Smash the jade pendant with one palm. Suddenly, the jade pendant vibrated, and spiritual power as vast as the ocean burst out from it. This mental power formed a mental shield on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan received almost no injuries except that his head was a little dizzy. Zhang Ma, who was confronting Li Gong in the distance, looked shocked. The young lady actually took out her mental shield. Chapter 72 Temple of Ferocious Beasts. This is a priceless treasure. Inside is a shield condensed by a legendary Soul Master. A spiritual attack that can block the peak of the legendary Soul Master. It is a one-time use. This kind of treasure cannot be bought in the world. Search. Because no Soul Master is stupid enough to consume his own mental power to make only one thing that he has no use for. That is to say, the Su family has a legendary Soul Master, so they specially made one for the young lady. But the young lady actually used it for the black-robed Beastmaster. Jiang Fan was in a trance, but the mental shield on his body was still maintained. Even Nigue couldn't help but take dozens of steps back. His face was pale, and he looked at the shield with some horror. The spiritual power of Awakening Mountain, Su Ching, one of the only 3 legendary Soul Masters in Yuehua City. High status. It is said that the Soul Master is not far away. They were one of the few people he feared in Yuehua City. Unexpectedly, Su Ching made a mental shield for Su Ching. Unexpectedly, Su Ching actually gave the rare shield coat to the black-robed Beastmaster, whom she had never met before. There are so many unexpected things. The Dragon Mastiff has regrouped. He took a big bite. After all, Soul Masters have no means to deal with spiritual beasts. Even though it could make the Dragon Mastiff stop for a moment just now, it would be of little use the second time. The Dragon Mastiff's pursuit speed was quite fast, but the reverse ghost escaped even faster. He ran away and laughed wildly. How can a mere spirit beast defeat a spirit master? The Dragon Mastiff is fast and very agile, but Nigue's perception is more agile. and it seems that he can judge the landing point of the dragon mastiff in advance every time. He actually got away. And Lao Guo was fighting with Chao Jingwang. Chao Jingwang has never used his full strength before, so he has a lot of energy left. Lao Guo drank a long time of beast blood and spirit stones. His face turned red, and it seemed that all kinds of spiritual energy were accumulated. The fight is also more difficult. Jiang Fan glanced at Su Ching, and Su Ching also looked at him. Do you know who I am? What do you think? Su Ching chuckled. I also know you turned into ashes. Well, this doesn't sound like a good thing to say. However, it was precisely because of the arrival of Su Ching and Zhang Ma and the sudden appearance of Jiang Fan's second fourth-level spirit beast that they defeated Gao Yu and the demon-hunting eagle. Now the situation has been reversed. For high in combat power, they have Lao Guo, Zhang Ma, and Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan has 2 4th-grade spiritual beasts. On the opposite side, there were only Ai Gui, Li Gong, and Chao Jingwang. But Chao Jingwang kept paddling, so it could only be counted as half. They have a better chance of winning. Old Guo suddenly knocked Chao Jingwang away with a stick and rushed towards Li Gong. We have to kill Li Gong first. Li Gong's fighting spirit was the strongest. Without Li Gong, the Nigui might not be able to continue to persevere. After all, he is from Yuehua City. If Tianxing Town is lost, it is lost. There will be no fight to the death. Lao Guo and Zhang Ma worked together to attack Li Gong. Li Gong was already seriously injured, and he was no match for Lao Guo. Bang! With one blow of the stick, Lao Guo smashed the right side of Li Gong's body. Li Gong coughed up a large mouthful of blood. After taking a look at the situation, he turned and left, burning the remaining energy and blood. He escaped thousands of meters away in an instant. Just when we were about to leave Tianxing Town, suddenly, a figure appeared on the horizon. When this person appeared, there was a ray of brilliant light. The light looks very stunning, just like the sun. In one fell swoop, he killed Li Gong, who had only half of his body left. Legendary warrior. Lao Guo's pupils suddenly shrank. I didn't expect that the small Tianxing Town would be involved with a legendary warrior. It's incredible. Everyone was shocked. Who is this person? Could it be the support sent by Yuehua City? You useless bastard. You can't even take care of a small town like Tianxing. I have to help you. This man's voice was like thunder. Boom, boom. It makes people's ears feel like being pricked by needles. Jiang Fan was stunned. This is commander of Tianxing Town? His guess came true. At first, when he guessed that there was a dragon's nest under Golf Mountain, I wondered if there was something wrong with granting the land to the commander of the Chao family. The power of qi and blood is surging. A person is like a wave, with blood surging and filling the entire sky with blood. Everyone under the sky was in panic. Is this the legendary warrior? It feels much more powerful than a 4th-grade warrior. If a 4th-grade warrior can fly in the air, then a 5th-grade legendary warrior is a god hanging in the sky. It's so scary. Ai Gui frowned slightly and glanced at the legendary warrior from afar. Who are you? Nigui sits in the Yuehua City Department and is the leader of the Yuehua City Department. But I have never heard that there is a legendary warrior sitting in Tianxing Town. Through the brilliant light, the commander's face could not be seen clearly. This laughter alone is enough to send chills to one's heart. Temple of Fierce Beasts, Chongqi Division, Wu Deong. Temple of the Fierce Beast. Everyone was shocked. What a vicious organization. If you let the common people vote, which evil force do you want to get rid of the most? The evil sect can only be ranked second, and the first ranked one is the Temple of Ferocious Beasts. The evil sect kills and kidnaps geniuses from all over the world, and at least they claim to achieve the overall evolution of the human race. And the Temple of Ferocious Beasts? Just pure destruction. Chapter 73. Go against the ghost, but not the ghost. There are 4 major divisions in the Temple of Ferocious Beasts, namely Taotai, Chaos, Chongqi, and Yaozhu. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Specializes in recruiting villains. There is a big prerequisite for joining the Temple of Ferocious Beasts. It means that you have done evil things such as murder, arson, robbery, and so on, which proves that you are really an evil person. Therefore, wherever the Ferocious Beast Temple goes, it is a mess, with corpses strewn everywhere. The methods are even worse than those of the evil sect. Let's do it. Following Wu Deyang's order, many law enforcement officers in white took off their white robes and then rushed towards the people next to them with knives. The white knife goes in, and the red knife comes out. Chaos instantly broke out among the white-clothed law enforcers. Dozens of casualties. In the blink of an eye, only 20 or 30 warriors wearing black armor and with evil aura rising from their bodies were left. Nigue's pupils suddenly shrank. These white-clothed law enforcers were secretly sent by the evil sect. When did they get overtaken by the black armor of the fierce beast temple? Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Wu Daong. Li Gong betrayed us? I didn't realize it until now. It's too late. After saying that, Wu Daong shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that I came a step too late. I didn't expect that someone could kill Gao Yu. Gao Yu also betrayed us? Nigue's voice became hoarse. Now I feel a chill down my spine. Their holy clan has been laying out plans for many years, preparing to make Gao Yu the biggest beneficiary. But he almost made a wedding dress for the Temple of Ferocious Beasts? Wu Daong shook his head. In other words, Gao Yu has been a chess piece we inserted into the holy clan from the beginning. This sentence made Nigue even doubt his life. How is this possible? According to his understanding, Gao Yu was still very young when he first came to the Saint clan. Okay, you all go to hell. I thought you Saints could capture Tianxing Town, but I didn't expect you to be such useless people. In this case, you have no use value. Wu Daong waved his hand. Those black-armored soldiers instantly rushed in all directions in a well-trained manner. Now it seems that these black-armored soldiers were hiding their strength when they disguised themselves as white-clad law enforcers. The original strength of these people was at least second rank. Old Gua had no time to deal with Chao Jingguang, so he raised a stick and killed a man in black armor who was rushing towards him. The black armors are considered an elite force in the Temple of Ferocious Beasts. It is very lethal. Moreover, once the army is formed, even a huge city can be easily flattened. The Nigue wanted to escape and immediately turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared into the air. It's this ghostly method again, but this time he failed because his opponent was a legendary warrior. Wu Daong sneered, and then his body quickly disappeared from the spot. Kicked him out just where Nigue disappeared, 2,000 or 3,000 meters away, and kicked Nigue out. A mere 4th grade soul master dares to challenge my class? Let's defy fate. Nigue's arm was blown apart by this kick. For the first time, there was a look of fear in his eyes. Against fate, it's his father. Who is this man who calls his father by his name? His father is a high-ranking member of the Holy Clan and has a very high status. He is a legendary soul master in his family, and almost no one dares to call him by his name. Jiang Fan was a little confused. He raised his head and looked at the messy scene in the sky. Dad and the others are under the protection of Lu Huan and Lao Gua, so they are relatively safe now. Although these black armors are quite strong on average, most of them are of the 2nd grade. The unlucky ones are the law enforcers in white. Chao Jingguang was hesitating, and no one in black armor attacked him. The evil sect schemed and plotted, but in the end they still fell into the trap of the fierce beast temple. Su Ching didn't know whether she was talking to herself or explaining something to Jiang Fan. What do we do now? Jiang Fan asked. It seems that Wu Daong is invincible now. The Nigue couldn't even escape. No one can see through Nigue's methods, and even Lao Gua has been defeated many times. But Wu Daong found the flaw in an instant. Wait for what? Su Ching smiled, and her smile was really stunning. Jiang Fan was a little obsessed for a moment. I couldn't help but wonder, did this school beauty really have an engagement with me as a child? It feels so unreal. But even if there's a child marriage, so what? It was just decided by the ancestors of both parties that Su Ching was a top beast taming genius. How could I be willing to find a young man from a small town? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about Gao Yu. If Gao Yu hadn't been distracted, and he hadn't evolved a 2nd, 4th grade creature, there is a high probability that he is no match for Gao Yu. Looking at the look Gao Yu gave Su Ching just now, it seemed that he was also somewhat moved. Perhaps there are many geniuses like Gao Yu who are Su Ching suitors. He might not even be that important. Su Ching was probably tired of geniuses. Although the fierce beast temple is powerful, it is not invincible. At least within the range covered by Yuehua City, they cannot overturn the sky. Su Ching is very confident. It seems there is a backup plan. It only took a moment. Nigue's right hand was also blown up. His mental power was of no use to Wu Daong. I don't know how Wu Daong does it, but he can always kick out the rebellious ghost with one kick. The methods of legendary warriors are also mysterious and unpredictable. Nigue coughed up blood. Wu Daong, what good will it do you to offend the Saint clan? Do you really think the ferocious beast temple is invincible? Chapter 74, Retreating to the Wasteland. Noisy. Wu Daong slapped Ni Gui so hard that his mouth became crooked. Then he sneered, "The beast temple is not invincible. But will the saints really go to war with the beast temple for you?" Wu Daong is quite confident. The saints have always been timid in doing things. Kidnapping so many geniuses and training so many masters is simply a waste. Just like this time, it was not just because of the fear of failure, but also the fear of being wiped out by Yuehua City in one fell swoop. Therefore, most of the warriors sent were low-level warriors, and Ni Gui and Li Gong were among the middle-level warriors. As a result, even the small Tianxing Town cannot be taken. If this was spread, their Saint clan would be completely disgraced. Ha! Will they go to war with the ominous beast temple over a mere counter-ghost? Absolutely not. Nigui's face turned pale. He's really finished this time. Lao Gua and others won't care at all. Anyway, both of them are bad guys. It would be better if they just beat each other to death. The rebellious ghost was kicked dozens of times by Wu Daong, and the only bit of his body left was beaten to pieces. The rebellious ghost, who was famous in Yuehua City, ended up dying such a tragic death. Not only the rebellious ghost, but almost all the people from the evil sect are dead. Only Chao Jingguang is left. Chao Jingguang asked, "Where are my family members?" Wu Daong smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything is fine. Since I promised you, I won't break my promise." Everyone was shocked again. Even Chao Jingguang was a person planted by Wu Daong next to Li Gong. He also used the presence of hostages to make Li Gong believe that Chao Jingguang was the one who obeyed his orders. In fact, from the beginning, the hostages of the Chao family were safe. It's simply heartbreaking. Jiang Fan was suddenly happy. The notorious evil sect had his eyes pecked out by the notorious temple of the fierce beast. Wu Daong glanced at Jiang Fan with squinted eyes and was also happy. "You are going to die soon. What is there to be happy about? You don't want to know where the dragon egg is?" "I do, but you won't tell me." Wu Daong is also very straightforward. Today's Wu Daong is completely different from the elegant scholar who appeared in front of the people before. "If you are willing to leave Tianxing Town, I will consider giving the dragon egg to you." Wu Daong was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed, as if he had never heard such a funny joke. "There are not many people who dare to negotiate terms with me, and you are one of them. Of course, you are also the only one alive." Wu Daong gritted his teeth and said, "In addition, he is also someone who is about to die." But Wu Daong did not attack Jiang Fan directly, but asked those black armors to attack Dad and the others first. Jiang Fan snorted coldly and glanced at the bald parrot. "Idiot! Big fool!" The bald parrot had just indirectly participated in the killing of the demon falcon, so it's a bit arrogant at the moment. The dry and sharp voice sounded a bit harsh at this moment. While flapping his wings, he mocked Wu Daong crazily. Wu Daong glanced at the bald parrot, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A surge of anger suddenly rose in my heart. "Cool this." Wu Daong immediately ordered these black armors to change their targets and kill the noisy bald parrots first. "You can't catch me. You can't catch me." The bald parrot continued to taunt as it fled. Although Wu Daong is a warrior, he is a legendary warrior after all, and his mental strength is also quite strong. Bald parrots don't attract hatred 100%. Just a bunch of trash. In my opinion, your black armor is the same as the teachers of the evil sect, just weaklings. Jiang Fan also began to taunt. This made Wu Daong even angrier. Su Ching was surprised. Could it be that Jiang Fan was planning to attract all Wu Daong's hatred to himself? So silly. He underestimated the legendary warrior. The legendary warriors are all top experts in Yuehua City. There are not even a few members of the Su family. Why hasn't Uncle come yet? Didn't he receive the reaction that the jade pendant was broken? This old guy is really unreliable. If any jade pendant is broken, he can kill him from the ends of the world. It's all a lie. 20 or 30 men in black armor rushed over with a roar. Jiang Fan quickly asked the 4th grade iron-eating ants to take him away. He wants to escape from Tianxing Town and enter the wasteland. In the wasteland, everyone's conditions are similar. Although the wasteland outside Tianxing Town is not as boundless as the Shishao wasteland, but there are also powerful, ferocious beasts living there. Jiang Fan's idea is very simple. In Tianxing Town, Wu Daong is invincible. But that's not necessarily the case when you enter the wasteland. Moreover, when Wu Daong left Tianxing Town, at least his father and the others were safe. Seeing Jiang Fan deliberately leading him to the wilderness, Wu Daong frowned slightly. Then, he showed a sneering expression. You don't know what you can do. Wu Daong's body turned into a beam of light and rushed out. Su Ching wanted to follow, but was held back by Zhang Ma. Miss, you can't be impulsive. The wasteland outside Tianxing Town is not peaceful recently. Because the evil sect deliberately lured vicious beasts to attack Tianxing Town, several battles took place. It seems that a 5th-grade beast has come from somewhere else. Aunt Zhang was also quite surprised that this black-robed beastmaster was so courageous. A 5th-grade ferocious beast. A city-destroying beast. Could it be that Jiang Fan knew about this situation and did this on purpose? So brave. But Jiang Fan is in danger. Jiang Fan. Zhang Ma was stunned for a moment. Then a look of shock appeared on her face. Miss, you said he is Jiang Fan? How can I be small? Chapter 75. Ghost Wall. Zhang Ma was speechless. The young lady had been in Tianxing Town for 2 years and seemed to have changed. But he was still shocked. Jiang Fan, a 4th-grade beast master? 2 4th-grade spiritual beasts, and they are also suspected of being insect masters. How is this possible? How could a genius of this level appear in the indifferent Tianxing Town? It looked like Su Ching was going to follow. Zhang Ma still held on. Miss, Jiang Fan deliberately lured Wu Daong away to protect everyone. If Miss follows, it will inevitably cause trouble. Although I don't want to admit it, Jiang Fan is indeed better than Miss at the moment. Jiang Fan's various performances just now can definitely be said to be one of the core and key figures in this battle. Jiang Fan's spiritual beasts appeared one after another and killed Gao Yu at the critical moment. That turned the situation around. Miss, please wait here while I go and help Mr. Jiang. Zhan Ma. Everyone looked at Chao Jingguang. Chao Jingguang did not follow him, but said with a gloomy face, Don't look at me. At least I won't take the initiative now. No matter if you win. Wu Daong still wins. I just want the Chao family to be safe. If you win, I will plead guilty. Chao Jingguang is quite a man. The god of war who once guarded Tianxing Town is now implicated in his family and is neither human nor ghost. This is what the Chao family deserves. No one felt sorry for Chao Jingguang. The wilderness is a place where almost no one has set foot. Except for some bounty hunters, they hunt ferocious beasts in the shallows of the wasteland. It is impossible to see ordinary people at ordinary times. Jiang Fan had never been here before, so when he rushed out of Tianxing Town, he didn't care about the direction. Just choose a direction and drive straight in. Along the way, you can see some weak and ferocious beasts moving cautiously. However, they were terrified by the pressure from the 2 4th-grade spirit beasts, so they only dared to growl in self-protection. Under the leadership of Wu Daong, the black armored army did not hesitate at all. Their strength is comparable to that of the Guards Regiment in its heyday, or even stronger. And with Wu Daong leading the charge, they were even more fearless. Both sides were extremely fast, but Wu Daong was the fastest. Wu Daong's speed is even faster than the 4th-grade iron-eating ant of the flying system. After running only 7 or 8,000 meters, Jiang Fan could feel the burning arrogance behind him. This is the temperature of Wu Daong Huaguang. Hot as fire. After a warrior reaches the 3rd level, he can match attributes. Absorbing spiritual energy with corresponding attributes will give you more powerful power. It is more specialized than a warrior who does not choose attributes. It seems that although Wu Daong's name contains water, it is more compatible with the fire attribute. The fire attribute has one of the strongest attack power among many attributes. Wu Daong punched out, like a volcano erupting. The flames surged into the sky. Jiang Fan was just brushed aside and felt a burning sensation on his back. The body was like a bomb, falling in a parabola into the dense forest of the wilderness. This is terrible. Jiang Fan didn't dare to delay and quickly ran close to the ground deep into the mountains and forests. Swish, swish. There was a dense slapping sound of leaves, as if something huge was charging wildly in the dense forest, accompanied by the sound of branches and leaves being broken. Jiang Fan felt his scalp numb and his heart cold. He thought too simply. I originally thought that as long as I ran faster, the wasteland was so big and there were many places to hide. And he can fight guerrilla warfare, giving him more room to play. But I didn't expect that I would be caught up just after running 10,000 meters. Wu Daong's speed is terrifying. The black robe had been scorched, and a big hole was burned out of the clothes on the back. The skin inside was red and burning and painful. In the dense forest, there is the world of bald blue cats. Jiang Fan rode on the back of the bald blue cat, which jumped nimbly between giant trees. Wu Deong is much more simple and rude. If he encounters anyone blocking his way, he will knock him down with one punch. So the distance has not widened at all, but is gradually getting closer. I don't know how far I ran, but the place became more and more desolate, and you can still see some residual traces of the battle. The weeds were scattered, and there was even a hint of blood in the soil. There is also the strong, pungent smell of animal blood. Did a ferocious beast fight just happen here? In the wilderness, bloody fights between ferocious beasts are common. Most of them fight to compete for prey, while others fight to compete for territory or mates. Experts and scholars have long said that the number of ferocious beasts on the entire continent is 100 times greater than that of humans. If one day, these ferocious beasts gained order and stopped fighting among themselves, begin a planned attack on the human race. The human race can't hold on for a few days. Over the years, most of the ferocious beasts that died in the wilderness were killed because of infighting. Having come to a place like this, could it be that I have really ventured very far into the wilderness? Jiang Fan began to feel a little weak. I looked back and found that I didn't know when. There was no sound of Wu Deong behind him. "Hey, where have you been? Why aren't you chasing me?" Jiang Fan roared. No one responded to him. Zhang Ma chased her out of Tianxing Town and ran wildly following the traces. His face became increasingly ugly. What a distance! How can one venture so deeply into the wilderness at will? In the wasteland, in addition to powerful and terrifying beasts, there are also some special terrains. That kind of terrain creates a special kind of field. Once inside the field, there is a danger of getting lost. It's called ghost beating the wall. Even the Grandmaster can get lost. Please remember our domain name. And if you like this site, please share it on Facebook. Chapter 76, Going Further and Further. Jiang Fan let the 4th grade iron-eating ant take him into the air. Search. After looking around, I found endless wilderness and dense forests everywhere. There is no trace of Tianxing Town at all. I was so focused on running just now that I didn't even think about how far I ran. After leaving Tianxing Town, the 4th grade iron-eating ants took me flying at first. The top speed of the 4th grade iron-eating ant should be at least 500 kilometers per hour, and it flew for more than 10 minutes, right? Jiang Fan then calculated how far the bald blue cat had taken him. It adds up to at least 200 to 300 kilometers. Jiang Fan felt a little numb. The straight line distance is 200 to 300 kilometers, which doesn't seem very far. But he has forgotten the direction he came from. Just after taking off, I looked around a few times. He lost his sense of direction. This roar. In the distance of the dense forest, there was a faint roar of beasts. Although it was far away and could not be heard clearly, his intuition told him that it was beyond the 4th level. A 5th grade ferocious beast. The wasteland is huge, and 200 to 300 kilometers should be considered the outer perimeter at most. It stands to reason that it is unlikely that a mid-level ferocious beast will appear. Trouble, if we really encounter a 5th grade ferocious beast, it will be more terrifying than Wu Deong. Where's the way home? The iron-eating ant took him and flew in the direction of intuition for a while. He actually saw a lake. I had never seen this lake when I came here. I was definitely heading in the wrong direction. This is bad. Jiang Fan's face was stiff, and now he couldn't even find the direction he was going in before. Let the bald era come out, and I want to rely on the bald era's sense of smell to find the way back. As a result, the bald era took him around for a few times and got lost. It brought Jiang Fan to a primitive place. The vegetation in this place is very lush. With sufficient sunlight for a long time, all the green ones will shine. But the more such a place is, the more dangerous it is. A powerful beast may appear at any time. Jiang Fan slowed down. He had to calm down first. The bald era and the others were taken into the space. The auras of these spiritual beasts are too strong, and they may attract powerful, ferocious beasts. A few 2nd grade iron-eating ants were left standing guard around. Also pay attention to ant caves underground, beehives and trees, and the like. Anyway, everything that can be seen is regarded as his living being. These creatures are useless in fighting, but they are still good for helping him explore the way. I found a few dragonflies. Jiang Fan quickly caught it and adopted it as his living creature. Evolve one of the dragonflies into a 1st level one so that it is less likely to die. The dragonfly's compound eyes are very useful to him. Oh! Suddenly, Jiang Fan let out a light drink. The dagger in his hand was aimed in that direction. After waiting for a while, The surroundings were quiet. Jiang Fan put down the dagger and didn't cheat. Maybe there was something nearby. Can the ferocious beast understand what I say? You may not understand, but you should be able to read my emotions. It was so quiet and the woods so dense that there wasn't even any wind. Jiang Fan felt a little uneasy, so he had to comfort himself with a few words to reduce this feeling of uneasiness. Come out. I see you, Jiang Fan said again in a cold voice. After a few minutes, there was still no movement. It wasn't cheated out. It seems that this area is really safe. When a person is in a wilderness, his spirit will be very tense. Just when Jiang Fan was about to relax, a flash of light suddenly appeared above his head. The next moment, Jiang Fan's hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. Oomph! A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. Jiang Fan's pupils shrank sharply. Speed up your feet and leave here quickly. Fuck, catch. However, several consecutive noises broke through the air. White arrows fell from all directions one after another. There is also a huge black shadow coming from the middle. Jiang Fan did not hesitate. Quickly summoned the bald parrot. The bald parrot moved up and directly blocked the black shadow. Only then did Jiang Fan have time to see clearly. I was almost scared to death and suffered a cardiac arrest. A spider 2 to 3 meters long. It's hairy and covered in black. The head is small, in stark contrast to the huge body. It's like putting a chicken's head on an elephant. The dark abdomen is quite huge, and it keeps spitting out the sticky white spider silk. The spider silk stuck into the ground like a sharp spear, and was so sticky that it could stick to a large piece of land. This guy looks much more disgusting than an iron-eating ant. At first he thought the bulging belly of the iron-eating ant looked scary. In this comparison, I found that iron-eating ants are quite cute. It can be said that many beast masters control ferocious beasts from the wilderness, and are even proud of it. But for such a ferocious beast, I don't even want to kill him. Eat it! Jiang Fan gave the order to the bald parrot. The bald parrot held down the big spider with his feet and stared at it for a while. My scalp was numb, and I shook my head. I couldn't eat it. It was too disgusting. Jiang Fan suddenly remembered that this guy usually only eats bird food, and at most caterpillars. Still the cyan one. You eat. If you don't eat, you won't get anything to eat. He couldn't afford to feed such a big eating bird. How much bird food would he have to buy? How many caterpillars were caught? The bald parrot feels a little aggrieved. It loses its appetite when it sees this kind of thing, but there is no other way. When the owner speaks, it can only do it. Otherwise, what should I do if I really have nothing to eat? Ba ba ba. The bald parrot bit the bullet and finished eating. Jiang Fan felt like vomiting when he saw it. So disgusting. Just as the bald parrot finished eating, the ground suddenly began to shake. Chapter 77 Spider Tribe. It seems like something is coming out in force. I hope readers will remember our domain name. The noise was so loud that if there was no fast-flowing water here, Jiang Fan would have thought that the dam was releasing water. Boom, boom. The ground was shaking. Jiang Fan quickly sent out his newly recruited dragonfly scout to help him quickly check for changes in the surrounding area. A mountain erupted. Why is the lava black? Jiang Fan asked the dragonfly scout to take a closer look. Suddenly, the vision of several dragonfly scouts went dark. I looked closely and saw clearly what that black magma-like thing was. His face turned green instantly. Spider. There are spiders everywhere, big and small. Some are spiritual beasts, and some are ordinary beasts. The number was so huge that Jiang Fan's scalp went numb. Is this the end of the world? Spiders are going to die. The swarming spiders were extremely similar to the one that the bald parrot had just eaten. It looks like they were born from the same ancestor. How many years must this group of people have lived to have such a huge number? He quickly asked the dragonfly scouts to retreat immediately. Spiders are natural enemies of insects, especially dragonflies which have little fighting power. When the dragonfly scouts were retreating, they captured an interesting figure. Isn't this Wu Daong? At this moment, Wu Daong was crouching and hiding in a short bush. If it is not the retreat route for dragonfly scouts, they will usually choose shrubs, rattan forests, or thorn forests. You can't even see him. Haha, we are really at the end of our rope, and there is no way out. Since the other party didn't go out either, he was relieved. I wonder how strong the boss of the spider lair is. Can he beat Wu Daong? However, this is a double-edged sword. The stakes were high, and he might die too. Just as he was planning in his mind, Wu Daong suddenly raised his head, stared at one of the dragonfly scouts. Then he showed a weird smile, as if to say, I caught you. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan also had a playful smile on his lips. It depends on who can survive to the end. Tianxing Town was still silent. Even if there is no fighting now, no one dares to go out. Chao Jingguang and the discovered Chao family were tied to the ground. There is someone to watch over them. Several people came from Yuehua City, and they seemed to be familiar with Su Ching. Su Ching was also very polite to them. Mother Zhang is chasing after you? The leader, an elegant middle-aged man, frowned slightly. The middle-aged man glanced at the burly man behind him, and the man nodded. The big man was also surrounded by aura, and he was actually a legendary warrior. He pulled his body up and rushed towards the sky. I have to sigh at the power of the Su family. 2 legendary warriors have arrived. That middle-aged man is a legendary soul master. Compared to the famous Su Ching Mountain, the difficulty of advancing to a soul master is much higher than that of a warrior. Therefore, legendary soul masters are almost the top ones, and it is rare to hear of soul masters. The Su family is indeed powerful. These 2 alone can easily destroy Tianxing Town. If what Chao Jingguang said is correct, there is a dragon's nest under that mountain. Tianxing Town will soon become the focus of the entire Xingyue Federation. Su Xingshan's face was solemn. Is this a good thing? Not necessarily. Tianxing Town is a subsidiary town of Yuehua City. If a dragon's nest is discovered in Tianxing Town, Yuehua City will definitely not stay out of it. At that time, the Su family will also participate in the exploration of the dragon's nest. Very troublesome. Even the evil sect and the Temple of Ferocious Beasts will make a comeback, and other forces will want to get a piece of the pie. Although the Star Moon Federation appears to be a whole, its constraints on various cities and forces are not that strong. Moreover, in recent years, beast waves have continued to attack, and the Shisha wasteland has continued to expand, squeezing the territory of the Star Moon Federation. The Star Moon Federation was already overwhelmed and gradually gave up on some marginal cities. For example, Lincheng was swallowed up by the Shisha Desert 20 years ago. Lincheng asked for help several times at that time, and even the surrounding big cities sent support. However, in order to preserve its strength, the Star Moon Federation did not come to support. They even withdrew federal personnel stationed in Lincheng. This resulted in a sudden gap in Lincheng's defense capabilities. All 32 affiliated towns, including Lincheng, were swallowed up by the Shisha Desert, and almost no one survived. Since then, some large cities have shown signs of breaking away from federal control. Take Yuehua City, for example. Yuehua City has not paid any resources to the Xingyue Federation for 7 years. Now that the matter of Dragon's Nest has been exposed, the Star Moon Federation will inevitably use this to make things difficult for Yuehua City. How should Yuehua City respond then? It's very troublesome, Su Xingshan said seriously. Qingcheng, you should immediately return to Yuehua City and do not stay here any longer. As for Aunt Zhang, I will try to find her, and if I can't find her, then she may be dead. Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. I won't leave until I find Aunt Zhang and that guy. Nonsense. Su Xingshan was furious. The value of your existence is far greater than theirs. How can you ignore your own safety for their sake? He valued. Su Xingshan frowned slightly. He knew that this was the word Qingcheng hated the most. 2 years ago, she insisted on going to the Shisha Desert to look for her mother. But the elders of the family told her that her value was greater than her mother's. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Therefore, she was not allowed to go to the Shisha Desert and was even placed under house arrest. Afterwards, she asked Zhang Ma to help her escape, and no one knew where she went after her escape. Later, I found out that I came to Tianxing Town and enrolled in Tianxing No. 1 Middle School. Qingcheng, that's not what I meant. Aunt Zhang, we will definitely do our best to find her. But that kid, if he really has 2 4th-grade spirit beasts, his chances of survival might be higher than Zhang Ma's. Higher, so you don't have to worry. Su Xingshan was a little curious. The old man arranged a baby kiss many years ago, and the other party turned out to be a genius at controlling beasts. It's a pity. Qingcheng is responsible for the family's mission, and 2 4th-level spiritual beasts are not as good as 1 dragon. So Qingcheng's best choice is Long Hao. Only with the support of the Dragon Temple, the Su family will have a stronger ability to fight back when a crisis comes. That boy's background is too shallow. Compared with a behemoth like the Su family, he is ultimately too small. I don't care. I have to see them safe before. Su Qingcheng hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he looked at Su Xingshan in disbelief. Then he blended in. This bastard uncle actually attacked her with mental power. Jiang Fan kept retreating because the army of spiders had spread across the entire mountain range. Crowded. Deep in the spider cave on the top of the mountain, you can hear roars similar to those of wild beasts. This should be the sound he heard just now. A fifth-grade spider beast. We have to retreat. If we are caught by a fifth-grade ferocious beast, the consequences will be very serious. We retreated almost 10 kilometers. In fact, I don't know whether I am moving backwards or something else. Up to now, I have completely lost my sense of direction. Perhaps because of the Spider King's madness. All the ferocious beasts around fled. So it is quieter in the dense forest. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the sound of fighting. I quietly touched over and found that it was Wu Daong and Aunt Su Ching. Unexpectedly, Aunt Su Ching also came in, but now, Aunt Su Ching was penetrated through the abdomen with a sharp sword and nailed to a stone tablet next to an ancient tree. The bleeding wouldn't stop. The power of qi and blood is weak. The surrounding dense forest was in disarray, and it felt like it had been through a war. I was originally afraid of the Su family and prepared to spare your life, but God wants you to die and you have to die. When ferocious beasts riot, you will be chewed to pieces, and no one will know that I was the one who killed you. Zhang Ma raised her eyelids slightly. Breathing heavily, it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to respond. Many bones in the body were broken, if it were not for the sword nailed to the stone tablet. Now I no longer have the strength to hold on. Even if Wu Daong left it alone, he probably wouldn't survive long. Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide. He was so cruel. He raised his hand slightly, and suddenly there was a dark tide coming from behind. Wu Daong suddenly turned his head and saw the pitch-black tide surrounding him from all directions. The spider tribe has arrived? Wu Daong was horrified, but took a closer look. Not a spider. It's an ant. Lots of ants, countless ants. Although these ants are small in size, their numbers are quite large. As I climbed through the flowers and trees, there was a buzzing sound throughout the forest. Insect controller. Although Wu Daong didn't see Jiang Fan's process of controlling insects just now, he had seen Jiang Fan's fourth-grade iron-eating ants. So it was easy to guess that it was Jiang Fan. Little tricks. Wu Daong punched out, and with the scorching heat, a large number of ants died instantly. Although these ants looked numb on the scalp, they could bite Wu Daong even if he lay on the ground. None of them may be able to harm even a hair on Wu Daong. There was a glint of light in Zhang Ma's gloomy eyes. Unexpectedly, this Jiang Fan would actually fall in love with her. It's a pity it's too late. She would definitely not survive. Her internal organs were minced by Wu Daong. The meridians are also broken. Now it is all maintained with the last bit of qi and blood power of the fourth-grade warrior. Even if Jiang Fan could really save her, he would only save a corpse. Quick, run! Leave me alone! Zhang Ma yelled with all her strength. Wu Daong sneered. If he dares to come out, he won't be able to escape. After some sensing, he disappeared into the dense forest in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Fan and looked at Jiang Fan condescendingly. That look was like looking at a dead person. The bald parrot was on the other side, barking in an unpleasant voice. Idiot! Idiot! Big fool! Idiot! Idiot! Big idiot! These trash talks are accompanied by mental attacks. Those whose mental strength is below 10 will be affected 100%. Although Wu Daong is a warrior, he is a fifth-grade warrior. When the body becomes strong to this degree, the mental strength will increase accordingly. Therefore, Wu Daong's mental power exceeded 10. The bald parrot cannot attract Wu Daong's hatred 100%. Do you think I'll be fooled? Wu Daong grinned cruelly. Just now, he underestimated Jiang Fan and didn't expect him to chase him for such a long distance. He is very angry now. If it weren't for this damn guy, how could I have been stuck in this dilemma? Hot red spiritual energy rose from the fist. Jiang Fan will die with this punch. Chapter 79, 5th Rank Spider King. Jiang Fan sneered. Are you sure you haven't been fooled? What? Whoosh! Whoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Search! Wu Daong turned his head suddenly, and a white sticky spider silk stuck to his back. Did you attract the spiders? Still the fourth grade. Hey, let's die together. Jiang Fan laughed carefreely. It really feels like a fight to the bitter end. Madman! Wu Daong was furious. He hid here on purpose, but he didn't expect to be lured here by this guy. All previous efforts wasted. Roar! Not far behind, there was an earth-shaking roar. A huge black monster as big as a hill is running towards this side madly. That fourth-grade spider attracted the fifth-grade Spider King. We can't stay here for long. Wu Daong was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. He hates it. This black-robed beastmaster is simply his nemesis. He immediately stopped paying attention to Jiang Fan and instead grabbed Jiang Fan and threw him in the direction of the Spider King. Jiang Fan's face changed drastically. Grass! Can we still play like this? Wu Daong wants him to hold back the Spider King. What a joke! In the air, he could clearly see the true form of the Spider King. Dozens of meters high, there are countless legs. Running wildly in the dense forest is like walking on flat ground. The pitch-black body is like a rock and can easily crush some small hills. Behind him, the fourth-grade iron-eating ant flapped its wings with all its might and hugged him, about to fly away from here. But the iron-eating ant underestimated the strength of the fifth-grade Spider King. A spider silk shot out like lightning. In an instant, he and the iron-eating ants were wrapped up layer by layer, and soon they were made into dumplings. A fifth-grade beast. Invincible. This was Jiang Fan's last consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a cave. There were spiders crawling all over his body, and countless spider webs and slime were almost drowning him. A huge spider was lurking deep in the cave. The densely packed spiders around him were sharpening their knives, wanting to eat him. Jiang Fan was stunned. What was going on? Sweat is like water. My heart is almost stopping. Going to die. It can be seen that they like to eat prey pickled with saliva. Jiang Fan glanced at the Spider King deep in the cave. A pair of small eyes, shining with golden light. Looks quite extraordinary. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly took out some animal blood and headed towards the distance. Smelling the blood of the beast, the spiders swarmed over. He has a lot of animal blood, but even so, he can't help sharing it with so many spiders. Roar! The Spider King roared. Countless spiders quickly dispersed. The beast's blood on the ground was all glued back by Spider King with a spider web. It seems to be tasting. Countless pairs of eyes stared straight at him. Jiang Fan felt terrified when he saw it. He is gone. It's really gone. Understand, the reason why the Spider King doesn't eat him is because he thinks his body is too low grade. Instead, he is very interested in animal blood with strong spiritual power. Jiang Fan was weak and helpless, so he tried his best to produce some psychic power. The spiders looked at him, and the Spider King looked at him too. Jiang Fan felt a little embarrassed. That's all. Jiang Fan became popular all the time. Very embarrassing. Even feel a little embarrassed. He is first class. That's it for the first grade. The Spider King seemed very disappointed. It probably didn't expect that the people who went deep into the wilderness would be so weak. Jiang Fan didn't know how to communicate with the Spider King. Some people studied animal language in the early years. But then I gave up, because there are so many types of ferocious beasts. According to statistics, the number of murderous species currently recorded by humans is less than 1% of the ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Can spiritual beasts communicate with vicious beasts? I don't know if anyone has tried it. Are bestiality the same? Or is it just like the human race? People from different regions and cultures speak different words? He glanced at the iron-eating ant next to him that was pretending to be dead. Insects and insects should be relatively close. Maybe they can communicate? Jiang Fan kicked the iron-eating ant. The iron-eating ants bravely wake up. Go and tell Spider King to let me go, and I'll find him a strong man to eat. The iron-eating ant is about to cry. Why is it allowed to do such a thing? Go quickly, Jiang Fan urged. The iron-eating ants had no choice but to slowly approach the Spider King. Chi 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 chi. He was talking to the Spider King in a language that Jiang Fan couldn't understand. Spider King's eyes lit up. Roar! The iron-eating ant turned around and asked Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. It really works. Maybe other beast masters can't do it because they can only give instructions to their own spirit beasts. Just like a dog trainer, let the spirit animal do the corresponding actions. But I can't understand the meaning of the spirit beast. But he understands. There is a system between him and the spirit beast. He knew a long time ago that he and the spirit beast could understand each other. The iron-eating ant relayed his story, and the Spider King asked how strong he was. Jiang Fan thought for a while. Legendary warrior of the human race. Wait a minute, I don't know if he knows about the classification of the human race. Let's just say, it's as strong as it is. Chi 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 chi. The iron-eating ant turned to tell the Spider King. Spider King's eyes brightened even more. Even very excited, with its legs swaying. The entire cave was shaking. Roar! The iron-eating ant reported that the Spider King was afraid that he would not come back if he ran away. Jiang Fan said directly. Tell it. I will keep you here, and I will replace you with Wu Daong when the time comes. The iron-eating ant was stunned for a moment and burst into tears. Is this something humans do? Chapter 80, Helping the Spider King to Find Food. Believe me, I will definitely come back to save you. I spent $1 million to evolve you. The iron-eating ant cried and told the Spider King. I hope readers will remember our domain name. The Spider King nodded and said yes. Anyway, it has no interest in this weak human. It has just come out of the mountain and needs a lot of spiritual energy. It is more interested in the human who is as strong as it. The Spider King slowly crawled out from the depths of the cave, scratching the body of the iron-eating ant with its hard claws. Got it? If you can't bring back Wu Daong, the iron-eating ants will be eaten. The iron-eating ants were almost crying. Jiang Fan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will come back to save you. After all, you are worth $1 million. Jiang Fan tried hard for a long time, but couldn't struggle out of the pool of mucus. Unable to bear it any longer, the Spider King picked Jiang Fan out. Jiang Fan rolled and crawled as he ran out, and many spiders along the way were staring at him hungrily. There are even fourth-grade spiders. Roar! The Spider King roared. All the spiders dared not approach him. Jiang Fan was still frightened. It was not until we came out of the cave that we saw that several nearby hills were occupied by spiders. It's terrible. This is a huge army. We have to find Wu Daong quickly. Although the wasteland is so huge, it is actually easy to find. First of all, Wu Daong was also hit by a ghost and couldn't run too far. If you really get lost in the wilderness, you may not be able to get out for the rest of your life. So he found a place and released a large number of ant and dragonfly scouts. Although it can't spread over the mountains and plains like the spider group, it can be said to be overwhelming in a small area. He lifted the ants into the air. With the wind, it fell to various hills. These ants gave him a dense radar pattern of walks. Scanning over, there are many beings with strong psychic abilities. But they didn't care about the ants and dragonflies. This is like where the giant dragon hovers. There are outstanding mountains and earth, and all living things are prosperous. The stronger the ferocious beast is, the less it cares about weak creatures. Wu Daong's spiritual energy fluctuations must be very strong. The 5th-grade spiritual energy should be a very large dot on his radar chart. After searching for almost 2 hours, the sun was about to set. Just when Jiang Fan was about to give up and wait until dawn to look for it again. Suddenly, in a very inconspicuous wetland pit on the west side, he discovered a huge spot of light, bigger than ever before. 5th grade, is it Wu Daong or some other ferocious beast? Jiang Fan was a little unsure. The 5th rank is the king. Logically speaking, the Spider King should not allow other beast kings to appear here. But the current situation is that the Spider King appeared later. Was there originally a beast king here? It's hard to say. You have to be careful. He sent the dragonfly scouts over to the wetlands. The humidity here is very high, and if ordinary dragonflies get too close, their wings will get stuck together. We can only send a first-class dragonfly scout to fly in and check carefully. The wetland is located in a depressed basin, so visibility and light are lower. The dragonfly scouts were very clever and managed to circumvent the tangled branches in the wetlands. The speed is neither too slow nor too slow, slowly approaching the huge location of the light ball. When Qin Tianming saw the true form of the ball of light, he smiled. It's really Wu Daong. Wu Daong is such a coward, a legendary warrior. He actually hides in such a damp and humid place. It's really embarrassing for the human race. Jiang Fan asked the dragonfly scout to withdraw. He needs to plan carefully how to bring Wu Daong to the Spider King. Wu Daong is not stupid. He will not obey me easily. There is only one way, to make him chase me. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan rolled on the ground several times. Plus there was some spider web mucus on his body, so he immediately became dirty. Looks quite embarrassed. Very good. Then Jiang Fan stumbled down into the damp basin. He deliberately made a lot of noise so that he would look nervous and miserable, as if he had escaped from the jaws of death. I could feel that Wu Daong seemed to have suddenly restrained his aura. Jiang Fan pretended to know nothing and cursed. Fuck, it's such a difficult beast. Why didn't the school teacher teach it? What is it? Wu Daong, you actually let me be your shield. If you let me see you again, I will definitely skin you alive. Deep in the wetland, Wu Daong frowned slightly. This kid actually escaped alive? How is this possible? A 5th grade ferocious beast, at the level of a beast king. Even he didn't have the confidence to escape from the Spider King's web. How did this person do it? It's so unlucky that I sacrificed so many spiritual beasts to barely escape. Fortunately, I can control insects and avoid the Spider King, Jiang Fan said to himself regretfully. Wu Daong suddenly realized that's what it was. This guy actually used his own spirit beast as a scapegoat for himself. What a decisive move. But it's true. The person is about to die, so there is no use having a spiritual beast. Only a cruel smile appeared on Wu Daong's lips. What's the difference between a beast master without a spirit beast and an ordinary person? Killing this man now is as easy as pie. Anyway, he had killed all the people from the Su family, and this person had seen it. If he didn't get rid of this person, it would be very dangerous for him. He must be killed to conceal his actions. Chapter 81, Discovering Wu Daong. Wu Daong's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Then he quietly moved towards Jiang Fan. At this moment, Jiang Fan sensed that the fluctuation of spiritual energy through the ants was even stronger. Wu Daong came towards him. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and had to stay calm. He couldn't let Wu Daong notice that something was wrong with him. Otherwise, if he failed this time, Wu Daong would never be fooled next time. Only one chance. There is another big difference between Jiang Fan and other Beastmasters. That is mental power. Although the Beastmaster does not possess as strong mental power as the Soul Master, nor does he have any mental power techniques. However, outstanding Beastmasters all have strong mental strength. Because for ordinary Beastmasters, controlling spirit beasts requires consuming mental energy. Therefore, both Gao Yu and Su Ching are not weak in mental strength. If the mental power is not weak, it means that the perception is not weak. But Jiang Fan was an accident. He didn't need mental power to control the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts were naturally 100% loyal and obedient to him. Therefore, Jiang Fan has never practiced spiritual power. An ordinary 4th grade beast master should not have weak mental power, right? How strong is the perception? Jiang Fan is thinking about becoming an ordinary 4th level beast master. How big is the range of perception? No matter how close Wu Daong gets, he will be able to find out. The ants are getting more and more anxious, which means that the fluctuations in psychic energy are getting stronger and stronger. Although Jiang Fan looked calm, his back was actually soaked. Big beads of sweat kept falling on his forehead. Legendary warriors can kill people from thousands of meters away. Just like Wu Daong attacked Niguei. No matter. Go first. Let Wu Daong think that his mental power is relatively strong. What Jiang Fan showed was that he was suddenly startled. Then he looked into the depths of the wetland in horror. Immediately summoned the bald parrot, and let the bald parrot take him away with all his strength. Wu Daong snorted coldly. I had long known that the black-robed Beastmaster's mental power was not weak, but I didn't expect him to be so sensitive. Abnormalities can be detected from thousands of meters away, but it's too late. Without a spirit beast, what else can you do? Wu Daong also gave chase angrily and shouted coldly. You can't run away. Today, you will die. Jiang Fan, who was holding the bald parrot's paw tightly, turned around and cursed angrily. Ah, you old fool. I will definitely live longer than you. Wu Daong's spiritual energy was a little turbulent. A mere 4th grade Beastmaster dared to humiliate him like this. Court death. Spiritual energy was poured into him fiercely, and he took long strides in the air, chasing Jiang Fan closely. The distance between the two is quickly shortening. Jiang Fan was really panicked. I thought that the speed of the bald parrot should not be much slower than Wu Daong. But in fact, the bald parrot is much slower than Wu Daong. And being chased by Wu Daong, the bald parrot was obviously panicked. The wings flapped rapidly, wasting a lot of spiritual energy, but the speed did not increase much. Jiang Fan even doubted whether he could escape to the Spider King's cave. I calculated the time. How long? It may take 5 seconds at most for the bald parrot to be caught up by Wu Daong. Jiang Fan was completely panicked. Suddenly he shouted, Don't chase me. The front is the Spider King's territory. If we enter the Spider King's territory, we will both die. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Wu Daong stopped instantly. I really began to look down and carefully examine the terrain below. It looks like there aren't any high mountains, just some low hills. These hills are bare, with many caves on the surface, which are caves dug by spiders. Is it really so? Wu Daong was very skeptical. If it were any other time, he would definitely leave without hesitation. But when he saw that Jiang Fan's speed didn't slow down at all, it increased instead. The distance that was originally only a few seconds was now stretched to more than 10 seconds. Wu Daong was furious. How dare you lie to me? You must die. You took him for a fool. Do you really think he didn't hear what this guy just said to himself? This guy is an insect master, so he can determine where the Spider King is and where it is safe. Even if there is a spider beast here, it must not be strong, otherwise this guy would not dare to rush in. Jiang Fan has been paying attention to what's behind him. When Jiang Fan saw Wu Daong catching up with him again, he smiled again. Sure enough, I was fooled. In an instant, the distance was shortened to within 5 seconds. The speed at which the legendary warrior's psychic powers are fully activated is truly terrifying. Normally, Wu Daong might not have been so brazen just now, but with Jiang Fan clearing the way for him, Wu Daong had nothing to worry about. Because Wu Daong believed that Jiang Fan would not seek death. Jiang Fan was not idle and kept shouting, Lord Spider King, I have brought you prey. Jiang Fan's voice echoed. Wu Daong snorted. Do you think I'm stupid? I've been fooled once. Can I be fooled a second time? Psychic energy exploded, and the speed increased to another level again. The distance between him and Jiang Fan was less than a kilometer. For a legendary warrior, this was already within the shooting range. Jiang Fan felt an extremely burning sensation on his back. He could already feel Wu Daong's fiery spiritual energy. Master Spider King, I brought you some food. As a 5th-rank warrior, I have plenty of spiritual energy, enough for you to have a good meal. Master Spider King, if you don't show up, he will escape. Jiang Fan was extremely anxious. I was sweating all over. Could it be that the Spider King couldn't hear it? Chapter 82 Wu Daong was eaten. Or maybe he felt that Wu Daong was not easy to mess with, so he chose to play dead? Very likely. He just missed a point. The Spider King is only a 5th-grade ferocious beast. Can he definitely defeat Wu Daong? It really depends. The main reason was that he couldn't see through Wu Daong's strength and didn't know what stage of the 5th rank Wu Daong was at. If it is in the late 5th stage, then it can indeed fight against a 5th-grade ferocious beast. Oh no! Is he going to kill himself? Jiang Fan felt cold all over. The bald parrot was so tired that it could not breathe, and it was flying relying on its desire to survive. Without the 4th-grade iron-eating ant, he really can't outrun Wu Daong. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, a white spider web shot out from the low hill below. These white spider webs crossed Jiang Fan and headed directly towards Wu Daong. Wu Daong's attention was focused on Jiang Fan, so he didn't expect these thick spider web threads at all. There was a look of fear and disbelief on his face. Why is there really a Spider King? He didn't lie. There really is a Spider King hidden in this mountain. Why bypass the black-robed Beastmaster? Why is this? Wu Daong quickly changed direction, but was still stuck by 3 spider web threads. Jiang Fan has experienced this spider web thread before. Once it is entangled, even the 4th-grade iron-eating ants cannot resist. Umph, just a bastard. Wu Daong snorted coldly and shook the spider web with his fist. Wu Daong actually broke 2 of the extremely tough spider web threads. So strong. This is the legendary warrior. However, 2 spider web threads were broken, which also angered the Spider King. In an instant, the mountain shook. There was a loud rumble. It seemed as if the whole earth was shaking. Earthquakes, landslides, mudslides, lake bursting. This extremely horrific natural disaster actually occurred here at the same time. Jiang Fan turned pale and was shocked again. The 5th-grade beast is even more shocking. Just displaying divine power casually could bring about a disaster that would destroy the world. No wonder the 5th-grade ferocious beasts are called Beast Kings. The king shocks everyone and intimidates everyone. Several more spider web threads shot out and wrapped around Wu Daong's body. No matter how Wu Daong roared angrily or burned with his burning spiritual energy, these spider web threads are getting tighter and tighter. Flame! Wu Daong, who was wrapped like a dumpling, shouted loudly. A red light burst out from the spider web. The spider web was blown into pieces. Jiang Fan quickly hid far away. Compared to their previous battle in Tianxing Town, this was a fight between gods. There was some back and forth between the 2 sides. It can be seen that Wu Daong should be considered very strong among the 5th rank. If it weren't for the Spider King taking action, anyone else would be no match for Wu Daong. I don't know how hard the fight will be. Boom, boom. The mountain collapsed. The Spider King's huge body appeared, and its iron-like feet stabbed towards Wu Daong. Wu Daong responded with a punch. Bang! The Spider King roared angrily, and his spider legs were spread open. But Wu Daong's injuries were more serious, and the hand that punched was covered in blood. The body was also knocked back hundreds of meters and fell to the ground. The body of a fifth-grade warrior is stronger than steel, so the ground was almost pierced through. Without waiting for Wu Daong to crawl out, the Spider King spit out a spider silk thread, like a chain. Just stick Wu Daong out. Then he slammed hard on the ground repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was smashed with a thud. Wu Daong coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he is a legendary warrior, he himself does not have much experience fighting the Beast King. And this Spider King is amazingly powerful. At least a late-stage 5th grade, or even peak Beast King. Jiang Fan was amazed. Good guy's so awesome. When will his spiritual beast evolve to the 5th level? Won't he be able to walk sideways? But just think about it. He doesn't have 10 million, except for another chance to rob a few guard regiment warehouses. Bang, 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 bang. Spider King beat Wu Daong hundreds of times. Even though Wu Daong was stronger than steel, he could no longer hold on. The Spider King weaved several layers of webs on Wu Daong's body, imprisoning Wu Daong in the air. Each layer of the web is made of countless spider web threads, making it difficult for Wu Daong to break through. Fire-attributed psychic energy is of no help when faced with the powerful Spider King. The spider web became denser and denser, sucking Wu Daong's spiritual energy crazily. Wu Daong's struggle became weaker and weaker, and finally his spiritual energy was drained by the Spider King, and then he swallowed it in one gulp. Jiang Fan didn't make any sound during the entire process. The sight of the Spider King looking for food is really scary. He couldn't imagine how scared Wu Daong was before he was eaten. This is the greatest natural enemy of the human race, the master of the wasteland, the ferocious beast. This was the first time Jiang Fan saw the horror of the wasteland. Jiang Fan suddenly realized, what was he waiting for? We have to rush to rescue the 4th-grade iron-eating ants. We cannot hope that a ferocious beast will keep its promise. Taking advantage of the Spider King's attention, he was devouring Wu Daong. Jiang Fan hurriedly sneaked into the spider cave. Since the Spider King had threatened him before, other spiders did not dare to block the way. Chapter 83 Weird Stone Tablet. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant was lying obediently in a corner. Search! After seeing Jiang Fan, he immediately jumped up with joy. Jiang Fan didn't let the iron-eating ants make any noise, and one person and one ant quietly left the spider cave. The Spider King hasn't finished eating yet, and it seems that it won't be that easy to devour a legendary warrior. It can be clearly seen that the hard fluff on the Spider King's body is becoming more and more shiny, and gradually has a metallic feel. It seems that for Spider King, Wu Daong is really a great compliment. Jiang Fan searched for a while before finding the location where Zhang Ma was before. He sent a large number of ants there, and he could sense that Zhang Ma's spiritual energy fluctuations were very weak now. The 4th-grade iron-eating ants flew over with him. When Zhang Ma saw him, her weak eyes were obviously surprised. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. But Jiang Fan could guess that he should ask, "Where is Wu Daong?" Wu Daong is being eaten by the Spider King. He is too dead to die anymore. Jiang Fan said. Zhang Ma was surprised, and then a hint of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes. Deserve it. Ignore him for now. We have to leave this wasteland first. Although Jiang Fan is not a doctor, he still knows. Zhang Ma's condition is very serious, and she is hanging on to her last bit of vitality. When that trace of energy and blood dissipated, Zhang Ma would die. Zhang Ma's expression did not change at all, as if she had accepted her destiny. He looked at Jiang Fan with soft eyes. It can be seen that Zhang Ma's eyes have changed significantly from the first time she came to his house. The mouth opened slightly, making an inaudible sound. Jiang Fan leaned over and listened. "You must be nice to Miss. I watched her grow up." Jiang Fan was silent. "Do Su Ching and I really have an engagement?" Aunt Zhang affirmed with her eyes. Jiang Fan touched the back of his head helplessly. "To be honest, for me, this kind of thing is really hard to imagine." Aunt Zhang smiled slightly. "This is true for everyone. After living together for more than 10 years, someone suddenly told him that there was a girl who was engaged to him. I think everyone's reaction would be the same. But Jiang Fan made her very happy. Jiang Fan is a little different from other boys of the same age. If other people knew about the engagement with the young lady, they would probably be so happy that they would forget everything else. I thought my feathers were flying into the sky. I never thought about how responsible I should be to the young lady. The young lady has her own things to do, go to the wilderness to look for her mother, but the Su family won't let her, so she needs someone's support. I hope you can. Zhang Ma's condition has become extremely bad. He spoke incoherently and didn't have the strength to pronounce many words. But Jiang Fan understood, nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely help her. But she probably wouldn't like me because I'm from a small town. However, no matter what the relationship is, I will help her, even as a friend. Aunt Zhang became excited instantly. No, yes. Miss did that to you, cough, cough, cough. Aunt Zhang wanted to explain, but her physical condition prevented her from continuing. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Still can't say what I want to say. Jiang Fan said quickly, stop talking now. I will take you out. Zhang Ma is anxious. She knows the young lady's character. The young lady is definitely not a calm person, so it is impossible for her to take the initiative to tell Jiang Fan her feelings. If she didn't say it now, she might not have a chance. But Jiang Fan didn't have time to listen. He had to see how to pull out the sword from Zhang Ma's abdomen. Behind Zhang Ma, there is a stone tablet. The writing on this stone tablet can no longer be seen clearly. Don't know what year it was from. It feels unimaginably ancient. This is strange. Tianxing Town is the outermost town of Yuehua City. It was built there only a few hundred years ago, and before that it was a wasteland. Not to mention that it is impossible for there to be any man-made buildings where the stone tablet stands. Could it be that countless years ago, there were human beings living here? Or did someone deliberately erect a stone tablet here? This is not Jiang Fan's first discovery. Buildings in the wilderness were discovered sporadically in the early days when people explored the wilderness in various places. Someone once discovered a huge and boundless city in the wilderness. Just by looking at the ruins of the city, one can guess how prosperous the city was at that time. It is more prosperous than any of the largest cities in the Star Moon Alliance. But the location of that city is now deep in the wasteland. Just exploring is extremely dangerous, let alone living there. Some experts have judged that tens of thousands of years ago, perhaps the human race had a history of unprecedented prosperity. But this is all speculation. Mother Zhang, please bear with me. I'm going to draw my sword. Jiang Fan held the hilt of the sword. After a little effort, the sword hilt didn't move at all. Jiang Fan was surprised and tried harder, but he still didn't move. Until Jiang Fan's energy and blood completely exploded, his body's muscles and bones crackled. All the muscles and bones were used. The hilt of the sword remained motionless, and the blade embedded in the stone tablet did not waver in the slightest. Chapter 84 Focus on the situation. Jiang Fan suddenly realized that the sword that the 5th grade warrior had thrust into his body was not something he could pull out. Having written this far, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Jiang Fan had to call out the bald husky and the bald blue cat to help him draw the sword. It took 2 3rd-grade spirit beasts and 2 4th-grade spirit beasts to use all their strength to pull out the sword. Zhang's mother was also thrown dozens of meters away. Aunt Zhang fainted immediately. Jiang Fan quickly checked Zhang Ma's condition and found that she was even weaker. But there is still some vitality. I took a look at this rather extraordinary sword. Jiang Fan was shocked. Wu Deong is still so awesome, it's exaggerated. But the Spider King that ate Wu Deong is even more powerful. Got to leave quickly. But how to get out of this wasteland? How to break through the ghost wall? Although he has an army of ants and dragonfly scouts. But this wasteland is too big, at least thousands of kilometers away. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers, the location of spider caves and large lakes is excluded. Other directions may be the direction home. A fan shape of 270 degrees. Jiang Fan was not good at mathematics and could not calculate how big the area was. Anyway, relying on the army of ants and dragonfly scouts, it would take years and months to find the correct route. The key is that Zhang Ma can't hold on. While he was thinking, the stone tablet suddenly began to vibrate. Then the ground began to shake. The amplitude of this vibration is no less than the movement of the Spider King coming out of the mountain. Fuck, is another 5th grade beast going to appear? Or is the Spider King chasing us after he ate Wu Deong? Soon, Jiang Fan realized that neither was true. It seemed like he triggered some mechanism on the stone tablet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stone tablet shook wildly. The ground shaking seemed to be more than half a meter. This is already a super earthquake. Take me away. Jiang Fan was just about to ask the 4th grade iron-eating ant to take him away. The ground suddenly cracked. A powerful suction force burst out from the crack. Jiang Fan and his companions had no power to resist and were all sucked underground. After they disappeared, the land stopped shaking. Countless trees fell down, the ground was shattered, and everything was a mess. But the monument still stands. Due to the shaking just now, some of the moss and rust on the stone tablet fell off. 3 large golden characters on the stone tablet were revealed. Dragon Corpse Pit. Boom boom. The huge black shadow ran over and then stopped suddenly when it was thousands of meters away from the stone monument. With his head that was totally out of proportion to his body, he glanced at the stone tablet. He stared at the golden light on the stone tablet for a moment. Bang! It seemed to be petrified. My head exploded. Then the body began to explode, and the power of the explosion was astonishing, just like several supersized artillery explosions one after another. The Spider King is dead. The golden light also dissipated. Hey, what's going on? Jiang Fan got up with difficulty. It was dark all around. I touched one next to me, and it was furry. This is the bald Era, and next to him is the bald blue cat. Several of his spiritual beasts fell in. Where's Mom Jiang? The bald Era lowered his body. Jiang Fan knew. On the back of bald Era, when he fell just now. The bald Era is protecting Zhang Ma. But what to do now? There was no light around, it was pitch black. Did he fall into the Earth's crust? Release some of the remaining ant armies and dragonfly scouts. At this time, the dragonfly scout's vision was useless, he couldn't see, and neither could the dragonfly scout. Not even the bald blue cat can be seen. But the dragonfly scout can serve as a transport for the ants. After all, the ants are too small and move too slowly. It will take a long time for the ants to disperse naturally. He didn't leave in a hurry, letting the ant army explore around first. What if this place is a cliff or something? Who knows what the world under the Earth's crust is like? Maybe there is a deeper crust below. In the radar map drawn by the ant army for him, the dense blue light spots are all ants. No red psychic energy fluctuations have been found yet. This means that currently there are no living beings in this place, and there should be flat ground all around. After waiting for a long time, the ant army had dispersed far away. The distribution trajectory is a bit weird, a straight line. It seemed that there was a wide and long corridor in front of him. It was definitely a man-made building, but this building is actually buried underground? And how big is it? Now some ants have been carried several kilometers away by the dragonfly scouts, but still in this corridor. There's no way the entire building can only have one corridor, right? If this corridor is part of a building, then this building, wouldn't it be comparable to a palace? Still the kind of emperor. Jiang Fan rode on the back of bald Era and led the spiritual beasts deep into the cave. After all, this is the only way at the moment. Going up, I also let the 4th grade iron-eating ants and bald parrots try, but they couldn't find the way. I don't even understand where they fell in from. Jiang Fan felt Zhang Ma's pulse, and it was almost invisible. Trouble, if we don't think of a solution quickly, Zhang Ma will die. Tianxing Town. It's a lot empty now. After the first group of Su family members arrived, many more people came within 2 days. And someone began to arrange the evacuation of the people of Tianxing Town in an orderly manner. The people in Tianxing Town were still confused and didn't know what happened. But they didn't object to the evacuation because the battle 2 days ago really scared many people. I heard that many people were unlucky enough to be affected, and thousands died. Please remember our domain name, and if you like this site, please share it on Facebook. Chapter 85, No One Found. How are the people evacuating? In the law enforcement department of Tianxing Town, there are several important people sitting around. These people looked impressive. At the door of the conference room, a young man wearing a standard military uniform answered respectfully. Back to the deputy director. 30% of the troops have been evacuated, and it is expected that the entire evacuation will be completed within 2 days. The deputy director nodded. The Tianxing Town Law Enforcement Department is run by some white-clad law enforcers. Looking at the badge on its chest, it is Yuehua City. The Law Enforcement Department of Yuehua City is here. The Law Enforcement Department of Yuehua City is different from the half-baked ones like Tianxing Town. Each of them is very powerful. Tianxing Town used to have the Law Enforcement Department, and there were also a large number of ordinary people. When Yuehua City recruits white-clad law enforcers, the minimum requirement is to be a first-grade strongman. Including the Yuehua City Guard Regiment, it is also a regular organization. In the Star Moon Federation, the lowest level of formal organization is the city level. That's why the Guard Corps and Law Enforcement Department of Tianxing Town are so half-baked. In fact, They are all self-built towns. At this moment, the deputy director of Yuehua City Law Enforcement Department arrived in person. This is a big shot, the director of the city-level law enforcement department, usually a fifth-grade strongman. Even if the deputy director is not a warrior, he is at least at the peak of the fourth rank. The deputy director nodded and asked the man to leave. Then he looked at Su Ching, who was concentrating and resting beside him. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect the Su family to send out two of you super strongmen. This is incredible." Su Ching nodded. "We must be more cautious when taking the young lady back." "Oh, could it be that Ching is really in Tianxing Town? Because of the childhood engagement?" The deputy director had a gossipy look on his face. Su Ching nodded helplessly. "Hey, this is really exciting. The eldest daughter of the Su family eloped for love." "It's not an elopement. I just came to Tianxing Town to study. After this time, I will return to Yuehua City with Ching." Su Ching corrected. Yes, you are awesome. Whatever you say will come true." The deputy director seems to have a good relationship with Su Ching. Otherwise, who would dare to joke with a legendary soul master? "I don't even know how I died. Long Hao should feel relieved once Ching returns, but I heard that Long Hao is also planning to come." As soon as these words came out, not only Su Ching, but everyone also frowned. Dragon Temple is coming? Long Hao is not just Long Hao. He is also a genius of the Dragon Temple. They are dragon masters trained by the Dragon Temple at the expense of countless resources. Among the younger generation in Yuehua City, he is also extremely powerful. The deputy director sighed and stroked his mustache. Yes, the Dragon Temple has always been very interested in anything related to the dragon race. There seems to be a dragon's nest in Tianxing Town this time. How can they not come? Another person said, "The attitude of the Dragon God Temple is still unclear. They may not stand on our side." Yes, if the Dragon Temple supports the Star Moon Federation. The deputy director shook his head. "We don't need to worry about this. We just got news that the Star Moon Federation will also send a talented beast master over." Even with Su Ching's elegance, he couldn't help but frown at this moment. "The Star Moon Federation, are they so bold?" The deputy director smiled, a little grimly. "We haven't yet clearly left the Federation, so they seem to be sure that we dare not go against the Federation. Moreover, the Dragon Nest is of great importance. They will definitely not let go of this opportunity." The talented beast master assigned was said to be a congenital beast master, and his beast seal was of a very high level. "There is a great chance that you will become a dragon rider." Everyone felt heavy-hearted. When exploring the dragon's nest, the one who benefits the most is definitely the beast master. A beast master with a high level of beast seal has a certain chance of becoming a dragon master. Speaking of which, it seems that the dragon egg was taken away by the so-called black-robed beast master. The deputy director suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Even Su Ching didn't understand. "What dragon egg? It seems you don't know yet. The evil sect, or should I say the ferocious beast temple. Such a big fuss was made just for that dragon egg, even though it was a dragon egg that had not yet been revived and no one knew if it could be revived. They instigated Gao Yu to rebel, and they should have promised to let Gao Yu possess the dragon egg and become a dragon rider. The deputy director is worthy of being the deputy director of Yuehua City. Even though it was later, the information was already quite well informed. It seems that he had already arranged spies in Tianxing Town, but it was previously blocked by the evil sect and could not pass on information. What a pity! If we bring the dragon egg into the dragon's nest, the chances of it reviving are still very high." Everyone's eyes suddenly became much hotter. Compared to a dragon's nest, dragon eggs are real after all. Su Ching shook his head. "The black-robed beastmaster doesn't know whether he's alive or dead right now. I asked Xingwu to look for him, but Xingwu hasn't returned yet." Just as he was talking, a strong man with dark skin and well-defined muscles appeared at the door. Su Xingwu, the legendary warrior of the Su family. One of the two fifth-grade people who came to Tianxing Town this time. "Did you find it?" In fact, Su Ching probably knew it even without asking. Su Xingwu shook his head and said in a dull voice. In the wasteland outside Tianxing Town, a group of vicious spider beasts appeared, headed by the fifth-grade Beast King. "What?" Someone immediately stood up. "A fifth-grade Beast King? Are you kidding me? The Beast King is capable of killing a city. Just say that these people are here. But who dares to pat their chests and guarantee that they can defeat the Beast King? The Beast King is, to a certain extent, invincible." Chapter 86, Exploring in the Dark. Even the deputy director had a solemn expression. It seems we need to build defenses. Otherwise, when the Beast King comes out of the mountain, it is when he is hungry, and he will most likely come to slaughter the city for food. It was Su Ching who was the calmest and waved his hand. Continue. Search. Su Ching held a dark brown stone in his hand and threw it in front of everyone. Everyone was confused. Why did they throw the stones? Su Ching could tell at a glance. His mysterious eyes flashed with purple light, and he said in shock, "Is this the remains of the 5th grade Beast King?" Well, the Beast King is dead. The cause of death is unknown. Although Su Ching looked depressed, he was actually very upset when he saw the huge Spider King with its body scattered all over the mountain. He was also very shocked. "Was it Wu Dayang who did it?" asked the deputy director. Su Ching shook his head. "He doesn't have that ability." Both are legendary warriors, although they have never met each other. But Su Ching knew that Wu Dayang could not possibly have that kind of strength, unless Wu Dayang transcends legend and becomes a master. It seems that this exploration will be more exciting than we imagined. Su Ching smiled. Everyone's face looked extremely strange. How could you still laugh? They were all terrified, and their scalps were tingling. "Where is Aunt Zhang?" Su Ching asked again. Su Ching shook his head with a sad expression. "Yeah," Su Ching sighed. "Qingcheng would probably die of sadness. She has lost her mother, and now she is in the dark space of Zhangma. Jiang Fan has come a long way." The surroundings were still silent, except for the faint sound of dripping water. This sound should be the sound of underground water dripping. Jiang Fan didn't comfort himself. The lush vegetation of this wilderness means that water resources are quite abundant. And there is a large lake in the distance, and it is normal to have underground water. Big lake. If he could follow the flow of underground water and get out of the big lake. Soon, Jiang Fan shook his head and gave up this unrealistic idea. Not to mention that he now has no sense of direction and does not know the location of the big lake. Even if groundwater really forms underground rivers, they must extend in all directions. Moreover, this is a man-made building, so an exit should be found. Suddenly, the radar map in his mind showed that an ant was led away from this long corridor by the Dragonfly Scout. This corridor is estimated to be at least dozens of kilometers long. Outside the corridor is a wider space. It's like walking into the courtyard of a building complex. Jiang Fan was even more shocked. Whose handiwork was this? According to the structure he just walked through, it was like walking through a long corridor to the front hall of the palace. Jiang Fan shuddered, if this guess was correct. This building complex is so big that it may be comparable to a small city. Who lives here? What's even more terrifying is that the direction he walked in is the main entrance of this building complex. The main entrance has been buried. I can only bite the bullet and go deeper. There was still no light at all at this moment. Being in this state for a long time made Jiang Fan very uncomfortable. Forget it, just waste it, use some animal blood as candle oil. He only had more than 20 milliliters of first-grade animal blood left, and the 2nd grade and 3rd grade animal blood were all given to that guy Laogua. Animal blood is inherently a high-energy substance and is extremely easy to ignite. Psychic energy is originally the most high-end energy in the world. Wu Dayang rubbed his sword on the ground a few times, and a few sparks appeared, which ignited the beast's blood. 1 milliliter of animal blood was placed on the tip of the sword, and instantly a half-meter-high flame burned. Although the temperature of this flame is not high, the brightness is still acceptable. The light could radiate dozens of meters away, and Jiang Fan saw the underground space for the first time. It was about the same as he estimated. It is an underground space built with flat black bricks. It was so huge that even with light from dozens of meters in radius, he couldn't see the wall. The ground was very clean, without even a speck of moss. It seems that during these countless years, someone has been cleaning it regularly. Clean? Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill. I lowered my head and wiped the ground with my fingers, and there was not even a speck of dust. How? How is this possible? Is there really someone there? Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill on his back. It seemed as if there was really a cold wind blowing by. He didn't believe that there were people in this place. At least there couldn't be any living people. This can't be a tomb. Impossible, huh? Jiang Fan smiled stiffly. Whoosh whoosh. I don't know if it was a psychological reaction, but I seem to have really heard some strange sounds. It feels a little colder too. He quickly raised his sword, opened his eyes wide, and looked around for a long time. Didn't find anything unusual. Yes, if there is a fluctuation of spiritual energy, it cannot be hidden from the army of ants. Wait, Living creatures have spiritual energy fluctuations, so what about non-living things? No, I can't let my imagination run wild. I'm just scaring myself? Jiang Fan encouraged himself. It was impossible for there to be any living creatures in this place. And even if there were, so what? He has 2 4th-grade spirit beasts and 2 3rd-grade spirit beasts. Whether it is a human or a ghost, they all have the power to fight. Whoosh whoosh. Deep in the building complex, another strange sound was heard. Jiang Fan's scalp suddenly went numb. Something is wrong. There was no such sound just now. It seems that the deeper we go, the louder the sound becomes, and the more frequent it becomes. Suddenly, a red spot appeared at the border of the radar map of the Ant Army. Something is approaching. Chapter 87 Dragon Corpse Pit. Underground Beast? Trouble. The murderer on the ground is still unknown, and now some have escaped from the underground. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Got to hide. Jiang Fan looked around quickly and found a broken brick on the wall. It's not broken, but there is a crack. There are quite a lot of such cracks. After all, this building complex has existed for a long time. The crack was just big enough for someone to hide in, so Jiang Fan could only carry Zhang Ma on his back. All living beings were collected into the spirit beast space. Even the ant and dragonfly scouts were taken back. Here, insects are consumables. As soon as I stepped into the crack, that weird sound appeared again, and it was accompanied by a rustling sound. It seems that the thing is so huge that its body needs to rub against the wall in order to pass. My mother, what a huge beast this is. Jiang Fanon came down, and he was almost scared to death. The Spider King is not that big. So what is the origin of this underground ferocious beast? Oh, the strange noises are getting closer and closer. Only when you listen closely can you feel that this sound is not a hole. It was due to the superposition of a large number of cries of ghosts and howls. The closer you are, the clearer you can hear it. Is it an ethnic group? Jiang Fan held his breath and forced himself to calm down. If the opponent is a group of ferocious beasts that have lived underground for a long time, while their eyesight will deteriorate, their other perception abilities will improve. Try to blend in with the wall. There's no need to worry, and Zhang. Her breath is so weak that it's barely audible. When the woo-woo sound gets very close, it becomes a very sharp and piercing sound, similar to that of a bird's cry. But it's drier than the sound of birds and sounds a bit creepy. No wonder Jiang Fan thought it was the howling of ghosts. This sound didn't sound like that of the living world. It seemed as if countless birds were swarming in. Boom! Countless rustling sounds overlapped together, forming a sound like the roaring river. The corridor vibrated. Jiang Fan, squeezed in the gap, held his breath the whole time. Without the burning flame of the beast's blood, his vision was pitch black. But I could feel something flying through the cracks in the black bricks in large numbers. Some even crashed into the black bricks and fell to his feet. Jiang Fan also reacted quickly and quickly stepped on the disoriented thing. It doesn't look much bigger, just about the size of a mouse. Doesn't it seem like a ferocious beast? With its feet, it feels like a bat with hard bones, and bats also like to live in this dark environment. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly a huge thing suddenly passed by the crack. Jiang Fan felt a strong wind, which seemed to suck him out of the crack. Definitely a ferocious beast. It seems that this tribe is somewhat similar to the spider tribe, composed of ferocious beasts and ordinary beasts. It was too dark, and he couldn't see the size of the thing. Judging from the sense of oppression, it is not much different from the bald blue cat, so it should be a 4th grade one. Aren't 4th grade beast masters rare? Isn't a 4th grade spiritual beast very powerful? Why does it feel like there are 4th grade ferocious beasts walking everywhere in the wilderness? Jiang Fan didn't dare to breathe or move. Bats have an ability that is the use of ultrasonic waves to locate. The principle is that after releasing ultrasonic waves, they hit an object and then rebound. Humans also use this function to frequently explore some hidden and dangerous caves in the wilderness. As long as Jiang Fan moved, he had no doubt that a large number of bats would immediately sense his presence. Then he blocked the crack and tore him apart alive. Jiang Fan's cheeks puffed up. He could hardly hold it back any longer. Even the power of qi and blood allows him to have blood oxygen capacity beyond that of ordinary people. However, he did not take a deep breath before holding his breath. It took a full 10 minutes for this group of things to leave. Call. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief only after he was sure that those creatures would not come back. Jiang Fan felt alive again. The one under his feet was almost stepped on to death by him. I ignited the beast blood again before I could see clearly. It is indeed a bat, but this bat looks a little strange. There is a horn on the little head and two long hairs on both sides of the mouth, which look like whiskers. The bones are much harder than those of ordinary bats. After staring at the bat for a while, several lines of information appeared next to its head. Dragon bat. Level, 0 grade. Talent. Not good at all race, flying type. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 40. Combat power, 5. Special bloodline dragon bat, king bloodline. Other descriptions. The group of ferocious beasts that guard the dragon corpse pit often wander around the dragon corpse pit periodically. Dragon bat? It sounds so awesome. Wait, dragon corpse pit? Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Is this place where dragon corpses are kept? An ominous place. Jiang Fan was a little confused. How could this place be a dragon corpse pit? Could it be that this place is connected to the dragon's nest in Tianxing Town? In other words, the place under the golf course in Tianxing Town is not actually a dragon's nest, but a pit of dragon corpses. Jiang Fan had never heard of the dragon corpse pit, but just by looking at the name, he knew it was an ominous place. If the people of Tianxing Town intend to explore the dragon's nest, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Even if the dragon bats rushed out of the mountain and rushed into Tianxing Town, there is a possibility that Tianxing Town will be massacred. His parents are still in Tianxing Town. Chapter 88, The Great Terror. We have to hurry back. When he left, he took the blood bat as his own spirit beast. There was no need to ignite the beast's blood. He found that the dragon bat's ultrasonic exploration ability was stronger. A virtual space was formed directly in his mind. This space is constructed by the dragon bat's ultrasonic waves that are released, rebounded, and continuously rebounded. It's like creating a model. Can know the shape of everything within a certain range. Even some dragon bat corpses hanging on the ground or on the wall can be found. It's just that the dragon bat needs to continuously emit ultrasonic waves to form the shape of the space. This dragon bat looked like it was about to die, and it was originally at the level of a mortal beast. Jiang Fan could only spend 10,000 yuan to directly evolve the dragon bat to the second level. The size of the second-grade dragon bat has grown more than 10 times, and it is almost as tall as Jiang Fan. The vitality is also much stronger. The range of ultrasonic detection is wider, almost a kilometer in radius. Instantly detect everything around your body. Easy to use. In a sense, it is more useful than the Dragonfly Scout in this dark environment. Along the way, the second-grade dragon bat continued to emit ultrasonic waves. Let Jiang Fan always maintain a vision. As long as there are no enemies within a kilometer radius, he can run and scrupulously. He wanted to see how big the dragon corpse pit was, and if he could return to Tianxing Town by walking along the dragon corpse pit. I rode the bald era for a few minutes, almost dozens of kilometers. Suddenly, he made the bald era stop. There is a foreign object in front. The reason why it is said to be a foreign object is that it is stationary. The shape is also strange. It feels like a huge pile of rotten wood piled up in random directions. What is it? Jiang Fan stopped and found a gap in the wall to get in. Then let the Dragonfly Scout take some ants over there to detect psychic fluctuations. The Dragonfly Scout doesn't fly very fast. It takes at least a few minutes to reach more than 1,000 meters. But less than a minute after flying, Jiang Fan suddenly suffered a cardiac arrest. Huge psychic energy fluctuations. More violent fluctuations than anything he had ever seen. He surpassed the 5th-level Beast King. Could he be the 6th-level Beast? This is a fucking joke. This is Jedi. The size of the object was terrifyingly huge. It does look like a 6th-grade ferocious beast. Although he has never seen a real 6th-grade ferocious beast. But this sense of oppression is real. We have to go another way. In fact, it's not that there are no other forks in the road, but Jiang Fan has the idea that even if he goes wrong, he can go back. Always go straight and ignore any forks in the road. But now I have to turn a corner. Jiang Fan turned right and entered an intersection. Jiang Fan hadn't walked long yet. Suddenly, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling was faintly heard again. Jiang Fan's expression changed in shock. Here he comes again. Which direction are you coming from? Standing at the fork in the road, he had no idea where the sound came from. It feels like all 4 directions are possible. But in fact, once he makes the wrong choice, he may be doomed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was getting closer, but still don't know where it came from. This is trouble. How to get there? Jiang Fan glanced at Zhang Ma on the bald husky's back. Zhang Ma had never woken up. No one could give him any advice. Suddenly, the second-grade dragon bat made a few hissing sounds. The wings pointed in one direction. indicates that it is safe to take this road. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. He squinted his eyes and looked at the second-grade dragon bat. The second-grade dragon bat was now his spiritual beast. My loyalty to him is 100%, so it stands to reason that it is impossible to harm him. However, the direction pointed by the second-grade dragon bat was really the direction he had given up just now. There is a huge psychic wave ahead. The second-grade dragon bat actually said it was safe? What is going on? Rustling. When Jiang Fan hesitated, some dragon bats had already flown over first. Rubbing against the wall, it made a sound like metal rubbing against each other. Very jarring. And behind them, there were even denser sounds. It can't be delayed any longer. Jiang Fan can only believe in the second-grade dragon bat. Bite the bullet and let the bald arrow run wildly in the darkness with all his strength. Since they started a little late, a large number of dragon bats followed them instantly. When the sizzling sounds joined together, it was like extremely dense hail, beating everything crazily in the narrow valley. It was deafening and my scalp was numb. Quick! Jiang Fan wugit baitaha. He has no doubt that once he is caught up, what awaits him may be to be chewed into bones. However, there is a more terrifying existence ahead. There is no need for the ant to sense it. He feels it himself. A powerful spiritual energy, accompanied by the pungent smell of blood. Come on, head on. Depend on. He wants to kill the second-grade dragon bat. The terror in front is far greater than the dragon bats behind. But it's too late to quit now. Although the second-grade dragon bat was also trembling, it still insisted that its master continue to move forward. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead." The bald husky was also scared to death. It smells. This is the breath of death. Great terror. Super scary. But the master gave the order, and it had to do it. Chapter 89. Blood, chi, and spiritual energy are great tonics. I try my best to keep my forelegs from shaking and rush forward. According to the space created by the ultrasonic wave of the second-grade dragon bat, they were very close to the terrifying thing. It was as if it was shrouded in a thick atmosphere of blood. Breathing was very difficult, and my whole body felt hot without taking a breath. Psychic power. Very terrifying psychic power. He blocked all the pores on his body and practiced the basic formula in reverse. Although we don't let the spiritual energy in, a little bit of it still leaks in. It was just this tiny bit that made him feel severe pain all over his body, as if a flame was flowing through his meridians. Such violent spiritual energy, luckily I didn't absorb it just now. Otherwise, even if you actively absorb it, you will probably be doomed. At least become a useless person. Jiang Fan was scared. What exactly is this place? I feel like this blood energy is a bit like that extracted from animal blood. Suddenly, he turned around. Discovered the dragon bats that were originally closing in step by step. Now it has disappeared without a trace. It was as if he was afraid of the terrifying atmosphere of this place. The bald husky and the second-grade dragon bat both dropped their heads to the ground in fear. I dare not lift it up. Jiang Fan wanted the second-grade dragon bat to use ultrasound to detect it. As a result, the second-grade dragon bat didn't dare to move at all, let alone use ultrasonic detection. I can only put them into the spirit beast space first. He gritted his teeth and ignited the remaining animal blood on the tip of the sword. The light of the flame can radiate for dozens of meters, but just a few dozen meters is not enough to see its full angle. But he didn't need to read the whole thing. He knew what it was. Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide. It turned out to be a huge mountain of bones. The terrifying spiritual energy and blood were released from this pile of bones. These mountains of bones appear to be piled up in a seemingly random manner. It seems that the number and structure are complete. A dragon head was found among the tangled pile of bones. It was as if someone had forcibly forced the head into the body. So weird. There actually are dragons, cough, cough, cough. It was the first time that Aunt Zhang woke up. As soon as I woke up, I was surprised by the scene in front of me. She was awakened by the powerful energy of blood and spirit. This gigantic body, the sharp dragon teeth, the unrivaled power of chi and blood. All of them demonstrate the strength of its wasteland overlord. The dragon clan is still the most invincible existence hidden deep in the wilderness. And being able to control the dragon clan is the highest honor for a beast master. I didn't expect that we could actually find the bones of a dragon. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Ma seemed to be having a flashback and became excited instantly. He even took the initiative to jump off Jiang Fan's back and staggered towards the dragon's corpse. Mama Zhang, what's wrong with you? Jiang Fan saw that something was wrong with Zhang Ma's state. It's like it's about to die at any moment. It's okay, cough, cough, cough. It's okay if I don't say it, but the more I say it, the worse my cough becomes. He vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood and fragments of his lungs. Are you really okay? Or is it that warriors also talk about returning to the light, and after this moment, people will be gone? Jiang Fan couldn't make a judgment and could only let Zhang Ma pass. There seemed to be words in his mouth. Good things, cough, cough, cough. All good things, cough, cough, cough. Jiang Fan was ashamed. You're going to sail westward on a crane. Are you still thinking about the good stuff? I saw Zhang Ma crawling onto one of the bones like crazy. I don't know what kind of technique was running, and the whole body was flowing with mysterious cyan light. Kind of like a basic formula, but seems more advanced. Zhang Ma is swallowing the energy and blood spiritual energy attached to the dragon's corpse. Such violent energy and blood energy is more terrifying than flames. Zhang Ma can actually suck it directly, but it's normal to think about it. Zhang Ma is a 4th-level warrior after all. His endurance and physical strength far exceed his. Suddenly a miracle happened. Zhang Ma's dilapidated body actually began to heal. Originally, Zhang Ma and Zhang Ma were almost dead, and their vitality was quite weak. But now it's a bit like an inflated balloon, and the dry body is swollen. The wounds on the body were also emitting white smoke, as if they were healing quickly. It is obvious that the energy of blood and energy in the air seems to be thinner. Zhang Ma is like a cow swallowing something. The scene is very magnificent. He also made a strange sound that made Jiang Fan's scalp numb. If it were a younger girl, maybe Jiang Fan would be willing to listen. As Zhang Ma is getting older, no matter how comfortable she is, she should be patient. Jiang Fan just wants to close his ears now. It was so torturous. After regaining some energy, Zhang Ma looked at Jiang Fan. I didn't expect that I would be saved by you. Zhang Ma's tone was a little guilty. After all, she initially looked down on Jiang Fan. I think Jiang Fan used some weird means to make the lady reluctant to return to Yuehua City. As a result, people risked their lives to save her. Although she didn't know where they were, at least her life was not in danger for the time being. Seeing Jiang Fan's puzzled look, he explained, the dragon race's spiritual energy has a very strong recovery ability, which is related to the dragon race's innate ability. The dragon race is known as the immortal race and has infinite self-healing abilities. So I absorbed some of the dragon's spiritual energy, which was able to heal my injuries and provide me with a lot of vitality. And Zhang was very excited. Well, good luck. In other words, Jiang Fan's luck is incredible. Chapter 90. As if entering an empty place. I never thought I would come across such a treasure. Even if you were exploring the Shisha Desert, it may not be possible to have such a harvest. Jiang Fan understood. In his opinion, it was like a fire-like spiritual energy. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. In Zhang Ma's opinion, it is an excellent medicine. When this dragon clan was alive, was there a 6th grade? Jiang Fan asked. Zhang Ma thought for a while and shook her head. I don't know, but it is at least the 6th grade, and it is very likely to surpass the 6th grade. Beyond the 6th level? Jiang Fan was shocked, looking at the state of the dragon bones. Clearly unnatural death. It felt like there was a pair of huge hands, forcibly breaking this dragon beast into such a shape. And this dragon corpse pit was also built artificially. Who has such ability? Can humans defeat ferocious beasts of level 6 or above? Jiang Fan really didn't know. Zhang Ma was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Even if you asked me, I wouldn't know. The sky of Yuehua City is higher than that of Tianxing Town, but not that high. In Yuehua City, legends are already top-level strongmen. The 6th rank is a Grandmaster, and there is only one Grandmaster warrior in the entire Yuehua City. As for the 6th rank and above, there should be some in the Star Moon Federation, but I don't know what it's called specifically. Jiang Fan was shocked at first, then relieved. The 5th rank is already very powerful. In Tianxing Town, the strongest is only of the 4th rank. But in the eyes of the strong men in Yuehua City, Chao Jingguang's strength, probably not worth mentioning. And Yuehua City is one of the 28 major cities in the Star Moon Federation. Therefore, the sky of the Star Moon Federation is higher. Look at it this way. He is too small. Small as a speck of dust. There are many people stronger than him. However, there is a problem now, as Zhang Ma absorbs more and more energy, blood, and spiritual energy. The blood spiritual energy attached to the dragon's bones is getting thinner and thinner. The dragon bat group outside turned around again and was ready to make a move. They looked chronically hungry, and their eyes were red. They stared at Jiang Fan like wolves and tigers. Zhang Ma heard the rustling sounds outside, but she couldn't see it, because the flames of burning beast blood can only cover a few dozen meters. So it was still extremely dark dozens of meters away. What's going on? Zhang Ma was confused. It's nothing, just a group of dragon bats. Jiang Fan said calmly. Zhang Ma's expression suddenly changed in shock. The action of absorbing blood energy also stagnated for an instant. His mind quickly thought about the name of a ferocious beast like the dragon bat. The types of murderers counted by the human race are limited, but there is information about dragon bats. A taste of it appears along with the dragon's nest information. This is the dragon corpse pit? Zhang Ma asked hoarsely. You know? Well, dragon bats often appear in dragon nests and dragon corpse pits, but the place they appear most often is the dragon corpse pit. What's the relationship between the dragon corpse pit and the dragon's nest? Jiang Fan asked. The dragon's nest is where the ancient dragons lay their eggs and where they live. So when you explore a dragon's nest, you have a certain chance of getting dragon eggs and the dragon pit. It is the dragon clan's graveyard, a very dangerous place. After all, Aunt Zhang is from the Su family and has access to certain information. Generally correct. The dragon corpse pit was built by humans. Were these dragons also hunted by humans? It is likely that the glory of the ancient human race is beyond our imagination, and it is not surprising that there are strong people who can slay dragons. It is even speculated that in ancient times, there was a dragon-slaying clan. Hiss! Jiang Fan took a breath of cold air. So terrifying. The dragon clan, which modern humans regard as their natural enemy, was actually hunted in ancient times? Russell, the sound is getting closer. Aunt Zhang felt a little creepy. Why do I feel like they are coming? Asked Aunt Zhang. Your feeling is correct. Originally, they were afraid of the blood on the dragon's bones. But now that you have absorbed a lot of it, you may not be afraid anymore. Jiang Fan still spoke very calmly. Zhang Malian was cuckolded in an instant. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the use of me telling you earlier? Would I have stopped you from smoking? Wouldn't you have died if you didn't smoke? There is nothing wrong with this at all. Thanks to this spiritual power of blood, she came back from the gate of hell. However, she had told her earlier, she wouldn't have smoked so much. In fact, I have been out of the near-death state for a long time, and now I'm almost fully recovered. Oh. The rustling sound turned into a scalp-numbing sound of howling ghosts and wolves. It means a large wave of dragon bats are flying over. Let's go quickly. Although the blood spiritual energy here has not been completely absorbed, it is too late. Zhang Ma was about to take Jiang Fan and run away like crazy. Sit up and run. Jiang Fan put out the fire directly. For the dragon bat, it doesn't matter whether there is fire or not. It's just that Jiang Fan wanted to save some money. There is not much blood left in the beast. Just now he tried to absorb some blood energy from the dragon corpse. But it failed. Blood spiritual energy can only be used to absorb, not refine. If it is a soul master, there may be a way. What a waste. Zhang Ma is sitting on a bald blue cat, and Jiang Fan is sitting on a 4th-grade iron-eating ant. The 4th-grade iron-eating ants were faster, so he took the 2nd-grade dragon bat in front and flew while exploring. Behind, Zhang Ma fell into darkness. He could only hold on to the bald blue cats for tightly. Listening to the howling sounds of ghosts and wolves from behind, I was pushed further and further away. This means that these 4th-level spiritual beasts have already used their full speed. The key is how to do it. Chapter 91. Hard to eat soft food? How do you find the direction in this darkness? It's incredible. Search. It feels like Jiang Fan is in a deserted place like this. Just as Zhang Ma was thinking about it, the bald blue cat suddenly stopped and turned a corner. Frightened, Zhang Ma tightened her grip. It can actually turn, and it turns very smoothly. Jiang Fan. This kid is really puzzling. It seems that the qualifications of the spirit beasts are not high, and they're even a bit ugly. But there are a lot of them, and they seem to have special abilities. If he had Jiang Fan's ability, the risk factor of exploring the wasteland would be reduced to a very low level. This kid, to some extent, his talent is as amazing as Long Hao. Could it be that the young lady has already recognized Jiang Fan's talents? Hold on tight. There's a big pit ahead. We have to cross it. Jiang Fan's calm voice came from the front. Jiang Fan has always been so calm and composed. There was no panic at all. It seems like everything is under control. Based on this point alone, how many older and stronger people can have such concentration? The key is that she was extremely nervous. In the pitch-black environment, they were chased by dragon bats from time to time. How does Jiang Fan stay calm and composed when he is so young? In front, Jiang Fan was sitting on a fourth-grade iron-eating ant. His expression hardened. He held the iron-eating ant tightly with both hands, eager to find a rope to tie himself up. A group of people panicked. Below is a bottomless cliff. For such a big crack, if there wasn't a foothold on the wall next to it, the bald blue cat can't jump over at all. And once here, the road becomes even more difficult. From time to time, there would be a pit, or a large number of dragon bats would be sensed ahead. How the hell are you going out? Although Zhang Ma was no longer on the verge of death, the ominous feeling in Jiang Fan's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like he was going down for a while, and then going up for a while. And there are some mountain structures nearby. This means that many places are actually connected to mountains. It is not a good thing to be connected to mountains. Most of the mountains in the wilderness are inhabited by ferocious beasts. The larger the mountain range, the greater the number of ferocious beasts. The dragon bat group is already large enough. If we encounter other ferocious beasts, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, the second-grade dragon bat's body trembled. He stretched out his head, opened his mouth, and let out a silent roar. Then he screamed in fear. What's wrong? The second-grade dragon bat has the same mind as him. So Jiang Fan knew it immediately. There is something terrifying ahead. Not a dragon corpse, but an extremely powerful dragon bat. How strong? The second-grade dragon bat told him that it was at least a fifth-grade one. Grass! Run! He shouted to the back. We're changing direction. Hurry up! The fourth-grade iron-eating ant quickly ran into a fork with a bald blue cat. But it was still a step too slow. The aura of terror rose instantly. The sharp neighing sound carried through the corridor without any hindrance, just like a sound cannon. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant and the bald blue cat staggered together. Jiang Fan felt like his eardrums were about to be punctured. What is going on? How terrible! Zhang Ma was a little more bearable, but her expression was also painful. She didn't know what happened and didn't dare to ask. Now that she is here, she can only pin her hopes on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was the first to sense the existence of this terrifying beast, but he didn't know if he could create another miracle. The fifth-grade dragon bat is different from ordinary dragon bats. The faster you go, the more dead you will be if you are caught. Turn left. Jiang Fan, based on the feedback provided by the second-grade dragon bat, modify the escape route at any time. In terms of speed, they definitely cannot beat the Dragon Bat King. However, they are more flexible. The body of a fifth-grade dragon bat must be very large, so this corridor should be very narrow for it. Just use more turns to reduce its pursuit speed. Jiang Fan's clear thinking was mainly due to the powerful navigation of the second-grade dragon bat. Behind, the fifth-grade dragon bat kept roaring. Jiang Fan's face was solemn, which meant that the fifth-grade dragon bats were constantly locating their presence through sound waves. The road to escape may be very long. Now Jiang Fan regrets that he didn't bring any bones from the dragon's corpse just now. As long as there is a bone, the fifth-grade dragon bat may not dare to pursue him so closely. Roar! Suddenly, the roar appeared in the side passage. Jiang Fan's expression changed in shock. Trouble, he underestimated this fifth-grade dragon bat. Although the fifth-grade dragon bat is huge, it is difficult to turn in the corridor. But its intelligence is actually not low, and it is very familiar with this place. So, we can take a shortcut to chase and intercept them. Cold sweat broke out. He had seen the pursuit capabilities of a fifth-grade beast. It's like a tide. It's hard to escape. Jiang Fan. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang shouted from behind. I'll stay and stop it. You leave here as soon as possible. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment. Then he got angry in an instant. Shut up, stop making noise, and disturb my train of thought. It was so hard to save you. In the end, you still want to die. Then I have done so many things and put myself in danger. What's the point? He actually guessed the reason why Zhang Ma appeared in the wilderness. It's probably because Su Ching asked her to come. If he didn't take Aunt Zhang back, wouldn't that be equivalent to him owing Su Ching a huge favor? He, Jiang Fan, can live off a woman, but he will never live off such a miserable woman. Chapter 92, Beast Blood Decision. Zhang Ma shut up instantly. I hope readers will remember our domain name. At this moment, she found that she didn't dare to show any anger at all. Why? Just because Jiang Fan saved her life. In addition, Jiang Fan has repeatedly demonstrated his extraordinary abilities. Simply put, She couldn't even live up to the airs of a senior in front of Jiang Fan. Suddenly, Jiang Fan smiled, because ahead he found another pile of dragon bones. This is where life comes in. Jiang Fan rushed towards the pile of dragon bones without hesitation. This time the dragon bones have stronger blood and spiritual energy. Just by being close, you can feel your skin burning. Quickly close the pores all over your body and adjust your breathing frequency to the lowest level. Because every time I took a breath, it felt like my lungs were going to explode. It was as if a red-hot sword was thrust into his lungs. It feels like this pile of dragon bones is stronger when it is alive. About 100 meters away, Jiang Fan couldn't hold on any longer. The blood spiritual energy that filled the air was like a mountain. But the fifth-grade dragon bat came after them and stopped not far from them. It seems that he is quite afraid of this dragon corpse. Aunt Zhang saw Jiang Fan's pain and hesitated a little. You seem to have only practiced the basic formulas. Jiang Fan didn't say anything, or rather, he didn't have the energy to speak. I can't give you the Su family's cultivation formula, even if you save my life. I'm sorry. Aunt Zhang felt a little guilty. The Su family's secret formula cannot be passed on to anyone else. For Zhang Ma, it is more important than life. Jiang Fan nodded, so when he saw Zhang Ma's miraculous skills, he didn't think of asking for them. He understands. But I have a set of Xin-level skills here. Although it is not as good as the Su family's skills, it is much better than the basic formulas. Aunt Zhang took it out and handed it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was slightly suspicious. Xuanjie Kung Fu? Are skills divided into levels? He didn't know. The school teachers didn't teach me either. Not to mention exercises, even basic formulas are out of reach for students. It's no use talking about this. Basic formula, what level is it? It's not even a yellow rank. Give me. Nice one. Jiang Fan never refuses. He has seen the effects of basic formulas. It allowed him to break through to the first level within a few days, of course, because of the effect of consuming animal blood regardless of the cost. He is looking forward to the Xuanjie Kung Fu. If the Xin level technique could allow him to absorb some blood, energy, and spiritual energy, his martial arts might even improve. The fifth-grade dragon bat stood quietly in the distance. Jiang Fan couldn't see it, but it was always there. Even a lot of other dragon bats came. This technique is called the beast blood technique, and it is not a rare technique. The basic formula is a simplified version of the beast blood technique. Aunt Zhang explained to Jiang Fan. Beast blood is more efficient in converting spiritual energy. How much is this beast blood divination worth? Jiang Fan asked, and excitedly opened the beast blood sutra. As soon as I took a look, my eyes felt extremely stinging. In just a moment, it seemed as if all my mental strength was drained away, and waves of fatigue came over me. The body also began to shake. Aunt Zhang was surprised. How could it be? This volume of beast blood was written with high-quality beast blood. Therefore, when reading, it will consume mental energy. On the contrary, reading high-quality beast blood text can also increase mental energy. This volume of exercises is different from the ordinary printed version. It can be read with mental power, so you can master the exercises faster. But your mental strength should be very strong, right? Aunt Zhang was really confused. In her opinion, Jiang Fan's mental strength should be terrifyingly strong. He can control so many spirit beasts, and the control level of these spirit beasts is so high. This can be seen from the fact that he just directed the 4th-grade iron-eating ants to make a flexible turn and shake off the 5th-grade dragon bats. She believed that Jiang Fan's mental strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary beastmaster. She had seen many 4th-grade beastmasters, and controlling a 4th-grade spirit beast was the limit. Can't control for long. But Jiang Fan seemed to have a lot of strength left in controlling the spirit beast. Jiang Fan didn't know how to answer. He wanted to say that he actually had very weak mental strength. But if I tell this to others, will Aunt Zhang believe it? Apart from him, which 4th-grade beastmaster has a mental power as weak as that of an ordinary person? Could it be because controlling the spirit beast for a long time consumed too much mental energy? Zhang Ma guessed. Jiang Fan nodded immediately. Yes, that's it. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang thought of a reason for him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to explain it. So that's it. It's okay. I'll keep this technique for now. I'll learn it again when my mental strength recovers. Jiang Fan quickly put away the beast blood art. This is good stuff. Not only can you learn the exercises, but you can also improve your mental strength. There are very limited ways to improve mental strength. This kind of skill scroll that can enhance mental strength must be very precious. As expected of someone from a big city, He spends a lot of money. Zhang Ma was dumbfounded by Jiang Fan's appearance. You may say that Jiang Fan is poor, but he has two fourth-grade spiritual beasts. Which one is not a gold-eating beast? But you have to say that he is rich. Most people really can't pretend to be poor and sour. It's getting more and more mysterious. Zhang Ma is physically stronger so she can get closer. Just use the blood and spiritual energy to refine her body, and at the same time complete the recovery of the remaining injuries. Maybe it can go further. She's been staying in the middle stage of the fourth grade for a long time. This time she broke and then stood up. Maybe it was an opportunity. Jiang Fan is bored. He wants to glare at the fifth grade dragon bat here and in the distance. He suddenly remembered. Steal and get back a dragon egg from the guard's core warehouse. The dragon egg requires a lot of energy and blood to revive. Recovery may not be possible yet. Is it more efficient to use the blood energy of dragon corpse bones to resuscitate? Chapter 93, Take out the dragon egg. Jiang Fan suddenly had an idea and took out the dragon egg. He was completely black, like a ball of carbon. If Jiang Fan had not really seen it emitting a magical light. I can't believe this is a dragon egg. The moment the dragon egg was taken out, the dark surface of the egg came into contact with blood and spiritual energy. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a violent vibration. It's like having life. A faint red light appeared under the eggshell. It really works, and the effect is better than using blood sacrifice of warriors. The light flashes faster and faster, as if it is very excited. At the same time, after the dragon egg appeared, some blood and spiritual energy flowed over by themselves. It hovered around the dragon egg for a while. Touching the dragon egg gently, the dragon egg vibrates slightly. There is the contented gesture of a baby being soothed. Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide. This dragon egg was going to become a spirit. You are not born yet. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of blood spiritual energy gathered. Rushing into the dragon egg, Zhang Ma opened her eyes and gave him a confused look. Jiang Fan turned his back to Zhang Ma. It was not because he was too defensive, but we have to be cautious. Some people who are friends now may be enemies when we meet again. Therefore, it is impossible for Jiang Fan to expose everything about himself to others. He kicked the bald blue cat next to him and cursed. I told you to stop sucking, but you kept sucking so fast. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself to death? Meow. The bald blue cat looked confused. What did it suck? With this blood and spiritual energy, it can't even avoid it, so how dare it absorb it? Suck less. Jiang Fan ignored the bald blue cat's contemptuous look. Aunt Zhang was relieved. So that's how it was. No wonder she felt a large wave of blood and spiritual energy being attracted over there. It turns out that spiritual beasts can also practice, and the noise they make while practicing is so loud. She really doesn't understand. As the saying goes, different trades, different worlds. Even if she knew some beast masters, those beast masters would not tell her such secrets. It seemed that Zhang Ma didn't pay too much attention. There seemed to be no suspicion. Does Zhang Ma know that he has a dragon egg on him? Maybe you know, maybe you don't. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't need to take the initiative to expose it. The dragon egg is still absorbing blood spiritual energy, and the lines on the surface of the egg skin are faintly revealed by the red light inside. The spiritual energy of blood derived from dragon corpse bones is much purer than the power of energy and blood sacrificed by warriors. But even so, there was no breakthrough change in the dragon egg's recovery. This shows that the degree of recovery of this dragon egg is not as high as Jiang Fan imagined. It is possible that they had obtained this dragon egg a long time ago. Secretly, he has been trying to recover. It is even possible that the dragon egg was already in this state when it was discovered. In fact, it is still unknown whether this dragon egg can be revived. Jiang Fan seemed to understand. Never mind, let's try it first. Anyway, there should be a lot of dragon blood and spiritual energy in this dragon corpse pit. Even if he doesn't use it, it may gradually disappear over the long years. If it really cannot be revived, he can just sell it to someone else. I believe that there are still many people willing to pay to buy a dragon egg that looks like it is about to revive. Hey, what a genius he is. Jiang Fan was a little impressed by his own intelligence. Anyway, he won't lose anything. It's all free stuff. Boom. Zhang Ma's body has completely recovered. There was a sound of breaking through some barrier. Powerful spiritual energy is released. This is breakthrough? I feel so strong, already stronger than Qiao Jingguang. Qiao Jingguang himself said that he is in the middle stage of the fourth rank, so Zhang Ma is now in the late fourth rank? Zhang Ma was very excited. He actually made a breakthrough. In the dragon corpse pit, she gained too much. Not only did it heal the injuries all over his body, it even improved his strength to a new level. This was a complete surprise. The dragon corpse pit is regarded as a dead end by everyone. But she followed Jiang Fan and frequently gained a lot of benefits. This feeling is simply wonderful. Zhang Ma cast a grateful look, and Jiang Fan just nodded slightly congratulatory. He didn't take any credit. This is all Zhang Ma's own ability. Someone else might be like him and could only stare at these blood and spiritual energy. Zhang Ma's strength has made a breakthrough, which is a good thing for them. Jiang Fan glanced at the dragon egg, which was still absorbing blood energy. The level of light is not much different from before. This dragon egg is simply a bottomless pit. It seems like I can only stay in this state forever. Boom! Suddenly, Jiang Fan heard an inaudible sound of his heart beating. It came from the dragon egg. Jiang Fan squatted down, squinted his eyes, and stared at Dampy. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to vaguely see a little bit of the content through the red light of the egg skin. How to put it? There is an object in the middle and countless lines connecting it around it. Could it be that this dragon egg has not fully developed yet and is only at the embryonic stage? Jiang Fan was shocked. This is a big discovery. If her guess is true, it means that the dragon egg can still be saved. It is understandable to absorb endless blood and spiritual energy. Good guy. The vitality of the dragon clan is really strong. A half-developed dragon egg can actually survive for such a long time. Chapter 94 Long How arrives. Moreover, they can continue to develop themselves through external spiritual energy. It's incredible. This kind of vitality is impossible for humans or other races. Suck it. Breathe hard. There will be enough blood, energy, and spiritual energy. The dragon egg seemed to understand. He sucked even harder. Jiang Fan was surprised. This dragon egg is going to defy fate. Does the embryo already have intelligence? No wonder dragon riders are all superior to others. The dragon clan is so terrifying. Aunt Zhang was shocked. While consolidating his cultivation, he looked at the bald blue cat several times. Is this spirit beast so cruel? Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself by absorbing so much blood, energy, and spiritual power? In the distance, the fifth-grade dragon bat was ready to move. It has already felt that the terrifying power of the dragon clan has gradually weakened. In a moment, it will be able to rush over and tear the invader to pieces. Another day passed. All the residents of Tianxing Town have been evacuated. There are few people on the streets now, but they are all strong. A large number of white-clad law enforcers and armored troops. It is a real army, different from self-built organizations like the Guards. They are equipped with very formal equipment, and each of them looks very powerful and difficult to mess with. However, they are not the protagonists of this visit to Tianxing Town. The real protagonists are the big shots, people from big families and big forces. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. All eyes are on. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, accompanied by lightning and thunder. In the thick clouds, a particularly thick silver lightning could be faintly seen, rolling wantonly in the clouds. Some are horrified, some are envious. On top of the silver lightning stood a tall young man. Some teenage geniuses couldn't help but scream with excitement. Ah, Long Hao! Long Hao is actually here, and I am actually lucky enough to explore the dragon's nest with him. He's handsome and capable. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? Male geniuses can do nothing but envy and feel ashamed of themselves. All that is left is helplessness. Now that Long Hao is here, they can only play supporting roles. Long Hao is a top-level genius. The level of the bee seal he awakened is quite high, and he is also a 1-in-a-million dragon rider. The combination of multiple identities puts Long Hao at the pinnacle of geniuses. But Long Hao still looked straight ahead, and his angular and handsome face did not have a trace of a smile. Only when he saw a person did he reveal a rare smile. This person is Su Ching. The talented girls were envious and jealous. Legend has it that Long Hao pursued Su Ching to no avail, and even went so far as to mobilize the Dragon God Temple. The Dragon God Temple is willing to give Su Ching a dragon egg, which does not include other generous gifts. I believe any girl in the world would be won over by such sincerity. But I heard that Su Ching still doesn't accept Long Hao. I just can't understand it. Is there any genius in the world better than Long Hao? However, Su Ching herself is also quite awesome. There are many innate beast seals. The quality of each one is very high. A future daughter-in-law chosen by the Dragon God Temple must be a top genius. She does have reason to be proud. Moreover, the Su family is very powerful, so there is no such thing as someone who is superior to others. However, everyone thinks that they're a good match made in heaven. I don't understand what Su Ching is thinking. Su Ching was alone and did not meet up with the Su family. Standing alone on the high platform of the building, he looked at Long Hao coldly. Standing tall and straight, graceful. Male geniuses fall one after another, and they are indeed peerless beauties. No matter how many beauties he has seen, once he sees Su Ching, he can no longer remember what other people look like. Next to it is the Dragon Mastiff, which is full of golden light and is powerful and domineering. The Dragon Mastiff stared at the Thunder Dragon in the sky, showing a fierce look. Because it knows that the owner doesn't like the owner of the Brontosaurus, it doesn't like the Brontosaurus either. A low growl. It seems to be intimidating the Brontosaurus. Thunder Dragon, on the other hand, looked at the Dragon Mastiff with some schadenfreude. I followed the wrong master, and now I am only in the third rank. What is there to be arrogant about? If it weren't for the sake of the master, I would eat you directly. The two spirit beasts dislike each other. But Brontosaurus is a 4th level player, and also has S-level qualifications. Therefore, the strength is far superior to that of the Dragon Mastiff. Ching, I'm late. Long Hao patted the Thunder Dragon, and then said softly. Such tenderness made all the girls blush and scream. It's a pity that this kind of tenderness only belongs to Su Ching. Let me ask, which woman wouldn't want such a blatant preference from Long Hao? Su Ching remained speechless. It was as if she didn't know Long Hao was talking to her. I heard about Zhang Ma's incident. I'm sorry that I wasn't with you when you needed it most. Long Hao blamed himself very much, and then said seriously. But don't worry, I will definitely help you find Zhang Ma. Su Ching's expression changed slightly when she mentioned Zhang Ma, and she quickly asked, Do you have any clues? Not yet, but according to my investigation, Zhang Ma may not be dead yet. She may have entered the dragon's nest. What? Chapter 95 matters before exploration. Our people discovered that there was a large-scale collapse in the wasteland outside Tianxing Town. Maybe it was at that time that Zhang Ma fell into the ground, and there is probably another entrance to the dragon's lair. Su Ching nodded. Thank you. Set off immediately and prepare to enter the dragon's lair. Search. Long Hao immediately stopped him. No, the entrance to the dragon's nest has not been fixed yet, and it may collapse at any time. Su Ching frowned. In the past few days, some people have come from Yuehua City. They are all digging the dragon's nest under Golf Mountain, and at least secure the entrance first. Otherwise, if everyone goes in once it collapses, the consequences will be disastrous. In the high-rise building of the law enforcement department, some people stood in front of the window watching the scene. Su Ching breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Long Hao needs to come forward. Behind him, an old man wearing a purple dragon-patterned robe smiled and shook his head. You investigated Ma Zhang's whereabouts, but you asked Long Hao to come forward to tell you. What's the meaning of this? Su Ching was helpless, since Ching's mother disappeared. The family didn't allow her to search in the Shishao wasteland, so she started to no longer trust the Su family or us, and it's the same now. The old man from the Dragon Temple nodded. It's understandable. Ching is a good girl who values love and justice. Su Ching was a little tired and said with a smile. As long as you understand, this girl Ching is carrying too heavy a load. Well, Long Hao also understands that they will come together. Whether as a partner to grow together or as a support for exploring the Shishao wasteland in the future, Long Hao is the most suitable for Ching. Su Ching frowned slightly. Rely? This word is used. But the Dragon Temple has always been like this. As a transcendent organization that claims to specialize in training dragon riders. Apart from the official organizations, it is one of the few organizations that can be compared with the evil sect and the Temple of Ferocious Beasts. Arrogant indeed, no matter how much the Dragon God Temple values Ching. Deep down, I still believe that this marriage is too high a price to pay. Su Ching didn't say anything and didn't show any emotion. The deacon who came with Long Hao this time was Long Chong. He is also a legendary soul master with extremely strong abilities. He has done extensive research on dragons, so we'll have to rely on him to help explore the dragon's nest this time. There are many forces gathered in Tianxing Town this time. Long Chong should be the one who knows dragon's nest best. Making friends with Long Chong at this moment will allow the Su family to gain more priority than other parties when exploring the dragon's nest. When do we enter the dragon's lair? Suddenly someone else asked. Su Ching and Long Chong looked at the person who spoke. Old Gua. They are not familiar with Lao Gua, but Lao Gua's identity is very sensitive. A strong member of the Umbu. The Dark Department is an organization set up by the Star Moon Federation that is parallel to the Law Enforcement Department. There are not many of them, but each of them is strong. Moreover, even the Law Enforcement Department does not know the identities of these powerful people. Almost all of them were cultivated in secret. The most important thing is that the position represented by the Umbu should be the Star Moon Federation. The other people from the Star Moon Federation haven't arrived yet and should still be on the way. That's right, Lao Lin. You're so hesitant. Another middle-aged man in full armor also spoke in a loud voice. Lao Lin is the title of the deputy director, and this middle-aged man is the deputy commander of Yuehua City's city guard, Yang Jiang. He is on the same level as Lao Lin in status. Yang Jiang and Su Ching are not familiar with each other, or rather, they are both legendary warriors. I don't like soul masters who do things in a mysterious and pretentious way. So he asked the deputy director directly. The deputy director thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry. Not all the people who should come have arrived yet. It won't be too late to go in after they all arrive. When they do something, let's go in first and take all the benefits. When they come, wouldn't it be better to just be an empty shell?" Yang Jiang is very domineering or a little greedy. The deputy director sighed. "Brother Yang, I know that your city guard army lacks resources, but you have to understand why it is a crime to possess a jade. Why are you so polite in your words? Can't you just speak plainly?" Yang Jiang was a little angry. The deputy director could only put it more bluntly. "Let's not talk about whether there is any treasure in this dragon's nest. Exploring the dragon's nest is very dangerous. We need to gather the strength of all parties. Moreover, if we enter the dragon's nest first, even if we get the treasure, we will definitely be scarred, and when we come out, we may just make it into the wedding dress of the next person. TCH, how dare they?" Yang Jiang's eyes widened. "If you really dare to rob, you just don't take their city guards seriously." The deputy director doesn't want to talk anymore. "It's hard to talk to this stupid guy." Su Ching smiled and said, "Old Lin is actually right. If you have anything to say, you have to say it in advance. Even if you fall out later, you still have a good reputation, right?" Yang Jiang's big copper bell-like eyes turned around several times. It seemed that it took him a long time to figure it out, and he said in a loud voice, "I understand. We made an agreement in advance. If anyone breaks the contract, I will just fuck him. It's reasonable for me, right?" "That's right." Su Ching smiled and nodded. "Old Lin, if you learn from others, they're also very polite, so they can hit the mark and speak well." Yang Jiang praised Su Ching. The deputy director covered his face. After he returned, he had to talk to the commander of the city guard. When recruiting troops from now on, you have to find people with some cultural background. Otherwise, communication will be too tiring. Chapter 96, take a break. Lao Guo looked at these people. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. He wasn't very familiar with these people. It is estimated that the person in charge of the ANBU in Yuehua City will be here soon. Who is coming? Forgot. Looking out the window, he saw the endless wasteland outside Tianxing Town. What's going on with that kid Jiang Fan now? You must come back alive. Don't let Lu Huan continue to be sad. There's someone here again. The deputy director suddenly said. Roar! The violent roar directly blew out the beast blood flame. The corridor fell into darkness again. Jiang Fan frowned. The dragon egg absorbed too much blood and spiritual energy. This resulted in the power of the dragon aura on the dragon corpse being weakened a lot. The 5th grade dragon bat was slowly approaching and was constantly using its roar to blow away the remaining blood and spiritual energy. We can't stop. Must get out of here. In order to prevent the dragon egg from continuing to absorb blood, energy, and spiritual energy, he patted the bald blue cat and the iron-eating ant. Immediately take Zhang Ma with you and continue running. As soon as they moved, the 5th grade dragon bat behind them let out an angry roar. These bastards actually deliberately retain some blood and spiritual energy. It's not that it can't carry it, but as a ferocious beast, it really doesn't want to touch this kind of aura. This fear comes from blood and soul. Even if these dragons die, their power will not dissipate for thousands of years. We can only change another path and continue the pursuit. Jiang Fan was still leading the way on his 4th grade iron-eating ant. In fact, he has been running for such a long time, constantly creating a sense of space through the 2nd grade dragon bat. Found some clues. In this dragon corpse pit, on average, a dragon corpse will appear every dozens of corridors. The area of this complex of buildings is terrifying. But overall, it is a rectangular building. He almost figured out the width. It should be more than 10 kilometers. The length is currently unknown. It depends on how far this pit of dragon corpses can extend. If the direction is right, maybe we can really walk to Tianxing Town. We encountered a large number of dragon bats on the road. These dragon bats seem to live in groups among the buildings. Different groups of dragon bats may not know each other. If his guess is correct, then perhaps there is more than one dragon bat in this dragon corpse pit. Soon he verified his guess. Before he could get rid of the dragon bat behind him, another dragon bat appeared in front of him. Jiang Fan was so scared that his face became stiff. This place is indeed an ominous place, a very dangerous place. If those people from Tianxing Town really come down without caring about their lives, they can just wait for death. The number of dragon bats in this dragon corpse pit has generally surpassed that of the spiders outside. The number of 5th-grade dragon bats might be more than you imagine. This is scary. Behind him were 2 5th-grade dragon bats chasing him relentlessly. Several times Zhang was ready to stay and fight them to the death, then leave Jiang Fan enough time to escape. But Jiang Fan used his superb positioning and flexibility to shake them off time and time again. Zhang now admires Jiang Fan a little. That's the ability. This ability may not seem very impressive, but only Jiang Fan has it. Even Soul Masters may not be able to match this kind of detection ability. Jiang Fan was a little nervous, but he was not afraid that he could not get rid of the 5th-grade dragon bat. However, the bald blue cat and the 4th-grade iron-eating ant are only 4th-grade spiritual beasts. Limited psychic power and endurance. It's quite tiring now, but they are unable to absorb blood, energy, and spiritual energy. This place is relatively sealed, so one's spiritual energy recovers slowly. What to do? Jiang Fan thought about it and decided to let one of them return to the spirit beast space first. Recover as much as you can. Jiang Fan asked the 4th-grade iron-eating ant to slow down a bit and told Zhang Ma to jump onto the 4th-grade iron-eating ant. Then the bald blue cat returned to the spirit beast space. But recovery can be very difficult. You can only stay at the next dragon corpse for a while longer. As expected, a dragon corpse appeared in front of us again. This time, he didn't let Zhang Ma and the dragon egg absorb it. Take it slow first. Aunt Zhang agreed, saying that she had almost consolidated her ideas. There was no fighting, so her spiritual energy was saturated and she couldn't absorb it even if she was asked to. Although the blood, energy, and spiritual power of dragon corpse have a very good effect on body refining. But now Jiang Fan's decision is the core. If Jiang Fan doesn't let her smoke, then she won't smoke. Afterwards, the 4th-grade iron-eating ant also returned to the spirit beast space. But immediately, Jiang Fan realized that something was wrong. There were originally 2 5th-grade dragon bats behind him, but now there is only one left. Are you not chasing me anymore? Absolutely not. It's possible to intercept him from the front. We must trap them to death in this corridor. So insidious. Let's take the dragon bones and leave, Jiang Fan said. What? Zhang Ma was stunned. He raised his head and glanced at the huge dragon bones. The shape of his dragon corpse is even weirder. It shows that the death situation is even worse, as if he was twisted into a twist. It doesn't mean that the size of the dragon corpse is small. It's huge, even bigger than a 5th-grade dragon bat. How to take it away? Jiang Fan called out the 4th-grade iron-eating ants in advance. The two rode up. Zhang Ma looked at Jiang Fan in confusion. Why did she feel that Jiang Fan was particularly cautious this time? Even if the dragon bones are taken away, it is impossible to take them all away. Although she has a magic weapon for storage, she only has more than a dozen items. It can only hold a few broken bones at most. There will still be a large number of dragon bones left here, and the 5th-grade dragon bats behind them should still not dare to catch up. Let's go. Jiang Fan spoke very fast. Chapter 97, Extremely Dangerous. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant immediately flapped its wings, almost launching itself into a catapult. At the same time, Jiang Fan waved his hand. The huge dragon skeleton disappeared in an instant. The entire corridor became extremely empty. Mother Zhang was confused. Where did the dragon's bones go? Was it put into the storage space by Jiang Fan? How much storage space is this? At least a few hundred square meters? Even the dragon bat behind was stunned. What's going on? The dragon's bones have been piled here for countless years. How could they just disappear? By the time it reacted, Jiang Fan had already run far away. I felt like I was being fooled and was in a very bad mood. With a roar, he immediately launched a violent pursuit. Damn you cunning humans! Jiang Fan ran while paying attention to the movements in the storage space. His storage space has 10,000 cubic meters of space given free by the system. Not to mention one dragon corpse, even 100 of them can easily fit in. He let the dragon egg continue to absorb blood and spiritual energy in the storage space and develop into a complete embryo. Without Zhang Ma to fight with it, the dragon egg was absorbed much faster. Suck it. Maybe he can become a dragon master too. If not for anything else, just because it sounds awesome. He is systematic, but he really doesn't envy the so-called dragon master. What happened to the dragon clan? Are dragons really invincible? Why is Invincible still being beaten back to the depths of the wasteland and not daring to come out? The overlord of the wasteland sounds pretty powerful, but he really didn't believe that there were no other more powerful beasts in the wilderness. Hold on tight. There's another abyss ahead. Jiang Fan reminded Zhang Ma. And Zhang didn't hesitate at all. Her obedience to Jiang Fan's orders now is no less than her obedience to Su Ching. Most of the obedience to Su Ching is due to her status. As for Jiang Fan, it was because of his extraordinary abilities. The fourth grade iron-eating ant increased the frequency of its wing flapping and flew to a certain place. Suddenly, a cold air current rose from below, already reached the top of the abyss. Jiang Fan took out a drop of beast blood, lit it, and swung the sword into the abyss. The beast's blood and fire were like the light of a signal gun, gradually falling into the bottomless abyss. He didn't see anything until the fire disappeared. So deep. Aunt Zhang also sighed. Who built this underground palace? It's truly a miracle. Jiang Fan felt more and more that the ancient human race was terrifyingly powerful. But why does the human race seem a little weak now? Nowadays, the area of wasteland is gradually expanding in various places, and ferocious beasts in the wasteland are slaughtering towns. Next to the Star Moon Federation, the most famous place is the Shishao Wasteland. A few years ago, there was a metropolis comparable to Yuehua City. It seemed to be called Lincheng. It was swallowed up by the Shisha Desert, along with more than 20 towns. Hundreds of millions of people became food for ferocious beasts. Why has the strength of the human race declined so drastically from ancient times to now? What exactly happened in between? Suddenly, a powerful psychic energy wave suddenly appeared from a fork in the road in front of them. This is not over yet. A breath of air is rising from the fork in the road on the opposite side. Jiang Fan's face turned green. This underground beast has never eaten meat, including the ones behind. There were a total of 3 fifth-grade dragon bats chasing and intercepting him. As for, isn't it enough to fill their teeth? Zhang Ma's mentality is about to explode. Fortunately, Jiang Fan was there, otherwise she would have collapsed now. Being chased by a 5th-grade spirit beast is already a very rare and low probability event. And being chased by 3 5th-level ferocious beasts, apart from the head of the Su family, she is probably the only one who has had this kind of experience. Zhang Ma felt panicked, but she felt that Jiang Fan was still calm and seemed confident. Then he said lightly, "Get rid of them." Jiang Fan's face turned dark. They all started talking without backache. Come if you have the ability. But there was no need for Zhang Ma to say that Jiang Fan had to find a way. Jiang Fan did not let the 4th-grade iron-eating ants stop. If they did, they would surely die. Even though the iron-eating ants are very tired now, they can only hold on for a while. A 5th-grade dragon bat was about to appear at the fork in the road ahead, and Jiang Fan subconsciously threw out a huge bone. This bone is very large and heavy. Jiang Fan could only rely on the inertia of the 4th-grade iron-eating ant to throw the bone out. Jiang Fan saw that this bone had been almost absorbed by the northern dragon egg. But there is still some pressure from the dragon clan's blood, energy, and spiritual power. It should have some effect on the ferocious beasts. At least it can make them stop for a while. In fact, Jiang Fan made the right bet. The 5th-grade dragon bat that was about to emerge was instantly frightened back by the bone. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant sprinted at full speed through the fork in the road. When passing the fork in the road, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma had no vision. But you can clearly feel a biting chill. It felt like they were almost on the verge of a 5th-grade dragon bat. That was a close call. Aunt Zhang felt it was extremely dangerous. If Jiang Fan had been a step slower just now, the dragon bone would not have been thrown out. The 5th-grade dragon bat will rush in front of them. being attacked by two fifth-grade ferocious beasts. Even if Jiang Fan can create miracles, they're still doomed to die. Chapter 98 Dragon Armor Army. As soon as they reached another straight corridor, Jiang Fan immediately asked the bald blue cat to replace the iron-eating ant. The bald blue cat is slightly slower than the iron-eating ant. The bald blue cat was running at full speed and was shaking violently. Behind them, three fifth-grade dragon bats reunited and chased closely. Jiang Fan has a headache. He wanted to know how far they had walked in this underground palace. There is no concept of time here, but it feels like at least one day, right? A fourth-grade spiritual beast can run at full speed, making twists and turns, and can travel hundreds of kilometers in a day, right? Haven't reached Tianxing Town yet? Or is it that this dragon corpse pit actually does not lead to Tianxing Town at all? This is the most terrible result. If they could get to Tianxing Town, they might still be able to survive. If we can't reach Tianxing Town, it's hard to say about them. Suddenly, Jiang Fan sensed it in the ultrasonic feedback of the second-grade dragon bat. It seemed like a small thing flashed by. The reason why it is said to be small is that compared to the fifth-grade dragon bat, its size is too small. In fact, it should be about the same size as humans. The speed of that flash just now was so fast that he couldn't see clearly what it was. The ultrasonic detection of the second-grade dragon bat still has limitations. Although the detection range can reach thousands of meters, the distance is a little far. The outline shapes are sometimes not so accurate. Maybe it was just an illusion? Jiang Fan was a little suspicious. Are there people or humanoid creatures underground? Jiang Fan asked. That's impossible, right? Said Aunt Zhang. If there was, it would be terrifying. That's true. It's impossible, Jiang Fan comforted himself. The words had just fallen. Suddenly, another figure flashed past the boundary that the second-grade dragon bat was exploring. Not an illusion. It really exists. In the next moment, two figures appeared, coming towards them, very fast. Jiang Fan's scalp suddenly went numb. What was this? More than one? Jump! Jiang Fan suddenly gave an order to the bald blue cat. The bald blue cat jumped up immediately for no apparent reason. At the same time, Jiang Fan ignited another bottle of beast blood and threw it behind him. Through the beast blood and flames, he saw it. There are two people wearing black armor. Someone from the Fierce Beast Temple. The only place he had seen people wearing black armor was in the Temple of Fierce Beasts. An expression of horror appeared on Aunt Zhang's face. This is the Dragon Armor Army. They actually exist. What is the Dragon Armor Army? Jiang Fan let the bald blue cat continue running wildly. Glancing back, the two black-armored creatures seemed to be fighting with the fifth-grade dragon bats behind them. The sound shook the entire corridor. So strong. Those two men in black armor actually beat the fifth-grade dragon bats back step by step. Each of them seemed to possess the strength of the fifth rank. Aunt Zhang sorted out her feelings and said solemnly, "Legend has it that in ancient times, there was an invincible army. Every member of this army wore armor made of dragon scales, and they were called the Dragon Armor Army." Jiang Fan stared. Armor made of dragon scales? And formed a legion? So how many dragons did this legion kill? It's unimaginable. Boom! There was an explosion. A fifth-grade dragon bat was chopped to pieces. But there were two explosions in succession. The two dragon armor soldiers were defeated. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. It seemed that the Dragon Armor Army was not invincible. At least you can kill him. As long as we can kill them, there is no need to panic. But the next second, the sound of Caracalla rang out. Jiang Fan had a bad feeling. But at this moment, he had already run very far away by the bald blue cat. The sound just now was like scattered armor being reassembled. Logically speaking, the Dragon Armor Army is a product of the ancient times. Even if they survived to this day, they should be quite old. Fortunately, the Dragon Armor Army seems to have been dealt with. Aunt Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. She is not a fool and definitely does not consider the Dragon Armor Army as her friends. Even though they are all human beings, are ancient humans and modern humans necessarily in the same camp? The human race is not isolated from each other, not to mention the many generations that have passed between them. Jiang Fan said nothing. Dead? He always felt that things were not that simple. The clanging sound appeared again. This time it's from the side. He hadn't been paying attention just now. There are actually two dragon armor troops standing next to the wall. It seems that he has sensed them and has revived. You can really come back from the dead. How is it possible? This subverted Jiang Fan's worldview. There can't be any living people in this place. How many years has it been left in dust? These two dragon-armored troops made great noises as they stepped on the ground. The speed was very fast, and a series of clanging sounds were heard. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped. It's not that I'm afraid of the enemy's strength, but this kind of unknown thing is creepy. If the other party shouted that he was the great elder of the Temple of Ferocious Beasts, or the great deacon of the evil sect, they weren't that scared. But the other party, I don't know if he is a human or a ghost. Think about it, in the dark underground palace, covered in dust for countless years, there are many powerful dragon skeletons. Suddenly, an ancient man appeared, and he was very powerful, able to fight against a 5th-grade dragon bat. What does it feel like? Chapter 99. I'm not chasing you anymore. Where's the dragon bat? Jiang Fan looked back and found that the dragon bats had stopped chasing him. Damn it! I chased them all the way and forced them into a desperate situation. Now I don't want to chase them anymore. Where did such a good thing come from? Go back and find them. Jiang Fan was almost pissed to death. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Why? Why don't you stop pursuing me if you say you don't want to pursue me? Zhang Ma was stunned. After finally asking the dragon bats for help, you actually want to go back to find them? This is too courageous. Jiang Fan knew very well that without the 5th-grade dragon bat, they would not be able to withstand the dragon armor army. When I arrived at the place where I was just now, I suddenly discovered it. 2 5th-grade dragon bat corpses lay on the ground, and there were many dragon bat corpses along the road. But the 2 dragon armor troops were not seen. Jiang Fan's face suddenly became very ugly. Without any hesitation, he told the bald blue cat to turn around and leave. Careless. I didn't expect that the 3-headed 5th-grade dragon bats were no match for the 2 dragon armor soldiers. Aunt Zhang couldn't see anything at all, so she had no idea what Jiang Fan saw. She just smelled a strong smell of blood. She didn't dare to ask what was going on. I just felt that Jiang Fan seemed very nervous, and this time he didn't seem as calm as before. Jiang Fan started the crazy turning mode. They turned almost every time they came to a fork in the road, which made Zhang Ma dizzy. I couldn't help but ask, where are we going now? Try to find. What are you looking for? Find the critical point. In fact, it just happened after they arrived at a certain place. Just encountered the dragon armor army. Moreover, since the appearance of the dragon armor army, no dragon bats have been seen again. This means that the dragon bats dare not set foot in that area. Now there are about a dozen dragon armor soldiers following behind him. Once caught, he will be beaten instantly. He wanted to see where these dragon armor army would go. On the way to find the critical point, he encountered another dragon corpse. Just put it into the storage space. At this time, the dragon egg sucked out several more dragon bones. Jiang Fan stayed behind to act as a roadblock, but the dragon armor army behind him passed by without any hindrance and blew them up directly. It seems that the pressure of the clan on the dragon clan is not so afraid to see in. Seniors, why are you chasing after juniors? We just entered this place by mistake. Jiang Fan begged for mercy. The dragon armored army didn't react at all. Jiang Fan turned a corner and was about to continue walking. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard coming from another corridor. It's the voice of the dragon bat. After the sound came, the dragon armor army, chasing them, actually stopped chasing them. Instead, he turned around and chased there. Jiang Fan suddenly understood at this moment that the Longjia army relied on sound to determine the direction. As long as you don't make a sound, you might be able to avoid them. Jiang Fan thought of this and boldly let the bald blue cat return to the spirit beast space. Zhang Ma opened her eyes wide and stared at Jiang Fan in shock. What's the meaning? Why don't you run away? Shh. Jiang Fan was slightly silent. Listen carefully to the sounds of fighting in other corridors. There is the roar of the dragon bat. There was also the sound of armor clashing. It sounds like the battle is very fierce. And there seems to be more than one 5th-grade dragon bat, and the scale of the outbreak is quite large. Don't know who will win. He actually didn't quite believe that the dragon armor army was really immortal. There must be some mechanism. Moreover, he had just tested that the space for the dragon armor army to move was actually very limited. Means that can be limited by distance. Jiang Fan thought, as long as the strength reaches a certain level, the power of qi and blood can be controlled remotely, and the mental power can also be controlled remotely. What exactly is it? If it were controlled by mental power, it would be impossible for the dragon armor army to burst out such powerful energy and blood energy. But if it is controlled by the power of qi and blood, how can it be so vivid? There's no way there's really anyone inside. Just as he was thinking about it, the fighting in other corridors stopped. Jiang Fan held his breath and concentrated. Who won? After a long time, I suddenly remembered the sound of Kong Kong Kong. Jiang Fan's heart sank. The Dragon Armor Army won. The Dragon Armor Army won again. In this Dragon Corpse pit, the Dragon Bat is the younger brother, and the Dragon Armor Army is the leader. The more I think about it, the more my scalp becomes numb. It's understandable that the Dragon Bat is strong. He often stayed in the Dragon Corpse pit, maybe for several generations, having been affected by the dragon's blood energy for a long time. Even though they are frightened, they know that it is a good thing and are unwilling to leave. Over time, it evolved into a Dragon Bat. So Dragon Bat is an outsider just like them. It is normal to be strong after receiving benefits. But the Dragon Armor Army has existed for countless years and is in a state of constant decline. Even as before, the Dragon Armor Army still defeated the Dragon Bat. If it were the Dragon Armor Army in its heyday, who could defeat it? After a long silence, Jiang Fan and Jiang Ma still didn't dare to move. I thought they would feel more at ease without any sound. In fact, it is the opposite. Without the sound of footsteps, they became even more nervous because they didn't know what was going on. I don't know where those Dragon Armor Army went. Jiang Fan waited like this for probably at least half an hour. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard again. At this moment, Jiang Fan sensed it through the Dragon Bat. A lone Dragon Armor soldier walked towards this side. The pace is very slow and the steps are very heavy. Chapter 100 Kill 1. Just like a soldier who has run out of fuel and is burning out his life until the last moment. The previous Dragon Armor Army was not like this. Did he get injured just now? Jiang Fan felt that this was an opportunity to kill the Dragon Armor Army. Mother Jiang, do you think the Dragon Armor Army is really immortal? Jiang Fan suddenly asked in a slightly louder voice. Aunt Jiang was immediately stunned. What are you doing? Didn't you hear the footsteps? Whether the Dragon Armor Army will die, I don't know. But if we attract the Dragon Armor Army here, we will both die. Suddenly, Aunt Jiang seemed to understand what Jiang Fan meant. He looked at Jiang Fan deeply and said in a low voice, You are so brave that you even dare to touch the Dragon Armor Army. Are you interested in the Dragon Armor? Then, Jiang Ma smiled and said loudly, Legend has it that the Dragon Armor Army is a dragon-slaying army, with legends as their foundation and masters everywhere. It is an invincible army. Wow, it's so amazing. Jiang Fan pretended to be surprised and shouted, Can the Dragon Armor Army also live for thousands of years without dying? The two of them spoke very loudly, and basically anyone who was not deaf could hear them. What Jiang Fan wanted was to be heard. He wanted to see whether there was a human or a ghost inside the armor. Sure enough, the Dragon Armor Army, which had been walking with heavy steps, heard the two people talking and suddenly ran over quickly. Bang, 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 bang. The footsteps became more frequent again. Jiang Fan frowned. Could it be that his guess was wrong? The Dragon Armor Army will only act quickly when they encounter the enemy. In fact, the other party was not completely burned out. Jiang Fan's scalp suddenly felt tingling, and he felt like he had dug a big hole for himself. This pit is fatal. Aunt Jiang is fine. He stood in front of Jiang Fan and said, I'm going to fight it. Wait, you're no match for it. The Dragon Armor Army is able to kill even 5th-grade ferocious beasts. Aunt Jiang seemed to have made up her mind and said with a smile, Don't underestimate me, kid. You've protected me all the way, so I have to show off my skills. Jiang Ma's body's aura increased immediately. Drink! A soft roar. Powerful spiritual energy burst out immediately. Unlike Wu Dayang's firepower, one could feel a slight chill from Jiang Ma's power. It seems that Jiang Ma has initially mastered the attribute power, and it matches the ice attribute. He hadn't noticed before that when Jiang Ma threw a punch, the force of the punch spread ice crystals dozens of meters ahead. The ice crystals condensed on the ground and formed a layer of ice. When the Dragon Armor Army stepped onto the ice vines, their speed dropped slightly. Jiang Fan was a little surprised that this ice vine actually had the effect of slowing down. But the Dragon Armor Army still ignored them and rushed forward bravely. He held a sword in his hand, which looked quite sharp. It should be the standard weapon equipped by the Dragon Armor Army. But this standard weapon also looks quite extraordinary. It is much stronger than Wu Dayang's one, and it can only be said that it is specially equipped for the Dragon Armor Army. Jiang Ma also took out a sword and rushed towards the Dragon Armor Army. Jiang Fan did not sit still and wait for death. Quickly summoned a bald lazy cat to rush over for support. The bald blue cat is the most powerful among his spiritual beasts, and should be even stronger than Zhang Ma. One person and one cat rushed towards the dragon armor army, which was extremely brave. Without any hesitation, he struck with a sword. The power is astonishing. Clang! Zhang Ma only clashed with her sword and then retreated dozens of steps. The wind generated by the collision of the swords directly blew out the beast's blood flame. It was pitch black again. Jiang Fan said inwardly, "Oops." Without the light, Zhang Ma lost her vision. How can we fight like this? He was about to ignite the beast's blood again. Clank, clank, clang. The dense sound of metal collisions echoed throughout the entire corridor. And Zhang can actually see it? Probably not. They might be judging the moves based on the footsteps and sword-swinging sounds of the dragon armor army. This is an ability that only experienced warriors can master. And Zhang is indeed a truly strong person. The Su family is truly terrifying. Such a strong person can only play the role of a nanny. When Jiang Fan ignited the beast's blood flame again, Zhang Ma's already fought hundreds of moves with the dragon armor army. On Zhang Ma's shoulder, a deep blood mark appeared. The bones inside are clearly visible. If the blade were just a few centimeters away, it would be equivalent to the arm falling off. But the dragon armor army's armor didn't have any scratches. Nice armor, Jiang Fan admired from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Ma almost vomited blood. I'm about to be hacked to death, and you're still watching. Jiang Fan smiled and gave the bald blue cat a look, and the bald blue cat understood. Attack from behind. When the dragon armor army was fighting fiercely, the bald blue cat suddenly rushed from behind. Meow. A high-pitched meow. The dragon armored army was knocked aside by the bald blue cat. Zhang Ma took the opportunity to stab him with a sword. Clang! The sword blade touched the black dragon armor and slid directly over. The bald blue cat also slapped its paws fiercely, but the dragon armor remained motionless. Under the helmet, those purple eyes flashed with anger. But the intensity of the struggle became smaller and smaller, and the pupil finally struggled for a moment before disappearing completely. Bang! The black dragon armor seemed to have lost its vitality and scattered on the ground. A lavender crystal drops from the dragon armor. Zhang Ma covered her bleeding shoulder and took a deep breath. It's actually a dragon crystal. Chapter 101 Put on Dragon Armor. The lavender dragon crystal is falling out of the dragon armor. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. It was directly broken into pieces. Is this broken? Jiang Fan was heartbroken. Although he didn't know what dragon crystal was, he was still heartbroken. Seeing Jiang Fan's heartbroken expression, Zhang Ma couldn't help but said, "Dragon crystal is the demon core of the dragon clan. Only high-grade ferocious beasts will give birth to demon cores. However, the demon core that has exhausted its energy is actually worthless. It is fragile and can break at a touch." However, this did not ease Jiang Fan's heartache. Even if this thing is trash, it is dragon crystal after all. Rich people like to spend a lot of money to collect it. Yeah, and Zhang really doesn't understand this. The Su family is not rich. The Su family is a clan. Never invest in such meaningless things. However, those guys outside the Su family might really be, as Jiang Fan said. Jiang Fan squatted on the ground, preparing to pick up the shattered dragon crystals one by one. And Zhang sighed, "Don't you want to take a look at this dragon armor first?" These words directly reminded Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was stunned. He looked at the scattered dragon armors nearby and immediately dropped the dragon crystal fragments in his hand. Holding up a piece of dragon armor, this dragon armor is not as heavy as imagined. A piece of dragon armor weighs about a pound. But the structure of dragon armor is very complicated. A set of dragon armor has almost hundreds of fragments. Even the knuckles are there. It's like a very sophisticated mechanical armor. It adds up to several hundred kilograms. The weight is not bad, and Jiang Fan can hold it up even if he works hard. Zhang Ma also held a piece of dragon armor, looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but admire it. I once saw a set of dragon armor in the Su family, but the dragon armor was in a dilapidated state and was not as good as this set. How much can it be sold for? Jiang Fan asked immediately. Zhang Ma was stunned. You are playing. Such a wonderful treasure. You actually want to sell it. Well, although it is extremely valuable and is a magical weapon that countless warriors dream of, but she wanted to say, who will sell it? One piece of this thing is sold and one piece is missing. Encountering one is already a great opportunity. The Su family's broken dragon armor was visited many times by the city guard commander, who wanted to pay a lot of money for it. but they were all rejected by the head of the family. Jiang Fan smiled. He knew what Zhang Ma meant. But dragon armor is more than that. The second-grade dragon bat has already gone to investigate clearly in the corridor where the battle just broke out. Several dragon armors fell down, as well as several fifth-grade dragon bats. That battle basically ended with the dragon armor army narrowly winning, but they were still missed in the end. What does this mean? The river clams are fighting and the fisherman is benefiting. When Jiang Fan took Zhang Ma and saw the mess all over the ground, Zhang Ma was not calm at all. I'm going. There must be 5 or 6 sets of dragon armor, right? All the dragon crystals are used up. It's an ownerless thing. But Zhang Ma did not step forward. These are Jiang Fan's trophies. Only now did she understand that Jiang Fan had just made a crazy turn in the dark, leading the dragon armored troops to run around. Let the dragon armor army and the dragon bat encounter each other. Now, it was equivalent to Jiang Fan not doing anything, and yet such an enemy died. Jiang Fan's courage and wisdom made her hair stand on end. Anyone who offends Jiang Fan may not end well in the end. I am afraid that everyone in the Su family has underestimated the cheap grandson-in-law that the old man has chosen. This grandson-in-law is a bit scary. Jiang Fan collected 4 sets. There were 2 more sets outside. He pointed at one of them and said, "Put it on." "Ah, give it to me?" Zhang Ma was flattered. You know, the set of dragon armors collected by the owner of the house are far inferior to this set. Doesn't it mean that she is the only one who owns the Su family? What are you thinking about? I asked you to put it on and see if this dragon armor can help us cover up. These dragon armor troops are definitely not all. Jiang Fan is not yet generous to this extent. These trophies were all gained by his own strength. Wanna? Get it yourself? Aunt Zhang was embarrassed too. I didn't make any contribution at all and was just a burden to Jiang Fan the whole time. Good. Aunt Zhang began to put on the dragon armor. The process of putting on dragon armor is rather complicated. There are too many separate parts, and basically all of them need to be worn. Moreover, this dragon armor is somewhat magical. It feels very hard on the outside, and even a sword cannot scratch it. But inside, it's very soft. The 2 of them took some effort. After all, they had never worn armor with such high precision. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but sigh. The weapon refining method in ancient times is really too advanced. How could it be refined so finely? Although Jiang Fan looked fine. In fact, I was also very shocked. From materials to craftsmanship, this dragon armor is not backward at all, but rather has a sense of transcendence. Put on the dragon armor and then put on the mask. Jiang Fan actually couldn't feel Zhang Ma's aura anymore. This dragon armor can really block out the aura. Aunt Zhang was also surprised. If she hadn't tried it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. No wonder those dragon-armored army were so mysterious, appearing suddenly and then disappearing just as suddenly. They looked at each other and nodded. Jiang Fan extinguished the beast blood flame, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. Bang! Jiang Fan took a step forward. The footsteps are heavy. In the empty corridor, there was an echoing sound. Jiang Fan was immediately stunned. I didn't expect it to be so loud. Chapter 102. The Power to Destroy a City. Listen to the dragon armors. They make a clanging sound when they walk, very rhythmic. It is still very difficult for him to do it himself. Although the dragon armor on his body was not that heavy, it was still a bit difficult for Jiang Fan. So I can't control the strength. On the other hand, Zhang's mother seemed to be much more at ease. And he was very excited, running and jumping continuously as if he was walking on flat ground. This set of dragon armor seemed to have no burden at all when she wore it. Okay, let's go. Jiang Fan said, we should have entered a certain area. This area is guarded by some dragon armor troops. Well, it should be the dragon's nest. Legend has it that the dragon armor army will only appear in the dragon's nest. I didn't expect that this dragon's nest is actually connected to a dragon corpse pit. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. He seemed to have imagined that scene. At some point in ancient times, these dragon-armored troops arrived at this dragon's lair and launched an attack. The entire dragon nest was mobilized, but they were all destroyed. These dragon-armored troops took advantage of the situation and built a dragon corpse pit next to the dragon's nest. What a domineering style. After collecting the corpses of several dragon bats, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma walked slowly in the corridor. It took a long time to walk a short distance. The main reason was that Jiang Fan walked slowly, and he had already started using the power of qi and blood to drive it. Jiang Fan saw 2 more dragon skeletons in this place and collected them. Aunt Zhang was no longer surprised. She no longer wanted to know how big Jiang Fan's storage space was. When I reached a fork in the road, I looked out. At this moment, Jiang Fan's scalp went numb. The body is also very stiff. Aunt Zhang felt Jiang Fan's hard body and stretched her head to take a look. Numb. My scalp is really numb. Neither of them dared to move. There is light ahead, very faint. It was the lights on the corridor, and they all looked like dragon crystal. I don't know how many years it has been shining, so the light is now very dim. In the dim light, they saw many dark shadows. These shadows were all wearing black dragon armor, and their shadows were hazy. A lot of, judging by eye contact, there are at least dozens of them. Whoosh! Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma retracted their heads. My heart was pounding. One dragon armor soldier can fight against a 5th grade beast. So many dragon armor soldiers. I'm afraid it can destroy Yuehua City. No, it may even be able to destroy the Star Moon Federation, right? How many 5th grade experts are there in the Star Moon Federation? Are there dozens? Even if there are, can they compare with these dragon armor army? Not on the same level. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded and moved towards this side. Bang, 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 bang. The footsteps were very uniform. I just discovered that these dragon armor soldiers are well trained. Even 2 people can form an army. Jiang Fan wanted to leave, but Aunt Zhang held down his shoulders. Shake your head gently. Take a gamble. Let's bet on whether the dragon armor on them can help them get away with it. If they can get away with it, they can survive. If you can't fool around, it's too late to run away now. Just now they drove straight in here, and there were no detours to avoid along the way. With the speed of the dragon armor army, it is quite easy to catch up with them. Jiang Fan looked at Zhang Ma deeply. Zhang Ma felt that her courage increased after wearing the dragon armor. Bang, 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 bang. The dragon armor army gradually came over. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma stood in the corner. Jiang Fan was worried. Will it work? This is an extremely wide road, and the dragon armor army seems to be on patrol. Neat and orderly. When the dragon armor army passed by them, they stopped instantly. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma's hearts were instantly wrenched. My heart beat faster. He wanted to calm down, but he couldn't. On the contrary, he jumped more and more powerfully. The leader of the dragon armor army looked at the 2 people. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and its purple light was stronger than that of other dragon-armored soldiers. It seems like you can feel some wisdom from it. Jiang Fan's heart was completely cold. It's about to be exposed. Just when Jiang Fan was preparing to summon the spiritual beast and fight to the death, the leader left with several dragon armor troops. After a while, call. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Come to life. Otherwise, they will die. But the surprising thing is that dragon armor can really hide their aura. At least let the dragon armor army think that they are their kind. This shows one thing, that the intelligence of these dragon armor army is not that high. Maybe they're more like a program. The instruction of this program is to identify dragon armor. Anyone who does not wear dragon armor, whether he is a murderer or a human, must be killed. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma looked at each other, and then Jiang Fan took a brave step forward. Bang! The sound is very loud. The dragon armor army in the distance seemed not to hear it. Those who should sleep, and those who should patrol, should patrol. No dragon armor army paid attention to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. It really worked. With this set of dragon armor, wouldn't he be able to move freely in this dragon's nest? A beating heart, trembling hands. Jiang Fan couldn't help but dance. Aunt Zhang covered her face. She couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Jiang Fan, it seems that the dragon armor army only sensed the breath, not the sound. Jiang Fan nodded. Yes, I made a wrong judgment before. The dragon armor army's mechanism was unexpectedly simple, but cracking it is extremely difficult. Chapter 103, The Dragon's Nest Opens. The few dragon armors they collected were thanks to the dragon bats. Unless someone else has the ability to kill the dragon armor army and the dragon bats. But Jiang Fan really doesn't think that others have this ability. Unless they also cause a war between the dragon armor army and the dragon bats. But this thing is difficult. Can they move in the dark corridor as if there is no one around? Those beastmasters, do they have dragon bats? Do they dare to control the ferocious beast-level dragon bats in front of the dragon bat tribe? Or will they waste their beast marks on mortal beast-level dragon bats? So various conditions are determined. Only he, Jiang Fan, can have an absolute advantage in this underground palace. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma sneaked into the dragon armor army. Zhang Ma lamented that even the most elite city guards in Yuehua City were far behind the dragon armor army. At this time, Jiang Fan was also thinking, if these dragon armor troops all have 5th level strength, it's unimaginable. Such a tacit understanding and orderly army. 2 people can become an army. The 3 of them are a powerful weapon. 10 people can massacre the city. She didn't know how strong those 5th grade experts in the outside world were. But it is common sense that a strong 5th level human being cannot defeat a 5th level ferocious beast. The individual combat effectiveness of the dragon armor army can defeat 5th grade ferocious beasts. It can also be explained that the dragon armor army is stronger than other human races of the same level. Miss, please don't come in. This place can't even be considered a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It's simply purgatory. Zhang Ma was very worried. She knew that the door to the dragon's nest in Tianxing Town was about to open. A lot of people are coming, and when they see the dragon armor army, it will be their death. At least it will come with a lot of sacrifice. The strong ones might be okay, at least be able to escape. The real danger is the weaker ones. If nothing else happens, some young talents will come to Tianxing Town. The biggest problem with geniuses is not that they are weak, but be confident. Relying on his outstanding talent, he has stronger strength than his peers. It makes them feel invincible. So you will underestimate the enemy. Underestimating the enemy is the biggest problem. Every time we explore the wasteland, a lot of geniuses die. Do you think there is any treasure in the dragon's nest? Jiang Fan suddenly asked. Zhang Ma was stunned. Don't you already have several sets of dragon armor? Haven't you already obtained the most precious thing? Jiang Fan didn't ask any more questions, probably because Aunt Zhang didn't know the answer either. Currently, the only dragon nest within the Star Moon Federation is Tianxing Town, and the Shisha wasteland outside the Star Moon Federation. I heard there is a dragon's nest, but Zhang Ma may not have the opportunity to explore. Aunt Zhang is just Su Ching's nanny and bodyguard. Unless Su Ching can explore the dragon's nest, Zhang Ma will have no chance to go. It seemed that the Su family kept a close eye on Su Ching, not even allowing her to go to the wasteland, let alone explore the dragon's nest. It's normal that Zhang Ma has never explored the dragon's nest. Boom! Suddenly, I heard the faint sound of something collapsing. Jiang Fan's hearing was not very good, so he only heard the collapse. But Zhang Ma heard clearly that there was an explosion before the collapse. This kind of explosion sound only exists in the artillery researched by the human race. The people from Tianxing Town are taking action, Zhang Ma said immediately. Jiang Fan frowned, but he still didn't catch up. These dragon-armored troops seemed to hear the movement and began to wake up one by one. Under the dragon armor mask, a pair of purple pupils opened. Bang, 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 bang. The gathering speed was extremely fast, and they quickly gathered towards the direction of the explosion. Oops, Tianxing Town is in danger. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma immediately prepared to follow. But they overestimated their own speed, and it can also be said that they underestimated the speed of the dragon armor army. In the blink of an eye, he was left far behind. After passing a fork in the road, they were no longer visible. This dark corridor is extremely quiet. Without the guidance of the dragon armor army, they were like walking through a maze. This is troublesome, Jiang Fan murmured. Dad, don't follow me here without knowing your capabilities. Tianxing Town, at the foot of Gulf Mountain. Some camps appeared, seemingly belonging to different camps. It's still dark. Following the huge explosion, there was an immediate uproar. This time it could be described as a big deal. The artillery unit of the manhwa city guards came over. The artillery, with extremely high spiritual power, directly blew off the top of Gulf Mountain. A large pit with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared, and white smoke continued to emerge from the pit. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Some young women covered their noses with their hands. This smells so bad. Soon, a group of strong men gathered around the big pit. There are quite a few people in the entire camp, but not all of them will go in. Lao Gua and Lu Huan were standing quite far away. I didn't join in the fun. Next to them, there was a fat man with a smile on his face. Even his smile was a little obscene. It's finally open. As agreed, after the explosion, the dust and smoke inside are extracted. It takes almost half an hour. Lao Gua looked around and sneered. There are really a lot of people here, and a lot of them are angry. The fat man smiled and said, it's normal. The more confusing the stage, the more cautious everyone will be and will not expose their strength easily. Someone next to me immediately said, I'm talking about you. That's right. Who would have thought that a restaurant owner would be the ANBU minister? Chapter 104 Tangda. The speaker was a woman wearing a cheongsam with a very hot figure. Her face is delicate, and even with light makeup, she is already very eye-catching. It gives people a feeling of charm to the core. No wonder she manages the Lahua City Trading Center in an orderly manner at such a young age. Most men saw her and heard her body-melting, light-hearted whispers. I'm afraid they all want to empty their pockets. As soon as this woman appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. There were sounds of swallowing all around. Even Lao couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This woman is simply a fairy. She is Tanya, the person in charge of the Yuehua City Evolutionary Materials Trading Center. She was nicknamed Fairy Tanya by some men who admired her beauty. Tanya's eyes seemed to be filled with water, which made people feel itchy. The fat man was a little ashamed and subconsciously took half a step back. Don't make such a joke about being a minister or not. He's just a branch minister, and he's acting. Fatty has a feeling that he can't be offended but can't be avoided. He knew very well that this woman looked pitiable but was actually a beauty. There are so many promising young talents in Yuehua City just because they fell in love with this woman, fighting with each other, even at the risk of life and death. Everyone in Yuehua City knew that Tanya was an unfathomable woman, but there are still many men flocking to it. The branch chief. Even the branch chief must be at the 5th level, right? Tanya smiled with trembling flowers. The men around him immediately felt a little hot. I want to go to a place where everyone is at once, so I need to sort it out first. The fat man didn't say anything, as if he agreed with Tanya's statement. Everyone was slightly surprised that it was actually of the 5th rank. I've heard that the umbu is mysterious. The result is even more unpredictable than expected. This fat guy is actually a celebrity in Yuehua City. Just because he opened a 5-star hotel, many prominent families are his clients. The scary thing is that no one expected that this fat and big-eared guy was obviously born fat. He is actually the branch chief of the umbu. In terms of rank, he is at the same level as the director of the law enforcement department and the commander of the city guard. He is definitely a big shot. Tanya looked at Lao Gua and Lu Huan, who were standing beside the fat minister. First, he stayed on Lu Huan for a while and said with a smile, "What a lovely girl. I heard that you work at Tianxing Town Trading Center. It's a waste. Why not come and be my right-hand man? The treatment will be much better, and I can also introduce you to young talents." Lu Huan frowned. She didn't like this woman. The fat minister was ashamed. Don't do this. Lu Huan is an elite trained by my ANBU. Do you think working in the trading center is her job? Tanya smiled again, and the temperature of the men around him rose a lot. Then, Tanya looked at Lao Gua, especially staring at Lao Gua's rolling pin. Now, the surface of this rolling pin is completely gone. The body is a pure black object made of unknown metal. It can be seen that this is a stick broken into half. Tanya narrowed her eyes. A few years ago, a new great deacon named Yuhua from the evil sect was killed by you? Old Guo was dull and looked like a dull old man. Tanya didn't care and continued. Although Yuhua is the new Grand Deacon, he pushed Li Gong out of office and became the Grand Deacon of the evil sect's Yuehua City branch. He is extremely powerful. Lao Guo raised his eyebrows slightly. Tanya knows quite a lot of information. Tanya continued. After Yuhua died, the evil sect sent Ni Gay to become the Great Deacon of the Yuehua City branch. In fact, Yuhua and Ni Gay were about the same strength. They were both late stage 4, but you have the ability to kill late stage for the strength. Lao Gua smiled, but he still didn't speak. He wanted to see how far this girl could analyze. Earlier, about 10 years ago, a legendary strong man was born in Lincheng. He was good at the Monkey King stick and could cut the sky and the earth. He was once recruited by major forces in Yuehua City, but all ended in failure. After Lin City was destroyed by the wasteland, the Monkey King stick also disappeared. At that time, everyone thought it was sacrificed. As Tanya said, Lu Huan couldn't help but look at Lao Gua. Is she talking about Lao Gua? Lao Gua is her master, but she actually doesn't know much about Lao Gua. Lao Gua sighed and said to Lu Huan, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that after the battle in Lincheng, I was seriously injured, my cultivation level was weakened, and I couldn't use the Monkey King stick at all, so I didn't mention what happened at that time to you. Lu Huan nodded. She understands. The battle in Lincheng was definitely an unforgettable and tragic memory for Lao Gua. However, it is quite unexpected that Lao Gua is actually a legendary warrior. No wonder Lao Gua could fight 1 against 2 when they were both in the late 4th grade. Ni Gui and Li Gong were not even allowed to take advantage. After Tanya succeeded, she smiled so beautifully. Lao Gua felt a little in awe of this young woman. At such a young age, she is able to take charge of the Yuehua City Trading Center and wield countless assets. It is indeed not simple. He found out his background very clearly. Others may not know these things. I wonder if she has evil intentions, or does she just like to watch other people's fun? By the way, do you want to eat Su Ching, Miss Su's melon? Tanya said enthusiastically. Eating melons? Lao Guo was confused. When did Su Ching grow melons? What kind of melons did she grow? Everyone looked at Lao Guo in surprise. Lu Huan sighed. Chigua means gossip. Gossip. The expression on Lao Guo's face was even more surprised. The Su family has also mastered the inscrutable art of bagua. When did it happen? Tanya was tired, but fortunately, she didn't care about Lao Guo anymore. He continued. Su Ching was unwilling to let the Su family explore the wilderness, and he asked that Su Ching should at least be a 4th-grade beastmaster before he would consider letting her go. But on the other hand, the Su family did not provide Su Ching with the resources to evolve spirit beasts, so Su Ching left Yuehua City in anger and came to Tianxing Town. Tanya said with a mysterious expression. Do you know why you came to Tianxing Town? No one responded. This made Tanya feel very unfulfilled. She managed to keep the secret, but in the end, none of these people bought it. Aren't you interested in Su Ching's affairs? Tanya still didn't give up. Is it because of the marriage arranged by Mr. Su? Lu Huan said lightly. You know? We are from the Umbu, and our intelligence is no worse than yours. Lu Huan still looked down on Tanya. Tanya didn't care and continued. Then do you know that Su Ching's childhood sweetheart has also awakened the mark of the beast? No one responded. Tanya was very disappointed and instantly stopped trying to keep the secret. It seems these people know everything. Then do you know where he is? I want to interview him. How does he feel when his childhood sweetheart is confessed to by a dragon rider in public? Tanya was very excited. For us, he led Wu Daong out of Tianxing Town and into the wasteland. Lu Huan said seriously. Tanya was stunned for a moment. Did she hear it right? A young man who had just awakened to the mark of the beast actually did such a magnificent thing? Then all the excitement and curiosity left her face. It turned into an elegant yet somewhat cold expression. Oh, then he should be dead a long time ago. A spider tribe appears outside the city. Wu Daong may not be able to survive, let alone him. Once a person is dead, there is no value for gossip anymore. What's more, he was just a young man from a small town who had awakened the mark of the beast, and he was not worth gossiping about. People who have awakened a beast mark are everywhere in Yuehua City. At least there are a lot of them in Yuehua Beast Control Academy. Not necessarily, Lu Huan said coldly. Xiao Fan is not an ordinary person. Haha, in the wasteland, everyone is an ordinary person. Tanya was not to be outdone. The two girls seemed to have lightning and thunder in their eyes. Lao Guo and the fat minister could only shake their heads slightly. Roar! A dragon roar echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up. Long Hao was standing on the head of the thunder dragon, looking down at the big hole that was blown up. And on the other side, an earth-shaking roar sounded again. The dragon mastiff stood on a tall building, hostile to the thunder dragon, unwilling to be outdone. These two geniuses stand at the top of all geniuses in Yuehua City. Tanya's eyes also looked a little yearning. Even though she is in charge of countless assets, her own strength is not strong. Apart from business, her talents in other areas are very ordinary. It's just a pity that the Su family deliberately hindered Su Ching. Otherwise, Su Ching should not be weaker than Long Hao now. Tanya's tone was a bit inexplicable. Perhaps, from the bottom of her heart, she despises the Su family's actions. After all, he still used Su Ching as a tool in an attempt to limit Su Ching's resources, to achieve the purpose of controlling her. These big families are all the same. However, the guy from the Federation is really not simple. He is not weaker than Long Hao at all. What Tanya was talking about was Nangongji, who had just arrived in Tianxing Town and looked very low-key, but amazed everyone with his first move. The spiritual beast that Nangongji currently displayed was a 4th-grade blue-striped celestial python. The 4 green lines on the triangular iron head are particularly eye-catching. Judging from its qualifications, it may be inferior to Long Hao's Thunder Dragon and Su Ching's Dragon Mastiff. But it should be at least be grade or even a grade. They can't see it. Usually only evolutionists who are very knowledgeable about spiritual beasts can see it at a glance. But everyone here should not be an evolutionist. Even Su Xingshan is not a sole master in the direction of evolutionist. There was an old man standing next to Nangongji. Behind him were some armored guards. These people are the bodyguards of the Star Moon Federation. The so-called guards refers to the elite regiment dedicated to protecting the federal royal family. And Nangongji, judging from his surname, is indeed a member of the Nangong royal family. The group of them kept a very low profile after arriving and did not take the initiative to contact others. I don't know what the plan is. The more this happens, the more cautious others will be, because they don't know what kind of trump cards Nangongji has. It seems that this exploration of the dragon's nest should be very exciting. Tanya became excited again. Chapter 106, Setting Up a Trap. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma rode on 4th grade iron-eating ants and followed quickly. Search! But he still lost the chase and fell into an even more confusing maze of corridors. How do those dragon-armored troops identify their direction? Listen to the voice and argue? It shouldn't be that magical. Even living people may not be able to be so accurate, and they're just like puppets. Someone should have set up some kind of program in advance, and for the next few thousand years, they would all rely on the program to run spontaneously. But the program shouldn't be so accurate, so they should have a more direct way to find the target directly. Suddenly, Zhang Ma made a new discovery. Pour spiritual power into the dragon armor, and you will make unexpected discoveries. Oh, what did you find? You can see it if you pour it in a little. Zhang Ma was very excited, as if she had discovered a new world. Jiang Fan was speechless. He tried. Even his 0.1 horse of mental power is not enough. My mental energy is too severely depleted. Zhang Ma suddenly remembered and said quickly, after pouring spiritual power into the dragon armor, you can see the direction of this underground palace. That's it. The entire underground palace's terrain is implanted in this dragon armor. Jiang Fan suddenly realized. No wonder those dragon armors can't be shaken off. More familiar paths than they can. Tell me how to go, and I'll let the iron-eating ants chase you. Zhang Ma quickly pointed out the path. The path Zhang Ma pointed out was more targeted than what the 2nd grade dragon bat could explore on its own. Along the way, Jiang Fan found some more dragon bones. However, compared to those in the dragon corpse pit, the blood spiritual energy is much inferior. Basically, all that's left is the dry bones. Jiang Fan thought for a while and accepted it. Zhang Ma asked him why he even wanted such a thing. Jiang Fan smiled and said, "This is a complete dragon skeleton. When put together, it becomes a complete dragon bone specimen. Some rich people want it." Jiang Fan's business acumen once again refreshed Zhang Ma's understanding. How short of money is this guy? How come everything can be associated with selling money? Jiang Fan's condition is not seen in the children of those big families. What a strange guy. You say he is poor, but he has 2 4th grade spirit beasts, 2 3rd grade spirit beasts, and 1 2nd grade spirit beast. Such a huge number of spiritual beasts cannot be accumulated by money in the ordinary sense. There seems to be some movement ahead. Jiang Fan immediately stopped the 4th grade iron-eating ant. Through the ultrasonic detection of the 2nd grade dragon bat, he clearly saw 2 figures in the corridor in front. The appearance of these 2 figures is different from that of the dragon armor army. Is it some other form of dragon armor army? Jiang Fan signaled Zhang Ma to keep quiet, and Zhang Ma understood. Suddenly, Jiang Fan felt that the 2 people seemed to be coming towards him. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma immediately pressed against the wall. After a while, the voices of the 2 men can be heard. Thanks to those idiots in Tianxing Town, they made such a big fuss when exploring the dragon's lair. Now they have attracted all the dragon-armored troops, which makes it easier for us saints. People from the evil sect. Jiang Fan frowned. Why did the evil sect enter the dragon nest before others? And where did they enter from? To be able to appear in this position, it seems that he did not come in from the entrance of Tianxing Town. Maybe it was similar to him, and he got in through other openings by mistake. The 2 people walked in the corridor without any sound of footsteps. If the dragon bats hadn't been releasing silent ultrasonic waves, Jiang Fan probably wouldn't have known when they would pass by him. Getting closer, a flame also surged in Jiang Fan's heart. He hates evil sects. It was the evil sect that caused all the disasters in Tianxing Town. Naturally, and Zhang also heard the voices of these 2 people, listening to their leisurely voices. It seems that he is not very afraid of the dragon's nest. 5th grade? Very likely. Only a 5th grade expert could be so calm. Under normal circumstances, a 5th grade legend is invincible. But that's not necessarily the case now. The dragon armor has the function of isolating spiritual energy, which means that she can accumulate spiritual energy unscrupulously. Then launch an explosive attack, even if it cannot kill the opponent. If attacked suddenly, the opponent will surely be seriously injured. If Jiang Fan can cooperate with her, killing a 5th-grade cultivator might not be impossible. The reason why she dared to think so was mainly because Jiang Fan was very brave. She bet Jiang Fan had the same idea. The two of them came to the same decision without any discussion. Why do I feel a little cold? One of them said. Be careful. I feel the same way. The two people stopped immediately. They had no vision in this extremely dark corridor. Cluster. Ignite the beast blood flame. The burning flames are of a relatively high grade, so the range of light is very large. The two men's bodies instantly stiffened, and they saw 2 dragon armor army standing at the base of the wall. There is a dragon armor army. The two quickly retreated hundreds of meters. Such reaction power and speed are undoubtedly those of a 5th-grade warrior. Zhang Ma wanted to remind Jiang Fan to stay steady. Once exposed at this time, you will miss this golden opportunity. Chapter 107. Killing the 5th grade. However, she saw that Jiang Fan was motionless. It seems that they're also setting up traps. That's quite a lot of determination. Such courage at such a young age. It's really not easy. I wonder how many times stronger he is than those pampered geniuses in Yuehua City. Jiang Fan was certain that the two would return, if for no other reason than for the 2 sets of dragon armor they were wearing. After a while, the two came over and came back. This time I was much more cautious. It seems that these 2 dragon armor soldiers are unable to revive, otherwise they would have chased us if they had sensed us just now. This is a fortune, a complete dragon armor. If we get this treasure, you and I can defeat thousands of troops. The 2 men came closer. They were very sure that these 2 dragon armors would never revive. So the speed of walking over is very fast. Everyone is selfish. Even though the two have a good relationship, they are still faced with a rare treasure like dragon armor. Who can guarantee that the other party will not be greedy? Who would complain about having too much dragon armor? Old Duan, why are you leaving so quickly? There are only 2 of us here, so it's just right for us to each have 1 set, right? Of course, you and I are brothers, so if there is a treasure, of course we have to share it equally. Those who were walking faster were in the front, and the one called Lao Duan did not slow down at all. The fatter one at the back suddenly became anxious. Old Duan, don't be so impatient. The big hand grabbed it directly. Old Pan, what are you doing? Seeing this, Old Duan immediately slapped back with one hand. Old Duan, the middle-aged man surnamed Pan was not to be outdone. What do you mean? Don't you trust me? I just wanted to explore the situation for you. Although Lao Duan explained. But the means to stop Lao Pan are not weak at all. This made Lao Pan really angry. This is too much. Old Pan roared. The two of them immediately started fighting. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma were stunned by what they saw. What is going on? Is there so much disunity within the evil sect? What to do? Jiang Fan glanced at Aunt Zhang out of the corner of his eye. Aunt Zhang's face was flushed at this moment. This is a bit too much for the psychic to continue. I was originally planning to wait for the first person to approach and take action. As a result, the two of them started fighting so recklessly, which made it difficult for her to take action. During the battle, a 5th-grade expert cannot be underestimated. The sensor is very sensitive. This is not the best time. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. These two people may not really be fighting. Maybe they are acting. They are cautious. Even the unresponsive Dragon Armor army would not come and touch easily, for fear that it would be a trap. It is indeed a trap. Let's see, the smart prey or the calm hunter? Who is the final winner? Zhang Ma is still maintaining her psychic powers. The old face shone with an iron-green color. The spiritual energy carrying the chill attacked his face. This is bad. If the opportunity doesn't come again, she may not be able to continue. If the spiritual energy is leaked a little, the power will not be enough. Aunt Zhang touched Jiang Fan lightly. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment and seemed to move a little. Aunt Zhang can't wait any longer. But is there any way to get these two people closer? Suddenly, Jiang Fan fell to the ground with a bang, as if he was blown over by an air current. The sound of falling to the ground instantly stopped the two people who were fighting. The two of them looked at the Dragon Armor army at the bottom at the same time, and there was no sign of recovery. It shouldn't be a scam. It looks like we really picked up 2 sets of treasures for free. Lao Pan, who had beaten him the hardest before, now changed his attitude the fastest. It was indeed a performance just now. Lao Pan went to help the Dragon Armor army, who fell to the ground, his eyes full of greed. Lao Duan went to take a closer look at the standing dragon armor army. Hey, this dragon armor is really brave. It's so precise and has so many parts. You have to see how it's worn. Lao Duan is watching. Suddenly Zhang Ma took action. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand had its blade pointing upwards, charging straight up. Because Zhang Ma has been accumulating psychic energy for a long time. There was a wisp of essence ice vine on the sword blade, and the ice vine instantly wrapped around Lao Duan. Lao Duan's pupils shrank, and he immediately knew he had been tricked. He wanted to hide, but because of the ice vines, his muscles were a little stiff. It's too late. Can't hide. Got to stop it. A short blade appeared in his hand. Clang! The dragon-slaying sword was extremely sharp and instantly cut off Lao Duan's broken blade. Swish! The sword blade slashed across Lao Duan upwards, killing him from the center line, from bottom to top. Old Duan! Old Pan was shocked. He was watching Old Duan being beheaded. Even Aunt Zhang didn't expect that the dragon-slaying sword was so powerful. Cutting off the body of a fifth-rank warrior is as easy as cutting vegetables. Seeing that Lao Duan had no signs of life, Lao Pan turned around and was about to run. But behind him, a bald blue cat and a fourth-grade iron-eating ant had appeared. A vicious beast? Old Pan was stunned for a moment. Even if a ferocious beast appears here, it should be a dragon bat. Why are there these two unrelated things? Jiang Fan also drew his sword. He just realized the power of the dragon-slaying sword and felt that he could do it too. However, his dragon-slaying sword was kicked away by Lao Pan. Old Pan retreated dozens of steps in an instant with a suspicious expression on his face. Aren't you the dragon armor army? The dragon armor army is not that weak. Jiang Fan got up from the ground. Wearing this dragon armor was really a burden. I heard Lao Pan's question. Jiang Fan cursed out loud. He felt humiliated. Chapter 108. New Swordsman. You think I'm weak? Jiang Fan was angry. Search. When Zhang Ma took action just now, this guy didn't doubt it at all. How come he was exposed as soon as he made a move? Old Pan's eyes widened. It turned out to be a fake dragon armor army. How the hell is this possible? They should have been the first ones to enter the dragon's nest. If the guys behind want to get here, they must first get past the dragon armor army. How did you get in? Old Pan asked. You're going to die soon, and you still dare to ask more questions. Jiang Fan scolded. He hates this person. The image of a master he had created along the way was completely destroyed by this guy. Meow. The bald blue cat slapped it with its paw. Old Pan didn't dare to confront him head-on. It's not necessarily that he is afraid of the bald blue cat. It's just that he is in a dark space. If you are not careful, you may fall into an even more terrifying crisis. Just now, in order to escape, he extinguished the beast blood flame, so it was pitch black all around. He could only rely on his instincts to charge forward in the pitch-dark space. But the bald lazy cat can find him accurately. The reason is that the guy in dragon armor is commanding remotely, 45 degrees to the front left, 50 degrees rear right. Lao Pan yelled angrily. It's fake. Even the angle can be accurately given. He even wondered if he couldn't see because he became blind, and others can see it. Soon, he realized the crux of the problem. In the dark corridor, as if in a deserted place, there was only one dragon armor. There must be something extraordinary about this person. This coach doesn't care about you. Lao Pan said a word and ran away immediately. Bang! Then it hit the wall hard. The walls seemed to be cracked. Although Aunt Zhang couldn't see, she was very clear. It must have hurt a lot. Ouch! Old Pan was in so much pain that he almost cried. The cold wall almost broke my bones. The things the ancients built were very solid. This thing looks like it can't be destroyed even with a psychic nuclear bomb. Aunt Zhang acted quickly and immediately followed Jiang Fan's instructions. He cut Lao Pan's hand and foot tendons neatly. Aunt Zhang, under the dragon armor, was extremely excited. This was so cool. She has killed many members of evil religions. But it was the first time for him to kill a coaching-level player. And he's still a fifth-grade powerhouse. Jiang Fan also chased after him at this time, igniting the beast blood flame. Looking at this old Pan across the dragon armor. The tendons of his hands and hamstrings were severed, and Lao Pan grinned in pain. Sweating profusely, he stared at the two of them in horror. Jiang Fan looked at the broken hand and hamstring and was a little worried. Can he heal on his own? If cut by an ordinary weapon, it will definitely heal itself. But the Dragon Slayer's sword seems to be able to block his self-healing and has the power to burn. Jiang Fan looked at the wound carefully. I did see that there was a constant sizzling sound at the rupture of Lao Pan's tendon. It seems that the continuous high temperature is destroying Lao Pan's self-healing ability. But this does not seem to be a scorching high temperature, but something similar to a high-temperature burning phenomenon. The power of the curse. Lao Pan looked very pale. Pain. It hurts so much. The pain was unbearable for this legendary warrior. The vitality of the legendary warrior is strong, let alone just having his tendons dug out. Even if the heart is dug out, he can survive for a while. But the sword of the Dragon Armor Army seemed to carry some kind of poisonous substance, which made him feel a terrible pain. The power of the curse? Jiang Fan was a little surprised. Do you still have this kind of power? He really didn't know. Zhang Ma suddenly realized. I understand. This dragon-slaying sword is tempered with some special substance and carries the poison of the curse. She was very excited. The dragon-slaying sword is specially designed to kill dragons, not only because it cuts iron like clay, but also because it can block the powerful self-healing ability of dragons. How can the self-healing ability of the legendary strongman compare to that of the ferocious dragon beast? So, this is a dimensionality reduction blow. That is to say, under this sword, the legendary strongmen are just ordinary beings, so to speak. Too chewy. Jiang Fan waved the sword in his hand. The methods and moves are very crude, like a newbie who has never used a sword. Zhang Ma subconsciously took half a step back. Even though she was wearing dragon armor, she didn't know it. Which one is more powerful, the invulnerable dragon armor or the indestructible dragon-slaying sword? If she was accidentally injured, where would she go to reason? Old Pan was almost frightened to death. The blade passed across the front of his neck several times. The more of a newbie Jiang Fan is, the more scared he is. It's like you're facing a great archer who never misses, so you don't worry that he'll miss. As long as he wants to kill you, you can't escape. If he doesn't want to kill you, he can still spare your life even if he is only 1/10 of a centimeter away. But Xiao Bai is different. Even if he is just trying to scare you, his failure rate is very high. So it's even more frightening. Two heroes, spare your lives. Lao Pan quickly begged for mercy. Rub. The dragon-slaying sword suddenly fell next to his neck, and he could already feel the cold breath of the dragon-slaying sword. Forehead. Jiang Fan had nothing in his hands and felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that Old Pan and Zhang Ma were looking over, Jiang Fan coughed and said, I did it on purpose. Did it scare you? Are the evil sect members so timid? Chapter 109 The Power of Curse. 1,000 alpaca horses are galloping in Lao Pan's heart. Are you kidding a ghost? Do you think I'm stupid? It was obviously your mistake. Even Aunt Zhang couldn't bear to watch it anymore. I have to say, I'm a bit thick-skinned. What's that look in your eyes? Do you look down on me? Jiang Fan's voice was somewhat gloomy. The dragon-slaying sword was raised again. No, no. Old Pan quickly shook his head with sweat all over his forehead. It's scary. They draw swords as soon as they disagree with something. He is a newbie in kendo, and his emotions are unstable. It's so scary, super scary. Where did you come in from? Jiang Fan asked. Forehead. Old Pan hesitated. Jiang Fan flashed his sword. Old Pan shuddered immediately. It came from a cave developed by a spider tribe outside Tianxing Town. Spider tribe? Jiang Fan pondered. What you say may not be false. The spider colony must have been entrenched here for a long time. It is impossible that he didn't know that there was a pit of dragon corpses underground. Perhaps he was frightened by the dragon bat tribe, so he never came in. How did you know the spider tribe's cave was accessible? It was just an accident. We came here to hunt down Wu Daong, but we didn't find him. We accidentally entered the spider cave. At this point, Lao Pan became extremely angry. Damn the ferocious beast temple. Our Saint clan has been planning for more than 10 years. But in the end, he took away the fruits. Jiang Fan nodded. It turned out to be for revenge. It seems that the evil sect and the Temple of Ferocious Beasts have been harboring grudges for a long time. This time, I just happened to learn that Wu Daong from the Temple of Ferocious Beasts was alone in Tianxing Town. So the evil sect sent 2 5th-rank warriors to come and kill him. But he ended up making things worse and ended up in a pit of dragon corpses. How much do you know about the dragon corpse pit? Jiang Fan continued to ask. Stop making trouble. If we knew there was a dragon corpse pit here, we wouldn't have come in at all. Where there is a dragon corpse pit, there is bad luck, as we all know. As if to express himself, Lao Pan continued. But we do have some information about the dragon's nest. It is said that there are at least 3 dragon eggs in this dragon's nest, not counting the one discovered before. Speaking of dragon eggs, Jiang Fan secretly checked the status of the dragon egg. The red light on the surface of the dragon egg is even more dazzling. The contents inside can also be seen more clearly. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the embryo inside seems to have grown a lot. Numerous blood vessels can be vaguely seen, connected to the heart of the embryo. The heart is beating. The sound of the heart beating became more obvious. It looked like he was about to recover. Jiang Fan was a little excited, but also a little achy. The blood spiritual energy is also severely consumed. 2 dragon corpses were completely sucked dry by the dragon eggs. You know, this blood spiritual energy is far more than what Zhang Ma can absorb. Zhang Ma absorbed almost a third of it, healed her injuries, and leapt from the mid-4th level to the late 4th level. The dragon egg, on the other hand, has not even reached the full maturity of the embryo. As expected of the dragon clan, that powerful vitality is probably accumulated with spiritual energy. If it weren't for the strength of the dragon clan, the female dragon would probably have burped after giving birth. Resurrecting a dragon egg requires a large amount of spiritual energy. How did you manage to revive the dragon egg? You know all this? Old Pan was a little surprised, but he thought that the other party had also entered the dragon's nest in advance and obtained 2 dragon armors. He must not be an ordinary person and may be quite familiar with Dragon's Nest. So knowing this is normal, he explained, all the collected dragon eggs need to be taken to the holy land of spiritual energy, specially built by the saints. There is endless spiritual energy there that can revive the dragon eggs. Otherwise, ordinary people will not be able to revive the dragon eggs. At present, apart from the government, only some supernatural forces have the ability to revive the dragon egg. I see. Endless spiritual energy. Your evil sect has a very deep foundation. That's natural. The Saint clan is huge and boundless. Jiang Fan looked at Lao Pan coldly. That look seems to say, keep blowing. Lao Pan lowered his head knowingly and stopped talking. Get rid of him, Zhang Ma suggested. Lao Pan immediately became nervous. Jiang Fan thought for a while. The evil sect that was torn off is far less valuable than the living evil sect. Yes, yes. Lao Pan nodded immediately and added, if you capture our saints alive, you can receive a high bounty. Maybe some places even have our bounty. Zhang Ma was speechless again. Jiang Fan has really studied the matter of making money quite thoroughly. To prevent him from escaping, strike him a few more times. Jiang Fan said calmly. Don't. Old Pan had a sad face. Rub, rub, rub. Aunt Zhang is also a clean and efficient person. After a few sword strikes, several blood marks appeared on Lao Pan's body. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. This mother looks innocent in this picture, but she is actually very vicious. From Lao Pan's wrist joints to his knee joints, and then to his hip joints, all were cut off. The same goes for his arms. Now Old Pan has completely lost the ability to move. The severe pain brought by the power of the curse made Lao Pan's face turn pale. His whole body twitched, and he was almost foaming at the mouth. Chapter 110 Various Forces. Jiang Fan casually threw Lao Pan onto the bald blue cat's back. The bald blue cat shook it off in disgust, then picked it up in his mouth. Jiang Fan laughed. The bald blue cat also disliked this guy. Okay, let's hurry to the entrance of Tianxing Town. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma continued on their journey and were not far away. Tianxing Town. The smoke has cleared at Golf Hill. There were more people surrounding the cave entrance than before. It seemed that 2 more groups of people had arrived. They are the evil sect and the Temple of Fierce Beasts, respectively. Yang Jiang, deputy commander of the city guards, snorted coldly. How dare you come? The spear in his hand was pointed directly at the 2 groups of people. The teachers of the evil sect all wore white robes, which at first glance looked somewhat similar to the uniforms of the law enforcement department. The people in the Temple of Ferocious Beasts were wearing black armor. It looks a bit like the black and white impermanence. It puts a lot of pressure on people. No one from the evil sect spoke. There was an old man with a thin face in the Fierce Beast Temple. He said with a smile, we are only here to lend a helping hand. Exploring the dragon's nest is extremely dangerous. We should cooperate. Yang Jiang knew this guy and said coldly, who would cooperate with you? You are a bunch of shady bastards. Yang Jiang speaks very harshly and has a strong sense of justice. The thin-faced old man wasn't angry either. Hey, speaking of being shady, it seems that the group of people over there are even more shady. I don't know what they think. To send a 5th grade person over for such a big matter is to underestimate all of you. After being named a coach headed by a cult member, his face instantly became solemn. He didn't say a word, but still led people to watch from a distance. It's because they are weak here. Just looking at the number of people, they are not less than those in the Ferocious Beast Temple. But the high-end combat power of the 5th grade is much lower. He was the only one on their side. As for the Ferocious Beast Temple, 2 people were sent over there. Wu Dallo, don't look for trouble. If you make me angry, I will kill you first. The thin-faced old man is Wu Dallo. Judging from the name, it seems to have some relationship with Wu Daong. Haha, Chu Hong, you're the only one. How can you find such courage to call out our 3 Wu brothers? The 3 Wu brothers. The reputation is quite big. He became famous in the Star Moon Federation, but it was not a good reputation, but a bad reputation. 3 people once informed a big city. The eldest, Wu Dalu, is the city lord. The second, Wu Daong, is the director of the law enforcement department, and the third, Wu Debao, is the commander of the city guards. A moment of glory. It was not until later that their evil deeds of burning, killing, looting, and raping women were exposed, relying on their power. The Star Moon Federation deprived them of their positions and launched a wanted manhunt. It was later revealed that they had joined the Beast Temple, which was full of evil people. Each of the 3 Wu brothers is powerful and united, which is an important reason for their arrogance and domineering behavior. This time, Wu Daong was not there, so Wu Dalu and Wu Debao were in charge. Chu Hong was not to be outdone and said sarcastically, "You 3 brothers will soon become 2 brothers." As soon as these words came out, Wu Dalu's eyes changed. What does this mean? Chu Hong laughed. Do you really think our evil sect is short of people? Would you only send me here? Pan Yu and Duan Rongxing should have dealt with Wu Daong by now. You! Wu Dalu opened his eyes wide. If you dare to touch the achievements of our Saint clan, you deserve death. Chu Hong's voice was cold, and even a little gloating. Wu Daong's expression was unpredictable. After a while, he smiled and said, "Everyone is a 5th grade person. Who can scare whom? A 5th grade person will not die so easily." Chu Hong agreed, although it is very dangerous in the wilderness. But the wasteland here is not the Shishao wasteland, where high-level ferocious beasts appear at any time. The probability of dying at the 5th level is very small. The 2 parties will no longer continue to conflict. Strictly speaking, they may be in the same camp. At least those well-known and decent people will not associate with them. Su Xingshan looked at the 2 parties coldly. It may seem like an unintentional move, but in fact it may not be that he didn't tell them on purpose. 6th and 5th grade, this is showing off muscles. It is a very powerful force. Even if all parties gathered in Tianxing Town now, all the 5th grade warriors added together would be more powerful than the other party. But once the evil sect and the fierce beast temple collude with each other, they are actually evil. If a real conflict arises, the outcome may be hard to predict. All this was within the expectations of Deputy Director Lin Tan. Therefore, the reason why the Dragon's Nest was opened so late was also to wait for them. The evil sect and the Temple of Ferocious Beasts successively set up their plans in Tianxing Town. It's impossible not to be involved, but their appearance makes the situation a little complicated. The 6th, 5th grade experts are too powerful. Add to that a large number of black-armored and white-robed instructors, and if they were to merge together, their strength would probably be the strongest except for Lin Tan and Yang Jiang. Lin Tan and Yang Jiang represented Yuehua City's law enforcement department and city guards. The 2 sides are a united front, so they are not necessarily afraid, but the trouble is other forces. Just like the Su family. Originally, the Su family did not have to be too restricted by Lin Tan and others. But with these 2 troublemakers around, it seems that the Su family has to cooperate with Lin Tan even for the sake of self-protection.